The CIA and the State Department alone could take credit for engineering coups through force, bribery, or other pressures, at least once in each of the years 1958, 1959, and 1960, if not in others. By merely withholding the monthly payment to the troops, wrote Roger Hilsman, whose career encompassed both agencies, perhaps covertly simultaneously, the United States could create the conditions for toppling any Lao government whose policies it opposed. As it turned out, in fact, the United States used this weapon twice, to bring down the government of one Lao leader and to break the will of another. The American wheeling and dealing centered around giving power to the CIA's hand-picked rightist strongman Fumi no Savin, ousting Sovana Foma and other neutralists, and jailing Pathet Lao leaders, including the movement's head, Suphanuvong, the half-brother of Sovana Foma, both being princes of the royal family. Suphanuvong insisted that neither he nor the Pathet Lao were communist, but were rather ultranationalist. Crucial to understanding his statements, of course, is the question of exactly what he meant by the term communist. This is not clear, but neither is it clear what the State Department meant when it referred to him as such. The Pathet Lao were the only sizable group in the country serious about social change, a characteristic which of course tends to induce Washington officials to apply the communist label. In August 1960, Kong Lu, a military officer with his own troop following, staged a coup and set up a neutralist government under Sovana Foma, rejecting Pathet Lao help. But when this government became a casualty of a CIA coup in December, Kong Lu allied himself with the Pathet Lao. Later he turned to the United States for aid and fought against the Pathet Lao. Such was the way of the Laotian circus. No study of Laos of this period appears to have had notable success in untangling the muddle of who exactly replaced whom, and when and how and why. After returning from Laos, writer Norman Cousins stated in 1961 that, if you want to get a sense of the universe unraveling, come to Laos. Complexity such as this has to be respected. One thing that came through unambiguously, however, was the determination of the United States to save Laos from communism and neutralism. To this end, the CIA set about creating its now famous Armée clandestine, a process begun by the U.S. Army in the mid-1950s when it organized Mio Hill tribesmen, the same ethnic group organized in Vietnam. Over the years, other peoples of Laos were added, reaching at least 30,000 in the mid-1960s, half of them more or less full-time soldiers. Many thousands more from Thailand. Hundreds of other Asians came on board, South Vietnamese, Filipinos, Taiwanese, South Koreans, men who had received expert training from their American mentors in their home countries for other wars, now being recycled. An army, said the New York Times, armed, equipped, fed, paid, guided, strategically and tactically, and often transported into and out of action by the United States, trained and augmented by the CIA, and by men of every branch of the U.S. military with their multiple specialties, the many pilots of the CIA's Air America, altogether some 2,000 Americans in and over Laos, and thousands more in Asia helping with the logistics. A secret army, secret, that is, from the American people and Congress. U.S. military personnel were there under various covers, some as civilians in mufti, having resigned from the service for the occasion and been hired by a private company created by the CIA. Others served as embassy attaches. CIA pilots were officially under contract to the Agency for International Development Aid. Americans who were killed in Laos were reported to have died in Vietnam. All this in addition to the official government forces, the Royal Laotian Army, greatly expanded and totally paid for by the United States. Laos was an American plantation, a CIA playground. During the 1960s, the agency roamed over much of the land at will, building an airstrip, a hangar, or a base here, a warehouse, barracks, or a radar site there. Relocating thousands of people, entire villages, whole tribes, to suit strategic military needs. Recruiting warriors through money and/or the threat or use of force and/or promises of independent kingdoms which it had no intention of fulfilling, and then keeping them fighting long beyond the point when they wished to stop. While the legendary pilots of Air America roamed far and wide as well, hard-drinking, daredevil flying, death-defying, great stories to tell the guys back home if you survived. Some of the stories had to do with drugs. Flying opium and heroin all over Indochina to serve the personal and entrepreneurial needs of the CIA's various military and political allies, ultimately turning numerous GIs in Vietnam into addicts. The operation was not a paragon of discretion. Heroin was refined in a laboratory located on the site of CIA headquarters in northern Laos. After a decade of American military intervention, Southeast Asia had become the source of 70% of the world's illicit opium and the major supplier of raw materials for America's booming heroin market. At the same time, the hearts and minds of the Laotian people, at least of those who could read, were not overlooked. The U.S. Information Agency was there to put out a magazine with a circulation of 43,000. This in a country where the circulation of the largest newspaper was 3,300. There were as well USIA wall newspapers, films, leaflet drops, and radio programs. In the face of it all, the Pathet Lao more than held their own. The CIA was overextended, and, unlike the motley band of Asians assembled by the agency, the soldiers of the Pathet Lao had some idea of what they were fighting for. The Soviet Union, aware of what the United States was doing in Laos, even if the American public was not, was alarmed by the establishment of a pro-American government in the country, and acceded to a Cold War near-reflex by sending military supplies to the Pathet Lao, though nothing remotely on the order of the U.S. commitment. Beginning in the early 1960s, the North Vietnamese were aiding them as well. Hanoi's overriding interest in Laos was not necessarily the creation of a communist state, but the prevention of a belligerent government on its border. In January 1961, the New York Times reported that many Western diplomats in Vientiane, capital of Laos, feel the communists would have been content to leave Laos alone provided she remained neutral and outside the United States' sphere of influence. Hanoi was concerned not only by the American political and military operations in Laos, but by the actions of U.S. Special Forces teams which were entering North Vietnam to engage in espionage, sabotage, and assassination, and by the bombings of the country being carried out by the U.S. Air Force at a time when the war in South Vietnam was still but a shadow of what was to come. Later, as the wars in Vietnam and Laos became intertwined, Laos formed part of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the principal route by which Hanoi supplied its comrades in South Vietnam, and the North Vietnamese fought to protect it as well as attacking American radar installations in Laos used to aid U.S. bombing of North Vietnam. The nature and extent of North Vietnam's aid to the Pathet Lao before this period is difficult to ascertain from Western sources, because such charges typically emanated from the Laotian government or the State Department. On a number of occasions, their report of a North Vietnamese military operation in Laos turned out to be a fabrication. William Lederer and Eugene Burdick, in A Nation of Sheep, summarized one of these non-events from the summer of 1959. The people of the United States were led to believe that Laos physically had been invaded by foreign communist troops from across its northern border. Our Secretary of State called the situation grave. Our ambassador to the UN called for world action. Our press carried scare headlines. Our senior naval officer implied armed intervention and was seconded by ranking congressmen. The entire affair was a fraud. No military invasion of Laos had taken place. There seemed no doubt that a war embracing thousands of troops, tanks, planes, and mass battles was raging. Regardless of how the accounts were worded, this was the picture given the nation. The Laotian government and the large American establishment in Laos, each for their own reasons, were not about to let the golden goose slip away that easily. On the last day of 1960, the Laotian government announced to the world that 7 battalions of North Vietnamese troops had invaded the country. By all accounts, and by the utter lack of evidence, this claim as well cannot be taken seriously. And in 1962, reported Bernard Fall, the renowned French scholar on Indochina. After a battle between government forces and the Pathet Lao, in spite of the fact that Colonel Edwin Elder, the American commander in the area of the battle, immediately stated that there was no evidence to show that Chinese or North Vietnamese had participated in the attack, the Laotians, and much of the U.S. press, and official Washington with them, immediately claimed that they were again faced with a large-scale foreign invasion. Shortly after Kennedy became president in January 1961, he made a sustained diplomatic effort to establish a coalition government in Laos, precisely what the Eisenhower administration and the CIA had done their best to sabotage. Although he sometimes fell back on conventional Cold War rhetoric when speaking of Laos, one part of John F. Kennedy realized the absurdity of fighting for the backward country, a land he considered not worthy of engaging the attention of great powers. Soviet Premier Khrushchev, for his part, was reportedly bored with the question of Laos, and irritably asked Kennedy's emissary why Washington bothered so much about the country. Eventually, in July 1962, a multi-nation conference in Geneva signed an agreement for a coalition government in Laos. But in the mountains and the plains of the country, this was no longer a viable option. The CIA had too much time, effort, material, and emotion invested in its secret army. It was the best war the agency had going anywhere. It was great adventure. And the Pathet Lao were much stronger now than a few years earlier. They were not about to buy such shop-worn, suspect goods again, although everyone went through the motions. Both sides regularly accused each other of violating the agreement, and not without justification. The North Vietnamese, for example, did not withdraw all of their troops from Laos, while the U.S. left behind all manner of military personnel, American and Asian, who remained under aid and other civilian cover, but this was nonetheless a violation of the agreement. Moreover, Christopher Robbins, in his study of Air America, has noted that U.S. military advisors and CIA personnel moved across the border into Thailand, where they were flown in every day, to Laos like commuters by Air America, whose entire helicopter operation was based in Udorn, Thailand. Air America, by the early 1970s, had no less than 4,000 employees in Thailand. Thus it was that the fighting dragged on, though only sporadically. In April 1964, the coalition government, such as it was overthrown by the right wing, with the CIA's man Phumi Nosavan emerging as part of a rightist government headed by the perennial survivor Sovana Phoma to give it a neutralist fig leaf. The Pathet Lao were once again left out in the cold. For them, it was the very last straw. The fighting greatly intensified, the skirmishes were now war, and the Pathet Lao offensive soon scored significant advances. Then the American bombing began. Between 1965 and 1973, more than 2 million tons of bombs rained down upon the people of Laos, considerably more than the U.S. had dropped on both Germany and Japan during the Second World War, albeit for a shorter period. For the first few years, the bombing was directed primarily at the provinces controlled by the Pathet Lao. Of the bombing, Fred Bramfman, a former American community worker in Laos, wrote, "Village after village was leveled, countless people buried alive by high explosives, or burned alive by napalm and white phosphorus, or riddled by anti-personnel bomb pellets. The United States has undertaken," said a Senate report, "a large-scale air war over Laos to destroy the physical and social infrastructure of Pathet Lao-held areas and to interdict North Vietnamese infiltration. Throughout all this, there has been a policy of subterfuge and secrecy. Through such things as saturation bombing and the forced evacuation of population from enemy-held or threatened areas, we have helped to create untold agony for hundreds of thousands of villagers. The American military, however, kept proper records. Aid could report to Congress that wounds suffered by civilian war casualties were as follows. 1. Type, soft tissue, 39%. Compound fracture, 30%. Amputation, 12%. Intra-abdominal, 10%. Intrathoracic, 3%. Intracranial, 1%. 2. Location, lower extremities, 60%. Upper extremities, 15%. Trunk, 18%. Head, 7%. There was no happy way out for the Laotian people. In October 1971, one could read in The Guardian of London, "Although U.S. officials deny it vehemently, ample evidence exists to confirm charges that the Mio villages that do try to find their own way out of the war, even if it is simply by staying neutral and refusing to send their 13-year-olds to fight in the CIA Army, are immediately denied American rice and transport and ultimately bombed by the U.S. Air Force. The fledgling society that the United States was trying to make extinct, the CIA dropped millions of dollars in forged Pathet Lao currency as well in an attempt to wreck the economy, was one which Fred Bramfman described thus. The Pathet Lao rule over the Plain of Jars, begun in May 1964, brought its people into a post-colonial era. For the first time they were taught pride in their country and people instead of admiration for a foreign culture. Schooling and massive adult literacy campaigns were conducted in Laotian instead of French, and mild but thorough social revolution, ranging from land reform to greater equality for women, was instituted. Following on the heels of events in Vietnam, a ceasefire was arrived at in Laos in 1973, and yet another attempt at coalition government was undertaken. This one lasted until 1975 when, after renewed fighting, the Pathet Lao took over full control of the country. Laos had become a land of nomads without villages, without farms. A generation of refugees, hundreds of thousands dead, many more maimed. When the U.S. Air Force closed down its radio station, it signed off with the message, "Goodbye and see you next war." Thus it was that the worst of Washington's fears had come to pass. All of Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos had fallen to the Communists. During the initial period of U.S. involvement in Indochina in the 1950s, John Foster Dulles, Dwight Eisenhower, and other American officials regularly issued doomsday pronouncements of the type known as the domino theory, warning that if Indochina should fall, other nations in Asia would topple over as well. In one instance, President Eisenhower listed no less than Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and Indonesia amongst the anticipated falling dominoes. Such warnings were repeated periodically over the next decade by succeeding administrations and other supporters of U.S. policy in Indochina as a key argument in defense of such policy. The fact that these ominous predictions turned out to have no basis in reality did not deter Washington officialdom from promulgating the same dogma up until the 1990s about almost each New World trouble spot, testimony to their unshakable faith in the existence and interworkings of the international communist conspiracy.
22. Haiti 1959, 1963.
The Marines land, again. Duvalier has performed an economic miracle, remarked a Haitian of his country's dictator. He has taught us to live without money, to eat without food, to live without life. And when François Papa Doc Duvalier's voodoo magic wore thin, he could always count on the U.S. Marines to continue his people's education. During the night of 12 to 13 August 1959, a boat landed on the northern coast of Haiti with a reported 30 men, Haitians and Cubans, and perhaps others aboard. The men had set sail from Cuba some 50 miles away. Their purpose was to overthrow the tyrannical Haitian government, a regime whose secret police, it was said, outnumbered its army. In short order, the raiding party, equipped with heavy weapons, captured a small army post and began to recruit and arm villagers for the cause. The government reported that about 200 persons had joined them. Haitian exiles in Venezuela, in an apparently coordinated effort, broadcast appeals to their countrymen to aid the invaders. They set at 120 the number of men who had landed in Haiti, although this appears to be an exaggeration. The initial reaction of the Duvalier government was one of panic, and the police began rounding up opposition sympathizers. It was at this point that the U.S. military mission, in Haiti to train Duvalier's forces, stepped in. The Americans instituted an air and sea reconnaissance to locate the rebels. Haitian soldiers, accompanied by U.S. Marines, were airlifted to the area and went into the field to do battle with them. 2 other U.S. Navy planes and a helicopter arrived from Puerto Rico. According to their commander, Colonel Robert Debs Heinel, Jr., the American Marines took part in the fighting, which lasted until August 22. The outcome was a complete rout of the rebel forces. Information about the men who came from Cuba derives almost exclusively from the Haitian government and the American military mission. These sources claim that the raiding party was composed of about 30 men and that, with the exception of 1 or 2 Haitians who led them, they were all Cubans. Another report, referred to in the New York Times, stated that there were 10 Haitians and 2 Venezuelans amongst the 30 invaders. The latter ratio is probably closer to the truth, for there was a considerable number of Haitian exiles living in Cuba, many of whom had gained military experience during the recent Cuban Revolution. For obvious reasons of international politics and fighting incentive, such men were the most likely candidates to be part of an invasion of their homeland. The Castro government readily admitted that the raiding party had come from Cuba but denied that the government had known or approved of it. This claim would seem rather suspect were it not for the fact that the Cuban Coast Guard had thwarted a similar undertaking in April. The first members of the American military mission had arrived in Haiti in January, largely in response to another invasion attempt the previous July, originating probably in the Dominican Republic. Regardless of all the horror stories about the Haitian regime, such as the one Colonel Heinel tells of his 12-year-old son being arrested when he was overheard expressing sympathy for a group of hungry peasants he saw. Duvalier was Washington's man. After all was said and done, he could be counted upon to keep his black nation, which was usually accorded the honor of being Latin America's poorest, from turning red. Heinel has recounted the instructions he received from a State Department undersecretary in January. Colonel, the most important way you can support our objectives in Haiti is to help keep Duvalier in power so he can serve out his full term in office, and maybe a little longer than that if everything works out. The Kennedy administration, which came to power in January 1961, had little use for Papa Doc and supported his overthrow as well as his possible assassination. According to the later testimony of CIA official Walter Elder before a Senate investigating committee, the agency furnished arms to Haitian dissidents seeking to topple the dictator. Elder added that while the assassination of Duvalier was not contemplated, the arms were provided to help the dissidents take what measures were deemed necessary to replace the government. And it was realized, he said, that Duvalier might be killed in the course of the overthrow. But as Cuba increasingly became the United States bête noire, the CIA's great obsession, Washington's policy changed. Haiti's cooperation was needed for the success of U.S. efforts to have Cuba expelled from the Organization of American States in 1963. From that point on, Duvalier enjoyed the full diplomatic and economic support of the U.S. When the Haitian leader died on April 12, 1971, the American ambassador Clinton Knox was the only diplomat present at the midnight swearing-in of 19-year-old Jean-Claude "Baby Doc" Duvalier as the new president for life, who was to receive the same economic, political, and military support as had Papa Doc, with only the occasional hiccup of a protest from Washington when the level of repression became difficult to ignore. 23. Guatemala 1960. One good coup deserves another. In November 1960, as John F. Kennedy was preparing to succeed Dwight Eisenhower, the obsessive priority of American foreign policy, to invade Cuba, proceeded without pause. On the beaches and in the jungles of Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Florida, the Bay of Pigs invasion was being rehearsed. On the 13th of the month, 5 days after Kennedy's victory, Guatemalan military personnel broke out in armed rebellion against the government of General Miguel Ydigoras Fuentes, seizing 2 military bases and the port city of Puerto Barrios. Reports of the number of officers involved in the uprising vary from 45 to 120, the latter figure representing almost half the Guatemalan Army's officer corps. The officers commanded as many as 3,000 troops, a significant percentage of the armed forces. Their goals, it later developed, were more nationalistic than ideological. The officers were fed up with the corruption in the Ydigoras regime and in the army, and were particularly incensed about the use of their country by a foreign power as a springboard for an invasion of Cuba, some of them being admirers of Fidel Castro for his nationalist policies. One of the dissident officers later characterized the American training base in Guatemala as a shameful violation of our national sovereignty. And why was it permitted? Because our government is a puppet. The rebellion was crushed within a matter of days, reportedly by the sole power of the Guatemalan Air Force. Some years later, a different picture was to emerge. The rebels were a force to be reckoned with. The ease with which they had taken over the 2 garrisons and the real possibility of their mutiny spreading to other bases set alarms ringing at the CIA base, a large coffee plantation in a remote corner of southwestern Guatemala, where the agency and the U.S. Air Force were training the army of Cuban exiles who were to launch the attack upon their homeland. The CIA feared, and rightly so, that a new regime would send them, the Cubans, and the whole operation packing. In Washington, President Eisenhower ordered U.S. naval and air units to patrol the Caribbean coast and shoot, if necessary, to prevent any communist-led invasion of Guatemala or Nicaragua. Eisenhower, like Ydigoras, saw the hand of international communism, particularly Cuba, behind the uprising, although no evidence of this was ever presented. It was almost ironic in light of the fact that it was the conspiracy of the 2 leaders to overthrow Cuba that was one of the reasons for the uprising, and that the U.S. naval fleet ordered into action was deployed from Guantanamo Naval Base in Cuba, an American military installation present in that country against the vociferous objections of the Cuban government. In Guatemala, meanwhile, the CIA decided upon a solution to the dilemma that was both remarkably simple and close at hand. American and Cuban pilots took off from their training ground and bombed and strafed rebel headquarters outside Guatemala City, and bombed the town and airfield of Puerto Barrios. Caught completely by surprise and defenseless against this superior force, the rebels' insurrection collapsed. Back at the coffee plantation, the CIA resumed the function which had been so rudely interrupted, the preparation for the overthrow of the Cuban government. No announcement about the bombings was made in Washington, nor did a report appear in the American press. The CIA actions were probably not widely known about in Guatemala either, but it became public knowledge that President Adigueras had asked Washington for the naval and air support, and had even instructed the Guatemalan ambassador in Washington to get in touch immediately with Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Thomas Mann to coordinate your action. Thus it was that the Guatemalan president, needing afterward to distance himself a little from so much Yankee protection, was moved to state that countries like Guatemala are at a disadvantage because Cuba is a satellite of powerful Russia, but we are not a satellite of the United States. The final irony was that some of the dissident officers who went into hiding became more radicalized by their experience. During their revolt, they had spurned offers of support from some of the peasants, though this would necessarily have been very limited in any case, because fighting for social change was not at all what the officers had in mind at the time. But as fugitives, thrown into greater contact with the peasants, they eventually came to be moved by the peasants' pressing need for land and for a way out of their wretched existence. In 1962, several of the officers were to emerge as leaders of a guerrilla movement which incorporated November 13 as part of its name. In their opening statement, the guerrillas declared, "Democracy vanished from our country long ago. No people can live in a country where there is no democracy. That is why the demand for changes is mounting in our country. We can no longer carry on in this way. We must overthrow the Adigueras government and set up a government which represents human rights, seeks ways and means to save our country from its hardships, and pursues a serious self-respecting foreign policy." A simple sentiment stated even simpler, but, as we shall see, a movement fated to come up against the wishes of the United States. For if Washington could casually do away with an elected government in Guatemala, as it had in 1954, it could be moved by a guerrilla army only as rocks by waves or the moon by howling wolves. 24. France/Algeria 1960s.
L'État, c'est la CIA.
When John F. Kennedy assumed office in January 1961, he was confronted with a CIA at the zenith of its power and credibility. In the agency's first 14 years, no formal congressional investigation of it had taken place, nor had any watchdog committee been established. For investigations of the CIA by independent task forces during this period had ensured that everything relating to things covert remained just that. With the exception of the U-2 incident the year before, no page one embarrassments, scandals, or known failures, what had received a measure of publicity, the coups in Guatemala and Iran, were widely regarded as CIA success stories. White House denials and a compliant media had kept the agency's misadventure in Indonesia in 1958 from the public scrutiny it deserved. It is probable that the CIA had more staff officers overseas, under official and unofficial covers, than the State Department, and this in addition to its countless paid agents. Often the CIA chief of station had been in a particular country longer than the American ambassador, had more money at his disposal, and exerted more influence. When it suited their purposes, agency officers would completely bypass the ambassador and normal protocol to deal directly with the country's head of state and other high officials. The CIA had its own military capabilities, including its own air force, for all intents and purposes its own foreign service with, indeed, its own foreign policy, though never at cross purposes with fundamental U.S. Cold War, anti-communist ideology and goals. Seemingly without fear of exposure or condemnation, the agency felt free to carry out sundry Dr. Strangelove experiments involving control of the human mind and all manner of biochemical weapons, including the release of huge amounts of bacteria into the air in the United States, which resulted in much illness and a number of deaths. It was all very heady stuff for the officers of the CIA, playing their men's games with their boys' toys. They recognized scarcely any limitation upon their freedom of action. British colonial governors they were, and all the world was India. Then, in mid-April, came the disaster at the Bay of Pigs in Cuba. The international repercussions had barely begun to subside when the agency was again catapulted into world headlines. On April 22, 4 French generals in Algeria seized power in an attempt to maintain the country's union with France. The putsch, which held out but 4 days, was a direct confrontation with French President Charles de Gaulle, who had dramatically proclaimed a policy leading not to an Algeria governed from France, but to an Algerian Algeria. The next day, the leftist Italian newspaper, Illinois Pays, stated that it is not by chance that some people in Paris are accusing the American Secret Service headed by Allen Dulles of having participated in the plot of the 4 ultra-generals. Whether Il País was the original source of this charge remains a mystery. Dulles himself later wrote that the Italian daily was one of the first to launch it, emphasis added. He expressed the opinion that this particular myth was a communist plant, pure and simple. The New York Times reported that the rumors apparently began circulating by word of mouth on the day of the putsch, a report echoed by the Washington Star which added that some of the rumors were launched by minor officials at the Élysée Palace itself, who gave reporters to understand that the general's plot was backed by strongly anti-communist elements in the United States government and military services. Whatever its origins, the story spread rapidly around the world, and the French Foreign Office refused to refute the allegation. Le Monde asserted in a front-page editorial on April 28 that the behavior of the United States during the recent crisis was not particularly skillful. It seems established that American agents more or less encouraged Chile, the leader of the putsch. President Kennedy, of course, knew nothing of all this. Reports from all sources were in agreement that if the CIA had indeed been involved in the putsch, it had been so for two reasons. 1. The concern that if Algeria were granted its independence, communists would soon come to power, being those in the ranks of the National Liberation Front (NLF), which had been fighting the French army in Algeria for several years, the legendary Battle of Algiers. It was with the NLF that de Gaulle was expected to negotiate a settlement. 2. The hope that it would precipitate the downfall of de Gaulle, an end desired because the French president was a major stumbling block to U.S. aspirations concerning NATO. Among other things, he refused to incorporate French troops into an integrated military command, and he opposed exclusive American control over the alliance's nuclear weapons. By all accounts, it appears that the rebel officers had counted on support from important military and civilian quarters in France to extend the rebellion to the home country and overthrow de Gaulle. Fanciful as this may sound, the fact remains that the French government took the possibility seriously. French Premier Michel Debré went on television to warn the nation of an imminent paratroop invasion of the Paris area and to urge mass opposition. Reaction in the American press to the allegations had an unmistakably motley quality. Washington Post columnist Marquis Childs said that the French were so shocked by the general's coup that they had to find a scapegoat. At the same time, he quoted one of the highest officials of the French government as saying, "Of course, your government, neither your State Department nor your president, had anything to do with this. But when you have so many hundreds of agents in every part of the world, it is not to be wondered at that some of them should have got in touch with the generals in Algiers." Time magazine discounted the story, saying too that the United States was being made a scapegoat and that the CIA had become a favorite target in recent weeks. James Reston wrote in the New York Times that the CIA was involved in an embarrassing liaison with the anti-Gaullist officers who staged last week's insurrection in Algiers. The Bay of Pigs and Algerian events have increased the feeling in the White House that the CIA has gone beyond the bounds of an objective intelligence-gathering agency and has become the advocate of men and policies that have embarrassed the administration. However, C.L. Sulzberger, who had been the man at the New York Times closest to the CIA since its founding, stated flatly that no American in Algeria had to do with any insurrectional leader. No consular employee saw any rebel. A few days later, though, Secretary of State Dean Rusk disclosed that an emissary of the rebellious French generals had visited the U.S. consulate in Algiers to request aid but had been summarily rebuffed. The affair, wrote Sulzberger, was a deliberate effort to poison Franco-American relationships, begun in Moscow but abetted by anti-American French officials and naive persons in Washington. When one checks, one finds all this began in a Moscow Izvestia article April 25. This last, as we have seen, was incorrect. Dean of American columnists Walter Lippmann, who had seen de Gaulle in Paris shortly before the putsch, wrote, "The reason why the French government has not really exculpated the CIA of encouraging the Algerian rebel generals is that it was already so angry with the CIA for meddling in French internal politics. The French grievance, justified or not, has to do with recent French legislation for the French nuclear weapon and the alleged effort of CIA agents to interfere with that legislation." Newsweek repeated the claim that it was French officials who had been the main sources of the rumors in the first place. When challenged by the American administration, the French denied their authorship and tended to soften the charges. Some French officials eventually declared the matter to be closed, though they still failed to explicitly rule out the allegations about American involvement. In early May 1961, L'Express, the widely read French liberal weekly, published what was perhaps the first detailed account of the mysterious affair. Their Algerian correspondent, Claude Crieff, reported, "Both in Paris and Washington the facts are now known, though they will never be publicly admitted. In private, the highest French personalities make no secret of it. What they say is this: the CIA played a direct part in the Algiers coup, and certainly weighed heavily on the decision taken by ex-General Chal to start his putsch. Not long before, Chal had held the position of NATO Commander-in-Chief, Allied Forces Central Europe, as a result of which he had been in daily contact with U.S. military officers. Crieff wrote that certain American officials in NATO and the Pentagon had encouraged Chal, and that the general had several meetings with CIA officers who told him that to get rid of de Gaulle would render the free world a great service. Crieff noted that Chal, despite an overweening ambition, was very cautious and serious-minded. All the people who know him well are deeply convinced that he had been encouraged by the CIA to go ahead. At a luncheon in Washington the previous year, Jacques Soustelle, the former Governor-General of Algeria who had made public his disagreement with de Gaulle's Algeria policy, had met with CIA officials, including Richard Bissell, head of covert operations. Soustelle convinced the agency officials, according to Crieff, that Algeria would become, through de Gaulle's blundering, a Soviet base. This luncheon became something of a cause célèbre in the speculation concerning the CIA's possible role. The New York Times and others reported that it had been given by the agency for Soustelle. U.S. officials, however, insisted that the luncheon had been arranged by someone at the French embassy at Soustelle's request. This French official, they said, had been present throughout the meeting, and thus there could have been no dark conspiracy. Why the French embassy would host a luncheon for a prominent and bitter foe of de Gaulle, a man who only 2 months earlier had been kicked out of de Gaulle's cabinet for his ultra-sympathies, was not explained. Nor, for that matter, why in protocol-minded Washington of all places, the CIA would attend. In any event, it seems somewhat fatuous to imply that this was the only chance Soustelle and the CIA had to talk during his stay in the United States, which lasted more than a week. A clandestine meeting in Madrid also received wide currency within the controversy. Crieff dates it April 12, 1961, and describes it as a meeting of various foreign agents, including members of the CIA and the Algiers conspirators, who disclosed their plans to the CIA men. The Americans were reported to have angrily complained that de Gaulle's policy was paralyzing NATO and rendering the defense of Europe impossible, and assured the generals that if they and their followers succeeded, Washington would recognize the new Algerian government within 48 hours. It may well be that the French government did have evidence of the CIA's complicity. But in the unnatural world of international diplomacy, this would not necessarily lead to an unambiguous public announcement. Such a move could result in an open confrontation between France and the United States, a predicament both sides could be expected to take pains to avoid. Moreover, it might put the French in the position of having to do something about it. And what could they do? Breaking relations with the United States was not a realistic option. Neither were the French in any position to retaliate economically or militarily. But French leaders were too angry to simply let the matter pass into obscurity. Thus, to complete the hypothetical scenario, they took the backdoor approach with all its shortcomings. In a similar vein, the United States knew that the Russians, for at least 1 year, were intercepting telephone calls in the U.S. of government and congressional officials, but said nothing publicly because it was unable to end the practice for technical reasons. And this concerned an enemy, not an ally. Between 1958 and the middle of the 1960s, there occurred some 30 serious assassination attempts upon the life of Charles de Gaulle, in addition to any number of planned attempts which didn't advance much beyond the planning stage. A world record for a head of state, it is said. In at least one of the attempts, the CIA may have been a co-conspirator against the French president. By the mid-1960s, differences between de Gaulle and Washington concerning NATO had almost reached the breaking point. In February 1966, he gave NATO and the United States a deadline to either place their military bases in France under French control or dismantle them. In 1975, the Chicago Tribune featured a front-page story which read in part, "Congressional leaders have been told of Central Intelligence Agency involvement in a plot by French dissidents to assassinate the late French President Charles de Gaulle." Within the last 2 weeks, a CIA representative disclosed sketchy details of the scheme. Sometime in the mid-1960s, probably in 1965 or 1966, dissidents in the de Gaulle government are said to have made contact with the CIA to seek help in a plot to murder the French leader. Which party instigated the contact was not clear. According to the CIA briefing officer, discussions were held on how best to eliminate de Gaulle, who by then had become a thorn in the side of the Johnson administration because of his ouster of American military bases from French soil and his demands that United States forces be withdrawn from the Indochina War. Thus, the following plan is said to have evolved after discussions between CIA personnel and the dissident French. There is, however, no evidence the plot got beyond the talking stage. A hired assassin, armed with a poison ring, was to be slipped into a crowd of old soldiers of France when General de Gaulle was to be the host at a reception for them. The killer would make his appearance late in the day when it could be presumed de Gaulle's hand would be weary and perhaps even numb from shaking hundreds of hands. The assassin would clasp the general's hand in lethal friendship, and de Gaulle would fail to detect the tiny pin prick of poison as it penetrated his flesh. The executioner would stroll off to become lost in the crowd as the poison began coursing through de Gaulle's veins either to his heart or brain, depending on the deadly poison used. How quickly death would come was not divulged, if that was even discussed at the time. In the outline presented to the congressional leaders, there is no hint of what the CIA's actual role might have been had the plot reached fruition. The dissidents involved in the alleged plot were embittered French army officers and former Algerian settlers who still bore deep resentment toward de Gaulle for having sold out French honor by his retreat from the North African colony. There was no mention in the reported CIA testimony about any involvement of Lyndon Johnson, although it was well known that there was no love lost between Johnson and de Gaulle. The French leader was firmly convinced that the United States was behind the failure of his trip to South America in 1964. He believed that the CIA had used its network of agents in South America to prevent a big turnout of crowds. There is some evidence to indicate that the general was not just paranoid. In 1970, Dr. Alfred Stepan, a professor of political science at Yale, testified before Congress about his experience in South America in 1964 when he was a journalist for The Economist. When de Gaulle was going to make his trip through Latin America, many of the Latin Americans interviewed officers of various embassies said that they were under very real pressure by various American groups not to be very warm towards de Gaulle because we considered Latin America within the United States area of influence. After the appearance of the Chicago Tribune story, CIA Director William Colby confirmed that foreigners had approached the agency with a plot to kill de Gaulle. The agency rejected the idea, Colby said, but he did not know if the French government had been advised of the plot. It is not clear whether the incident referred to by Colby was related to the one discussed in the Tribune. In the early evening of Monday, November 9, 1970, Charles de Gaulle died peacefully at the age of 80, sitting in his armchair watching a sentimental television serial called Nanu.
25 Ecuador 1960 a 1963.
A textbook of dirty tricks. If the Guinness Book of World Records included a category for cynicism, one could suggest the CIA's creation of leftist organizations which condemned poverty, disease, illiteracy, capitalism, and the United States in order to attract committed militants and their money away from legitimate leftist organizations. The tiny nation of Ecuador in the early 1960s was, as it remains today, a classic of banana republic underdevelopment, virtually at the bottom of the economic heap in South America. A society in which 1% of the population received an income comparable to United States upper-class standards, while 2/3 of the people had an average family income of about $10 per month, people simply outside the money economy, with little social integration or participation in the national life. A tale told many times in Latin America. In September 1960, a new government headed by José María Velasco Ibarra came to power. Velasco had won a decisive electoral victory, running on a vaguely liberal, populist, something-for-everyone platform. He was no Fidel Castro, he was not even a socialist, but he earned the wrath of the U.S. State Department and the CIA by his unyielding opposition to the two stated priorities of American policy in Ecuador: breaking relations with Cuba and clamping down hard on activists of the Communist Party and those to their left. Over the next 3 years, in pursuit of those goals, the CIA left as little as possible to chance.
Un véritable textbook on cover subversion technique unfolded.
In its pages could be found the following, based upon the experiences of Philip Agee, a CIA officer who spent this period in Ecuador. Almost all political organizations of significance, from the far left to the far right, were infiltrated, often at the highest levels. Amongst other reasons, the left was infiltrated to channel young radicals away from support to Cuba and from anti-Americanism. The right to instigate and coordinate activities along the lines of CIA priorities. If, at a point in time, there was no organization that appeared well-suited to serve a particular need, then one would be created. Or a new group of concerned citizens would appear, fronted with noted personalities, which might place a series of notices in leading newspapers denouncing the penetration of the government by the extreme left and demanding a break with Cuba. Or one of the noted personalities would deliver a speech prepared by the CIA, and then a newspaper editor or a well-known columnist would praise it, both gentlemen being on the CIA payroll. Some of these fronts had an actual existence. For others, even their existence was phony. On one occasion, the CIA officer who had created the non-existent Ecuadorian Anti-Communist Front was surprised to read in his morning paper that a real organization with that name had been founded. He changed the name of his organization to Ecuadorian Anti-Communist Action. Wooing the working class came in for special emphasis. An alphabet soup of labor organizations, sometimes hardly more than names on stationery, were created, altered, combined, liquidated, and new ones created again, in an almost frenzied attempt to find the right combination to compete with existing left-oriented unions and take national leadership away from them. Union leaders were invited to attend various classes conducted by the CIA in Ecuador or in the United States, all expenses paid, in order to impart to them the dangers of communism to the union movement and to select potential agents. This effort was not without its irony either. CIA agents would sometimes jealously vie with each other for the best positions in these CIA-created labor organizations, and at times Ecuadorian organizations would meet in international conferences with CIA labor fronts from other countries, with almost all of the participants blissfully unaware of who was who or what was what. In Ecuador, as throughout most of Latin America, the agency planted phony anti-communist news items in cooperating newspapers. These items would then be picked up by other CIA stations in Latin America and disseminated through a CIA-owned news agency, a CIA-owned radio station, or through countless journalists being paid on a piecework basis, in addition to the item being picked up unwittingly by other media, including those in the United States. Anti-communist propaganda and news distortion, often of the most far-fetched variety, written in CIA offices would also appear in Latin American newspapers as unsigned editorials of the papers themselves. In virtually every department of the Ecuadorian government could be found men occupying positions, high and low, who collaborated with the CIA for money and/or their own particular motivation. At one point, the agency could count amongst this number the men who were second and third in power in the country. These government agents would receive the benefits of information obtained by the CIA through electronic eavesdropping or other means, enabling them to gain prestige and promotion, or consolidate their current position in the rough and tumble of Ecuadorian politics. A high-ranking minister of leftist tendencies, on the other hand, would be the target of a steady stream of negative propaganda from any or all sources in the CIA arsenal. Staged demonstrations against him would further increase the pressure on the president to replace him. The Postmaster General, along with other post office employees, all members in good standing of the CIA payroll club, regularly sent mail arriving from Cuba and the Soviet bloc to the agency for its perusal, while customs officials and the director of immigration kept the agency posted on who went to or came from Cuba. When a particularly suitable target returned from Cuba, he would be searched at the airport and documents prepared by the CIA would be found on him. These documents, publicized as much as possible, might include instructions on how to intensify hatred between classes, or some provocative language designed to cause a split in Communist Party ranks. Generally, the documents verified the worst fears of the public about communist plans to take over Ecuador under the masterminding of Cuba or the Soviet Union. At the same time, perhaps, implicating an important Ecuadorian leftist whose head the agency was after. Similar revelations, staged by CIA stations elsewhere in Latin America, would be publicized in Ecuador as a warning that Ecuador was next. Agency financing of conservative groups in a quasi-religious campaign against Cuba and atheistic communism helped to seriously weaken President Velasco's power among the poor, primarily Indians, who had voted overwhelmingly for him, but who were even more deeply committed to their religion. If the CIA wished to know how the president was reacting to this campaign, it need only turn to his physician, its agent, Dr. Felipe Ovalle, who would report that his patient was feeling considerable strain as a result. CIA agents would bomb churches or right-wing organizations and make it appear to be the work of leftists. They would march in left-wing parades displaying signs and shouting slogans of a very provocative anti-military nature, designed to antagonize the armed forces and hasten a coup. The agency did not always get away clean with its dirty tricks. During the election campaign, on March 19, 1960, two senior colonels who were the CIA's main liaison agents within the National Police participated in a riot aimed at disrupting a Velasco demonstration. Agency Officer Bob Weatherwax was in the forefront directing the police during the riot, in which 5 Velasco supporters were killed and many wounded. When Velasco took office, he had the 2 colonels arrested and Weatherwax was asked to leave the country. CIA-supported activities were carried out without the knowledge of the American ambassador. When the Cuban embassy publicly charged the agency with involvement in various anti-Cuban activities, the American ambassador issued a statement that had everyone in the CIA station smiling. Stated the ambassador, "The only agents in Ecuador who are paid by the United States are the technicians invited by the Ecuadorian government to contribute to raising the living standards of the Ecuadorian people." Finally, in November 1961, the military acted. Velasco was forced to resign and was replaced by Vice President Carlos Julio Orozmana. There were at this time 2 prime candidates for the vice presidency. One was the vice president of the Senate, a CIA agent. The other was the rector of Central University, a political moderate. The day that Congress convened to make their choice, a notice appeared in a morning paper announcing support for the rector by the Communist Party and a militant leftist youth organization. The notice had been placed by a columnist for the newspaper who was the principal propaganda agent for the CIA's Quito station. The rector was compromised rather badly, the denials came too late, and the CIA man won. His agency salary was increased from $700 to $1,000 a month. Orozmana soon proved no more acceptable to the CIA than Velasco. All operations continued, particularly the campaign to break relations with Cuba, which Orozmana steadfastly refused to do. The deadlock was broken in March 1962 when a military garrison, led by Colonel Aurelio Naranjo, gave Orozmana 72 hours to send the Cubans packing and fire the leftist Minister of Labor. There is no need to point out here who Naranjo's financial benefactor was. Orozmana complied with the ultimatum, booting out the Czech and Polish delegations as well at the behest of the new cabinet which had been forced upon him. At the CIA station in Quito there was a champagne victory celebration. Elsewhere in Ecuador, people angry about the military's domination and desperate about their own lives took to arms. But on this occasion, like others, it amounted to naught. A small band of people, poorly armed and trained, infiltrated by agents, their every move known in advance, confronted by a battalion of paratroopers, superbly armed and trained by the United States. That was in the field. In press reports, the small band grew to hundreds, armed not only to the teeth, but with weapons from outside the country, read Cuba, and the whole operation very carefully planned at the Communist Party Congress the month before. On July 11, 1963, the presidential palace in Quito was surrounded by tanks and troops. Orozmana was out, a junta was in. Their first act was to outlaw communism. Communists and other extreme leftists were rounded up and jailed. The arrests campaign being facilitated by data from the CIA's subversive control watch list. Standard at many agency stations, this list would include not only the subject's name, but the names and addresses of his relatives and friends and the places he frequented, anything to aid in tracking him down when the time came. Civil liberties were suspended, the 1964 elections canceled. Another tale told many times in Latin America. And during these 3 years, what were the American people told about this witch's brew of covert actions carried out, supposedly in their name? Very little, if anything, if the New York Times is any index. Not once during the entire period, up to and including the coup, was any indication given in any article or editorial on Ecuador that the CIA or any other arm of the U.S. government had played any role whatever in any event which had occurred in that country. This is the way the writings read, even if one looks back at them with the advantage of knowledge and hindsight and reads between the lines. There is a solitary exception. Following the coup, we find a tiny announcement on the very bottom of page 20 that Havana Radio had accused the United States of instigating the military takeover. The Cuban government had been making public charges about American activities in Ecuador regularly, but this was the first one to make the New York Times. The question must be asked: why were these charges deemed unworthy of reporting or comment, let alone investigation? 26. The Congo 1960 to 1964. The assassination of Patrice Lumumba. Within days of its independence from Belgium on June 30, 1960, the land long known as the Belgian Congo, and later as Zaire, was engulfed in strife and chaos as multiple individuals, tribes, and political groups struggled for dominance or independence. For the next several years, the world press chronicled the train of Congolese governments, the endless confusion of personalities and conspiracies, exotic place names like Stanleyville and Leopoldville, shocking stories of European hostages and white mercenaries, the brutality and the violence from all quarters with its racist overtones. Into this disorder, the Western powers were naturally drawn, principally Belgium to protect its vast mineral investments, and the United States, mindful of the fabulous wealth as well, and obsessed, as usual, with fighting communism. Successive American administrations of Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson, looking through Cold War binoculars, perceived an East-West battleground. The CIA station in the Congo cabled Washington in August that embassy and station believe Congo experiencing classic communist effort to take over government. CIA Director Allen Dulles warned of a communist takeover of the Congo with disastrous consequences for the interests of the free world. At the same time, Dulles authorized a crash program fund of up to $100,000 to replace the existing government of Patrice Lumumba with a pro-Western group. It's not known what criteria the CIA applied to determine that Lumumba's government was going communist, but we do know how the Washington Post arrived at the same conclusion. Western diplomats see the part of the Congo controlled by volatile Premier Patrice Lumumba sliding slowly but surely into the communist bloc. Apart from the fevered activity of communist bloc nations here, the pattern of events is becoming apparent to students of communist policy. Premier Lumumba's startling changes of position, his open challenge of the United Nations and Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld, his constant agitation of the largely illiterate Congolese can be explained in no other way, veteran observers say. Years later, Under Secretary of State C. Douglas Dillon told a Senate investigating committee, the Church Committee, that the National Security Council and President Eisenhower had believed in 1960 that Lumumba was a very difficult if not impossible person to deal with and was dangerous to the peace and safety of the world. This statement moved author Jonathan Quitney to observe how far beyond the dreams of a barefoot jungle postal clerk in 1956, that in a few short years he would be dangerous to the peace and safety of the world. The perception seems insane, particularly coming from the National Security Council, which really does have the power to end all human life within hours. Patrice Lumumba became the Congo's first prime minister after his party received a plurality of the votes in national elections. He called for the nation's economic as well as political liberation and did not shy away from contact with socialist countries. At the Independence Day ceremonies, he probably managed to alienate all the attending foreign dignitaries with his speech, which read in part, "Our lot was 80 years of colonial rule. We have known tiring labor exacted in exchange for salary, which did not allow us to satisfy our hunger. We have known ironies, insults, blows which we had to endure morning, noon, and night because we were Negroes. We have known that the law was never the same depending on whether it concerned a white or a Negro. We have known the atrocious sufferings of those banished for political opinions or religious beliefs. We have known that there were magnificent houses for the whites in the cities and tumble-down straw huts for the Negroes. In 1960, it must be borne in mind, this was indeed radical and inflammatory language in such a setting. On July 11th, the province of Katanga, home to the bulk of the Congo's copper, cobalt, uranium, gold, and other mineral wealth, announced that it was seceding. Belgium, the principal owner of this fabulous wealth, never had any intention of giving up real control of the country, and it now supported the move for Katanga's independence, perceiving the advantage of having its investments housed in their own little country, not accountable to nor paying taxes to the central government in Leopoldville. Katanga, moreover, was led by Moise Tshombe, a man eminently accommodating to and respectful of whites and their investments. The Eisenhower administration supported the Belgian military intervention on behalf of Katanga. Indeed, the American embassy had previously requested such intervention. Influencing this policy, in addition to Washington's ideological aversion to Lumumba, was the fact that a number of prominent administration officials had financial ties to the Katanga wealth. The Belgian intervention, which was a very violent one, was denounced harshly by the Soviet Union, as well as many countries from the Afro-Asian bloc, leading the UN Security Council on the 14th to authorize the withdrawal of Belgian troops and their replacement by a United Nations military force. This was fine with the United States, for the UN under Dag Hammarskjöld was very closely allied to Washington. The UN officials who led the Congo operation were Americans, in secret collaboration with the State Department, and in exclusion of the Soviet bloc. The latter citizens who worked at the UN Secretariat were kept from seeing the Congo cables. Hammarskjöld himself was quite hostile toward Lumumba. The UN force entered Katanga province and replaced the Belgian troops, but made no effort to end the secession. Unable to put down this uprising on his own, as well as one in another province, Lumumba had appealed to the United Nations as well as the United States to supply him with transport for his troops. When they both refused, he turned to the Soviet Union for aid, and received it, though military success still eluded him. The Congo was in turmoil in many places. In the midst of it, on September 5, President Joseph Kasavubu suddenly dismissed Lumumba as prime minister, a step of very debatable legality, taken with much American encouragement and assistance, as Kasavubu sat at the feet of the CIA men. The action was taken, said the Church Committee later, despite the strong support for Lumumba in the Congolese parliament. During the early 1960s, according to a highly placed CIA executive, the agency regularly bought and sold Congolese politicians. U.S. diplomatic sources subsequently confirmed that Kasavubu was amongst the recipients. Hammarskjöld publicly endorsed the dismissal before the Security Council, and when Lumumba tried to broadcast his case to the Congolese people, UN forces closed the radio station. Instead, he appeared before the legislature, and by dint of his formidable powers of speech, both houses of parliament voted to reaffirm him as prime minister. But he could taste the fruits of his victory for only a few days, for on the 14th, Army strongman Joseph Mobutu took power in a military coup designed by the United States. Even during this period, with Lumumba not really in power, CIA and high administration officials continued to view him as a threat. His talents and dynamism appear to be the overriding factor in reestablishing his position each time it seems half lost. Lumumba was a spellbinding orator with the ability to stir masses of people to action. If he started to talk to a battalion of the Congolese army, he probably would have had them in the palm of his hand in 5 minutes. In late September, the CIA sent one of its scientists, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, to the Congo carrying lethal biological material, a virus, specifically intended for use in Lumumba's assassination. The virus, which was supposed to produce a fatal disease indigenous to the Congo area of Africa, was transported via diplomatic pouch. In 1975, the Church Committee went on record with the conclusion that Allen Dulles had ordered Lumumba's assassination as an urgent and prime objective, Dulles's words. After hearing the testimony of several officials who believed that the order to kill the African leader had emanated originally from President Eisenhower, the committee decided that there was a reasonable inference that this was indeed the case. As matters evolved in the Congo, the virus was never used, for the CIA's Congo station was unable to come up with a. The Church Committee observed, however, that the CIA station in Leopoldville continued to maintain close contact with Congolese who expressed a desire to assassinate Lumumba. CIA officers encouraged and offered to aid these Congolese in their efforts against Lumumba, although there is no evidence that aid was ever provided for the specific purpose of assassination. Fearing for his life, Lumumba was on the run. For a while he was protected from Mobutu by the United Nations, which, under considerable international pressure, had been forced to put some distance between itself and Washington. But on December 1, Lumumba was taken into custody by Mobutu's troops. A November 28 CIA cable indicates that the agency was involved in tracking down the charismatic Congo leader. The cable spoke of the CIA station working with the Congolese government to get the roads blocked and troops alerted to close a possible escape route of Lumumba's. The United States had also been involved in the takeover of government by Mobutu, whom author and CIA confidant Andrew Tully described as having been discovered by the CIA. Mobutu detained Lumumba until January 17, 1961, when he transferred his prisoner into the hands of Moise Tshombe of Katanga province, Lumumba's bitter enemy. Lumumba was assassinated the same day. In 1978, former CIA Africa specialist John Stockwell related in his book how a ranking agency officer had told him of driving around with Lumumba's body in the trunk of his car, trying to decide what to do with it. What he did do with it has not yet been made public. During the period of Lumumba's imprisonment, U.S. diplomats in the Congo were pursuing a policy of deploring his beatings and trying to secure humane treatment for him, albeit due to considerations of international opinion and not from tender feelings toward him. The immediate and the long-term effect of Lumumba's murder was to make him the martyr and symbol of anti-imperialism all over Africa and elsewhere in the Third World, which such American officials had feared. Even Mobutu later felt compelled to build a memorial to his victim. Without a clear-cut communist enemy like Lumumba, the Kennedy administration, which came to power on January 20, 1961, was very divided on the Katanga question. Although the United States wound up supporting, in the name of Congolese stability, the UN military operation in the summer to suppress the secession, Tshombe had outspoken support in the U.S. Congress, and sentiment amongst officials at the State Department and the White House mirrored this division. The sundry economic and diplomatic ties of these officials appear to have been more diverse and contradictory than under the Eisenhower administration, and this is reflected in the lack of a unified policy. However, according to Kennedy advisor and biographer Arthur Schlesinger, opinions on both sides of the issue were expressed in terms of hindering supposed malevolent Soviet/communist designs in the Congo. In an even more marked policy division, U.S. Air Force C-130s were flying Congolese troops and supplies against the Katangese rebels, while at the same time the CIA and its covert colleagues in the Pentagon were putting together an air armada of heavy transport aircraft, along with mercenary units, to aid the very same rebels. This marked at least the third instance of the CIA acting in direct military opposition to another arm of the U.S. government. Washington officials were more in unison when dealing with another prominent leftist, Antoine Gizenga, who had been vice prime minister under Lumumba. Following the latter's dismissal, according to the Church Committee, the CIA station chief in the Congo, Lawrence Devlin, urged a key Congolese leader, presumably Mobutu, to arrest or undertake a more permanent disposal of Lumumba, Gizenga, and Mulil. Pierre Mulil was another Lumumba lieutenant. Gizenga was in fact arrested shortly after Mobutu took power, but a UN contingent from Ghana, whose leader, Kwame Nkrumah, was Lumumba's ally, intervened and freed him. In the continuous musical chairs game of Congolese politics, the 1st of August 1961 found Gizenga as the vice prime minister under one Cyril Adula. By the end of the month, Gizenga was as well and simultaneously the leader of a rebel force that had set up a regime in the Stanleyville area which it proclaimed as the legitimate government of the entire Congo. He fancied himself the political and spiritual successor to Lumumba. The Soviet Union may have believed Gizenga, for apparently they were sending him arms and money, using Sudan, which borders the Congo on the north, as a conduit. When the CIA learned that a Czech ship was bound for Sudan with a cargo of guns disguised as Red Cross packages for refugee relief in the Congo, the agency turned to its most practiced art, bribery, to persuade a crane operator to let one of the crates drop upon arrival. On that day, the dockside was suddenly covered with new Soviet Kalashnikov rifles. Through an equally clever ploy at the Khartoum, Sudan, airport, the CIA managed to separate a Congolese courier from his suitcase of Soviet money destined for Gizenga. The State Department, meanwhile, was, in its own words, urging Adula to dismiss Gizenga and declare him in rebellion against the national government so that police action can now be taken against him. We are also urging the UN to take military action to break his rebellion. We are making every effort to keep Gizenga isolated from potential domestic and foreign support, We have taken care to ensure that this U.S. aid has been channeled through the central government in order to provide the economic incentive to encourage support for that government. The CIA was supplying arms and money to Abdullah's supporters, as well as to Mobutu's. Abdullah, who had a background of close ties to both the American labor movement and the CIA International Labor Movement, via the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, see British Guiana chapter, was chosen to be Prime Minister instead of Gazenga by a parliamentary conference during which the parliamentarians were bribed by the CIA and even by the United Nations. A subsequent CIA memorandum was apparently paying tribute to this when it stated, "The UN and the United States, in closely coordinated activities, played essential roles in this significant success over Gazenga." In January 1962, United Nations forces with strong American backing ousted Gazenga and his followers from Stanleyville, and a year later finally forced Tshombe to end his secession in Katanga. These actions were carried out in the name of uniting the Congo, as if this were a matter to be decided by other than Congolese. Never before had the UN engaged in such offensive military operations, and the World Organization was criticized in various quarters for having exceeded its charter. In any event, the operations served only to temporarily slow down the dreary procession of changing leaders, attempted coups, autonomous armies, shifting alliances, and rebellions. Adding an ironic and absurd touch to the American Congo policy, 3 months after the successful action against Gazenga, Allen Dulles, thanks to the Bay of Pigs, now the former director of the CIA, informed a television audience that the United States had overrated the danger of Soviet involvement. It looked as though they were going to make a serious attempt at takeover in the Belgian Congo. Well, it did not work out that way at all. Nonetheless, by the middle of 1964, when rebellion by the heirs of Lumumba and Gazenga was more widespread and furious than ever and the collapse of the central government appeared as a real possibility, the United States was pouring in a prodigious amount of military aid to the Leopoldville regime. In addition to providing arms and planes, Washington dispatched some 100 to 200 military and technical personnel to the Congo to aid government troops, and the CIA was conducting a paramilitary campaign against the insurgents in the eastern part of the country. The government was now headed by none other than Moise Tshombe, a man called Africa's most unpopular African, for his widely recognized role in the murder of the popular Lumumba and for his use of white mercenaries, many of them South Africans and Rhodesians, during his secession attempt in Katanga. Tshombe defended the latter action by explaining that his troops would not fight without white officers. Tshombe once again called upon his white mercenary army, numbering 400 to 500 men, and the CIA called upon its own mercenaries as well, a band which included Americans, Cuban exile veterans of the Bay of Pigs, Rhodesians, and South Africans, the latter having been recruited with the help of the South African government. "Bringing in our own animals" was the way one CIA operative described the operation. The agency's pilots carried out regular bombing and strafing missions against the insurgents, although some of the Cubans were reported to be troubled at being ordered to make indiscriminate attacks upon civilians. Looking back at the affair in 1966, the New York Times credited the CIA with having created an instant air force in the Congo. When China protested to the United States about the use of American pilots in the Congo, the State Department issued an explicit denial, then publicly reversed itself, but insisted that the Americans were flying under contract with the Congolese government. The next day, the department said that the flights would stop after having obtained assurances from other arms of the U.S. government, although it still held to the position that the matter was one between the Congolese government and civilian individuals who were not violating American law. The Congolese against whom this array of military might was brought to bear were a coalition of forces. Some of the leading figures had spent time in Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union, or China and were receiving token amounts of arms and instruction from those countries. But they were never necessarily in the communist camp any more than the countless Third Worlders who have gone to university in the United States and have been courted afterwards are necessarily in the Western/capitalist camp. This does not hold for professional military officers who, unlike students, tend to be a particularly homogeneous group, conservative, authoritarian, and anti-communist. Africa scholar M. Crawford Young has observed that amongst the coalition leadership, the destruction of the Leopoldville regime, a vigorous reassertion of Congolese control over its own destiny, and a vague socialist commitment were recurrent themes. But at bottom it appeared far more a frame of mind and a style of expression than an interrelated set of ideas. The rebels had no revolutionary program they could or did proclaim. Coexisting with this element within the coalition were currents of various esoteric churches, messianic sects, witch-finding movements, and other occult inspirations, as well as plain opportunists. Many believed that the magic of their witch doctors would protect them against bullets. One of their leaders, Pierre Mulliel, was a quasi-Catholic who baptized his followers in his own urine to also make them immune to bullets. The insurgents were further divided along tribal lines and were rent by debilitating factionalism. No single group or belief could dominate. Rebel success created the image of unified purpose and revolutionary promise, wrote Young. Only in its subsequent phase of decay and disintegration did the coalition's dramatic lack of cohesion and disparity in purpose and perception become fully evident. The New York Times addressed the question of the coalition's ideology as follows. There is evidence that most supporters of the Stanleyville regime have no ideological commitment but are mainly Congolese who are disillusioned with the corruption and irresponsibility that has characterized the Leopoldville regimes. The rebel leaders have received advice and money from communists, but few, if any, of the rebels consider themselves communists. It is probable that few have heard of Karl Marx. In the coalition-controlled area of Stanleyville, between 2,000 and 3,000 white foreigners found themselves trapped by the war. One of the rebel leaders, Christopher Benai, conditioned their safe release upon various military concessions, principally a cessation of American bombing, but negotiations failed to produce an agreement. Instead, on November 24, 1964, the United States and Belgium staged a dramatic rescue mission in which over 500 Belgian paratroopers were dropped at dawn into Stanleyville from American transport planes. Much chaos followed, and the reports are conflicting, but it appears that more than 2,000 hostages were rescued, in the process of which the fleeing rebels massacred about 100 others and dragged several hundred more into the bush. American and Belgian officials took great pains to emphasize the purely humanitarian purpose of the mission. However, the rescuers simultaneously executed a key military maneuver when they seized the strategic points of the city and coordinated their operation with the advancing columns of Chambe's mercenary army that was moving swiftly towards the city. Moreover, in the process of the rescue, the rescuers killed dozens of rebels and did nothing to curtail Chambe's troops when they reached Stanleyville and began an orgy of looting and killing. Chambe may have provided a reminder of the larger-than-humanitarian stake at hand in the Congo when, in the flush of the day's success, he talked openly with a correspondent of the Times of London who reported that Chambe was confident that the fall of Stanleyville would give a new impetus to the economy and encourage investors. It would reinforce a big development plan announced this morning in collaboration with the United States, Britain, and West Germany. The collapse of the rebels' stronghold in Stanleyville marked the beginning of the end for their cause. By spring 1965, their fortune was in sharp decline, and the arrival of about 100 Cuban revolutionaries, amongst whom was Che Guevara himself, had no known effect upon the course of events. Several months later, Guevara returned to Cuba in disgust at the low level of revolutionary zeal exhibited by the Congolese guerrillas and the local populace. The concluding tune for the musical chairs was played in November, when Joseph Mobutu overthrew Chambe and Kasavubu. Mobutu, later to adopt the name Mobutu Sese Seko, has ruled with a heavy dictatorial hand ever since. In the final analysis, it mattered precious little to the interests of the U.S. government whether the forces it had helped defeat were really communist or not, by whatever definition. The working premise was that there was now fixed in power over a more or less unified Congo, a man who would be more cooperative with the CIA in its African adventures and with Western capital, and less accessible to the socialist bloc than the likes of Lumumba, Gizenga et al. Would have been. The CIA has chalked this one up as a victory. What the people of the Congo, now Zaire, won is not clear. Under Mobutu, terror and repression became facts of daily life. Civil liberties and other human rights were markedly absent. The country remains one of the poorest to be found anywhere despite its vast natural riches. Mobutu, however, is reputed to be one of the richest heads of state in the world. See Zaire chapter. William Atwood, U.S. Ambassador to Kenya in 1964–65, who played a part in the hostage negotiations, also saw the U.S. role in the Congo in a positive light. Bemoaning African suspicions toward American motives there, he wrote, "It was hard to convince people that we had provided the Congo with $420 million in aid since independence just to prevent chaos. They couldn't believe any country could be that altruistic. Atwood's comment is easier to understand when one realizes that the word chaos has long been used by American officials to refer to a situation over which the United States has insufficient control to assure that someone distinctly pro-Western will remain in or come to power. When President Eisenhower, for example, decided to send troops into Lebanon in 1958, he saw it as a move, he later wrote, to stop the trend towards chaos.
27. Brazil 1961, 1964.
Introducing the marvelous new world of death squads. When the leading members of the U.S. diplomatic mission in Brazil held a meeting one day in March 1964, they arrived at the consensus that President João Goulart's support of social and economic reforms was a contrived and thinly veiled vehicle to seize dictatorial power. The American ambassador, Lincoln Gordon, informed the State Department that a desperate lunge by Goulart for totalitarian power might be made at any time. The Brazilian Army Chief of Staff, General Humberto de Alencar Castelo, or Castelo Branco, provided the American embassy with a memorandum in which he stated his fear that Goulart was seeking to close down Congress and initiate a dictatorship. Within a week after the expression of these concerns, the Brazilian military, with Castelo Branco at its head, overthrew the constitutional government of President Goulart, the culmination of a conspiratorial process in which the American embassy had been intimately involved. The military then proceeded to install and maintain for 2 decades one of the most brutal dictatorships in all of South America. What are we to make of all this? The idea that men of rank and power lie to the public is commonplace, not worthy of debate. But do they as readily lie to each other? Is their need to rationalize their misdeeds so great that they provide each other a moral shoulder to lean on? Men use thoughts only to justify their injustices, wrote Voltaire, and speech only to conceal their thoughts. The actual American motivation in supporting the coup was something rather less heroic than preserving democracy, even mundane as such matters go. American opposition to Goulart, who became president in 1961, rested upon a familiar catalog of complaints. U.S. Defense Secretary Robert McNamara questioned Brazil's neutral stand in foreign policy. The Brazilian ambassador in Washington, Roberto Campos, responded that neutralism was an inadequate term and explained that what was involved was really a deep urge of the Brazilian people to assert their personality in world affairs. American officials did not approve of some of the members of Goulart's cabinet, and said so. Ambassador Campos pointed out to them that it was quite inappropriate for the United States to try to influence the composition of the cabinet. Attorney General Robert Kennedy met with Goulart and expressed his uneasiness about the Brazilian president allowing communists to hold positions in government agencies. Bobby was presumably acting on the old and very deep-seated American belief that once you welcome 1 or 2 communists into your parlor, they take over the whole house and sign the deed over to Moscow. Goulart did not see this as a danger. He replied that he was in full control of the situation, later remarking to Campos that it was as if he had been told that he had no capacity for judging the men around him. The American defense attaché in Brazil, Colonel Vernon Walters, reported that Goulart showed favoritism towards ultranationalist military officers over pro-U.S. officers. Goulart saw it as promoting those officers who appeared to be most loyal to his government. He was, as it happens, very concerned about American-encouraged military coups and said so explicitly to President Kennedy. Goulart considered purchasing helicopters from Poland because Washington was delaying on his request to purchase them from the United States. Ambassador Gordon told him that he could not expect the United States to like it. The Goulart administration, moreover, passed a law limiting the amount of profits multinationals could transmit out of the country, and a subsidiary of ITT was nationalized. Compensation for the takeover was slow in coming because of Brazil's precarious financial position, but these were the only significant actions taken against U.S. corporate interests. Inextricably woven into all these complaints, yet at the same time standing apart, was Washington's dismay with Brazil's drift to the left. The communist/leftist influence in the labor movement, leftist infiltration, wherever one looked, anti-Americanism among students and others. The American Consul General in Sao Paulo suggested to the State Department that the United States found competing student organizations, the general erosion of U.S. influence and the power of people and groups friendly to the United States. One might go so far as to suggest that Washington officials felt unloved, were it not for the fact that the coup, as they well knew from much past experience, could result only in intensified anti-Americanism all over Latin America. Goulart's predecessor, Janio da Silva Quadros, had also irritated Washington. Why should the United States trade with Russia and her satellites but insist that Brazil trade only with the United States? He asked, and proceeded to negotiate with the Soviet Union and other communist countries to re-establish diplomatic and commercial relations. He was, in a word, independent. Quadros was also more or less a conservative who clamped down hard on unions, sent federal troops to the northeast hunger dens to squash protest, and jailed disobedient students. But the American ambassador at the time, John Morse Cabot, saw fit to question Brazil's taking part in a meeting of uncommitted, non-aligned nations. Brazil has signed various obligations with the United States and American nations, he said. I am sure Brazil is not going to forget her obligations. It is committed. It is a fact. Brazil can uncommit itself if it wants. In early 1961, shortly after Quadros took office, he was visited by Adolph Burley, Jr., President Kennedy's advisor on Latin American affairs and formerly ambassador to Brazil. Burley had come as Kennedy's special envoy to solicit Quadros's backing for the impending Bay of Pigs invasion. Ambassador Cabot was present and some years later described the meeting to author Peter Bell. Bell has written, Ambassador Cabot remembers a stormy conversation in which Burley stated the United States had $300 million in reserve for Brazil and, in effect, offered it as a bribe for Brazilian cooperation. Quadros became visibly irritated after Burley refused to heed his third no. No Brazilian official was at the airport the next day to see the envoy off. Quadros, who had been elected by a record margin, was, like Goulart, accused of seeking to set up a dictatorship because he sought to put teeth into measures unpopular with the oligarchy, the military, and/or the United States, as well as pursuing a pro-communist foreign policy. After but 7 months in office, he suddenly resigned, reportedly under military pressure, if not outright threat. In his letter of resignation, he blamed his predicament on reactionaries and the ambitions of groups of individuals, some of whom are foreigners, the terrible forces that arose against me. A few months later, Quadros reappeared to deliver a speech in which he named Burley, Cabot, and U.S. Treasury Secretary Douglas Dillon as being among those who had contributed to his downfall. Dillon, he said, sought to mix foreign policy with Brazil's needs for foreign credits. Both Burley and Cabot had been advocates of the 1954 overthrow of Guatemalan President Arbenz, whose sins, in Washington's eyes, were much the same as those Goulart was now guilty of. At the same time, Quadros announced his intention to lead a people's crusade against the reactionaries, the corrupt, and the communists. As Quadros's vice president, Goulart succeeded to the presidency in August 1961, despite a virtual coup and civil war initiated by segments of the military to block him because he was seen as some sort of dangerous radical. Only the intervention of loyalist military units and other supporters of the constitutional process allowed Goulart to take office. The military opposition to Goulart arose, it should be noted, before he had the opportunity to exhibit his alleged tendencies toward dictatorship. Indeed, as early as 1954, the military had demonstrated its antipathy toward him by forcing President Vargas to fire him from his position as Minister of Labor. The American doubts about Goulart also predated his presidency. In 1960, when Goulart was elected vice president, concern at the State Department and the Pentagon turned to panic, according to an American official who served in Brazil. Goulart tried to continue Quadros's independent foreign policy. His government went ahead with resumption of relations with socialist countries, and at a meeting of the Organization of American States in December 1961, Brazil abstained on a vote to hold a special session aimed at discussing the Cuban problem, and stood strongly opposed to sanctions against the Castro government. A few months later, speaking before the U.S. Congress, Goulart affirmed Brazil's right to take its own stand on some of the Cold War issues. He declared that Brazil identified itself with the democratic principles which unite the peoples of the West, but was not part of any politico-military bloc. Time magazine, in common with most U.S. media, has a difficult time understanding the concept and practice of independence amongst America's allies. In November 1961, the magazine wrote that Brazil's domestic politics were confused and that the country was also adrift in foreign affairs. Goulart is trying to play the old quadrouche game of international independence, which means wooing the East while panhandling from the West. Time was critical of Goulart in that he had sought an invitation to visit Washington, and on the same day, he received it. He called in Communist Poland's visiting foreign minister, Adam Rapacki, and awarded him the Order of the Southern Cross, the same decoration that quadrouche hung on Cuba's Marxist mastermind, Che Guevara. Former Time editor and Latin America correspondent, John Gerassi, commented that every visiting foreign dignitary received this medal, the Cruzeiro do Sul, as part of protocol. He added, "Apparently Time thinks that any president who wants to visit us must necessarily hate our enemies as a consequence, and is confused whenever this does not occur." But, of course, Time magazine is so unused to the word independent that an independent foreign policy must be very confusing indeed. In South America, where everyone would like to follow an independent foreign policy but where only Brazil has, at times, the courage, no one was confused. Goulart, a millionaire landowner and a Catholic who wore a medal of the Virgin around his neck, was no more a communist than was Quadrouche, and he strongly supported the United States during the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962. He offered Ambassador Gordon a toast to the Yankee victory, perhaps unaware that only 3 weeks earlier, during federal and state elections in Brazil, CIA money had been liberally expended in support of anti-Goulart candidates. Former CIA officer Philip Agee has stated that the agency spent between $12 and $20 million on behalf of hundreds of candidates. Lincoln Gordon says the funding came to no more than $5 million. In addition to the direct campaign contributions, the CIA dipped into its bag of dirty tricks to torment the campaigns of leftist candidates. At the same time, the Agency for International Development Aid, at the express request of President Kennedy, was allocating monies to projects aimed at benefiting chosen gubernatorial candidates. While Goulart was president, no new U.S. economic assistance was given to the central government, while regional assistance was provided on a markedly ideological basis. When the military took power, this pattern was sharply altered. Agee adds that the CIA carried out a consistent propaganda campaign against Goulart which dated from at least the 1962 election operation and which included the financing of mass urban demonstrations, proving the old themes of God, country, family, and liberty to be as effective as ever in undermining a government. CIA money also found its way to a chain of right-wing newspapers, Diarias Associates, to promote anti-communism, for the distribution of 50,000 books of similar politics to high school and college students, and for the formation of women's groups with their special Latin mothers' emphasis on the godlessness of the communist enemy. The women and other CIA operatives also went into the rumor-mongering business, spreading stories about outrages Goulart and his cronies were supposed to be planning, such as altering the Constitution so as to extend his term, and gossip about Goulart being a cuckold and a wife-beater. All this to overthrow a man who, in April 1962, had received a ticker-tape parade in New York City, was warmly welcomed at the White House by President Kennedy, and had addressed a joint session of Congress. The intra-service confrontation which had attended Goulart's accession to power apparently kept a rein on coup-minded officers until 1963. In March of that year, the CIA informed Washington, but not Goulart, of a plot by conservative officers. During the course of the following year, the plots thickened. Brazilian military officers could not abide by Goulart's attempts at populist social reforms. Though his program was timid, his rhetoric generally mild, and his actions seldom matched either. He himself pointed out that General Douglas MacArthur had carried out a more radical distribution of land in Japan after the Second World War than anything planned by the Brazilian government. The military men were particularly incensed at Goulart's support of a weakening of military discipline and his attempts to build up a following among non-commissioned officers. This the president was genuinely serious about because of his paranoia about a coup. Goulart's wooing of NCOs and his appeals to the population over the heads of a hostile Congress and state governors, something President Reagan later did on several occasions, were the kind of tactics his enemies labeled as dictatorial. In early 1964, disclosed Fortune magazine after the coup, an emissary was sent by some of the military plotters to ask U.S. Ambassador Lincoln Gordon what the U.S. position would be if civil war broke out. The emissary reported back that Gordon was cautious and diplomatic, but he left the impression that if the plotters could hold out for 48 hours, they would get U.S. recognition and help. The primary American contact with the conspirators was Defense Attaché Vernon Walters, who arrived in Brazil after having been apprised that President Kennedy would not be averse to the overthrow of João Goulart. Walters, who later became deputy director of the CIA, had an intimacy with leading Brazilian military officers, particularly General Castelo Branco, going back to World War II when Walters had served as interpreter for the Brazilian Expeditionary Force then fighting in Italy with the Allies. Brazil was the only Latin American country to send ground combat troops to the war, and it allowed the United States to build huge aircraft staging bases on its territory. The relationship between U.S. and Brazilian officers was continued and enhanced after the war by the creation of the Higher War College, Escola Superior de Guerra, in Rio de Janeiro in 1949. Latin America historian Thomas E. Skidmore has observed, under the U.S.-Brazilian military agreements of the early 1950s, the U.S. Army received exclusive rights to render assistance in the organization and operation of the college, which had been modeled on the National War College in Washington. In view of the fact that the Brazilian War College became a rallying point for leading military opponents of civilian populist politicians, it would be worth examining the extent to which the strongly anti-communist ideology, bordering on an anti-political attitude, of certain officers was reinforced or moderated by their frequent contacts with United States officers. There was, moreover, the ongoing U.S. military assistance program, which Ambassador Gordon described as a major vehicle for establishing close relationships with personnel of the armed forces, and a highly important factor in influencing the Brazilian military to be pro-U.S. A week before the coup, Castelo Branco, who emerged as the leader of the conspirators, gave Walters a copy of a paper he had written which was in effect a justification for a military coup, another variation on the theme of upholding the Constitution by preventing Goulart from instituting a dictatorship. To Lincoln Gordon and other American officials, civil war appeared a real possibility as the result of a coup attempt. As the scheduled day approached, contingency plans were set up. A large quantity of petroleum would be sent to Brazil and made available to the insurgent officers, an especially vital commodity if Goulart supporters in the State Oil Union were to blow up or control the refineries. A U.S. Navy task force would be dispatched to Brazilian coastal waters, the presence of which would deliver an obvious message to opponents of the coup. Arms and ammunition would be sent to Branco's forces to meet their fighting needs. Concerned that the coup attempt might be met by a general strike, Washington discussed with Gordon the possible need for the U.S. to mount a large material program to assure the success of the takeover. The conspirators had already requested economic aid from the United States, in the event of their success, to get the government and economy moving again, and had received a generally favorable response. At the same time, Gordon sent word to some anti-Goulart state governors emphasizing the necessity, from the American point of view, that the new regime have a claim to legitimacy. The ambassador also met with former President Juscelino Kubitschek to urge him to take a stronger position against Goulart, and to use his considerable influence to swing a large congressional group and thereby influence the legitimacy issue. Of the American contingency measures, indications are that it was the naval show of force, which, it turned out, included an aircraft carrier, destroyers, and guided missiles, which most encouraged the Brazilian military plotters or convinced those still wavering in their commitment. Another actor in the unfolding drama was the American Institute for Free Labor Development. The AIFLD came formally into being in 1961 and was technically under the direction of the American labor movement AFL-CIO, but was soon being funded almost exclusively by the U.S. government aid and serving consistently as a CIA instrument in most countries of Latin America. In May 1963, the AIFLD founded the Instituto Cultural Trabalho in Brazil which, over the next few years, gave courses to more than 7,000 union leaders and members. Other Brazilians went to the United States for training. When they returned to Brazil, said AIFLD executive William Doherty, Jr., some of them became intimately involved in some of the clandestine operations of the revolution before it took place on April 1st. What happened in Brazil on April 1st did not just happen, it was planned and planned months in advance. Many of the trade union leaders, some of whom were actually trained in our institute, were involved in the revolution and in the overthrow of the Goulart regime. Doherty did not spell out any details of the AIFLD role in the coup, or revolution as he called it. Although Reader's Digest later reported that one of the AIFLD-trained labor leaders set up courses for communication workers in combating communism in the labor movement in Brazil, and, after every class, he quietly warned key workers of coming trouble and urged them to keep communications going no matter what happened. Additionally, Richard Martinez, an unwitting CIA contract employee who was sent to Brazil to work with the agency's Post, Telegraph and Telephone Workers International, formerly Doherty's domain, has revealed that his field workers in Brazil burned down Communist Party headquarters at the time of the coup. The coup began on March 31, 1964, with the advance upon Rio of troops and tanks. Officers obtained the support of some units of enlisted men by telling them they were heading for the city to secure it against Goulart's enemies. But at the main Air Force base, pro-Goulart enlisted men, hearing of the move toward Rio, seized the base and put their officers under arrest. Indecision and cold feet intervened, however, and what might have reversed the course of events instead came to naught. Other military units loyal to Goulart took actions elsewhere, but these too fizzled out. Here and there a scattering of workers went out on strike. Several short-lived, impotent demonstrations took place, but there was little else. A number of labor leaders and radicals were rounded up on the orders of certain state governors. Those who were opposed to what was happening were not prepared for violent resistance. In one incident, a group of students staged a protest. Some charged up the stairs of an army organization, but the guard fired into their midst, killing 2 of them and forcing the others to fall back. Most people counted on loyal armed forces to do their duty, or waited for the word from Goulart. Goulart, however, was unwilling to give the call for a civil war. He did not want to be responsible, he said, for bloodshed amongst Brazilians and fled to Uruguay. Lincoln Gordon cabled Washington the good news, suggesting the avoidance of a jubilant posture. He described the coup as a great victory for the free world, adding, in a remark that might have had difficulty getting past the lips of even John Foster Dulles, that without the coup there could have been a total loss to the west of all South American republics. Following a victory parade in Rio on April 2 by those pleased with the coup, a march of family with God for liberty, Gordon informed the State Department that the only unfortunate note was the obviously limited participation in the march of the lower classes. His cable work done, the former Harvard professor turned his attention back to trying to persuade the Brazilian Congress to bestow a seal of legitimacy upon the new government. 2 years later, Gordon was to be questioned by a senator during hearings to consider his nomination as Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs. "I am particularly concerned," said the senator, "with the part you may have played, if any, in encouraging, promoting, or causing that overthrow." Said Lincoln Gordon, "The answer to that, Senator, is very simple. The movement which overthrew President Goulart was a purely 100%, not 99.44, but 100% purely Brazilian movement. Neither the American embassy nor I personally played any part in the process whatsoever." Gordon's boss, Dean Rusk, was not any more forthright. When asked about Cuban charges that the United States was behind the coup, the Secretary of State responded, "Well, there is just not one iota of truth in this. It's just not so in any way, shape, or form." While Attorney General Robert Kennedy's view of the affair, stated to Gordon, was, "Well, Goulart got what was coming to him. Too bad he didn't follow the advice we gave him when I was there." Gordon artfully combined fast talk with omission of certain key facts about Brazilian politics. His summary of Goulart's rise and fall made no mention at all of the military's move to keep him from taking office in 1961, to convince the assembled senators that Goulart was indeed seeking to set up a personal dictatorship. Depending on the setting, either saving Brazil from dictatorship or saving Brazil from communism was advanced as the rationale for what took place in 1964. General Andrew O'Mara, head of the U.S. Southern Latin America Command, had it both ways. He told a House committee that the coming to power of the Castelo Branco government in Brazil last April saved that country from an immediate dictatorship which could only have been followed by communist domination. The rescue from communism position was especially difficult to support, the problem being that the communists in Brazil did not, after all, do anything which the United States could point to. Moreover, the Soviet Union was scarcely in the picture. Early in 1964, reported a Brazilian newspaper, Russian leader Khrushchev told the Brazilian Communist Party that the Soviet government did not wish either to give financial aid to the Goulart regime or to tangle with the United States over the country. In his reminiscences, albeit, as mentioned earlier, not meant to be a serious work of history, Khrushchev does not give an index reference to Brazil. A year after the coup, trade between Brazil and the USSR was running at $120 million per year, and a Brazilian mission was planning to go to Moscow to explore Soviet willingness to provide a major industrial plant. The following year, the Russians invited the new Brazilian president-to-be, General Costa e Silva, to visit the Soviet Union. During the entire life of the military dictatorship, extending into the 1980s, Brazil and the Soviet bloc engaged in extensive trade and economic cooperation, reaching billions of dollars per year and including the building of several large hydroelectric plants in Brazil. A similar economic relationship existed between the Soviet bloc and the Argentine military dictatorship of 1976 to 83, so much so that in 1982, when Soviet leader Brezhnev died, the Argentine government declared a national day of mourning. It was only by ignoring facts like these during the Cold War that the anti-communist propaganda machine of the United States could preach about the international communist conspiracy and claim that the coup in Brazil had saved the country from communism. For a typical example of this propaganda, one must read The Country That Saved Itself, which appeared in Reader's Digest several months after the coup. The innumerable lies about what occurred in Brazil, fed by the magazine to its millions of readers, undoubtedly played a role in preparing the American public for the great anti-communist crusade in Vietnam just picking up steam at the time. The article began, "Seldom has a major nation come closer to the brink of disaster and yet recovered than did Brazil in its recent triumph over red subversion. The communist drive for domination, marked by propaganda, infiltration, terror, was moving in high gear. Total surrender seemed imminent, and then the people said no." The type of independence shown by the Brazilian military government in its economic relations with the Soviet Union was something Washington could accept from a conservative government, even the occasional nationalization of American property, when it knew that the government could be relied upon to keep the left suppressed at home and to help in the vital Cold War anti-communist campaigns abroad. In 1965, Brazil sent 1,100 troops to the Dominican Republic in support of the U.S. invasion, the only country in Latin America to send more than a token force. And in 1971 and 1973, the Brazilian military and intelligence apparatuses contributed to the American efforts in overthrowing the governments of Bolivia and Chile. The United States did not rest on its laurels. CIA headquarters immediately began to generate hemisphere-wide propaganda, as only the agency's far-flung press asset network could, in support of the new Brazilian government and to discredit Goulart. Dean Rusk, concerned that Goulart might be received in Uruguay as if he were still Brazil's president on the grounds that he had not resigned, cabled the American embassy in Montevideo that it would be useful if you could quietly bring to the attention of appropriate officials the fact that despite his allegations to the contrary, Goulart has abandoned his office. At the same time, the CIA station in Uruguay undertook a program of surveillance of Brazilian exiles who had fled from the military takeover to prevent them from instigating any kind of insurgency movement in their homeland. It was a simple matter for the agency to ask their paid friend, the head of Uruguayan intelligence, to place his officers at the residences of Goulart and other key Brazilians. The officers kept logs of visitors while posing as personal security men for the exiles, although it is unlikely that the exiles swallowed the story. In the first few days following the coup, several thousand Brazilians were arrested. Communist and suspected communist, all AIFLD graduates were promptly appointed by the new government to purge the unions. Though Ambassador Gordon had assured the State Department before the coup that the armed forces would be quick to restore constitutional institutions and return power to civilian hands, this was not to be. Within days, General Castelo Branco assumed the presidency, and over the next few years his regime instituted all the features of military dictatorship which Latin America has come to know and love. Congress was shut down, political opposition was reduced to virtual extinction, habeas corpus for political crimes was suspended, criticism of the president was forbidden by law, labor unions were taken over by government interveners. Mounting protests were met by police and military firing into crowds. The use of systematic disappearance as a form of repression came upon the stage of Latin America. Peasants' homes were burned down, priests were brutalized. The government had a name for its program: the moral rehabilitation of Brazil. Then there was the torture and the death squads, both largely undertakings of the police and the military, both underwritten by the United States. In the chapters on Guatemala and Uruguay, we shall see how the U.S. Office of Public Safety, OPS, the CIA and AID combined to provide the technical training, the equipment, and the indoctrination which supported the horrors in those countries. It was no less the case in Brazil. Dan Mitrione of the OPS, whom we shall encounter in his full beauty as a torturer in Uruguay, began his career in Brazil in the 1960s. By 1969, OPS had established a national police force for Brazil and had trained over 100,000 policemen in the country, in addition to 523 receiving more advanced instruction in the United States. About 1/3 of the students' time at the police academies was devoted to lectures on the communist menace and the need to battle against it. The bomb school and techniques of riot control were other important aspects of their education. Tortures range from simple but brutal blows from a truncheon to electric shocks. Often the torture is more refined. The end of a reed is placed in the anus of a naked man hanging suspended downwards on the pau de arara parrot's perch, and a piece of cotton soaked in petrol is lit at the other end of the reed. Pregnant women have been forced to watch their husbands being tortured. Other wives have been hung naked beside their husbands and given electric shocks on the sexual parts of their body, while subjected to the worst kind of obscenities. Children have been tortured before their parents and vice versa. At least one child, the 3-month-old baby of Virgilio Gomes da Silva, was reported to have died under police torture. The length of sessions depends upon the resistance capacity of the victims and have sometimes continued for days at a time. Amnesty International. Judge Agamemnon Duarte indicated that the CCC commandos to hunt communists, a death squad armed and aided by the police, and the CIA are implicated in the murder of Father Enrique Neto. He admitted that the American Secret Service, CIA, was behind the CCC.
Jornal do Brasil.
Chief of Staff of the Brazilian Army, General Breno Borges Forte, at the 10th Conference of American Armies in 1973, the enemy is undefined. It adapts to any environment and uses every means, both licit and illicit, to achieve its aims. It disguises itself as a priest, a student or a campesino, as a defender of democracy or an advanced intellectual, as a pious soul or as an extremist protester. It goes into the fields and the schools, the factories and the churches, the universities and the magistracy. If necessary, it will wear a uniform or civil garb. In some, it will take on any role that it considers appropriate to deceive, to lie, and to take in the good faith of Western peoples. In 1970, a U.S. Congress study group visited Brazil. It gave this summary of statements by American military advisors there. Rather than dwell on the authoritarian aspects of the regime, they emphasize assertions by the Brazilian armed forces that they believe in and support representative democracy as an ideal and would return government to civilian control if this could be done without sacrifice to security and development. This withdrawal from the political arena is not seen as occurring in the near future. For that reason, they emphasize the continued importance of the military assistance training program as a means of exerting U.S. influence and retaining the current pro-U.S. attitude of the Brazilian armed forces. Possible disadvantages to U.S. interests in being so closely identified with an authoritarian regime are not seen as particularly important. The CIA never rests. The New York Times reported in 1966, when the CIA learned last year that a Brazilian youth had been killed in 1963, allegedly in an auto accident, while studying on a scholarship at the Lumumba University in Moscow, it mounted a massive publicity campaign to discourage other South American families from sending their youngsters to the Soviet Union. Continued on page 471.
28. Peru de 1960 a 1965.
Fort Bragg moves to the jungle. It was a CIA dream come true. A commando raid by anti-Castro Cubans upon the Cuban embassy in Lima had uncovered documentary proof that Cuba had paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars in Peru for propaganda to foster favorable attitudes toward the Cuban Revolution and to promote communist activities within the country. This was no standard broad-brush Cold War accusation, for the documents disclosed all manner of details and names, the culprits who had been on the receiving end of the tainted money. Men in unions and universities and in politics. Men who had secretly visited Cuba, all expenses paid. To top it all off, these were men the CIA looked upon as enemies. The only problem, and it wasn't really a problem, was that some of the documents were counterfeit. The raid had certainly taken place on November 8, 1960 to be exact, and documents had indeed been seized at gunpoint. But the most incriminating of the documents, presented a month later with the authentic ones, had been produced by the experts of the CIA's Technical Services Division. It was a propaganda windfall. The story received wide media coverage in Latin America and the United States, accompanied by indignant anti-communist articles and editorials. The Wall Street Journal was moved to run an extremely long, slightly hysterical piece, obviously based on Washington handouts, strikingly unquestioned, which warned that mountainous stacks of intelligence data from the 20 nations stretching from Mexico to Argentina tell of a widening communist push into the hemisphere. To be sure, the Cubans insisted that the documents were not genuine, but that was only to be expected. The affair was to cast a shadow over Castro's foreign relations for some time to come. The most propitious outcome, from the CIA's standpoint, was that within days after the disclosure the Peruvian government broke diplomatic relations with Cuba. This was a major priority of the agency in Lima, as in most other CIA stations in Latin America, and led further to the Cuban news agency, Prensa Latina, being barred from operating in Peru. The news agency's dispatches, the Peruvian authorities now decided, were controlled from Moscow. A week later, there was further welcome fallout from the incident. The government enacted legislation making it easier to arrest members of the Communist Party, although this was repealed a year later. During its deliberations, the Peruvian legislature accepted a sworn statement from one Francisco Ramos Montejo, a recent defector from the Cuban embassy who had been present during the raid, who confirmed that all the documents were genuine. Ramos, who was now living in Miami and working for the CIA, added fresh revelations that there had been detailed plans for the assassination of Peruvian officials and for the overthrow of the government, and that arms had been smuggled into Peru from Bolivia and Ecuador, presumably for these purposes. Of such stuff is the battle for the hearts and minds of Latin Americans made. The political history of Peru has been of the classic South American mold, an oligarchy overthrown by a military coup replaced by another oligarchy, periodically punctuated by an uprising, sporadic violence from the forgotten below to remind those above that they are still alive, albeit barely. Veteran Latin America newsman John Gerassi described the state of those below in the Peru of the early 1960s. In Lima, the capital, whose colonial mansions enveloped by ornate wooden balconies help make it one of the most beautiful cities in the world, half of the 1.3 million inhabitants live in rat-infested slums. One, called El Monton, is built around, over, and in the city dump. There, when I visited it, naked children, some too young to know how to walk, competed with pigs for a few bits of food scraps accidentally discarded by the garbage men. The peasants chew cocaine-producing coca leaves to still hunger pains, and average 500 calories a day. Where there is grass, the Peruvian Andes Indian eats it, and also the sheep he kills when it gets so hungry that it begins tearing another sheep's wool off for its food. The peons who work the land of the whites average one sol, for cents, a day, and labor from sunup to sundown. During this period, a movement led by Hugo Blanco organized peasants into unions, staged strikes, and seized land. The movement engaged in little which could be termed guerrilla warfare, using its meager arms to defend the squatters, and was easily and brutally put down by the police and army, apparently without significant American assistance other than the routine arming and training of such forces. By 1965, however, several guerrilla groups had evolved in the eastern slopes of the Andes, cognizant of the bare truth that organizing peasants was, by itself, painfully inadequate. Some would say suicidal. Inspired by the Cuban Revolution, impressed with the social gains which had followed, and, in some cases, trained by the Cubans, these sons of the middle class met in May to plan a common strategy. Guerrilla warfare began in earnest the following month. By the end of the year, however, a joint Peruvian-American counterinsurgency operation had broken the back of 3 rebel groups, 2 of them in less than 2 months. Those guerrillas who remained alive and active were reduced to futile and impotent skirmishes over the next year or so. The role of the CIA in this definitive military mop-up has been concisely depicted by the former high official of the agency, Victor Marchetti. Green Berets participated in what was the CIA's single large-scale Latin American intervention of the post-Bay of Pigs era. This occurred in the mid-1960s, when the agency secretly came to the aid of the Peruvian government, then plagued by guerrilla troubles in its remote eastern regions. Unable to cope adequately with the insurgent movement, Lima had turned to the U.S. government for aid, which was immediately and covertly forthcoming. The agency financed the construction of what one experienced observer described as a miniature Fort Bragg in the troubled Peruvian jungle region, complete with mess halls, classrooms, barracks, administrative buildings, parachute jump towers, amphibious landing facilities, and all the other accoutrements of paramilitary operations. Helicopters were furnished under cover of official military aid programs, and the CIA flew in arms and other combat equipment. Training was provided by the agency's Special Operations Division personnel and by Green Beret instructors on loan from the Army. In February 1966, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara summed up this effort in a Senate hearing. In Peru, the government has already made good progress against guerrilla concentrations, and U.S.-trained and supported Peruvian Army and Air Force units have played prominent roles in this counter-guerrilla campaign. Typically and ironically, such training would have included instilling in the Peruvian officers the motivation for doing battle with the insurgents in the first place. As U.S. military affairs scholar Michael Clare has pointed out, many Latin American military officers would rather command elite units like jet fighter squadrons, naval flotillas, or armored brigades than slug it out with the guerrillas in long, unspectacular jungle campaigns. U.S. training programs are designed, therefore, to emphasize the importance of counter-guerrilla operations and to suggest, thereby, that the United States will reward those officers who make a good showing at this kind of warfare. The extent to which American military personnel engaged directly in combat is not known. They did, however, set up their headquarters in the center of an area of heavy fighting, in the village of Manzanari, and in September 1965 the New York Times reported that when the Peruvian Army opened a major drive against the guerrillas, at least one United States Army counterinsurgency expert was said to have helped plan and direct the attack. In the urban areas, a concurrent roundup of guerrilla supporters was carried out, based materially on CIA intelligence. The list of subversives regularly compiled by agency stations throughout the world for just such occasions. The CIA is usually in a much better position to collect this information than the host government, due to its superior experience in the field, funds available for hiring informants, technical equipment for eavesdropping, and greater motivation. While this was taking place, the war in Vietnam and the militant protest against it had already captured the front pages of American newspapers, and the isolated New York Times dispatch referred to above easily passed into oblivion. Yet, the American objective in Peru, to crush a movement aimed at genuine land reform and the social and political changes inevitably stemming from such, was identical to its objective in Vietnam. And the methods employed were similar: burning down peasants' huts and villages to punish support for the guerrillas, defoliating the countryside to eliminate guerrilla sanctuaries, saturation bombing with napalm and high explosives, even throwing prisoners out of helicopters. The essential difference, one which spelled disaster for the Peruvian insurgents, was that their ranks were not augmented in any appreciable number by the Indian peasants, a group with little revolutionary consciousness and even less daring. For centuries of dehumanization had robbed them of virtually all hope and the sense of a right to revolt. And when this sense stirred even faintly, such as under Hugo Blanco, it was met head-on by the brick wall of official violence. It is a measure of the ultimate cynicism of the Peruvian and American military authorities that soldiers were stationed outside their home areas to lessen their resistance when the order was given to shoot. But it all worked. It worked so well that more than a decade was to pass before desperate men took to arms again in Peru. 29. Dominican Republic 1960 to 1966. Saving democracy from communism by getting rid of democracy. On the night of May 30, 1961, Generalissimo Rafael Trujillo, mass murderer, torturer par excellence, absolute dictator, was shot to death on a highway in the outskirts of the capital city, Ciudad Trujillo. The assassination set off a chain of events over the next 5 years which featured sustained and remarkably gross intervention into the internal affairs of the Dominican Republic by the United States, the likes of which had not been seen in Latin America since the heyday of American gunboat diplomacy. The United States had been an accomplice in the assassination itself of the man it had helped to climb to power and to endure for some 30 years. It marked one of the rare occasions that the U.S. government acted to overthrow a right-wing despot, albeit anti-communism was still the motivating force. Whatever repugnance individual Washington policymakers may have felt toward Trujillo's incredible violations of human rights over the years, his fervent adherence to American policies, his repression of the left, and, as a consequence, the vigorous support he enjoyed in Congress, where Trujillo's money was no stranger, and in other influential American circles, were enough to keep successive United States administrations looking the other way. When, in January 1959, Fulgencio Batista fell before the forces of Fidel Castro in nearby Cuba, a reconsideration of this policy was thrust upon Washington's agenda. This historic event seemed to suggest that support of right-wing governments might no longer be the best way of checking the rise of revolutionary movements in Latin America, but rather might be fostering them. Indeed, in June, a force of Dominican exiles launched an invasion of their homeland from Cuba. Although the invasion was a complete failure, it could only serve to heighten Washington's concern about who was swimming around in the American lake. Batista is to Castro as Trujillo is to underscore was the implicit assumption, and Washington wanted to ensure that it could help fill in the blank, is the way one analysis formulated the problem. As a result, the United States began to cast about for a way to get rid of Trujillo and at the same time to ensure a responsible successor. Ironically, it was to Trujillo's Dominican Republic that Batista had fled. The decision to topple Trujillo was reinforced in early 1960 when the United States sought to organize hemispheric opposition to the Castro regime. This policy ran head-on into the familiar accusation that the United States opposed only leftist governments, never those of the right, no matter how tyrannical. The close association with Trujillo, widely regarded as Washington's protégé, was proving increasingly to be an embarrassment. The circumstances were such that President Eisenhower was led to observe that it's certain that American public opinion won't condemn Castro until we have moved against Trujillo. The president's apparent belief in the independence of the American mind may have been overly generous, for Washington was supporting right-wing dictatorships in Guatemala, Nicaragua, Haiti, and elsewhere before and after Trujillo's assassination, yet the American public fell readily into line in condemning Castro. As early as 1958, the then CIA chief of station in the Dominican Republic, Lear Reed, along with several Dominicans, had plotted an assassination of Trujillo, one which never got off the ground. What the agency's motivation was, and whether it was acting on its own or at the behest of higher echelons in Washington, is not known. However, in February 1960, the National Security Council Special Group in Washington gave consideration to a program of covert aid to anti-Trujillo Dominicans. 2 months later, Eisenhower approved a contingency plan which provided, in part, that if the situation deteriorated still further, the United States would immediately take political action to remove Trujillo from the Dominican Republic as soon as a suitable successor regime can be induced to take over with the assurance of U.S. political, economic, and, if necessary, military support. Seemingly unaware of the currents swirling about him, Trujillo continued to live up to his gangster reputation. In June, his henchmen blew up a car carrying Venezuelan President Romulo Betancourt, an outspoken critic of the Dominican dictator. As a result, Washington came under renewed pressure from several of the more democratic Caribbean countries for action against Trujillo. Betancourt, who had survived the blast, told U.S. Secretary of State Christian Herter, "If you don't eliminate him, we will invade." For a full year, the dissidents and various American officials played cloak and dagger games. There were meetings in New York and Washington, in Ciudad Trujillo and Venezuela. Americans living in the Dominican Republic were enlisted for the cause by the CIA. Schemes to overthrow Trujillo were drawn up at different times by the State Department, the CIA, and the dissidents, some approved by the special group. A training camp was set up in Venezuela for Dominican exiles flown there from the United States and Puerto Rico by the CIA. The dissidents made numerous requests for weapons, from sniper rifles to remote-controlled detonating devices, for the understood purpose of assassinating Trujillo and other key members of his regime. Several of the requests were approved by the State Department or the CIA. Support for the dissidents was regularly reiterated at high levels of the U.S. government. Yet, after all was said and done, none of the ambitious plans was even attempted. The actual assassination was essentially a spur-of-the-moment improvised affair. Only 3 pistols and 3 carbines were ever passed to the anti-Trujilistas, and it is not certain that any of these guns were used in the assassination. In the final analysis, the most significant aid received by the dissidents from the United States was the assurance that the Colossus to the north, would not intervene militarily to prevent the assassination and would support them afterwards if they set up a suitable government. In Latin America, this is virtually a sine qua non for such undertakings, notably in the Dominican Republic, where American Marines have landed on 4 separate occasions in this century, the last intervention having created a centralized Dominican National Guard which the U.S. placed under the control of a young officer it had trained named Rafael Trujillo. The gap between the word and the deed of the American government concerning the assassination appears to have been the consequence of a growing uncertainty in Washington about what would actually take place in the wake of Trujillo's demise. Would a pro-Castro regime emerge from the chaos? A secondary consideration, perhaps, was a reluctance to engage in political assassination, both as a matter of policy and as a desire to avoid, as one State Department official put it, further tarnishing in the eyes of the world of the U.S. moral posture. This was particularly the expressed feeling of President John Kennedy and others in his administration who had assumed office in January 1961, although they were later to undertake several assassination attempts against Castro. The dismal failure of the Bay of Pigs invasion in April further dampened the enthusiasm of Washington officials for Caribbean adventures, except against Cuba in revenge, and induced them to request a postponement of the assassination. The plotters, however, were well past the point of no return. The Dominicans who pulled the triggers and their fellow conspirators were in no way revolutionaries. They came from the ranks of the conservative, privileged sectors of Dominican society and were bound together primarily by an intense loathing of Trujillo, a personal vendetta. Each of them, or someone close to them, had suffered a deep humiliation at the hands of the diabolical dictator, if not torture or murder. Their plan as to what would follow the elimination of Trujillo was only half-baked, and even this fell apart completely. As matters turned out, the day after the assassination, Rafael "Ramfis" Trujillo Jr. rushed home from his playboy's life in Paris to take over the reins of government. Little had been resolved, either in the Dominican Republic or in Washington. The Kennedy administration was confronted with the same ideological questions which had caused them so much indecision before the assassination, as they had the Eisenhower administration. To wit, what is the best way of preventing the establishment of left-wing governments intent upon radical social change? The traditional iron fist of right-wing dictatorship, or a more democratic society capable of meeting many of the legitimate demands of the populace? How much democracy? Would too much open the door for even greater and unacceptable demands and provide the left with a legal platform from which to sway, dupe, Washington would call it, the public? And if it is a dictatorship that is to be supported, how are liberal American leaders to explain this to the world and to their own citizens? John F. Kennedy and his men from Harvard tended to treat such policy questions in a manner more contemplative than American political figures are usually inclined to do. On occasion, it might be said, they even agonized over such questions. But in the end, their Latin American policy was scarcely distinguishable from that of conservative Republican administrations. A leader who imposed order with at least the facade of democracy, who kept the left submerged without being notoriously brutal about it. In short, the anti-communist liberal still appeared to be the safest ally for the United States. There are 3 possibilities, Kennedy said, in descending order of preference: a decent democratic regime, a continuation of the Trujillo regime, or a Castro regime. We ought to aim at the first, but we really can't renounce the second until we are sure we can avoid the third. Rafael Trujillo Jr. was clearly not ideal. Besides bearing the inescapable stigma of his name and family, he proceeded to carry out a bloodbath of revenge over the next 6 months. But, unlike his father in his last years, Ramfis could be prodded by Washington into making a few token reforms, and both parties might have been content to continue in this fashion indefinitely had not many people of the Dominican Republic felt terribly cheated by the turn of events. Their elation over the assassination had soured in the face of business as usual. Resentment spilled over into the streets. By October, the protests were occurring daily and were being put down by tanks. Students were shot dead by government troops. The United States began to make moves, for the situation in the streets and high places of the government was anarchic enough, Washington feared, to provide an opening for the proverbial and seemingly magical communist takeover, although, in fact, the left in the Dominican Republic was manifestly insignificant from years of repression. American diplomats met in the capital city with the Trujillo clan and Dominican military leaders and bluntly told them that U.S. military power would, if necessary, be used to compel the formation of a provisional government headed by Joaquin Balaguer until elections could be held. Balaguer had been closely tied to the Trujillo family for decades, was serving as president under Trujillo at the time of the assassination, and had remained in the same capacity under Ramphis, but he was not regarded as a threat to continue the tyranny. As Kennedy put it, Balaguer is our only tool. The anti-communist liberals aren't strong enough. We must use our influence to take Balaguer along the road to democracy. Just how committed John F. Kennedy was to democracy in the Dominican Republic we shall presently see. To make certain that the Dominicans got the message, a U.S. naval task force of 8 ships with 1,800 Marines aboard appeared off the Dominican coast on November 19, just outside the 3-mile limit but in plain sight of Ciudad Trujillo. Spanish-language broadcasts from the offshore ships warned that the Marines were prepared to come ashore, while overhead, American jet fighters streaked along the coastline. Brigadier General Pedro Rodriguez Echeverria, a key military figure, was persuaded by the United States to put aside any plans for a coup he may have been harboring and to support the American action. Rodriguez proceeded, whether of his own initiative is not clear, to order the bombing of the airbase outside the capital where Trujillistas had been massing troops. Over the next 2 days, Ramphis returned to the pleasure temples of Europe while other prominent Trujillistas left for the good life in Florida. However, when Balaguer proved to be a major obstacle to beginning the process of democratization and indicated that he did not regard his regime as temporary, the United States added its own special pressure to that of Balaguer's domestic opposition to force him to resign after only 2 months in office. Washington then turned around and issued another stern warning to General Rodriguez, threatened Dominican leaders with a large loss of aid if they supported a coup, and mounted another naval show of force to help other military officers block the general's attempt to seize power. While a 7-man Council of State then administered the affairs of government, the U.S. continued to treat the Dominican Republic as its private experiment in the prevention of communism. The American ambassador, John Bartlow Martin, pressed the council to curb left-wing activity. By his own admission, Martin urged the use of methods once used by the police in Chicago: harassment of suspects by repeated arrests, midnight raids on their homes, beatings, etc. When street disturbances erupted, U.S. Attorney General Robert Kennedy arranged for riot control equipment to be sent to Santo Domingo, the original name of the capital, now restored. The equipment came complete with 2 Spanish-speaking Los Angeles detectives to impart to their Dominican counterparts the fine art of quelling such uprisings that they had acquired in the Mexican barrios of East Los Angeles. In a few weeks, Ambassador Martin could report that the council had re-won the streets, thanks almost entirely to those 2 detectives. This riot control unit remained as a permanent part of the Santo Domingo police force. Known as the Cascos Blancos, white helmets, they came to be much hated by the populace. Shortly afterwards, the U.S. military undertook a long-range program to transform the country's armed forces into what was hoped would be an efficient anti-guerrilla organization, though guerrillas were as rare on the Caribbean island as members of the Trujillo family. Finally, in December 1962, elections were held, under terms dictated in large part by Ambassador Martin to the 2 major candidates. His purpose was to introduce into the Dominican Republic some of the features that Americans regard as necessary to a viable and democratic electoral system, but Martin's fiat was inescapably a highly condescending intrusion into the affairs of a supposedly sovereign nation. His instructions extended down to the level of what the loser should say in his concession speech. Further, under an emergency law, the United States and the Council arranged for the deportation of some 125 Trujillistas and Castro communists to the United States, from where they were not allowed to leave until after the election in order to help maintain stability so elections could be held. The winner and first more or less democratically elected president of the Dominican Republic since 1924 was Juan Bosch, a writer who had spent many years in exile while Trujillo reigned. Here at last was Kennedy's liberal anti-communist, non-military and legally elected by a comfortable majority as well. Bosch's government was to be the long-sought-after showcase of democracy that would put the lie to Fidel Castro. He was given the grand treatment in Washington shortly before he took office in February 1963. Bosch was true to his beliefs. He called for land reform, including transferring some private land to the public sector as required, low-rent housing, modest nationalization of business, An ambitious project of public works, serving mass needs more than vested interests. A reduction in the import of luxury items. At the same time, he favored incentives to private enterprise and was open to foreign investment provided it was not excessively exploitative of the country. All in all, standard elements in the program of any liberal third world leader serious about social change. He was likewise serious about the thing called civil liberties. Communists, or those labeled as such, or anyone else, were not to be persecuted unless they actually violated the law. A number of American officials and congressmen expressed their discomfort with Bosch's plans, as well as his stance of independence from the United States. Land reform and nationalization are always touchy issues in Washington, the stuff that creeping socialism is made of. In several quarters of the U.S. press, Bosch was red-baited and compared with Castro, and the Dominican Republic with Cuba. Castro, for his part, branded Bosch a Yankee puppet. Some of the press criticism was clearly orchestrated, in the manner of many CIA campaigns. In both the United States and the Dominican Republic, the accusations most frequently cast at Bosch were the ones typically used against Latin American leaders who do not vigorously suppress the left. C.F. Arbenz and Goulart. Bosch was allowing communists to infiltrate into the country and into the government, and he was not countering communist subversion, the latter referring to no more than instances of people standing up for their long-denied rights. Wrote a reporter for the Miami News. Communist penetration of the Dominican Republic is progressing with incredible speed and efficiency. He did not, however, name a single communist in the Bosch government. As it happens, the reporter, Hal Hendricks, was a valuable press asset and a secret operative of the CIA in the 1960s. The CIA made a further contribution to the anti-Bosch atmosphere. Ambassador Martin has reported that the agency gave rumors about communists in the Dominican Republic a credibility far higher than I would have in reporting a Castro/communist plot. However wildly implausible, it is obviously safer to evaluate it as could be true than as nonsense. John F. Kennedy also soured on Bosch, particularly for his refusal to crack down on radicals. Said the president to Ambassador Martin one day, "I'm wondering if the day might not come when he'd Bosch like to get rid of some of the left. Tell him we respect his judgment, we're all for him, but the time may come when he'll want to deport 30 or 50 people, when it'd be better to deport them than to let them go. I suppose he'd have to catch them in something." When the United States failed to commit any new economic assistance to the Dominican Republic and generally gave the indication that Juan Bosch was a doomed venture, right-wing Dominican military officers could only be encouraged in their craving to be rid of the president and his policies. Sam Halper, former Caribbean bureau chief of Time magazine, later reported that the military coup ousting Bosch went into action as soon as they got a wink from the U.S. Pentagon. In July, a group of officers formally presented Bosch with a statement of principle cum ultimatum. Their loyalty to his regime was conditioned upon his adoption of a policy of rigorous anti-communism. Bosch reacted by going on television and delivering a lecture about the apolitical role required of the military in a democratic society, surely an occult subject to these products of 31 years of Trujilloism. The beleaguered president could see that a premature demise lay ahead for his government. His speech on television had sounded very much like a farewell. The failure of Washington to intervene on his behalf could only enlarge the writing on the wall. Indeed, Bosch and some of his aides strongly suspected that the U.S. military and the CIA were already conspiring with the Dominican officers. Several American military officers had disregarded diplomatic niceties by expressing their reservations about Bosch's politics loud enough to reach his ears. A week before the inevitable coup, the CIA/AIFLD created Union Federation in the Dominican Republic, CONATRAL, which had been set up to counter and erode Bosch's support in the labor movement, placed an ad in a leading newspaper urging the people to put their faith in the army to defend them against communism. The end came in September, a scant 7 months after Bosch had taken office. He had not had the time to accomplish much that was worthwhile in this hopelessly corrupt society before the military boots marched, as they have always marched in Latin America. The United States, which can discourage a military coup in Latin America with a frown, did nothing to stand in the way of the Dominican officers. There would be no display of American military might this time, although Bosch asked for it, unless a communist takeover were threatened, said the State Department. Democracy, said Newsweek magazine, was being saved from communism by getting rid of democracy. There were the customary expressions of regret in Washington about the death of democracy, and there was the de rigueur withholding of recognition of the new regime. But 2 months later, when opposition to the yet again repressive dictatorship began to manifest itself noticeably, the junta yelled communist, and was quickly embraced by the United States with recognition and the other perquisites which attached to being a member in good standing of the free world. 19 months later, a revolution broke out in the Dominican Republic, which promised to put the exiled Bosch back in power at the hands of a military-civilian force that would be loyal to his program. But for the 5th time in the century, the American Marines landed and put an abrupt end to such hopes. In the early morning of Saturday, April 24, 1965, a group of young Army officers of middle rank, acting in concert with civilian Bosch partisans, declared themselves in revolt against the government. The Constitutionalists, as they called themselves, were soon joined by other officers and their units. Spurred by ecstatic radio proclamations, thousands of Dominicans poured into the streets shouting "Viva Bosch!" and grabbed up the arms handed out by the rebel military forces. The television station was taken over, and for 2 days a potpourri of politicians, soldiers, women, children, adventurers, hoodlums, and anyone who wished to, shouted against the status quo. The participants in the uprising were a mixed bag, not all of them sympathetic to Bosch or to social reform. Some were on the right with their own varied motivations. But the impetus clearly lay with the Constitutionalists, and the uprising was thus viewed with alarm by the rest of the military and the U.S. Embassy as a movement to restore Bosch to power with all that implied. Philip J. Illen of the Wall Street Journal, and formerly with the CIA, who had access to the official embassy cables and the key actors in the drama, has written, "What the record reveals, in fact, is that from the very outset of the upheaval, there was a concerted U.S. government effort, if not actually a formal decision, to checkmate the rebel movement by whatever means and at whatever cost." By Sunday, April 25th, the Santo Domingo embassy had clearly cast its lot with the loyalist military cabal and against the rebellion's original aim, the return of Juan Bosch. Restoration of the Bosch regime would be against U.S. interests, the embassy counseled. Blocking Bosch could mean further bloodshed. The embassy conceded. Nonetheless, Washington was advised. The embassy military attaches had given loyalist leaders a go-ahead to do everything possible to prevent what was described as the danger of a communist takeover. The attaches as well as the U.S. consul made emergency visits to several still uncommitted Dominican military commanders to persuade them, apparently with notable success, to support the government. A bloody civil war had broken out in the streets of Santo Domingo. During the first few days, the momentum of battle swung to one side, then the other. By the night of April 28th, however, the military and police inside Santo Domingo had collapsed, and the Constitutionalists were preparing to attack the military's last bastion, San Isidro, their main base about 10 miles away. The generals at San Isidro were dejected, several were weeping, and one was hysterically urging retreat. Read the cable sent by the American ambassador, W. Tapley Bennett, to Washington in the early evening of the 28th. Bennett, as we shall see, was given to hyperbole of the worst sort, but the Dominican military certainly were isolated and demoralized. Bennett added, whether in the same cable or another one is not clear, that if U.S. troops did not immediately land, American lives would be lost and Castro-type elements would be victorious. Within hours, the first 500 U.S. Marines were brought in by helicopter from ships stationed a few miles off the coast. 2 days later, American forces ashore numbered over 4,000. At the peak, some 23,000 troops, Marine and Army, were to take up positions in the beleaguered country, with thousands more standing by on a 35-ship task force offshore. The American action was in clear violation of several international agreements, including the Charter of the Organization of American States, OAS, which prohibited intervention directly or indirectly, for any reason whatever, in the internal or external affairs of any other state. During the entire course of the U.S. military occupation, American pronouncements would have had the world believe that its forces were in the Dominican Republic in a neutral capacity, to protect the lives of Americans and other foreigners, establish a ceasefire, ensure free elections, etc. As we have seen, however, the United States had committed itself to one side from the start of hostilities. This continued to be the case. The morning after the landing of the first Marines, Ambassador Bennett was instructed by the State Department that U.S. military officers should be used to help San Isidro develop operational plans to take the rebel stronghold downtown. Within a few days, American troops were deployed in an armed corridor through the center of Santo Domingo so as to divide the Constitutionalist zone and cut off their main body from access to the rest of the country, bottling them up in a small downtown area with their backs to the sea. Other American forces were stationed throughout the countryside. The rebel offensive against San Isidro had been prevented. It was the end of their revolution. The American forces came to the aid of the Dominican military in a number of ways, supplying them with equipment, food, and even their salaries, but it was the direct military involvement that was most telling. On one striking occasion, the sea of American troops parted to allow the Dominican military to pass through and brutally attack and mop up the northern section of the rebel zone, while the main rebel force in the south remained helplessly blocked behind the American line. This smashing victory, the New York Times reported, was visibly aided by United States troops. Other American journalists also reported that U.S. troops took part in the fighting, although Washington officials angrily denied it. The rebels were reduced to little more than sniping attacks on American soldiers, for which they paid a heavy price. U.S. forces blasted apart a building in downtown Santo Domingo from which sniper fire was coming. Advancing into a Constitutionalist zone, again after sniper fire, they killed some 67 rebels and bystanders. American paratroops were seen firing at rebels who were retreating, and the Constitutionalists' Minister of Justice and Police was reported to have been killed by United States machine gun fire as he attempted to capture the empty presidential palace in Midtown with a squad of his troops. When the Johnson administration was not denying such actions outright, it was claiming that they were either contrary to orders, individual indiscretions, or isolated incidents. A covert team of Green Berets arrived at one point to help ensure the safety of American civilians. But when they discovered that some of the Americans were assisting rebel forces, their main objective shifted from protecting their fellow countrymen to spying on them. The Green Berets also found the time to lay the groundwork for the assassination of one of the leading Constitutionalist leaders, Colonel Francisco Camaño. The plot was canceled at the last moment due to the excessive risk involved. Another group of American visitors was that of some leaders of the National Student Association, ostensibly come to the Dominican Republic to talk with their counterparts about educational matters, but actually there at the behest of the CIA to gather information on local students. This was still 2 years before the exposé of the long-lasting relationship between the CIA and the prominent student organization. Throughout this period, the communication guns of the U.S. government were aimed at the people of the United States, the Dominican Republic, and the world to convince them that communists were a dominant element amongst the Constitutionalists, that they represented a threat to take over the movement, or that they had already taken it over, with frightening consequences for all concerned. These lists totaled 53 or 58 or 77 names and became a cause célèbre as well as an object of media ridicule. Besides the laughably small numbers involved, in a rebellion of tens of thousands with numerous leaders, several of those on the lists, it turned out, were in prison while others were out of the country. The American embassy in Santo Domingo assured reporters that if they went to rebel headquarters, they would see the named communists in the flesh. The news people went and looked but could find no identifiable communists. However, one identifies a communist. Subsequently, administration officials explained that the reason that news people had seen such little evidence of communist activity was that the American landings had scared the Reds into hiding. Eventually, American officials admitted their doubt that they could prove that communists had gained control of the Constitutionalists, although President Johnson had pressed the CIA and FBI into an intensive search for evidence. A CIA cable to Washington on April 25 reported that the Communist Party, Partido Socialista Dominicano, had been unaware of the coup attempt. Former CIA officer Philip Agee, stationed in Uruguay at the time, wrote later that the new password at his station became 58 trained communists. The proper reply was 10,000 Marines. The embassy, and Ambassador Bennett in particular, poured forth a rising stream of hysterical rumors, atrocity stories, and alarmist reports about the rebels, reminiscent of the Bolshevik horror stories which had filled the pages of the American press following the Russian Revolution. Embassies being ransacked, Castroite-style mass executions. Rebels parading in the streets with the heads of their victims on poles. President Johnson made reference to the atrocities in public statements, but none of the stories were ever proven, for none were true. No one ever located any of the many headless Dominicans. And American officials, in a monument to chutzpah, later denounced the press for reporting such unverified rumors. Meanwhile, the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the U.S. Information Agency were conducting their own intensive propaganda campaign in the Dominican Republic to give credence to the American position and discredit Dominican groups opposed to it. Experts on psychological warfare arrived to ply their trade. Radio stations and newspapers were covertly set up. Rebel radio stations jammed. Leaflets airdropped in the countryside. The USIA also secretly subsidized the publication of pro-administration material aimed for distribution in the United States. From all the wild charges and the frequent contradictory statements made by American officials, the expression credibility gap entered the American popular language and soon came to haunt the Johnson presidency. Historian Richard Barnett has noted another interesting side to the American propaganda effort. To justify the intervention, which had aroused violent opposition from traditional friends of the United States because of its crudeness and the swathe of lies in which it was wrapped, Washington began a direct assault on the concept of non-intervention, the rhetorical foundation stone of Latin American policy, enshrined in numerous treaties, declarations, and Pan-American Day speeches. Under Secretary Thomas Mann told newspaper correspondents that the OAS and UN charters were drawn up in 19th-century terms. Avril Harriman remarked in Montevideo that the principle of non-intervention was becoming obsolete. By a vote of 315 to 52, the House of Representatives passed a resolution justifying the unilateral use of force on foreign territory by any nation which considers itself threatened by international communism, directly or indirectly. The president declared in a speech, "The first reality is that old concepts and old labels are largely obsolete. In today's world, with enemies of freedom talking about wars of national liberation, the old distinction between civil war and international war has already lost much of its meaning. The moment of decision must become the moment of action. This is the essence of the Johnson Doctrine," wrote Barnett, "a virtually unlimited claim of legitimacy for armed intervention in civil strife." The last American troops did not leave the Dominican Republic until September 1966. The interim period witnessed a succession of ceasefires, broken truces, and protracted negotiations under provisional governments. In June 1966, elections were held in which Joaquin Balaguer defeated Juan Bosch by a surprisingly large margin. Yet it was not all that surprising. For 5 long years, the people of the Dominican Republic had lived under a cloud of chaos and violence. The experience had instilled in them a deep longing for a return to normalcy, to order, without foreign intervention, without soldiers patrolling their streets, without curfews, tear gas, and bloodshed. With the U.S. Army still very much in evidence and the American distaste for Bosch well known, with the ubiquitous American propaganda hammering home fear of the Red Menace and associating the Constitutionalists, and thus Bosch with communism, with the Dominican military still largely Trujillista in personnel and ideology, a victory for Bosch would be seen by many voters as a danger that all the horrors would rain down upon their heads once more. Bosch, who had returned several months prior to the election, was himself so fearful for his personal safety that he never left his home during the campaign. Joaquin Balaguer remained in office for the next 12 years, ruling his people in the grand Latin American style. The rich became richer and the poor had babies, hungry babies. Democracy remained an alien concept. The police and military regularly kidnapped, tortured, and murdered opponents of the government and terrorized union organizers. But the man was not, personally, the monster that Trujillo was. There was relative calm and peace. No communist threat hovered over the land. The pot was sweetened for foreign investors, and American corporations moved in with big bucks. There was stability and order, and the men who ran the United States looked and were satisfied. Perhaps some of them had come to the realization that the anti-communist liberal government was an impossible ideal. For any movement seeking genuine democracy and social reform would invariably attract individuals whom the United States would invariably categorize as communist. The United States would then feel driven to discredit, subvert, and eventually overturn the movement. A catch-22. 30. Cuba 1959 to 1980s. The unforgivable revolution. The existence of a revolutionary socialist government with growing ties to the Soviet Union only 90 miles away, insisted the United States government, was a situation which no self-respecting superpower should tolerate, and in 1961 it undertook an invasion of Cuba. But less than 50 miles from the Soviet Union sat Pakistan, a close ally of the United States, a member since 1955 of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO, the U.S.-created anti-communist alliance. On the very border of the Soviet Union was Iran, an even closer ally of the United States, with its relentless electronic listening posts, aerial surveillance, and infiltration into Russian territory by American agents. And alongside Iran, also bordering the Soviet Union, was Turkey, a member of the Russians' mortal enemy, NATO, since 1951. In 1962, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, Washington, seemingly in a state of near panic, informed the world that the Russians were installing offensive missiles in Cuba. The U.S. promptly instituted a quarantine of the island. A powerful show of naval and marine forces in the Caribbean would stop and search all vessels heading towards Cuba. Any found to contain military cargo would be forced to turn back. The United States, however, had missiles and bomber bases already in place in Turkey, and other missiles in Western Europe pointed toward the Soviet Union. Russian leader Nikita Khrushchev later wrote, "The Americans had surrounded our country with military bases and threatened us with nuclear weapons, and now they would learn just what it feels like to have enemy missiles pointing at you. We'd be doing nothing more than giving them a little of their own medicine." After all, the United States had no moral or legal quarrel with us. We hadn't given the Cubans anything more than the Americans were giving to their allies. We had the same rights and opportunities as the Americans. Our conduct in the international arena was governed by the same rules and limits as the Americans. Lest anyone misunderstand, as Khrushchev apparently did, the rules under which Washington was operating, Time magazine was quick to explain. On the part of the communists, the magazine declared, this equating, referring to Khrushchev's offer to mutually remove missiles and bombers from Cuba and Turkey, had obvious tactical motives. On the part of neutralists and pacifists, who welcomed Khrushchev's offer, it betrayed intellectual and moral confusion. The confusion lay, it seems, in not seeing clearly who were the good guys and who were the bad guys, for the purpose of the U.S. bases in Turkey was not to blackmail Russia but to strengthen the defense system of NATO, which had been created as a safeguard against Russian aggression. As a member of NATO, Turkey welcomed the bases as a contribution to her own defense. Cuba, which had been invaded only the year before, could have, it seems, no such concern. Time continued its sermon. Beyond these differences between the two cases, there is an enormous moral difference between U.S. and Russian objectives. To equate U.S. and Russian bases is in effect to equate U.S. and Russian purposes. The U.S. bases, such as those in Turkey, have helped keep the peace since World War II, while the Russian bases in Cuba threatened to upset the peace. The Russian bases were intended to further conquest and domination, while U.S. bases were erected to preserve freedom. The difference should have been obvious to all. Equally obvious was the right of the United States to maintain a military base on Cuban soil, Guantanamo Naval Base by name, a vestige of colonialism staring down the throats of the Cuban people, which the U.S. to this day refuses to vacate despite the vehement protest of the Castro government. In the American lexicon, in addition to good and bad bases and missiles, there are good and bad revolutions. The American and French revolutions were good. The Cuban Revolution is bad. It must be bad because so many people have left Cuba as a result of it. But at least 100,000 people left the British colonies in America during and after the American Revolution. These Tories could not abide by the political and social changes, both actual and feared, particularly that change which attends all revolutions worthy of the name. Those looked down upon as inferiors no longer know their place. Or, as the U.S. Secretary of State put it after the Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to make the ignorant and incapable mass of humanity dominant in the earth. The Tories fled to Nova Scotia and Britain carrying tales of the godless, dissolute, barbaric American revolutionaries. Those who remained and refused to take an oath of allegiance to the new state governments were denied virtually all civil liberties. Many were jailed, murdered, or forced into exile. After the American Civil War, Thousands more fled to South America and other points, again disturbed by the social upheaval. How much more is such an exodus to be expected following the Cuban Revolution? A true social revolution, giving rise to changes much more profound than anything in the American experience. How many more would have left the United States if 90 miles away lay the world's wealthiest nation welcoming their residents and promising all manner of benefits and rewards? After the Cuban Revolution in January 1959, we learned that there are also good and bad hijackings. On several occasions, Cuban planes and boats were hijacked to the United States, but they were not returned to Cuba, nor were the hijackers punished. Instead, some of the planes and boats were seized by U.S. authorities for non-payment of debts claimed by American firms against the Cuban government. But then there were the bad hijackings, planes forced to fly from the United States to Cuba. When there began to be more of these than flights in the opposite direction, Washington was obliged to reconsider its policy. It appears that there are as well good and bad terrorists. When the Israelis bombed PLO headquarters in Tunis in 1985, Ronald Reagan expressed his approval. The president asserted that nations have the right to retaliate against terrorist attacks as long as you pick out the people responsible. But if Cuba had dropped bombs on any of the headquarters of the anti-Castro exiles in Miami or New Jersey, Ronald Reagan would likely have gone to war, though for 25 years the Castro government had been on the receiving end of an extraordinary series of terrorist attacks carried out in Cuba, in the United States, and in other countries by the exiles and their CIA mentors. We shall not discuss the consequences of Cuba bombing CIA headquarters. Bombing and strafing attacks of Cuba by planes based in the United States began in October 1959, if not before. In early 1960, there were several firebomb air raids on Cuban cane fields and sugar mills, in which American pilots also took part, at least 3 of whom died in crashes, while 2 others were captured. The State Department acknowledged that one plane which crashed, killing 2 Americans, had taken off from Florida, but insisted that it was against the wishes of the U.S. government. In March, a French freighter unloading munitions from Belgium exploded in Havana, taking 75 lives and injuring 200, some of whom subsequently died. The United States denied Cuba's accusation of sabotage but admitted that it had sought to prevent the shipment. And so it went, reaching a high point in April of the following year in the infamous CIA-organized invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. Over 100 exiles died in the attack. Close to 1,200 others were taken prisoner by the Cubans. It was later revealed that 4 American pilots flying for the CIA had lost their lives as well. The Bay of Pigs assault had relied heavily on the Cuban people rising up to join the invaders, but this was not to be the case. As it was, the leadership and ranks of the exile forces were riddled with former supporters and henchmen of Fulgencio Batista, the dictator overthrown by Castro, and would not have been welcomed back by the Cuban people under any circumstances. Despite the fact that the Kennedy administration was acutely embarrassed by the unmitigated defeat, indeed, because of it, a campaign of smaller-scale attacks upon Cuba was initiated almost immediately. Throughout the 1960s, the Caribbean island was subjected to countless sea and air commando raids by exiles, at times accompanied by their CIA supervisors, inflicting damage upon oil refineries, chemical plants and railroad bridges, cane fields, sugar mills and sugar warehouses, infiltrating spies, saboteurs, and assassins, anything to damage the Cuban economy, promote disaffection, or make the revolution look bad, taking the lives of Cuban militia members and others in the process. Pirate attacks on Cuban fishing boats and merchant ships, bombardments of Soviet vessels docked in Cuba, an assault upon a Soviet army camp with 12 Russian soldiers reported wounded, a hotel and a theater shelled from offshore because Russians and East Europeans were supposed to be present there. These actions were not always carried out on the direct order of the CIA or with its foreknowledge, but the agency could hardly plead rogue elephant. It had created an operations headquarters in Miami that was truly a state within a city, over, above, and outside the laws of the United States, not to mention international law, with a staff of several hundred Americans directing many more Cuban agents in just such types of actions, with a budget in excess of $50 million a year, and an arrangement with the local press to keep operations in Florida secret except when the CIA wanted something publicized. Title 18 of the U.S. Code declares it to be a crime to launch a military or naval expedition or enterprise from the United States against a country with which the United States is not officially at war. although U.S. authorities now and then aborted an exile plot or impounded a boat, sometimes because the Coast Guard or other officials had not been properly clued in. No Cubans were prosecuted under this act. This was no more than to be expected inasmuch as Attorney General Robert Kennedy had determined after the Bay of Pigs that the invasion did not constitute a military expedition. The commando raids were combined with a total U.S. trade and credit embargo, which continues to this day, and which genuinely hurt the Cuban economy and chipped away at the society's standard of living. So unyielding has the embargo been that when Cuba was hard hit by a hurricane in October 1963, and Casa Cuba, a New York social club, raised a large quantity of clothing for relief, the United States refused to grant it an export license on the grounds that such shipment was contrary to the national interest. Moreover, pressure was brought to bear upon other countries to conform to the embargo, and goods destined for Cuba were sabotaged. Machinery damaged, chemicals added to lubricating fluids to cause rapid wear on diesel engines. A manufacturer in West Germany paid to produce ball bearings off-center, another to do the same with balanced wheel gears. "You're talking about big money," said a CIA officer involved in the sabotage efforts, "when you ask a manufacturer to go along with you on that kind of project because he has to reset his whole mold. And he is probably going to worry about the effect on future business. You might have to pay him several $100,000 or more." One manufacturer who defied the embargo was the British Leland Company, which sold a large number of buses to Cuba in 1964. Repeated expressions of criticism and protest by Washington officials and congressmen failed to stem deliveries of some of the buses. Then, in October, an East German cargo ship carrying another 42 buses to Cuba collided in thick fog with a Japanese vessel in the Thames. The Japanese ship was able to continue on, but the cargo ship was beached on its side. "The buses would have to be written off," said the Leland Company. In the leading British newspapers, it was just an accident story. In the New York Times, it was not even reported. A decade was to pass before the American columnist Jack Anderson disclosed that his CIA and National Security Agency sources had confirmed that the collision had been arranged by the CIA with the cooperation of British intelligence. Subsequently, another CIA officer stated that he was skeptical about the collision story, although admitting that "it is true that we were sabotaging the Leland buses going to Cuba from England, and that was pretty sensitive business." What undoubtedly was an even more sensitive venture was the use of chemical and biological weapons against Cuba by the United States. It is a remarkable record. In August 1962, a British freighter under Soviet lease, having damaged its propeller on a reef, crept into the harbor at San Juan, Puerto Rico for repairs. It was bound for a Soviet port with 80,000 bags of Cuban sugar. The ship was put into dry dock and 14,135 sacks of sugar were unloaded to a warehouse to facilitate the repairs. While in the warehouse, the sugar was contaminated by CIA agents with a substance that was allegedly harmless but unpalatable. When President Kennedy learned of the operation, he was furious because it had taken place in U.S. territory and, if discovered, could provide the Soviet Union with a propaganda field day and could set a terrible precedent for chemical sabotage in the Cold War. He directed that the sugar not be returned to the Russians, although what explanation was given to them is not publicly known. Similar undertakings were apparently not cancelled. The CIA official who helped direct worldwide sabotage efforts, referred to above, later revealed that there was lots of sugar being sent out from Cuba, and we were putting a lot of contaminants in it. The same year, a Canadian agricultural technician working as an advisor to the Cuban government was paid $5,000 by an American military intelligence agent to infect Cuban turkeys with a virus which would produce the fatal Newcastle disease. Subsequently, 8,000 turkeys died. The technician later claimed that although he had been to the farm where the turkeys had died, he had not actually administered the virus, but had instead pocketed the money, and that the turkeys had died from neglect and other causes unrelated to the virus. This may have been a self-serving statement. The Washington Post reported that, according to U.S. intelligence reports, the Cubans and some Americans believed the turkeys died as the result of espionage. Authors Warren Hinkle and William Turner, citing a participant in the project, have reported in their book on Cuba that, during 1969 and 1970, the CIA deployed futuristic weather modification technology to ravage Cuba's sugar crop and undermine the economy. Planes from the China Lake Naval Weapons Center in the California desert, where high-tech was developed, overflew the island, seeding rain clouds with crystals that precipitated torrential rains over non-agricultural areas and left the cane fields arid. The downpours caused killer flash floods in some areas. In 1971, also according to participants, the CIA turned over to Cuban exiles a virus which causes African swine fever. 6 weeks later, an outbreak of the disease in Cuba forced the slaughter of 500,000 pigs to prevent a nationwide animal epidemic. The outbreak, the first ever in the Western Hemisphere, was called the most alarming event of the year by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. 10 years later, the target may well have been human beings, as an epidemic of dengue fever swept the Cuban island. Transmitted by blood-eating insects, usually mosquitoes, the disease produces severe flu symptoms and incapacitating bone pain. Between May and October 1981, over 300,000 cases were reported in Cuba with 158 fatalities, 101 of which were children under 15. In 1956 and 1958, declassified documents have revealed the U.S. Army loosed swarms of specially bred mosquitoes in Georgia and Florida to see whether disease-carrying insects could be weapons in a biological war. The mosquitoes bred for the tests were of the Aedes aegypti type, the precise carrier of dengue fever as well as other diseases. In 1967, it was reported by Science magazine that at the U.S. Government Center in Fort Detrick, Maryland, dengue fever was amongst those diseases that are at least the objects of considerable research and that appear to be among those regarded as potential BW, biological warfare agents. Then, in 1984, a Cuban exile on trial in New York testified that in the latter part of 1980 a ship traveled from Florida to Cuba with a mission to carry some germs to introduce them in Cuba to be used against the Soviets and against the Cuban economy, to begin what was called chemical war, which later on produced results that were not what we had expected, because we thought that it was going to be used against the Soviet forces, and it was used against our own people, and with that we did not agree. It's not clear from the testimony whether the Cuban man thought that the germs would somehow be able to confine their actions to only Russians, or whether he had been misled by the people behind the operation. The full extent of American chemical and biological warfare against Cuba will never be known. Over the years, the Castro government has in fact blamed the United States for a number of other plagues which afflicted various animals and crops. And in 1977, newly released CIA documents disclosed that the agency maintained a clandestine anti-crop warfare research program targeted, during the 1960s, at a number of countries throughout the world. It came to pass that the United States felt the need to put some of its chemical and biological warfare, CBW, expertise into the hands of other nations. As of 1969, some 550 students from 36 countries had completed courses at the U.S. Army's Chemical School at Fort McClellan, Alabama. The CBW instruction was provided to the students under the guise of defense against such weapons, just as in Vietnam, as we have seen, torture was taught. As will be described in the chapter on Uruguay, the manufacture and use of bombs was taught under the cover of combating terrorist bombings. The ingenuity which went into the chemical and biological warfare against Cuba was apparent in some of the dozens of plans to assassinate or humiliate Fidel Castro. Devised by the CIA or Cuban exiles with the cooperation of American mafiosi, the plans ranged from poisoning Castro's cigars and food to a chemical designed to make his hair and beard fall off and LSD to be administered just before a public speech. There were also, of course, the more traditional approaches of gun and bomb, one being an attempt to drop bombs on a baseball stadium while Castro was speaking. The B-26 bomber was driven away by anti-aircraft fire before it could reach the stadium. It is a combination of such Cuban security measures, informers, incompetence, and luck which has served to keep the bearded one alive to the present day. Attempts were also made on the lives of Castro's brother Raúl and Che Guevara. The latter was the target of a bazooka fired at the United Nations building in New York in December 1964. Various Cuban exile groups have engaged in violence on a regular basis in the United States with relative impunity for decades. One of them, going by the name of Omega 7 and headquartered in Union City, New Jersey, was characterized by the FBI in 1980 as the most dangerous terrorist organization in the United States. Attacks against Cuba itself began to lessen around the end of the 1960s, due probably to a lack of satisfying results combined with aging warriors, and exile groups turned to targets in the United States and elsewhere in the world. During the next decade, while the CIA continued to pour money into the exile community, more than 100 serious incidents took place in the United States for which Omega-7 and other groups claimed responsibility. Within the community, the distinction between a terrorist and a non-terrorist group is not especially precise. There is much overlapping identity and frequent creation of new names. There occurred repeated bombings of the Soviet UN mission, its Washington embassy, its automobiles, a Soviet ship docked in New Jersey, the offices of the Soviet airline Aeroflot, with a number of Russians injured from these attacks. Several bombings of the Cuban UN mission and its interest section in Washington, many attacks upon Cuban diplomats, including at least one murder. A bomb discovered at New York's Academy of Music in 1976 shortly before a celebration of the Cuban Revolution was to begin. A bombing 2 years later of the Lincoln Center after the Cuban ballet had performed. The single most violent act of this period was the blowing up of a Cubana Airlines plane shortly after it took off from Barbados on October 6, 1976, which took the lives of 73 people, including the entire Cuban championship fencing team. CIA documents later revealed that on June 22, a CIA officer abroad had cabled a report to agency headquarters that he had learned from a source that a Cuban exile group planned to bomb a Cubana airliner flying between Panama and Havana. The group's leader was a baby doctor named Orlando Bosch. After the plane crashed in the sea in October, it was Bosch's network of exiles that claimed responsibility. The cable showed that the CIA had the means to penetrate the Bosch organization, but there's no indication in any of the documents that the agency undertook any special monitoring of Bosch and his group because of their plans, or that the CIA warned Havana. In 1983, while Orlando Bosch sat in a Venezuelan prison charged with masterminding the plane bombing, the City Commission of Miami proclaimed a Dr. Orlando Bosch Day. In 1968, Bosch had been convicted of a bazooka attack on a Polish ship in Miami. Cuban exiles themselves have often come in for harsh treatment. Those who have visited Cuba for any reason whatever or publicly suggested, however timidly, a rapprochement with the homeland, they too have been the victims of bombings and shootings in Florida and New Jersey. American groups advocating a resumption of diplomatic relations or an end to the embargo have been similarly attacked, as have travel agencies handling trips to Cuba and a pharmaceutical company in New Jersey which shipped medicines to the island. Dissent in Miami has been effectively silenced, while the police, city officials, and the media look the other way, when not actually demonstrating support for the exiles' campaign of intimidation. In Miami and elsewhere, the CIA, ostensibly to uncover Castro agents, has employed exiles to spy on their countrymen, to keep files on them, as well as on Americans who associate with them. Although there has always been the extreme lunatic fringe in the Cuban exile community, as opposed to the normal lunatic fringe, insisting that Washington has sold out their cause, over the years there has been only the occasional arrest and conviction of an exile for a terrorist attack in the United States, so occasional that the exiles can only assume that Washington's heart is not wholly in it. The exile groups and their key members are well known to the authorities, for the anti-Castroites have not excessively shied away from publicity. At least as late as the early 1980s, they were training openly in southern Florida and southern California. Pictures of them flaunting their weapons appeared in the press. The CIA, with its countless contacts cum informers amongst the exiles, could fill in many of the missing pieces for the FBI and the police, if it wished to. In 1980, in a detailed report on Cuban exile terrorism, the Village Voice of New York reported, 2 stories were squeezed out of New York police officials. "You know, it's funny," said one cautiously. "There have been 1 or 2 things, but let's put it this way. You get just so far on a case and suddenly the dust is blown away. Case closed. You ask the CIA to help, and they say they aren't really interested. You get the message." Another investigator said he was working on a narcotics case involving Cuban exiles a couple of years ago, and telephone records he obtained showed a frequently dialed number in Miami. He said he traced the number to a company called Zodiac, which turned out to be a CIA front. He dropped his investigation. In 1961, amid much fanfare, the Kennedy administration unveiled its showpiece program, the Alliance for Progress. Conceived as a direct response to Castro's Cuba, it was meant to prove that genuine social change could take place in Latin America without resort to revolution or socialism. If the only alternatives for the people of Latin America are the status quo and communism, said John F. Kennedy, then they will inevitably choose communism. The multi-billion-dollar alliance program established for itself an ambitious set of goals which it hoped to achieve by the end of the decade. These had to do with economic growth, more equitable distribution of national income, reduced unemployment, agrarian reform, education, housing, health, etc. In 1970, the 20th Century Fund of New York, whose list of officers read like a who's who in the government/industry revolving door world, undertook a study to evaluate how close the alliance had come to realizing its objectives. One of the study's conclusions was that Cuba, which was not one of the recipient countries, had come closer to some of the alliance objectives than most alliance members. In education and public health, no country in Latin America has carried out such ambitious and nationally comprehensive programs. Cuba's agrarian reform program as well was recognized as having been more wide-sweeping than that of any other Latin American country, although the study took a wait-and-see attitude towards its results. These and other economic and social gains were achieved despite the U.S. embargo and the inordinate amount of resources and labor Cuba was obliged to devote to defense and security because of the hovering giant to the north. Moreover, though not amongst the stated objectives of the alliance, there was another area of universal importance in which Cuba stood apart from many of its Latin neighbors. There were no legions of desaparecidos, no death squads, no systematic, routine torture. Cuba had become what Washington had always feared from the Third World, a good example. Parallel to the military and economic belligerence, the United States has long maintained a relentless propaganda offensive against Cuba. A number of examples of this occurring in other countries can be found in other chapters of this book. In addition to its vast overseas journalistic empire, the CIA has maintained anti-Castro news article factories in the United States for decades. The agency has reportedly subsidized at times such publications in Miami as Avance, El Mundo, El Prensa Libre, Bohemia, and El Diario de las Americas, as well as AIP, a radio news agency that produced programs sent free of charge to more than 100 small stations in Latin America. 2 CIA fronts in New York, Foreign Publications, Inc., and Editor's Press Service, also served as part of the propaganda network. Was it inevitable that the United States would attempt to topple the Cuban government? Could relations between the two neighboring countries have taken a different path? Based on the American record of invariable hostility towards even moderately leftist governments, the answer would appear to be that there's no reason to believe that Cuba's revolutionary government could have been an exception. Washington officials, however, were not immediately ill-disposed towards the Cuban Revolution. There were those who even expressed their tentative approval or optimism. This was evidently based on the belief that what had taken place in Cuba was little more than another Latin American change in government, the kind which had occurred with monotonous regularity for over a century, where the names and faces change but subservience to the United States remains fixed. Then Castro revealed himself to be cut from a wholly different cloth. It was not to be business as usual in the Caribbean. He soon became outspoken in his criticism of the United States. He referred acrimoniously to the 60 years of American control of Cuba. How, at the end of those 60 years, the masses of Cubans found themselves impoverished. How the United States used the sugar quota as a threat. He spoke of the unacceptable presence of the Guantanamo base. And he made it clear enough to Washington that Cuba would pursue a policy of independence and neutralism in the Cold War. It was for just such reasons that Castro and Che Guevara had forsaken the prosperous bourgeois careers awaiting them in law and medicine to lead the revolution in the first place. Serious compromise was not on their agenda, nor on Washington's, which was not prepared to live with such men and such a government. A National Security Council meeting of March 10, 1959 included on its agenda the feasibility of bringing another government to power in Cuba. This was before Castro had nationalized any U.S. property. The following month, after meeting with Castro in Washington, Vice President Richard Nixon wrote a memo in which he stated that he was convinced that Castro was either incredibly naive about communism or under communist discipline, and that the Cuban leader would have to be treated and dealt with accordingly. Nixon later wrote that his opinion at this time was a minority one within the Eisenhower administration. But before the year was over, CIA Director Allen Dulles had decided that an invasion of Cuba was necessary. In March of 1960, it was approved by President Eisenhower. Then came the embargo, leaving Castro no alternative but to turn more and more to the Soviet Union, thus confirming in the minds of Washington officials that Castro was indeed a communist. Some speculated that he had been a covert Red all along. In this context, it's interesting to note that the Cuban Communist Party had long supported Batista, had served in his cabinet, and had been unsupportive of Castro and his followers until their accession to power appeared imminent. To add to the irony, during 1957 to 58 the CIA was channeling funds to Castro's movement. This while the U.S. continued to support Batista with weapons to counter the rebels. In all likelihood, another example of the agency hedging its bets. If Castro had toned down his early rhetoric and observed the usual diplomatic niceties, but still pursued the policies of self-determination and socialism which he felt were best for Cuba, or inescapable if certain changes were to be realized, he could only have postponed the day of reckoning, and that not for long. Jacobo Arbenz of Guatemala, Mossadegh of Iran, Chetty Juggin of British Guiana, and other third-world leaders have gone out of their way to avoid stepping on Washington's very sensitive toes unnecessarily, and were much less radical in their programs and in their stance toward the United States than Castro. Nonetheless, all of them fell under the CIA axe. In 1996, it was revealed that in August 1961, for months after the Bay of Pigs, Che Guevara had met with Richard Goodwin, President Kennedy's assistant special counsel, at an international gathering in Uruguay. Guevara had a message for Kennedy. Cuba was prepared to forswear any political alliance with the Soviet bloc, pay for confiscated American properties in trade, and consider curbing Cuba's support for leftist insurgencies in other countries. In return, the U.S. would cease all hostile actions against Cuba. Back in Washington, Goodwin's advice to the president was to quietly intensify economic pressure on Cuba. In November, Kennedy authorized Operation Mongoose.
31 Indonesia 1965.
Liquidating President Sukarno and 500,000 others. Armed with wide-bladed knives called parangs, Muslim bands crept at night into the homes of communists, killing entire families. Travelers tell of small rivers and streams that have been literally clogged with bodies. River transportation has at places been seriously impeded. Time magazine, December 1965. Nearly 100 communists or suspected communists were herded into the town's botanical garden and mowed down with a machine gun. The head that had belonged to the school principal, a PKI, Communist Party member, was stuck on a pole and paraded among his former pupils, convened in special assembly. New York Times, May 1966. Estimates of the total number of Indonesians murdered over a period of several years following an aborted coup range from 500,000 to 1 million. In the early morning hours of October 1, 1965, a small force of junior military officers abducted and killed 6 generals and seized several key points in the capital city of Jakarta. They then went on the air to announce that their action was being taken to forestall a putsch by a General's Council scheduled for Army Day, the 5th of October. The putsch, they said, had been sponsored by the CIA and was aimed at capturing power from President Sukarno. By the end of the day, however, the rebel officers in Jakarta had been crushed by the army under the direction of General Suharto, although some supportive army groups in other cities held out for a day or two longer. Suharto, a man who had served both the Dutch colonialists and the Japanese invaders, and his colleagues charged that the large and influential PKI was behind the junior officers' coup attempt, and that behind the party stood Communist China. The triumphant armed forces moved in to grab the reins of government, curb Sukarno's authority. Before long he was reduced to little more than a figurehead, and carry out a bloodbath to eliminate once and for all the PKI with whom Sukarno had obliged them to share national power for many years. Here at last was the situation which could legitimate these long-desired actions. Anti-communist organizations and individuals, particularly Muslims, were encouraged to join in the slaying of anyone suspected of being a PKI sympathizer. Indonesians of Chinese descent as well fell victim to crazed zealots. The Indonesian people were stirred up in part by the display of photographs on television and in the press of the badly decomposed bodies of the slain generals. The men, the public was told, had been castrated and their eyes gouged out by communist women. The army later made the mistake of allowing official medical autopsies to be included as evidence in some of the trials, and the extremely detailed reports of the injuries suffered mentioned only bullet wounds and some bruises, no eye gougings or castration. What ensued was called by the New York Times one of the most savage mass slaughters of modern political history. Violence, wrote Life magazine, tinged not only with fanaticism but with bloodlust and something like witchcraft. 25 years later, American diplomats disclosed that they had systematically compiled comprehensive lists of communist operatives, from top echelons down to village cadres, and turned over as many as 5,000 names to the Indonesian army, which hunted those persons down and killed them. The Americans would then check off the names of those who had been killed or captured. Robert Martins, a former member of the U.S. Embassy's political section in Jakarta, stated in 1990, "It really was a big help to the army. They probably killed a lot of people and I probably have a lot of blood on my hands, but that's not all bad. There's a time when you have to strike hard at a decisive moment. I know we had a lot more information about the PKI than the Indonesians themselves," said Marshall Green, U.S. ambassador to Indonesia at the time of the coup. Martins told me on a number of occasions that the government did not have very good information on the communist setup, and he gave me the impression that this information was superior to anything they had. No one cared, as long as they were communists, that they were being butchered, said Howard Federspiel, who in 1965 was the Indonesia expert at the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research. No one was getting very worked up about it. Although the former deputy CIA station chief in Indonesia, Joseph Lazarsky, and former diplomat Edward Masters, who was Martin's boss, confirmed that CIA officers contributed in drawing up the death lists, the CIA in Langley categorically denied any involvement. The massacre put a horrific end to the well-organized PKI national organization. But it did not put to rest the basic questions underlying the events of 1965, to wit, was there in actual fact a general's council aiming to take over the government within a matter of days? A semi-official account of the whole affair published in Indonesia in 1968 denied the existence of the council. However, a study written and published by the CIA the same year confirmed that there was indeed a general's council, but that its purpose was only to devise a way to protect itself from a purported plan of Sukarno to crush the army. What was the nature and extent, if any, of PKI involvement in the alleged coup attempt? Did some members of the party know of the junior officers' plans in advance and simply lend moral support, or did they take a more active role? The semi-official account stated that the PKI's aim was not to seize political power for itself, but to prevent the army from eliminating the party after Sukarno's death. Sukarno had suffered a kidney attack in August, although he quickly recovered. His part in the affair also remains largely a mystery. The CIA study comes to a similar conclusion. It now seems clear that the Indonesian coup was not a move to overthrow Sukarno and/or the established government of Indonesia. Essentially, it was a purge of the army leadership. What was the role, if any, of the CIA? Was the coup attempt instigated by an agent provocateur who spread the story of the General's Council and its imminent putsch? The killing, or even the abduction, of the 6 generals probably could not have been foreseen. 3 of them were actually slain resisting abduction. Was PKI participation induced to provide the excuse for its destruction? There are, in fact, indications of an agent provocateur in the unfolding drama. One Kamaruzaman bin Ahmed Mubeda, known as Sham. According to the later testimony of some of the arrested officers, it was Sham who pushed the idea of the hostile General's Council and for the need to counteract it. At the trials and in the CIA study, the attempt is made to establish that, in so doing, Sham was acting on behalf of PKI leader Aidit. Presentation of this premise may explain why the CIA took the unique step of publishing such a book, i.e., to assign responsibility for the coup attempt to the PKI so as to justify the horror which followed. But Sham could just as easily have been acting for the CIA and/or the generals in the same manner. He apparently was a trusted aide of Aidit and could have induced the PKI leader into the plot instead of the other way around. Sham had a politically checkered and mysterious background, and his testimony at one of the trials, in which he appeared as a defendant, was aimed at establishing Aidit as the sole director of the coup attempt. The CIA, in its intimate involvement in Indonesian political affairs since at least the mid-1950s, see Indonesia 1957-58 chapter, had undoubtedly infiltrated the PKI at various levels and the military even more so, and was thus in a good position to disseminate disinformation and plant the ideas for certain actions, whether through Sham or others. the desire of the U.S. government to be rid of Sukarno, a leader of the non-aligned and anti-imperialist movements of the Third World, and a protector of the PKI, did not diminish with the failure of the agency-backed military uprising in 1958. Amongst the various reports of the early 1960s indicating a continuing interest in this end, a CIA memorandum of June 1962 is strikingly to the point. The author of the memo, whose name is deleted, was reporting on the impressions he had received from conversations with Western diplomats concerning a recent meeting between President Kennedy and British Prime Minister Macmillan. The two leaders agreed, said the memo, to attempt to isolate Sukarno in Asia and Africa. Further, they agreed to liquidate President Sukarno, depending upon the situation and available opportunities. It is not clear to me, the CIA officer, whether murder or overthrow is intended by the word liquidate. Whatever was intended, Sukarno was now, for all practical purposes, eliminated as an international thorn in the flesh. Of even greater significance, the PKI, which had been the largest communist party in the world outside the Soviet bloc and China, had been decimated, its tattered remnants driven underground. It could not have worked out better for the United States and the new military junta if it had been planned. If the generals had been planning their own coup as alleged, the evidence is compelling that the United States was intimately involved before, during and after the events of 30 September/1 October. One aspect of this evidence is the closeness of the relationship between the American and Indonesian military establishments which the United States had been cultivating for many years. President Kennedy, his former aide Arthur Schlesinger has written, was anxious to strengthen the anti-communist forces, especially the army, in order to make sure that, if anything happened to Sukarno, the powerful Indonesian Communist Party would not inherit the country. Roger Hilsman, whose career spanned the CIA and the State Department, has noted that by 1963, 1/3 of the Indonesian general staff had had some sort of training from Americans and almost half of the officer corps. As a result of both the Civic Action Project and the training program, the American and Indonesian military had come to know each other rather well. Bonds of personal respect and even affection existed. This observation is reinforced by reports of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. At the time of the attempted communist coup and military counter-coup of October 1965, more than 1,200 Indonesian officers, including senior military figures, had been trained in the United States. As a result of this experience, numerous friendships and contacts existed between the Indonesian and American military establishments, particularly between members of the two armies. In the post-coup period, when the political situation was still unsettled, the United States, using these existing channels of communication, was able to provide the anti-communist forces with moral and token material support. When the average MAP military assistance program trainee returns home, he may well have some American acquaintances and a fair appreciation of the United States. This impact may provide some valuable future opportunity for communication as occurred in Indonesia during and immediately after the attempted communist-backed coup of October 1965. The CIA, wrote the New York Times, was said to have been so successful at infiltrating the top of the Indonesian government and army that the United States was reluctant to disrupt CIA covering operations by withdrawing aid and information programs in 1964 and 1965. What was presented officially in Washington as toleration of President Sukarno's insults and provocations was in much larger measure a desire to keep the CIA fronts in business as long as possible. Finally, we have the testimony of Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara before a Senate committee in 1966. Senator Sparkman, at a time when Indonesia was kicking up pretty badly, when we were getting a lot of criticism for continuing military aid, at that time we could not say what that military aid was for. Is it secret anymore? McNamara, I think in retrospect that the aid was well justified. Sparkman, you think it paid dividends? McNamara, I do, sir. There are other statements which may be pertinent to the question of American involvement. Former U.S. Ambassador Marshall Green, speaking in Australia in 1973 where he was then ambassador, is reported as saying, "In 1965 I remember, Indonesia was poised at the razor's edge. I remember people arguing from here that Indonesia wouldn't go communist. But when Sukarno announced in his August 17th speech that Indonesia would have a communist government within a year, then I was almost certain. What we did we had to do, and you'd better be glad we did, because if we hadn't, Asia would be a different place today. James Reston, writing in the New York Times in 1966, Washington is being careful not to claim any credit for this change, from Sukarno to Suharto. But this does not mean that Washington had nothing to do with it. There was a great deal more contact between the anti-communist forces in that country and at least one very high official in Washington before and during the Indonesian massacre than is generally realized. General Suharto's forces, at times severely short of food and munitions, have been getting aid from here through various third countries, and it is doubtful if the Suharto coup would ever have been attempted without the American show of strength in Vietnam or been sustained without the clandestine aid it has received indirectly from here. Neville Maxwell, Senior Research Officer, Institute of Commonwealth Studies, Oxford University. A few years ago, I was researching in Pakistan into the diplomatic background of the 1965 Indo-Pakistan conflict, and in foreign ministry papers to which I had been given access came across a letter to the then Foreign Minister, Mr. Bhutto, from one of his ambassadors in Europe, I believe Mr. J. A. Rahim, in Paris, reporting a conversation with a Dutch intelligence officer with NATO. According to my note of that letter, the officer had remarked to the Pakistani diplomat that Indonesia was ready to fall into the Western lap like a rotten apple. Western intelligence agencies, he said, would organize a premature communist coup, which would be foredoomed to fail, providing a legitimate and welcome opportunity to the army to crush the communists and make Sukarno a prisoner of the army's goodwill. The ambassador's report was dated December 1964. It should be remembered that Indonesia had been a colony of the Netherlands, and the Dutch still had some special links to the country. The record of the new order imposed by General Suharto upon the people of Indonesia for almost 3 decades has been remarkable. The government administers the nation on the level of Chicago gangsters of the 1930s running a protection racket. Political prisoners overflow the jails. Torture is routine. Death squads roam at will, killing not only subversives, but suspected criminals by the thousands. An army officer in the province of Aceh fires a single shot in the air, at which point all young males must run to a central square before the soldier fires a second shot. Then, anyone arriving late or not leaving his home is shot on the spot, and 200,000 more. In 1975, Indonesia invaded the former Portuguese colony of East Timor, which lies at the eastern end of the Indonesian archipelago and which had proclaimed its independence after Portugal relinquished control. It was the beginning of a massacre that continues into the 1990s. By 1989, Amnesty International estimated that Indonesian troops, with the aim of forcibly annexing East Timor, had killed 200,000 people out of a population of between 600,000 and 700,000. The level of atrocity has often been on a par with that carried out against the PKI in Indonesia itself. The invasion of December 7, 1975, of which, said the New York Times, by any definition, Indonesia is guilty of naked aggression, was launched the day after U.S. President Gerald Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger left Indonesia following a meeting with President Suharto. Columnist Jack Anderson later reported, by December 3, 1975, an intelligence dispatch to Washington reported that ranking Indonesian civilian government leaders have decided that the only solution in the Portuguese Timor situation is for Indonesia to launch an open offensive against Fretilin, the leading East Timorese resistance movement. But it was essential to neutralize the United States, for the Indonesian army relied heavily on U.S. arms which, under our laws, could not be used for aggression. As it happened, President Gerald Ford was on his way to Indonesia for a state visit. An intelligence report forewarned that Suharto would bring up the Timor issue and would try and elicit a sympathetic attitude. That Suharto succeeded is confirmed by Ford himself. The United States had suffered a devastating setback in Vietnam, leaving Indonesia as the most important American ally in the area. The U.S. national interest, Ford concluded, had to be on the side of Indonesia. Ford gave his tacit approval on December 6, 1975. 5 days after the invasion, the United Nations voted to condemn the attack as an errant act of international aggression. The United States abstained. Thereafter, the U.S. delegate maneuvered behind the scenes to resist UN moves aimed at forcing Indonesia to give up its conquest. Throughout the late 1970s and the 1980s, U.S. State Department officials, in statements to the press and in testimony before Congress, consistently supported Indonesia's claim to East Timor, unlike the United Nations and the European community, and downplayed the slaughter to a remarkable extent. Meanwhile, the omnipresent American military advisors, the training, the weapons, the helicopter gunships, and all the other instruments indispensable to efficient, modern counterinsurgency warfare were kept flowing into the hands of the Indonesian military. This may not be all, for Fredolin reported on a number of occasions that American advisors were directing and even participating in the combat.
32 Ghana 1966.
Kwame Nkrumah steps out of line. In October of the year 1965, Kwame Nkrumah, the president of Ghana, published his famous to-be book, Neo-Colonialism, the last stage of imperialism, dedicated to the freedom fighters of Africa, living and dead. In the book, Nkrumah accused the CIA of being behind numerous setbacks and crises in the Third World and Eastern Europe. He later wrote that, "The American government sent me a note of protest and promptly refused Ghana $35 million of aid." For months later, he was overthrown in a CIA-backed military coup. To be sure, the coup makers, members of the Ghanaian army and police, had their own motivations. They were fearful of having their powers stripped from them by a suspicious Nkrumah who was building up his own private army, and they were intent upon furthering their individual professional careers and status. Within days, even hours, of the successful coup in February 1966, majors had become colonels and colonels had become generals. There was more than a touch of the Keystone Cops to the whole episode. Kwame Nkrumah was a man who, as a student in the United States during the Great Depression, had roamed Harlem, slept in the subway, and lined up at Father Divine's soup kitchens. Later, he was to be hailed as Africa's brightest star, a leader in the call for an anti-imperialist, Pan-African organization and an international movement of nations non-aligned in the Cold War. But from all accounts, Nkrumah engaged in idiosyncratic one-man rule and thought that socialism could be promoted by edict from above. And though he spoke out boldly against neocolonialism, he was unable, ultimately, to keep Ghana from falling under the sway of the multinationals. When he attempted to lessen his country's dependence on the West by strengthening economic and military ties to the Soviet Union, China, and East Germany, he effectively sealed his fate. The United States wanted him out. Great Britain, the former colonial power in Ghana when it was known as the Gold Coast, wanted him out. France and West Germany wanted him out. Those Ghanaians who carried out the coup suffered from no doubts that a move against Nkrumah would be supported by the Western powers. At the time of the coup, the Soviet press charged that the CIA had been involved, and in 1972 the Daily Telegraph, the conservative London newspaper, reported that by 1965 the Accra, capital of Ghana CIA station, had 20 active operators, distributing largesse among President Nkrumah's secret adversaries. By February 1966, the report continued, the CIA had its plans ready to end Nkrumah's regime. The patient and assiduous work of the Accra CIA station was fully rewarded. It wasn't until 1978, however, that the story broke in the United States. Former CIA officer John Stockwell, who had spent most of his career in Africa, published a book in which he revealed the agency's complicity. Shortly afterwards, the New York Times, quoting first-hand intelligence sources, corroborated that the CIA had advised and supported the dissident Ghanaian army officers. Stockwell disclosed that the CIA station in Accra was given a generous budget and maintained intimate contact with the plotters as a coup was hatched. So close was the station's involvement that it was able to coordinate the recovery of some classified Soviet military equipment by the United States as the coup took place. The CIA station had also proposed to headquarters in Washington that a small squad of paramilitary experts, members of the agency's Special Operations Group, be on hand at the moment of the coup, with their faces blacked, storm the Chinese embassy, kill everyone inside, steal their secret records, and blow up the building to cover the fact. This proposal was squashed, Stockwell wrote, but inside CIA headquarters the Accra station was given full, if unofficial credit for the eventual coup, in which 8 Soviet advisors were killed. The Soviet Union categorically denied that any of its advisors had been killed. Other intelligence sources who were in Ghana at the time of the coup have taken issue with Stockwell's view that the CIA deserved full credit for Nkrumah's downfall. But they considered the agency's role to have been pivotal, and at least some officials in Washington apparently agreed, for the CIA station chief in Accra, Howard T. Bain, was quickly promoted to a senior position in the agency. When he was successful, one of the New York Times sources said of Bain, "Everyone in the African division knew it. If it had failed, he would have been transferred and no CIA involvement revealed." Bain, nevertheless, was enraged by the CIA's high-level decision not to permit the raid on the Chinese embassy, at the time the Peking government's only embassy in Africa. "They didn't have the guts to do it," he subsequently told an associate. After the coup, the CIA made a payment of at least $100,000 to the new Ghanaian regime for the confiscated Soviet material, one item of which was a cigarette lighter that also functioned as a camera. The Ghanaian leaders soon expelled large numbers of Russians as well as Chinese and East Germans. Virtually all state-owned industries were allowed to pass into private hands. In short order, the channels of aid, previously clogged, opened wide, and credit, food, and development projects flowed in from the United States, the European powers, and the International Monetary Fund. Washington, for example, 3 weeks after the coup, approved substantial emergency food assistance in response to an urgent request from Ghana. A food request from Nkrumah 4 months earlier had been turned down. 1 month after his ouster, the international price of cocoa, Ghana's economic lifeblood, had risen 14%. The CIA's reluctance to approve the action at the Chinese embassy may have stemmed from the fact that the National Security Council had specifically refused to authorize the agency's involvement in the coup at all. This was, as we have seen, not the first instance of the CIA taking American foreign policy into its own hands. On such occasions, the modus operandi calls for putting as little into writing as feasible, or keeping records out of official CIA files, thus making them immune to freedom of information disclosures or congressional investigations. Technically, the records do not exist. Legally, they can be destroyed at any time. This was the case with the Ghanaian coup and may explain why more details of the CIA role have never been revealed. The American right-wing view of what happened. According to John Barron, the Reader's Digest's resident KGB expert, Nkrumah was overthrown by only native insurgents, the only foreigners in the picture being 11 KGB officers who were found in Nkrumah's headquarters and summarily executed. "The Soviet Union didn't say a word about this," he wrote, "because they didn't want the world to know that KGB officers were actually sitting in the Ghanaian president's office running the country." Barron offers no evidence at all to support his claim of the KGB running the country, nor does he explain why the new government didn't publicize this very interesting fact. He goes on to write of the copious secret files of the Nkrumah regime, which were discovered and then studied and analyzed. The files revealed, he says, that the KGB had converted Ghana into one vast base of subversion, which the Soviet Union fully intended to use to capture the continent of Africa. For reasons best known to himself perhaps, Barron fails to offer the reader a single quotation from any of the copious secret files to support his allegations.
33 Uruguay 1964 a 1970.
Torture as American as apple pie. The precise pain in the precise place, in the precise amount, for the desired effect. The words of an instructor in the art of torture. The words of Dan Mitrione, the head of the Office of Public Safety, OPS, mission in Montevideo. Officially, OPS was a division of the Agency for International Development, but the director of OPS in Washington, Byron Engel, was an old CIA hand. His organization maintained a close working relationship with the CIA, and agency officers often operated abroad under OPS cover, although Mitrione was not one of them. OPS had been operating formally in Uruguay since 1965, supplying the police with the equipment, the arms, and the training it was created to do. For years later, when Mitrione arrived, the Uruguayans had a special need for OPS services. The country was in the midst of a long-running economic decline, its once heralded prosperity and democracy sinking fast toward the level of its South American neighbors. Labor strikes, student demonstrations, and militant street violence had become normal events during the past year. And, most worrisome to the Uruguayan authorities, there were the revolutionaries who called themselves Tupamaros. Perhaps the cleverest, most resourceful, and most sophisticated urban guerrillas the world has ever seen, the Tupamaros had a deft touch for capturing the public's imagination with outrageous actions and winning sympathizers with their Robin Hood philosophy. Their members and secret partisans held key positions in the government, banks, universities, and the professions, as well as in the military and police. Unlike other Latin American guerrilla groups, the New York Times stated in 1970, the Tupamaros normally avoid bloodshed when possible. They try instead to create embarrassment for the government and general disorder. A favorite tactic was to raid the files of a private corporation to expose corruption and deceit in high places, or kidnap a prominent figure and try him before a people's court. It was heady stuff to choose a public villain whose acts went uncensored by the legislature, the courts, and the press, subject him to an informed and uncompromising interrogation, and then publicize the results of the intriguing dialogue. Once they ransacked an exclusive high-class nightclub and scrawled on the walls perhaps their most memorable slogan, "O bailan todos o no baila nadie," either everyone dances or no one dances. Dan Mitrione did not introduce the practice of torturing political prisoners to Uruguay. It had been perpetrated by the police at times from at least the early 1960s. However, in a surprising interview given to a leading Brazilian newspaper in 1970, the former Uruguayan chief of police intelligence, Alejandro Otero, declared that U.S. advisors, and in particular Mitrione, had instituted torture as a more routine measure. To the means of inflicting pain, they had added scientific refinement, and to that a psychology to create despair, such as playing a tape in the next room of women and children screaming and telling the prisoner that it was his family being tortured. The violent methods which were beginning to be employed, said Otero, caused an escalation in Tupamaro activity. Before then, their attitude showed that they would use violence only as a last resort. The newspaper interview greatly upset American officials in South America and Washington. Byron Engel later tried to explain it all away by asserting, "The 3 Brazilian reporters in Montevideo all denied filing that story. We found out later that it was slipped into the paper by someone in the composing room at the Jornal do Brasil." Otero had been a willing agent of the CIA, a student at their International Police Services School in Washington, a recipient of their cash over the years, but he was not a torturer. What finally drove him to speak out was perhaps the torture of a woman who, while a Tupamaro sympathizer, was also a friend of his. When she told him that Mitrione had watched and assisted in her torture, Otero complained to him about this particular incident as well as his general methods of extracting information. The only outcome of the encounter was Otero's demotion. William Cantrell was a CIA operations officer stationed in Montevideo, ostensibly as a member of the OPS team. In the mid-1960s, he was instrumental in setting up a Department of Information and Intelligence, D2, and providing it with funds and equipment. Some of the equipment, innovated by the CIA's Technical Services Division, was for the purpose of torture, for this was one of the functions carried out by the D2. One of the pieces of equipment that was found useful, former New York Times correspondent A.J. Langeth learned, was a wire so very thin that it could be fitted into the mouth between the teeth and by pressing against the gum increase the electrical charge. And it was through the diplomatic pouch that Mitrione got some of the equipment he needed for interrogations, including these fine wires. Things got so bad in Mitrione's time that the Uruguayan Senate was compelled to undertake an investigation. After a 5-month study, the commission concluded unanimously that torture in Uruguay had become a normal, frequent, and habitual occurrence, inflicted upon Tupamaros as well as others. Among the types of torture the commission's report made reference to were electric shocks to the genitals, electric needles under the fingernails, burning with cigarettes, the slow compression of the testicles, daily use of psychological torture. Pregnant women were subjected to various brutalities and inhuman treatment. Certain women were imprisoned with their very young infants and subjected to the same treatment. Eventually, the D2 came to serve as a cover for the Escuadrón de la Muerte, Death Squad, composed, as elsewhere in Latin America, primarily of police officers, who bombed and strafed the homes of suspected Tupamaro sympathizers and engaged in assassination and kidnapping. The Death Squad received some of its special explosive material from the Technical Services Division and, in all likelihood, some of the skills employed by its members were acquired from instruction in the United States. Between 1969 and 1973, At least 16 Uruguayan police officers went through an 8-week course at CIA/OPS schools in Washington and Los Fresnos, Texas in the design, manufacture, and employment of bombs and incendiary devices. The official OPS explanation for these courses was that policemen needed such training in order to deal with bombs placed by terrorists. There was, however, no instruction in destroying bombs, only in making them. Moreover, on at least one reported occasion, the students were not policemen, but members of a private right-wing organization in Chile, see chapter on Chile. Another part of the curriculum which might also have proven to be of value to the death squad was the class on assassination weapons. A discussion of various weapons which may be used by the assassin is how OPS put it. Equipment and training of this kind was in addition to that normally provided by OPS. Riot helmets, transparent shields, tear gas, gas masks, communication gear, vehicles, police batons, and other devices for restraining crowds. The supply of these tools of the trade was increased in 1968 when public disturbances reached the spark point, and by 1970 American training in riot control techniques had been given to about 1,000 Uruguayan policemen. Dan Mitrione had built a soundproofed room in the cellar of his house in Montevideo. In this room, he assembled selected Uruguayan police officers to observe a demonstration of torture techniques. Another observer was Manuel Javier Cosculluela, a Cuban who was with the CIA and worked with Mitrione. Javier later wrote that the course began with a description of the human anatomy and nervous system. Soon things turned unpleasant. As subjects for the first testing they took beggars, known in Uruguay as bichicomes, from the outskirts of Montevideo, as well as a woman apparently from the frontier area with Brazil. There was no interrogation, only a demonstration of the effects of different voltages on the different parts of the human body, as well as demonstrating the use of a drug which induces vomiting, I don't know why or what for, and another chemical substance. The 4 of them died. In his book, Javier does not say specifically what Mitrione's direct part in all this was, but he later publicly stated that the OPS chief personally tortured 4 beggars to death with electric shocks. On another occasion, Javier sat with Mitrione in the latter's house, and over a few drinks the American explained to the Cuban his philosophy of interrogation. Mitrione considered it to be an art. First, there should be a softening up period, with the usual beatings and insults. The object is to humiliate the prisoner, to make him realize his helplessness, to cut him off from reality. No questions, only blows and insults. Then only blows in silence. Only after this, said Mitrione, is the interrogation. Here no pain should be produced other than that caused by the instrument which is being used. The precise pain in the precise place, in the precise amount, for the desired effect, was his motto. During the session you have to keep the subject from losing all hope of life because this can lead to stubborn resistance. You must always leave him some hope, a distant light. When you get what you want, and I always get it, Mitrione continued, it may be good to prolong the session a little to apply another softening up, not to extract information now, but only as a political measure, to create a healthy fear of meddling in subversive activities. The American pointed out that upon receiving a subject the first thing is to determine his physical state, his degree of resistance by means of a medical examination. A premature death means a failure by the technician. It's important to know in advance if we can permit ourselves the luxury of the subject's death. Not long after this conversation, Manuel Javier disappeared from Montevideo and turned up in Havana. He had been a Cuban agent, a double agent, all along. About half a year later, July 31st, 1970 to be exact, Dan Mitrione was kidnapped by the Tupamaros. They did not torture him. They demanded the release of some 150 prisoners in exchange for him. With the determined backing of the Nixon administration, the Uruguayan government refused. On August 10th, Mitrione's dead body was found on the back seat of a stolen car. He had turned 50 on his 5th day as a prisoner. Back in Mitrione's hometown of Richmond, Indiana, Secretary of State William Rogers and President Nixon's son-in-law David Eisenhower attended the funeral for Mitrione, the city's former police chief. Frank Sinatra and Jerry Lewis came to town to stage a benefit show for Mitrione's family, and White House spokesman, Ron Ziegler, solemnly stated that Mr. Mitrione's devoted service to the cause of peaceful progress in an orderly world will remain as an example for free men everywhere. A perfect man, his widow said. A great humanitarian, said his daughter Linda. The military's entry into the escalating conflict signaled the beginning of the end for the Tupamaros. By the end of 1972, the curtain was descending on their guerrilla theater. 6 months later, the military was in charge, Congress was dissolved, and everything not prohibited was compulsory. For the next 11 years, Uruguay competed strongly for the honor of being South America's most repressive dictatorship. It had, at one point, the largest number of political prisoners per capita in the world. And, as every human rights organization and former prisoner could testify, each one of them was tortured. Torture, said an activist priest, was routine and automatic. No one was dancing in Uruguay. In 1981, at the 14th Conference of American Armies, the Uruguayan Army offered a paper in which it defined subversion as actions, violent or not, with ultimate purposes of a political nature, in all fields of human activity within the internal sphere of a state and whose aims are perceived as not convenient for the overall political system. The dissident Uruguayan writer, Eduardo Galeano, summed up his country's era of dictatorship thusly: "People were in prison so that prices could be free." The film State of Siege appeared in 1972. It centered around Mitrione and the Tupamaros and depicted a Uruguayan police officer receiving training at a secret bomb school in the United States, though the film strove more to provide a composite picture of the role played by the U.S. in repression throughout Latin America. A scheduled premiere showing of the film at the federally funded John F. Kennedy Arts Center in Washington was canceled. There was already growing public and congressional criticism of this dark side of American foreign policy without adding to it. During the mid-1970s, however, Congress enacted several pieces of legislation which abolished the entire public safety program. In its time, OPS had provided training for more than 1 million policemen in the Third World. 10,000 of them had received advanced training in the United States. An estimated $150 million worth of equipment had been shipped to police forces abroad. Now, the export of repression was to cease. That was on paper. The reality appears to be somewhat different. To a large extent, the Drug Enforcement Administration (DEA) simply picked up where OPS had left off. The drug agency was ideally suited for the task, for its agents were already deployed all over Latin America and elsewhere overseas in routine liaison with foreign police forces. The DEA acknowledged in 1975 that 53 former employees of the CIA were now on its staff and that there was a close working relationship between the two agencies. The following year, the General Accounting Office reported that DEA agents were engaging in many of the same activities the OPS had been carrying out. In addition, some training of foreign policemen was transferred to FBI schools in Washington and Quantico, Virginia. The Defense Department continued to supply police-type equipment to military units engaged in internal security operations, and American arms manufacturers were doing a booming business furnishing arms and training to third-world governments. In some countries, contact between these companies and foreign law enforcement officials was facilitated by the U.S. Embassy or military mission. The largest of the arms manufacturers, Smith & Wesson, ran its own academy in Springfield, Massachusetts, which provided American and foreign public and industrial security forces with expert training in riot control, said Argentine Minister José López Rega at the signing of a U.S.-Argentina anti-drug treaty in 1974. "We hope to wipe out the drug traffic in Argentina. We have caught guerrillas after attacks who were high on drugs. The guerrillas are the main drug users in Argentina. Therefore, this anti-drug campaign will automatically be an anti-guerrilla campaign as well." And in 1981, a former Uruguayan intelligence officer declared that U.S. manuals were being used to teach techniques of torture to his country's military. He said that most of the officers who trained him had attended classes run by the United States in Panama. Among other niceties, the manuals listed 35 nerve points where electrodes could be applied. Philip Agee, after he left Ecuador, was stationed in Uruguay from March 1964 to August 1966. His account of CIA activities in Montevideo is further testimony to the amount of international mischief money can buy. Amongst the multifarious dirty tricks pulled off with impunity by Agee and his agency cohorts, the following constitute an interesting sample. A Latin American students' conference with a leftist leaning, held in Montevideo, was undermined by promoting the falsehood that it was nothing more than a creature of the Soviet Union, originated, financed and directed by Moscow. Editorials on this theme authored by the CIA appeared in leading newspapers to which the agency had daily access. This was followed by publication of a forged letter of a student leader thanking the Soviet cultural attaché for his assistance. A banner headline in one paper proclaimed, "Documents for the break with Russia," which was indeed the primary purpose of the operation. An inordinate amount of time, energy, and creativity was devoted, with moderate success, to schemes aimed at encouraging the expulsion of an assortment of Russians, East Germans, North Koreans, Czechs, and Cubans from Uruguayan soil, if not the breaking of relations with these countries. In addition to planting disparaging media propaganda, the CIA tried to obtain incriminating information by reading the mail and diplomatic cables to and from these countries, tapping embassy phones, and engaging in sundry bugging and surreptitious entry. The agency would then prepare intelligence reports, containing enough factual information to be plausible, which then made their way innocently into the hands of officials of influence, up to and including the President of the Republic. Anti-communist indoctrination of secondary-level students was promoted by financing particular school organizations and publications. A Congress of the People, bringing together a host of community groups, labor organizations, students, government workers, etc., communist and non-communist, disturbed the CIA because of the potential for a united front being formed for electoral purposes. Accordingly, newspaper editorials and articles were generated attacking the Congress as a classic communist takeover/duping tactic and calling upon non-communists to refrain from participating. And a phony handbill was circulated in which the Congress called upon the Uruguayan people to launch an insurrectional strike with immediate occupation of their places of work. Thousands of the handbills were handed out, provoking angry denials from the Congress organizers. But, as is usual in such cases, the damage was already done. The Uruguayan Communist Party planned to host an international conference to express solidarity with Cuba. The CIA merely had to turn to their paid friend, the Minister of the Interior, and the conference was banned. When it was shifted to Chile, the CIA station in Santiago performed the same magic. Uruguay at this time was a haven for political exiles from repressive regimes such as in Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay. The CIA, through surveillance and infiltration of the exile community, regularly collected information on exiles' activities, associates, etc., to be sent to CIA stations in the exiles' homelands with likely transmission to their governments, which wanted to know what these troublemakers were up to and which did not hesitate to harass them across frontiers. Other operations, wrote AG, were designed to take control of the streets away from communists and other leftists, and our squads, often with the participation of off-duty policemen, would break up their meetings and generally terrorize them. Torture of communists and other extreme leftists was used in interrogation by our liaison agents in the police. The monitoring and harassment of communist diplomatic missions by the CIA, as described above, was standard agency practice throughout the world. This rarely stemmed from anything more than a juvenile Cold War reflex, making life hard for the commies. Postscript: in 1998, Iladio Mal, a retired Uruguayan Navy Rear Admiral and former intelligence chief, testifying before a commission of the Uruguayan Chamber of Deputies, stated that during Uruguay's Dirty War, 1972 to 1983, orders came from the United States to kill captive members of the Tupamaros after interrogating them. The guidance that was sent from the U.S., said Mal, was that what had to be done with the captured guerrillas was to get information, and that afterwards they didn't deserve to live.
34 Chile 1964 a 1973.
A hammer and sickle stamped on your child's forehead. When Salvador Allende, a committed Marxist, came within 3% of winning the Chilean presidency in 1958, the United States decided that the next election in 1964 could not be left in the hands of Providence or democracy. Washington took it all very gravely. At the outset of the Kennedy administration in 1961, an electoral committee was established, composed of top-level officials from the State Department, the CIA, and the White House. In Santiago, a parallel committee of embassy and CIA people was set up. U.S. government intervention in Chile in 1964 was blatant and almost obscene, said one intelligence officer strategically placed at the time. We were shipping people off right and left, mainly State Department but also CIA, with all sorts of covers. All in all, as many as 100 American operatives were dedicated to the operation. They began laying the groundwork for the election years ahead, a Senate investigating committee has disclosed, by establishing operational relationships with key political parties and by creating propaganda and organizational mechanisms capable of influencing key sectors of the population. Projects were undertaken to help train and organize anti-communists among peasants, slum dwellers, organized labor, students, the media, etc. After channeling funds to several non-leftist parties, the electoral team eventually settled on a man of the center, Eduardo Frei, the candidate of the Christian Democratic Party, as the one most likely to block Allende's rise to power. The CIA underwrote more than half the party's total campaign costs. One of the reasons that the agency's overall electoral operation reduced the U.S. Treasury by an estimated $20 million, much more per voter than that spent by the Johnson and Goldwater campaigns combined in the same year in the United States. The bulk of the expenditures went toward propaganda. As the Senate committee described it, in addition to support for political parties, the CIA mounted a massive anti-communist propaganda campaign. Extensive use was made of the press, radio, films, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, direct mailings, paper streamers, and wall painting. It was a scare campaign, which relied heavily on images of Soviet tanks and Cuban firing squads, and was directed especially to women. Hundreds of thousands of copies of the anti-communist pastoral letter of Pope Pius XI were distributed by Christian democratic organizations. They carried the designation, printed privately by citizens without political affiliation, in order more broadly to disseminate its content. Disinformation and black propaganda, material which purported to originate from another source, such as the Chilean Communist Party, were used as well. The scare campaign played up to the fact that women in Chile, as elsewhere in Latin America, are traditionally more religious than men, more susceptible to being alarmed by the specter of godless, atheist communism. One radio spot featured the sound of a machine gun, followed by a woman's cry, "They have killed my child, the communists." The announcer then added in impassioned tones, "Communism offers only blood and pain. For this not to happen in Chile, we must elect Eduardo Frei president." Other scare tactics centered around warnings of Russian control and that the left would confiscate everything near, dear, and holy. The committee report continued, "The propaganda campaign was enormous. During the first week of intensive propaganda activity, the third week of June 1964, a CIA-funded propaganda group produced 20 radio spots per day in Santiago and on 44 provincial stations. 12-minute news broadcasts 5 times daily on 3 Santiago stations and 24 provincial outlets. Thousands of cartoons, and much paid press advertising. By the end of June, the group produced 24 daily newscasts in Santiago and the provinces, 26 weekly commentary programs, and distributed 3,000 posters daily. One poster which appeared in the thousands showed children with a hammer and sickle stamped on their foreheads. Newspaper articles from elsewhere in Latin America which supported the political lines of the CIA campaign were collected and reprinted in Chile. Undoubtedly, many of these articles had been written in the first place by CIA stations in the particular countries. There were also endorsements of free solicited from famous personages abroad, advertisements such as a message from the women of Venezuela, and a vitriolic anti-communist radio broadcast by Juanita Castro, sister of Fidel, who was on a CIA-organized speaking tour of South America. "If the Reds win in Chile," she said, "no type of religious activity will be possible. Chilean mother, I know you will not allow your children to be taken from you and sent to the communist bloc, as in the case of Cuba." The Senate committee also revealed that, in addition to buying propaganda piecemeal, the CIA station often purchased it wholesale by subsidizing Chilean media organizations friendly to the United States. Doing so was propaganda writ large. Instead of placing individual items, the CIA supported, or even founded, friendly media outlets which might not have existed in the absence of agency support. From 1953 through 1970 in Chile, the station subsidized wire services, magazines written for intellectual circles, and a right-wing weekly newspaper. Of one subsidized newspaper, a State Department veteran of the campaign recalls that the layout was magnificent. The photographs were superb. It was a Madison Avenue product far above the standards of Chilean publications. The same could be said about the electioneering itself. Besides running political action projects on its own in a number of important voting blocks, the CIA directed the Christian Democrats campaign along American-style lines, with voter registration, get-out-the-vote drives, and professional management firms to carry out public opinion surveys. To top it all off, they sent for a ringer, an election specialist from the staff of that eminent connoisseur and guardian of free elections, Mayor Richard Daley of Chicago. What the function of Daley's man in Chile was can only be guessed at. Several of the grassroots programs funded by the CIA were those run by Roger Viekmans, a Belgian Jesuit priest who arrived in Chile in 1957 and founded a network of social action organizations, one of which grew to have 100 employees and a $30 million annual budget. By his own declaration in 1963, Viekmans received $5 million from the CIA as well as a like amount from aid to guide his organization's resources in support of the Christian Democrats and Eduardo Frei, with whom Viekmans had close relations. The Jesuits' programs served the classic function of channeling revolutionary zeal along safe reformist paths. Church people working for the CIA in the Third World have typically been involved in gathering information about the activities and attitudes of individual peasants and workers, spotting the troublemakers, recruiting likely agents, preaching the gospel of anti-communism, acting as funding conduits, and serving as a religious cover for various agency operations. An extreme anti-communist, Viekmans was a frontline soldier in the struggle of the Christian Democrats and the Catholic Church against the liberation theology. The operation worked. It worked beyond expectations. Frei received 56% of the vote to Allende's 39%. The CIA regarded the anti-communist scare campaign as the most effective activity undertaken, noted the Senate committee. This was the tactic directed toward Chilean women in particular. As things turned out, Allende won the men's vote by 67,000 over Frei. In Chile, men and women vote separately. But amongst the women, Frei came out ahead by 469,000 testimony, once again, to the remarkable ease with which the minds of the masses of people can be manipulated, in any and all societies. What was there about Salvador Allende that warranted all this feverish activity? What threat did he represent? This man against whom the great technical and economic resources of the world's most powerful nation were brought to bear. Allende was a man whose political program, as described by the Senate committee report, was to redistribute income. 2% of the population received 46% of the income, and reshape the Chilean economy, beginning with the nationalization of major industries, especially the copper companies, greatly expanded agrarian reform, and expanded relations with socialist and communist countries. A man committed to such a program could be expected by American policymakers to lead his country along a path independent of the priorities of U.S. foreign policy and the multinationals. As his later term as president confirmed, he was independent of any other country as well. The CIA is an ongoing organization. Its covert activities are ongoing each day, in each country. Between the 1964 and 1970 presidential elections, many of the programs designed to foster an anti-leftist mentality in different sections of the population continued. Much of the propaganda and electioneering mechanisms remained in place to support candidates of the 1965 and 1969 congressional elections. In the latter election, financial support was given to a splinter Socialist Party in order to attract votes away from Allende's Socialist Party. This reportedly deprived the party of a minimum of 7 congressional seats. The Senate committee described some of the other individual covert projects undertaken by the CIA during this period. Wresting control of Chilean university student organizations from the communists. Supporting a women's group active in Chilean political and intellectual life. To combating the communist-dominated Central Única de Trabajadores Chilenos, CUTCH, and supporting democratic, i.e., anti-communist labor groups, and exploiting a civic action front group to combat communist influence within cultural and intellectual circles. In 1968, at the same time the CIA was occupied in subverting unions dominated by the Chilean Communist Party, a U.S. Senate committee was concluding that the Latin American labor movement had largely abandoned its revolutionary outlook. Even the communist-dominated unions, especially those which follow the Moscow Line, now generally accept the peaceful road as a viable alternative. I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist because of the irresponsibility of its own people. Thus spoke Henry Kissinger, principal advisor to the President of the United States on matters of national security. The date was June 27, 1970. a meeting of the National Security Council's 40 Committee, and the people Kissinger suspected of imminent irresponsibility were the Chileans whom he feared might finally elect Salvador Allende as their president. The United States did not stand by idly. At this meeting, approval was given to a $300,000 increase in the anti-Allende spoiling operation which was already underway. The CIA trained its disinformation-heavy artillery on the Chilean electorate, firing shells marked, "An Allende victory means violence and Stalinist repression." Black propaganda was employed to undermine Allende's coalition and support by sowing dissent between the Communist Party and the Socialist Party, the main members of the coalition, and between the Communist Party and the CUTCH. Nonetheless, on September 4 Allende won a plurality of the votes. On October 24, the Chilean Congress would meet to choose between him and the runner-up Jorge Alessandri of the Conservative National Party. By tradition, Allende was certain to become president. The United States had 7 weeks to prevent him from taking office. On September 15, President Nixon met with Kissinger, CIA Director Richard Helms, and Attorney General John Mitchell. Helms' handwritten notes of the meeting have become famous. 1 in 10 chance perhaps, but save Chile. Not concerned with risks involved. $10, 000, 000 available. More if necessary. Make the economy scream. Funds were authorized by the 40 Committee to bribe Chilean congressmen to vote for Alessandri. But this was soon abandoned as infeasible, and under intense pressure from Richard Nixon, American efforts were concentrated on inducing the Chilean military to stage a coup and then cancel the congressional vote altogether. At the same time, Nixon and Kissinger made it clear to the CIA that an assassination of Allende would not be unwelcome. One White House options paper discussed various ways this could be carried out. A fresh propaganda campaign was initiated in Chile to impress upon the military, amongst others, the catastrophe which would befall the nation with Allende as president. In addition to the standard communist horror stories, it was made known that there would be a cutoff of American and other foreign assistance. This was accompanied by predictions/rumors of the nationalization of everything down to small shops, and of economic collapse. The campaign actually affected the Chilean economy adversely, and a major financial panic ensued. In private, Chilean military officers were warned that American military aid would come to a halt if Allende were seated. During this interim period, according to the CIA, over 700 articles, broadcasts, editorials, and similar items were generated in the Latin American and European media as a direct result of agency activity. This is apart from the real media stories inspired by the planted ones. Moreover, journalists in the pay of the CIA arrived in Chile from at least 10 different countries to enhance their material with on-the-spot credibility. The following portion of a CIA cable of September 25, 1970 offers some indication of the scope of such media operations. Sao Paulo, Tegucigalpa, Buenos Aires, Lima, Montevideo, Bogotá, Mexico City report continued replay of Chile-themed materials. Items also carried in New York Times and Washington Post. Propaganda activities continue to generate good coverage of Chile developments along our theme guidance. The CIA also gave inside briefings to American journalists about the situation in Chile. One such briefing provided to Time enlightened the magazine as to Allende's intention to support violence and destroy Chile's free press. This, observed the Senate report, resulted in a change in the basic thrust of the Time story. When Allende criticized the leading conservative newspaper El Mercurio, heavily funded by the CIA, the agency orchestrated cables of support and protest from foreign newspapers, a protest statement from an international press association, and world press coverage of the association's protest. A cable sent from CIA headquarters to Santiago on October 19 expressed concern that the coup still had no pretext or justification that it can offer to make it acceptable in Chile or Latin America. It therefore would seem necessary to create one to bolster what will probably be the military's claim to a coup to save Chile from communism. One of headquarters' suggestions was the fabrication of firm intelligence, that Cubans planned to reorganize all intelligence services along Soviet/Cuban mold, thus creating structure for police state, with appropriate military contact can determine how to discover intelligence report, which could even be planted during raids planned by carabineros, the police. Meanwhile, the agency was in active consultation with several Chilean military officers who were receptive to the suggestion of a coup. The difficulty in finding such officers was described by the CIA as a problem in overcoming the apolitical, constitutional-oriented inertia of the Chilean military. They were assured that the United States would give them full support short of direct military involvement. The immediate obstacle faced by the officers was the determined opposition of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, René Schneider, who insisted that the constitutional process be followed. He would have to be removed. In the early morn of October 22, the CIA passed sterilized machine guns and ammunition to some of the conspirators. Earlier they had passed tear gas. That same day, Schneider was mortally wounded in an attempted kidnap on his way to work. The CIA station in Santiago cabled its headquarters that the general had been shot with the same kind of weapons it had delivered to the military plotters, although the agency later claimed to the Senate that the actual assassins were not the same ones it had passed the weapons to. The assassination did not avail the conspirators' purpose. It only served to rally the army around the flag of constitutionalism, and time was running out. 2 days later, Salvador Allende was confirmed by the Chilean Congress. On November 3rd, he took office as president. The stage was set for a clash of two experiments. One was Allende's socialist experiment aimed at lifting Chile from the mire of underdevelopment and dependency and the poor from deprivation. The other was, as CIA Director William Colby later put it, a prototype or laboratory experiment to test the techniques of heavy financial investment in an effort to discredit and bring down a government. Although there were few individual features of this experiment which were unique for the CIA, in sum total it was perhaps the most multifarious intervention ever undertaken by the United States. In the process it brought a new word into the language: destabilization. Not a nut or bolt will be allowed to reach Chile under Allende, warned then-American Ambassador Edward Corey before the confirmation. The Chilean economy, so extraordinarily dependent upon the United States, was the country's soft underbelly easy to pound. Over the next 3 years, new U.S. government assistance programs for Chile plummeted almost to the vanishing point. Similarly with loans from the U.S. Export-Import Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, in which the United States held what amounted to a veto, and the World Bank made no new loans at all to Chile during 1971 to 73. U.S. government financial assistance or guarantees to American private investment in Chile were cut back sharply, and American businesses were given the word to tighten the economic noose. What this boycott translated into were things like the many buses and taxis out of commission in Chile due to a lack of replacement parts, and similar difficulties in the copper, steel, electricity, and petroleum industries. American suppliers refused to sell needed parts despite Chile's offer to pay cash in advance. Multinational ITT, which didn't need to be told what to do, stated in a 1970 memorandum, "A more realistic hope among those who want to block Allende is that a swiftly deteriorating economy will touch off a wave of violence leading to a military coup." In the midst of the near disappearance of economic aid, and contrary to its warning, the United States increased its military assistance to Chile during 1972 and 1973, as well as training Chilean military personnel in the United States and Panama. The Allende government, caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, was reluctant to refuse this assistance for fear of antagonizing its military leaders. Perhaps nothing produced more discontent in the population than the shortages, the little daily annoyances when one couldn't get a favorite food or flour or cooking oil or toilet paper, bed sheets or soap, or the one part needed to make the TV set or the car run. Or, worst of all, when a nicotine addict couldn't get a cigarette. Some of the scarcity resulted from Chile being a society in transition, various changeovers to state ownership, experiments in workers' control, etc. But this was minor compared to the effect of the aid squeeze and the practices of the omnipresent American corporations. Equally telling were the extended strikes in Chile, which relied heavily on CIA financial support for their prolongation. In October 1972, for example, an association of private truck owners instituted a work stoppage aimed at disrupting the flow of food and other important commodities, including in their embargo even newspapers which supported the government. Subtlety was not the order of the day in this ultrapolarized country. On the heels of this came store closures, countless petits bourgeois doing their bit to turn the screws of public inconvenience. And when they were open, Many held back on certain goods, like cigarettes, to sell them on the black market to those who could afford the higher prices. Then most private bus companies stopped running. On top of this, various professional and white-collar workers, largely unsympathetic to the government, walked out with or without CIA help. Much of this campaign was aimed at wearing down the patience of the public, convincing them that socialism can't work in Chile. Yet there had been worse shortages for most of the people before the Allende government: shortages of food, housing, healthcare, and education, for example. At least half the population had suffered from malnutrition. Allende, who was a medical doctor, explained his free milk program by pointing out that today in Chile there are over 600,000 children mentally retarded because they were not adequately nourished during the first 8 months of their lives, because they did not receive the necessary proteins. Financial aid was not the CIA's only input into the strike scene. More than 100 members of Chilean professional associations and employers' guilds were graduates of the school run by the American Institute for Free Labor Development in Front Royal, Virginia, the Little Anti-Red Schoolhouse. AIFLD, the CIA's principal Latin America labor organization, also assisted in the formation of a new professional association in May 1971, the Confederation of Chilean Professionals. The labor specialists of AIFLD had more than a decade's experience in the art of fomenting economic turmoil, or keeping workers quiescent when the occasion called for it. CIA propaganda merchants had a field day with the disorder and the shortages, exacerbating both by instigating panic buying. All the techniques, the whole of the media saturation, the handy organizations created for each and every purpose, so efficiently employed in 1964 and 1970, were facilitated by the virtually unlimited license granted the press. Headlines and stories which spread rumors about everything from nationalizations to bad meat and undrinkable water. Economic chaos. Chile on brink of doom. In the largest type one could ever expect to see in a newspaper, raising the specter of civil war, when not actually calling for it, literally alarmist stories which anywhere else in the world would have been branded seditious. The worst of London's daily tabloids or the National Enquirer of the United States appear as staid as a journal of dentistry by comparison. In response, on a few occasions, the government briefly closed down a newspaper or magazine, on the left as well as on the right, for endangering security. The agency's routine support of the political opposition was extended to include the extreme rightist organization Patria y Libertad, which the CIA reportedly helped to form, and whose members it trained in guerrilla warfare and bombing techniques at schools in Bolivia and Los Fresnos, Texas. Patria y Libertad marched in rallies in full riot gear, engaged repeatedly in acts of violence and provocation, and its publications openly called for a military coup. The CIA was engaged in courting the military for the same end. Providing military equipment meant the normal presence of U.S. advisors and the opportunity for Americans to work closely with the Chileans. Since 1969, the agency had been establishing intelligence assets in all 3 branches of the Chilean armed services, and included command-level officers, field and company-grade officers, retired general staff officers, and enlisted men. Employing its usual blend of real and fabricated information, along with forged documents, the CIA endeavored to keep the officers on the alert. One approach was to convince them that, with Allende's approval, the Police Investigations Unit was acting in concert with Cuban intelligence to gather information prejudicial to the Army High Command. Newspapers in Santiago supported by the CIA, particularly El Mercurio, often concentrated on influencing the military. They alleged communist plots to disband or destroy the armed services, Soviet plans to establish a submarine base in Chile, North Korea setting up a training base, and so forth. The papers stirred up hatred against the government in the ranks, and in some cases entire columns were published which were calculated to change the opinion of a single officer, in one case an officer's wife. The agency also subsidized a number of books and other kinds of publications in Chile. One was a short-lived anti-government newsletter directed at the military. Later, the CIA made use of a weekly humor and political magazine, SIPA, aimed at the same audience. The cover of the March 20, 1973 issue featured the headline, Robert Moss, an English recipe for Chile military control. Moss was identified by the magazine as a British sociologist. A more relevant description would have been that he was a news specialist associated with known CIA media fronts. One of these, Forum World Features of London, see Western Europe chapter. Published Moss's book, Chile's Marxist Experiment in 1973, which was widely circulated by the junta to justify its coup. Moss was associated with a CIA-funded think tank in Santiago which went by the supremely innocuous name of the Institute of General Studies. The IGS, amongst other activities, conducted seminars for Chilean military officers in which it was explained, in technical apolitical terms, why Allende was a disaster for the economy and why a laissez-faire system offered a solution to Chile's ills. There is no way of measuring to what extent such lectures influenced future actions of the military, although after the coup the junta did appoint several IGS people to top government posts. The CIA's Santiago station was meanwhile collecting the operational intelligence necessary in the event of a coup. Arrest lists, key civilian installations and personnel that needed protection, key government installations which need to be taken over, and government contingency plans which would be used in case of a military uprising. The CIA later asserted that this information was never passed to the Chilean military, a claim that does not give one the feeling of having been united with the probable. It should be noted in this context that in the days immediately following the coup the Chilean military went directly to the residences of many Americans and other foreigners living in Santiago who had been sympathetic to the Allende government. The government contingency plans were presumably obtained by the agency through its infiltration of the various parties which made up Allende's Unidad Popular, UP, coalition. CIA agents in the upper echelons of Allende's own Socialist Party were paid to make mistakes in their jobs. In Washington, burglary was the agency's tactic of choice for obtaining documents. Papers were taken from the homes of several employees of the Chilean embassy, and the embassy itself, which had been bugged for some time, was burgled in May 1972 by some of the same men who the next month staged the Watergate break-in. In March 1973, the UP won about 44% of the vote in congressional elections, compared to some 36% in 1970. It was said to be the largest increase an incumbent party had ever received in Chile after being in power more than 2 years. The opposition parties had publicly expressed their optimism about capturing 2/3 of the congressional seats and thus being able to impeach Allende. Now they faced 3 more years under him, with the prospect of being unable, despite their best and most underhanded efforts, to prevent his popularity from increasing even further. During the spring and summer, the destabilization process escalated. There was a whole series of demonstrations and strikes, with an even longer one by the truckers. Time magazine reported, while most of the country survived on short rations, the truckers seemed unusually well equipped for a lengthy holdout. A reporter asked a group of truckers who were camping and dining on a lavish communal meal of steak, vegetables, wine, and empanadas, where the money for it came from. From the CIA? They answered laughingly. There was as well daily sabotage and violence, including assassination. In June, an abortive attack upon the presidential palace was carried out by the military and Patria y Libertad. In September, the military prevailed. It is clear, said the Senate Investigating Committee, the CIA received intelligence reports on the coup planning of the group, which carried out the successful September 11th coup throughout the months of July, August, and September 1973. The American role on that fateful day was one of substance and shadow. The coup began in the Pacific coast port of Valparaiso with the dispatch of Chilean naval troops to Santiago, while U.S. Navy ships were present offshore, ostensibly to participate in joint maneuvers with the Chilean Navy. The American ships stayed outside of Chilean waters, but remained on the alert. A U.S. WB-575 plane, an airborne communications control system, piloted by U.S. Air Force officers, cruised in the Chilean sky. At the same time, 32 American observation and fighter planes were landing at the U.S. Air Base in Mendoza, Argentina, not far from the Chilean border. In Valparaiso, while U.S. military officers were meeting with their Chilean counterparts, a young American, Charles Horman, who lived in Santiago and was stranded near Valparaiso by the coup, happened to engage in conversation with several Americans, civilian and military. A retired naval engineer told him, "We came down to do a job and it's done." 1 or 2 American military men also gave away clues they shouldn't have. A few days later, Horman was arrested in his Santiago residence. They knew where to find him. He was never seen again. Thus it was that they closed the country to the outside world for a week, while the tanks rolled and the soldiers broke down doors. The stadiums rang with the sounds of execution and the bodies piled up along the streets and floated in the river. The torture centers opened for business. The subversive books were thrown to the bonfires. Soldiers slit the trouser legs of women, shouting that in Chile women wear dresses. The poor returned to their natural state, and the men of the world in Washington and in the halls of international finance opened up their checkbooks. 1 year later, President Gerald Ford was moved to declare that what the United States had done in Chile was in the best interest of the people in Chile, and certainly in our own best interest. The remark could have been punctuated with a pinch of snuff. What the United States had done in Chile, thought Gerald Ford, or so he said, was to help and assist the preservation of opposition newspapers and electronic media, and to preserve opposition political parties. The reporters present were kind or obsequious, enough not to ask Ford what he thought of the junta's Chile, where all opposition, of any kind, in any form, in any medium, was forbidden. It was of course de rigueur for some other officials and congressmen to assert that what the United States had really done in Chile was repel the Soviet threat to the Western Hemisphere. But Soviet behavior toward the Allende government simply did not tally with any such hypothesis. The language of U.S. intelligence reports confirms that Soviet overtures to Allende characterized by caution and restraint, Soviet desire to avoid another Cuba-type commitment, Russians advising Allende to put his relations with the United States in order, to ease the strain between the two countries. A CIA study of September 7, 1970, 3 days after Allende's electoral victory, concluded, 1. The U.S. has no vital national interests within Chile. There would, however, be tangible economic losses. 2. The world military balance of power would not be significantly altered by an Allende government. 3. An Allende victory would, however, create considerable political and psychological costs. Hemispheric cohesion would be threatened by the challenge that an Allende government would pose to the OAS Organization of American States, and by the reactions that it would create in other countries. B. An Allende victory would represent a definite psychological setback to the U.S. and a definite psychological advantage for the Marxist idea. The tangible economic losses likely referred to the expected nationalization of U.S. copper mining companies. This in fact occurred, with no compensation paid to the companies by the Unidad Popular, which calculated that due to excess profits, over many years the companies actually owed Chile money. The reactions that it would create in other countries. What can this mean but that the people of other countries might be inspired to consider their own socialist solution to the economic and social problems that beset them? Allende's Chile might thus turn out to be that specter that haunted the corridors of official Washington, a successful example of an alternative to the capitalist model. Washington knows no heresy in the Third World but independence. In the case of Salvador Allende, independence came clothed in an especially provocative costume, a Marxist constitutionally elected who continued to honor the Constitution. This would not do. It shook the very foundation stones upon which the anti-communist tower is built. The doctrine, painstakingly cultivated for decades, that communists can take power only through force and deception, that they can retain that power only through terrorizing and brainwashing the population. There could be only one thing worse than a Marxist in power, an elected Marxist in power. 35. Greece 1964 to 1974. Fuck your parliament and your constitution, said the President of the United States. It's the best damn government since Pericles, the American two-star general declared. The news report did not mention whether he was chewing on a big fat cigar. The government, about which the good general was so ebullient, was that of the colonel's junta, which came to power in a military coup in April 1967, followed immediately by the traditional martial law, censorship, arrests, beatings, torture, and killings, the victims totaling some 8,000 in the first month. This was accompanied by the equally traditional declaration that this was all being done to save the nation from a communist takeover. Corrupting and subversive influences in Greek life were to be removed. Among these were miniskirts, long hair, and foreign newspapers. Church attendance for the young would be compulsory. So brutal and so swift was the repression that by September, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and the Netherlands were before the European Commission of Human Rights to accuse Greece of violating most of the Commission's conventions. Before the year was over, Amnesty International had sent representatives to Greece to investigate the situation. From this came a report which asserted that torture as a deliberate practice is carried out by the security police and the military police. The coup had taken place 2 days before the campaign for national elections was to begin, elections which appeared certain to bring the veteran liberal leader George Papandreou back as prime minister. Papandreou had been elected in February 1964 with the only outright majority in the history of modern Greek elections. The successful machinations to unseat him had begun immediately, a joint effort of the royal court, the Greek military, and the American military and CIA stationed in Greece. Philip Dean, the pen name of Gerasimos Gigantes, is a Greek, a former UN official, who worked during this period both for King Constantine and as an envoy to Washington for the Papandreou government. He has written an intimate account of the subtleties and the grossness of this conspiracy to undermine the government and enhance the position of the military plotters, and of the raw power exercised by the CIA in his country. We saw earlier how Greece was looked upon much as a piece of property to be developed according to Washington's needs. A story related by Dean illustrates how this attitude was little changed, and thus the precariousness of Papandreou's position. During one of the perennial disputes between Greece and Turkey over Cyprus, which was now spilling over onto NATO, President Johnson summoned the Greek ambassador to tell him of Washington's solution. The ambassador protested that it would be unacceptable to the Greek parliament and contrary to the Greek constitution. "Then listen to me, Mr. Ambassador," said the President of the United States. "Fuck your parliament and your constitution. America is an elephant. Cyprus is a flea. If these two fleas continue itching the elephant, they may just get whacked by the elephant's trunk, whacked good. We pay a lot of good American dollars to the Greeks, Mr. Ambassador. If your prime minister gives me talk about democracy, parliament, and constitutions, his parliament and his constitution may not last very long." In July 1965, George Papandreou was finally maneuvered out of office by royal prerogative. The king had a coalition of breakaway center union deputies, Papandreou's party, and rightists waiting in the wings to form a new government. It was later revealed by a State Department official that the CIA chief of station in Athens, he helped King Constantine by center union deputies so that the George Papandreou government was toppled. For nearly 2 years thereafter, various short-lived cabinets ruled until it was no longer possible to avoid holding the elections prescribed by the Constitution. What concerned the opponents of George Papandreou most about him was his son. Andreas Papandreou, who had been head of the economics department at the University of California at Berkeley and a minister in his father's cabinet, was destined for a leading role in the new government. But he was by no means the wide-eyed radical. In the United States, Andreas had been an active supporter of such quintessential moderate liberals as Adlai Stevenson and Hubert Humphrey. His economic views, wrote Washington Post columnist Marquis Childs, were those of the American New Deal. But Andreas Papandreou did not disguise his wish to take Greece out of the Cold War. He publicly questioned the wisdom of the country remaining in NATO, or at least remaining in it as a satellite of the United States. He leaned toward opening relations with the Soviet Union and other communist countries on Greece's border. He argued that the swollen American military and intelligence teams in Greece compromised the nation's freedom of action. And he viewed the Greek army as a threat to democracy, wishing to purge it of its most dictatorial and royalist-minded senior officers. Andreas Papandreou's bark was worse than his bite, as his later presidency was to amply demonstrate. He did not, for example, pull Greece out of NATO or U.S. bases out of Greece. But in Lyndon Johnson's Washington, if you were not totally and unquestioningly with us, you were against us. Johnson felt that Andreas, who had become a naturalized U.S. citizen, had betrayed America. Said LBJ, "We gave the son of a bitch American citizenship, didn't we? He was an American with all the rights and privileges, and he had sworn allegiance to the flag. And then he gave up his American citizenship. He went back to just being a Greek. You can't trust a man who breaks his oath of allegiance to the flag of these United States." What, then, are we to make of the fact that Andreas Papandreou was later reported to have worked with the CIA in the early 1960s? He criticized publication of the report, but did not deny the charge. If true, it would not have been incompatible with being a liberal, particularly at that time. It was incompatible, as he subsequently learned, only with his commitment to a Greece independent from U.S. foreign policy. As for the elder Papandreou, his anti-communist credentials were impeccable, dating back to his role as a British-installed prime minister during the civil war against the left in 1944–45. But he, too, showed stirrings of independence from the Western superpower. He refused to buckle under Johnson's pressure to compromise with Turkey over Cyprus. He accepted an invitation to visit Moscow, and when his government said that it would accept Soviet aid in preparation for a possible war with Turkey, the U.S. Embassy demanded an explanation. Moreover, in an attempt to heal the old wounds of the Civil War, Papandreou began to reintroduce certain civil liberties and to readmit into Greece some of those who had fought against the government in the Civil War period. When Andreas Papandreou assumed his ministerial duties in 1964, he was shocked to discover what was becoming a fact of life for every techno-industrial state in the world. An intelligence service gone wild, a shadow government with powers beyond the control of the nation's nominal leaders. This, thought Papandreou, accounted for many of the obstacles the government was encountering in trying to carry out its policies. The Greek intelligence service, KYP, as we have seen, was created by the OSS/CIA in the course of the Civil War, with hundreds of its officers receiving training in the United States. One of these men, George Papadopoulos, was the leader of the junta that seized power in 1967. Andreas Papandreou found that the KYP routinely bugged ministerial conversations and turned the data over to the CIA. Many Western intelligence agencies have long provided the CIA with information about their own government and citizens, and the CIA has reciprocated on occasion. The nature of much of this information has been such that if a private citizen were to pass it to a foreign power, he could be charged with treason. As a result of his discovery, the younger Papandreou dismissed the two top KYP men and replaced them with reliable officers. The new director was ordered to protect the cabinet from surveillance. He came back apologetically, recalls Papandreou, to say he couldn't do it. All the equipment was American, controlled by the CIA or Greeks under CIA supervision. There was no kind of distinction between the two services. They duplicated functions in a counterpart relationship. In effect, they were a single agency. Andreas Papandreou's order to abolish the bugging of the cabinet inspired the deputy chief of mission of the U.S. Embassy, Norbert Anschutz or Anschutz, to visit him. Anschutz, who has been linked to the CIA, demanded that Papandreou rescind the order. Andreas demanded that the American leave his office, which he did, but not before warning that there would be consequences. Papandreou then requested that a thorough search be made of his home and office for electronic devices by the new KYP deputy director. It wasn't until much later, says Andreas, that we discovered he'd simply planted a lot of new bugs. Lo and behold, we'd brought in another American paid operative as our number two. An endeavor by Andreas to end the practice of KYP's funds coming directly from the CIA without passing through any Greek ministry also met with failure, but he did succeed in transferring the man who had been liaison between the two agencies for several years. This was George Papadopoulos. The change in his position, however, appears to have amounted to little more than a formality, for the organization still took orders from him. Even afterwards, Greek opposition politicians who sought the ear or the purse of James Potts, CIA deputy chief in Athens before the coup, were often told, "See George, he's my boy." In mid-February 1967, a meeting took place in the White House, reported Marquis Childs, to discuss CIA reports which left no doubt that a military coup was in the making, could hardly have been a secret. Since 1947, the Greek army and the American military aid group in Athens, numbering several hundred, have worked as part of the same team. The solemn question was whether by some subtle political intervention the coup could be prevented, and thus preserve parliamentary government. It was decided that no course of action was feasible. As one of the senior civilians present recalls it, Walt Rostow, the president's advisor on national security affairs, closed the meeting with these words: "I hope you understand, gentlemen, that what we have concluded here, or rather have failed to conclude, makes the future course of events in Greece inevitable." A CIA report dated January 23, 1967 had specifically named the Papadopoulos group as one plotting a coup, and was apparently one of the reports discussed at the February meeting. Of the cabal of 5 officers which took power in April, 4 reportedly were intimately connected to the American military or to the CIA in Greece. The fifth man had been brought in because of the armored units he commanded. George Papadopoulos emerged as the de facto leader, taking the title of prime minister later in the year. The catchword amongst old hands at the U.S. military mission in Greece was that Papadopoulos was the first CIA agent to become premier of a European country. Many Greeks consider this to be the simple truth, reported Charles Foley in The Observer of London. At the time of the coup, Papadopoulos had been on the CIA payroll for some 15 years. One reason for the success of their marriage may have been Colonel Papadopoulos's World War II record. When the Germans invaded Greece, Papadopoulos served as a captain in the Nazi security battalions whose main task was to track down Greek resistance fighters. He was, it is said, a great believer in Hitler's New Order, and his later record in power did little to cast doubt upon that claim. Foley writes that when he mentioned the junta leader's pro-German background to an American military advisor he met at a party in Athens, the American hinted that it was related to Papadopoulos' subservience to U.S. wishes. George gives good value, he smiled, because there are documents in Washington he wouldn't like let out. Foley relates that under Papadopoulos, intense official propaganda portrayed communism as the only enemy Greece had ever had and minimized the German occupation until even Nazi atrocities were seen as provoked by the communists. This rewriting of history clearly reflects the dictator's concern at the danger that the gap in his official biography may someday be filled in. As part of the rewriting, members of the security battalions became heroes of the resistance. It was torture, however, which most indelibly marked the 7-year Greek nightmare. James Beckett, an American attorney sent to Greece by Amnesty International, wrote in December 1969 that a conservative estimate would place at not less than 2,000 the number of people tortured. It was an odious task for Beckett to talk to some of the victims. People had been mercilessly tortured simply for being in possession of a leaflet criticizing the regime. Brutality and cruelty on one side, frustration and helplessness on the other. They were being tortured and there was nothing to be done. It was like listening to a friend who has cancer. What comfort, what wise reflection can someone who is comfortable give? Torture might last a short time, but the person will never be the same. Beckett reported that some torturers had told prisoners that some of their equipment had come as U.S. military aid. A special thick white double cable whip was one item. Another was the head screw, known as an iron wreath, which was progressively tightened around the head or ears. The Amnesty delegation described a number of the other torture methods commonly employed. Among these were beating the soles of the feet with a stick or pipe. After 4 months of this, the soles of one prisoner were covered with thick scar tissue. Another was crippled by broken bones. Numerous incidents of sexually oriented torture. Shoving fingers or an object into the vagina and twisting and tearing brutally. Also done with the anus, or a tube is inserted into the anus and water driven in under very high pressure. See techniques of gagging. The throat is grasped in such a way that the windpipe is cut off, or a filthy rag, often soaked in urine, and sometimes excrement, is shoved down the throat. D. Tearing out the hair from the head and the pubic region. E. Jumping on the stomach. F. Pulling out toenails and fingernails. These were not the worst. The worst is what one reads in the many individual testimonies. But these are simply too lengthy to be repeated here. The junta's response to the first Amnesty report was to declare that it was comprised of charges emanating from international communism and to hire public relations firms in New York and London to improve its image. In 1969, the European Commission of Human Rights found Greece guilty of torture, murder, and other violations. For these reasons, and particularly for the junta's abolition of parliamentary democracy, the Council of Europe, a consultative body of, at that time, 18 European states under which the Commission falls, was preparing to expel Greece. The Council rejected categorically Greece's claim that it had been in danger of a communist takeover. Amnesty International later reported that the United States, though not a member of the Council, actively applied diplomatic pressure on member states not to vote for the expulsion. Nonetheless, while the Council was deliberating, the New York Times reported that the State Department said today that the United States had deliberately avoided taking any position on the question of continued Greek membership in the Council of Europe. The European members, said Amnesty, believed that only the United States had the power to bring about changes in Greece, yet it chose only to defend the junta. On the specific issue of torture, Amnesty's report concluded that American policy on the torture question, as expressed in official statements and official testimony, has been to deny it where possible and minimize it where denial was not possible. This policy flowed naturally from general support for the military regime. As matters transpired, Greece walked out before the Council could formalize the expulsion. In a world grown increasingly hostile, the support of the world's most powerful nation was sine qua non for the Greek junta. The two governments thrived upon each other. Said the American ambassador to Greece, Henry Tosca, "This is the most anti-communist group you'll find anywhere. There is just no place like Greece to offer these facilities with the backup of the kind of government you have got here. You, not we," noted the reporter, was the only pretense. The facilities the ambassador was referring to were dozens of U.S. military installations, from nuclear missile bases to major communication sites, housing tens of thousands of American servicemen. The United States, in turn, provided the junta with ample military hardware despite an official congressional embargo, as well as the police equipment required by the Greek authorities to maintain their rigid control. In an attempt to formally end the embargo, the Nixon administration asked Papadopoulos to make some gesture towards constitutional government which the White House could then point to. The Greek prime minister was to be assured, said a secret White House document, that the administration would take at face value and accept without reservation any such gesture. U.S. Vice President Spiro Agnew, on a visit to the land of his ancestors, was moved to exalt the achievements of the Greek government and its constant cooperation with U.S. needs and wishes. One of the satisfied needs Agnew may have had in mind was the contribution of $549,000 made by the junta to the 1968 Nixon-Agnew election campaign. Apart from any other consideration, it was suspected that this was money given to the junta by the CIA finding its way back to Washington. A Senate investigation of this question was abruptly canceled at the direct request of Henry Kissinger. Perhaps nothing better captures the mystique of the bond felt by the Greeks to their American guardians than the story related about Chief Inspector Basil Lambrou, one of Athens' well-known torturers. Hundreds of prisoners have listened to the little speech given by Inspector Basil Lambrou, who sits behind his desk which displays the red, white, and blue clasped hand symbol of American aid. He tries to show the prisoner the absolute futility of resistance. You make yourself ridiculous by thinking you can do anything. The world is divided in two. There are the communists on that side and on this side the free world. The Russians and the Americans, no one else. What are we? Americans. Behind me there is the government, behind the government is NATO, behind NATO is the US. You can't fight us, we are Americans. Amnesty International adds that some torturers would tell their victims things like, "The Human Rights Commission can't help you now. The Red Cross can do nothing for you. Tell them all, it will do no good, you are helpless." The torturers from the start, said Amnesty, had said that the United States supported them and that was what counted. In November 1973, a falling out within the Greek inner circle culminated in the ousting of Papadopoulos and his replacement by Colonel Dimitrios Ioannidis, commander of the military police, torturer, graduate of American training in anti-subversive techniques, confidant of the CIA. Ioannidis named as prime minister a Greek-American, A. Androutsopoulos, who came to Greece after the Second World War as an official employee of the CIA, a fact of which Mr. Androutsopoulos had often boasted. 8 months later, the Ioannidis regime overthrew the government of Cyprus. It was a fatal miscalculation. Turkey invaded Cyprus and the reverberations in Athens resulted in the military giving way to a civilian government. The Greek nightmare had come to an end. Much of the story of American complicity in the 1967 coup and its aftermath may never be known. At the trials held in 1975 of junta members and torturers, many witnesses made reference to the American role. This may have been the reason a separate investigation of this aspect was scheduled to be undertaken by the Greek Court of Appeals. But it appears that no information resulting from this inquiry, if it actually took place, was ever announced. Philip Dean, upon returning to Greece several months after the civilian government took over, was told by leading politicians that, for the sake of preserving good relations with the U.S., the evidence of U.S. complicity will not be made fully public. Andreas Papandreou had been arrested at the time of the coup and held in prison for 8 months. Shortly after his release, he and his wife Margaret visited the American ambassador, Phillips Talbot, in Athens. Papandreou related the following. I asked Talbot whether America could have intervened the night of the coup to prevent the death of democracy in Greece. He denied that they could have done anything about it. Then Margaret asked a critical question. What if the coup had been a communist or a leftist coup? Talbot answered without hesitation. Then, of course, they would have intervened, and they would have crushed the coup. 36. Bolivia 1964 to 1975. Tracking down Che Guevara in the land of coup d'état. Victor Paz Estenssoro was given a choice when he was overthrown by yet another Bolivian military coup. He could be taken, one of the officers told him, either to the cemetery or to the airport. The president opted to fly to Lima and exile. The man who led the coup in November 1964 and replaced Paz was none other than his vice president, General René Barrientos Ortuño. It marked something like the 185th change of government. No one seems certain of the precise number. In Bolivia's 139 years of independence from Spanish rule, very few by-elections. Paz was unseated despite support from the American ambassador, Douglas Henderson, for it happened that both the CIA and the Pentagon wanted the president out. Barrientos, the former commander of the Air Force, had formed a close relationship with both institutions, primarily through the person of Colonel Edward Fox, his flying instructor and drinking companion, dating back to the Bolivians' military training days in the United States. The year 1964 found Fox in the Bolivian capital of La Paz working with the CIA, though listed officially as a military attaché. Not surprisingly, Cuba was one of the sore points between the American colonel and the Bolivian president. Paz had directly opposed American policy by voting against Cuba's expulsion from the Organization of American States in 1962, by declining to join in on the OAS sanctions against the Castro government 2 years later, and by refusing to break diplomatic relations with Havana. It was not until August 1964, when Bolivian-American relations were just short of an open quarrel, that Paz finally broke with the United States bête noire. It was a case of conforming or of facing a severe cut in United States aid, observed a New York Times editorial. The Bolivian government's attempts to attract economic aid and investment from countries other than the United States, such as the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, were a further source of friction between the two countries. Here, too, the Bolivians eventually yielded. Although Fox and Ambassador Henderson were divided, deeply it was said, on the question of Paz remaining in office, both were uneasy about the political and economic power wielded by the tin miners and their leader Juan Lechin, the former vice president who was an open candidate for Paz's job. The miners controlled their own area of the country. They had their own radio station and their own armed militia. They were intensely opposed to the military, and they were seen as a force potentially more radical than the president. A volatile 4-month strike in the mines in mid-1963, which reached crisis proportion, could only have served to ring the alarm bells louder in the American embassy. The Minister of Mines under Paz, René Zavaleta Mercado, later wrote that for over a year and a half, the American embassy, in the form of Mr. Henderson, urged with almost weekly regularity that the army be sent to the mining zones, and threatened that otherwise, an American financial program for the mines would be suspended. Paz recognized the challenge to his own rule posed by the miners and Lechin, but the likely political damage ensuing from an armed intervention was more than he was willing to risk. The very existence of an army to send in owed more than a little to American efforts to rebuild the shattered Bolivian armed forces. In 1952, that rarity had occurred. An armed popular revolt had defeated the military, displaced the oligarchy, nationalized the tin mines, instituted land reform, and set up a new government under the Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario. The MNR reduced the military to a small, impotent, and discredited force, at the same time fostering people's militias. Decades of coups and other abuses had cut a wide swathe of anti-military sentiment across the Bolivian population. Despite the entreaties of certain segments of the left, however, the traditional armed forces were not completely dismantled. It proved to be a fatal error for the MNR and the country's fledgling democratic institutions. Primarily to serve as a counterweight to the strength of the militias, and because of American pressure, Both Paz and his predecessor had permitted, however reluctantly, the slow but certain rejuvenation of the military. Under U.S. guidance, the Bolivian army became the first in Latin America to launch a civic action program, building roads, schools, etc., designed to improve its image amongst the population. No country in the Western Hemisphere is more dependent on Washington's aid, wrote the New York Times shortly after the coup, and nowhere has the United States Embassy played a more obtrusive role in establishing that fact. Washington employed its potent economic leverage to spur a distinctly more favorable government policy towards the military, one which allowed the U.S. to professionalize the armed forces. More money followed, more recruits, new equipment. Selected officers were sent to the United States for training. Political indoctrination courses for officers given by MNR adherents and academics were allowed to lapse, and were replaced by indoctrination at the U.S. School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. By 1964, some 1,200 Bolivian officers and men had received training either in the United States or Panama, including 20 of the 23 senior Army officers. The military had come a long way towards recouping its former size and efficiency, its prestige and its independence. The School of the Americas, observed the Washington Post in 1968, counts so many important Latin officers as alumni that it is known throughout Latin America as the Escuela de Golpes or Coup School. Whether the American motivation for reviving the military derived from a desire for an eventual military takeover is impossible to say. At a minimum, it evidenced a basic distrust of the Bolivian Revolution with its potential for genuine independence from the United States. And, given the country's history, the culmination of the military process would appear to have been plainly inevitable. The Pentagon has long seen the military of Latin America as its natural partners, the proper nation builders. This conviction was spelled out by Colonel Truman F. Cook of the American Military Assistance Mission in Bolivia in the foreword to a pamphlet on the use of the Army in civic action programs. In the pamphlet, published in Bolivia in 1964 and authored by Bolivian Lt.
Culaxio.
Julio Sanjines, a confidant of Pentagon and CIA officers, Cook wrote, "The military organization is perhaps the only institution endowed with the organization, order, discipline, and self-sacrificing attitude towards objectives for the common good. Should political and economic institutions fail, then there is a real possibility that the military would move in against graft and corruption in government. It is naive to assume that they might not move to power in a classic sense." Another unknown is at what point General Barrientos and his co-conspirators actually decided to oust Paz. What is certain is, 1. The general's ascendancy to the office of vice president was a crucial part of the process. 2. The role played by the CIA and the Pentagon in obtaining that office for Barrientos was sine qua non. At the MNR's convention in January 1964, Paz sidestepped Barrientos, who had made his candidacy known, and chose a civilian, Frederico Fortune, to be his running mate. Barrientos proved to be a bad loser. He declared publicly that the nomination was a mistake and continued politicking, finally compelling the president to ask for his resignation as Air Force Chief. The general was given 1 week in which to submit it. A few days later, however, a scenario began to unfold which grabbed Barrientos from the edge of the abyss. On the evening of February 25th, there supposedly took place a shooting attempt on Barrientos's life. Some accounts have the general near death, others only wounded. In either event, it does appear rather incongruous that he was moved by military vehicle to the airport and then flown in a U.S. Air Force plane to an American hospital in the Panama Canal Zone, 2,000 miles away. No Bolivian doctor ever examined Barrientos. In the days following, while Barrientos was still in the hospital following a lengthy operation, he was extolled as a national hero by the press in Bolivia. This was particularly the case with El Diario, an influential, conservative, and strongly anti-Paz newspaper. According to the later testimony of a member of Barrientos's new cabinet, some of the newspaper's staff worked with the CIA. Moreover, one of El Diario's board members was the aforementioned Lt.
Culaxio.
Sanjines. Sanjines, a graduate of West Point, was an employee of the U.S. Embassy, working on Alliance for Progress programs. After the coup, he was appointed Minister of Economics, later ambassador to Washington. The press coverage included the story that Barrientos's life was spared only because the bullet had struck the U.S. Air Force silver wings which he wore on his uniform. This became the Silver Bullet affair, and great sympathy was generated for the courageous general. On top of this, notes one historian of Bolivia, the commander of the army and the political opposition, hinted publicly that Paz's police had been responsible for the alleged attack. Strong pressures from other high officers as well were exerted upon Paz to vindicate both himself and Barrientos by belatedly including the general on the ticket, and Paz felt he could not refuse. 10 days after the mysterious incident, the president dumped Fortune, replaced him with Barrientos, and went on to re-election. Barrientos himself later conceded that without the silver bullet, or magic bullet, as others dubbed it, he would never have become vice president. His 8 months as candidate and as vice president in office served, in turn, to tie up all the loose ends required for the military to return from 12 years in the political wilderness and stage their coup with a minimum of opposition. Indeed, with a measure of support. Barrientos's ascendancy furnished a distinct legitimacy to the military, and the general regularly used his platform to champion the armed forces and defend it against the deep-seated anti-militarism. He denounced the militias, called for their dissolution, and took the anomalous step of undermining the government of which he was the vice president or to be, by publicly reproaching the president and the MNR, particularly when they were critical of the military, and by throwing his support to anti-government groups. These tactics served to show up the president's weakness and succeeded in rallying to Barrientos's side many of the military officers who had been dubious about the wisdom or safety of re-entering the political arena and unsure of their own political muscle. It appears that little, if anything further, was heard of Barrientos's injury, although during this period he miraculously escaped several other reported assassination attempts, including a bomb which blew up his car when no one was in it and another bomb which somehow found its way to under his bed. He used the latter occasion to declare that he had more enemies within the MNR than in the ranks of the opposition. Paz Estenssoro had been re-elected because the opposition, claiming, amongst other things, unfair electoral procedure, had decided to abstain. Without pausing for breath, the masochistic, tangled mess that is Bolivian politics continued at his throat. In October, the vice president withdrew to his hometown and declared himself a rebel. This period of public chaos and government crisis may have hastened the timing of the coup, at the same time convincing some still reluctant officers who were disgusted by the constant civilian warfare. When the military finally made its move against Paz at the beginning of November, it was not unwelcomed by various segments of the population. 3 years later, the Washington Post's veteran Latin America correspondent, John Goshko, reported that Paz still insists that Fox was behind his ouster. Among Bolivians with an awareness of politics, it is hard to find anyone who disagrees. René Barrientos pressed an unrelenting hard line against the tin miners. He inflicted upon them an extraordinary 50% cut in salary. Miners' boss Juan Lechin and other union and MNR leaders were ordered into exile, and a principal labor confederation was banned. All Bolivian unions were directed to reorganize under guidelines designed to produce an apolitical labor movement. Then the army moved in. Repeated invasions and occupations of the mining camps over a period of time were needed to pacify the ultramilitant miners. The fighting was bloody, 70 miners losing their lives in one raid alone. La Noche de San Juan, as it came to be known. The revolution of 1952 had come to an end. The United States was not a disinterested observer. In February 1966, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, presenting his department's regular assessment of the international situation, told a congressional committee, "Violence in the mining areas and in the cities of Bolivia has continued to occur intermittently, and we are assisting this country to improve the training and equipping of its military forces." This was all that the defense secretary had to report about Bolivia, a routine report routinely written by some faceless Pentagon researcher, routinely delivered by the quintessential technocrat, as if the American action was the most natural and innocuous thing in the world. As natural as American financial contributions to Barrientos. Antonio Argudas, Minister of the Interior under Barrientos, later disclosed that the CIA contributed $600,000 to the Bolivian leader in 1966 when he decided to hold an election. Several right-wing parties received lesser sums. Argudas, an admitted agent of the CIA who, in 1968, gave the world Che Guevara's diary, claiming that the agency had pushed him too hard. Also revealed that Gulf Oil Corporation donated $200,000 to Barrientos' campaign, as well as a helicopter for his tours around the provinces. Gulf subsequently admitted that it had paid Bolivian officials, mainly Barrientos, a total of $460,000 in political contributions during the period 1966 to 69 at the CIA's recommendation, although the company may have needed but little prodding, for the Bolivian president had opened up the economy to multinationals to a greater degree than his predecessors, bestowing upon Gulf especially generous concessions. In the 2 years following the disappearance of Che Guevara from public view in early 1965, rumors had placed him at different times in the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Guatemala, the Congo, which was true, China, Vietnam, and even New York, always plotting revolution with some menacing and inscrutable bunch of desperados. Word also had it that he had gone mad and was confined to an asylum somewhere, or that he had been imprisoned or executed by his erstwhile comrade-in-arms Fidel Castro for challenging Castro's authority. These latter stories, or others like them, may well have been CIA handiwork. The agency, ever inventive, had begun generating unfavorable press speculation about Guevara's disappearance as early as autumn 1965 in the hope that he would reappear in order to put an end to the tales. When evidence began to drift back to CIA headquarters in early 1967 that Che was leading a band of guerrillas in the southern mountains of Bolivia, there was understandable skepticism amongst some agency officials. Nevertheless, obsessed as the CIA was with tracking down the legendary guerrilla, a multi-phased operation was put into motion. In April, American military supplies suitable for combating guerrilla forces began to arrive in Bolivia. Light arms, communication equipment, helicopters, etc. At the end of the month, a unit of 16 Green Berets was dispatched from Fort Gulick in the Panama Canal Zone to Bolivia to provide on-the-spot training in counterinsurgency tactics to a hand-picked battalion of Bolivian Rangers who had little or no experience in the real thing. The Green Berets had at their disposal a team of experts in communications, intelligence, and reconnaissance work, and, before long, aerial photographs taken of approximately 23,500 square miles of southern Bolivia. This undertaking made use of an infrared detection system, sensitive to thermal radiation rather than visible light, and as such could be employed at night and on cloudy days. The infrared cameras were able to discriminate targets having less than 1 degree temperature difference with their background, thus picking up campfires, vehicles, even people. Or so the technocrats would have one believe. In any event, the guerrillas rarely built fires or used vehicles. In La Paz, the CIA station informed Interior Minister Argudas that it was sending him several advisors, whose presence was required, it was stated, because of the ineffectiveness of Bolivia's intelligence services. A few days later, according to Argudas, for Cuban exiles arrived and assumed their advisory positions in his ministry. One of them proceeded to set up 2 houses of interrogation where Bolivians suspected of aiding the guerrillas were brought for questioning. When Argudas learned of this, and that in some cases the Cubans were resorting to torture, he was furious and demanded that the CIA put a stop to the operation. Other Cuban CIA agents were attached to the military high command and sent to the area of guerrilla fighting to collect detailed information from prisoners and peasants. This kind of investigation probably contributed more to locating the elusive Guevara than did the CIA's assortment of technological marvels, although the ultimate value of the agency's role cannot be stated with any precision. What is clear, however, is that it was a case of overkill. Che's guerrilla movement never amounted to much of a threat. Barely more than 50 men and 1 woman at its peak, reduced to less than half that number at the end, the rebels could show to their credit only a scattering of skirmishes with the army. They had been largely ignored by the left in Bolivia and hardly swam like fish in the peasant's sea. The inhabitants of this region, wrote Che in his diary, are as impenetrable as rocks. You speak to them, but in the deepness of their eyes you can see that they do not believe you. As in the Congo, this man who made social revolution his life had failed to win over the peasantry. You can waken men, said Alexander Herzen a century ago in Russia, only by dreaming their dreams more clearly than they can dream them themselves. On October 8, 1967, Che Guevara was captured. The next day, the Bolivian government ordered his execution in cold blood to prevent him from becoming the object of a worldwide clemency campaign, and despite the vociferous objections of CIA men in the country who clung to the hope that Guevara would eventually talk openly about his sundry guerrilla adventures. Following the death of René Barrientos in April 1969, crashing in Gulf's helicopter, Bolivia's statesmen soon reverted to their normal Byzantine convolutions. For a start, the vice president who succeeded Barrientos lasted but 5 months before being ousted by General Alfredo Ovando Candia. Ovando's long-held nationalist sentiments came to the fore. In his first month, he nationalized the Gulf Oil Corporation. The prevailing attitude toward the multinational, said Bolivian leaders, was that Gulf constituted itself as a shadow government of vast powers over a poor land. The nationalization left Bolivia open, as the New York Times expressed it in December, to the wrath of the United States. Since the seizure, the United States, which has been the mainstay of Bolivia's economy for years, has indicated that further aid will not be forthcoming. Washington has not been impressed by Bolivia's offer to compensate Gulf for the property, which is valued at $140 million, about 50% more than Bolivia's annual budget. 2 Bolivian cabinet ministers interviewed this week said privately that the United States and Argentina were aware, as were most educated people in this capital, that well-financed groups were plotting to overthrow the new Bolivian regime. This was followed by a dispatch from La Paz of Interpress Service, a major Latin American news agency, reporting that the United States was planning to bring down the Ovando government through economic strangulation. Then, 2 days later, the government alerted the public about a conspiracy that was being organized by the CIA in close collaboration with Gulf Oil and some Bolivian rightists. What fire all this smoke pointed to is not known. Ovando, who had walked the corridors of the Bolivian power structure for many years, it was he who had presented Paz with the choice of cemetery or airport, was no stranger to CIA intrigue in his country, and he may have seen the bright spotlight of publicity as the only means of forestalling his overthrow. This would also explain why, in January 1970, the government made it a point to announce the ordinary, that it had uncovered a CIA office in La Paz with radio transmission and bugging equipment. The same month, Ovando also advocated a rapprochement with Cuba, and it looked like he and the CIA were on a collision course. But then, it seems, someone got to Ovando with an offer he couldn't refuse. Slowly but surely, the president drifted to the right, amongst other indications. Several anti-US student demonstrations were firmly put down by the police. Nothing more was heard about Cuba, and Ovando removed General Juan José Torres as commander of the armed forces, a man highly regarded by most of the Bolivian left. By September, matters had progressed to the point that State Department officials were publicly expressing concern that a deepening split between the Ovando government and its former leftist allies was on the brink of open showdown and might result in a communist government. By whatever label, there was indeed fresh political conflict in Bolivia. 2 weeks later, the power struggle erupted into a military revolt. General Ovando was out. General Torres was in. Ovando had lasted 1 year. Juan José Torres's 10 months in office produced the archetypical Latin American political drama. In the opening act, Torres did all the things which make Washington officials see red. He made overtures of friendship to Allende's Chile and Castro's Cuba, increased commercial ties with the Soviet Union, nationalized tin mines owned by American interests, leading the U.S. to threaten to release large amounts of its tin stockpile onto the world market to deflate the international price, expelled the Peace Corps, and closed down the Inter-American Regional Labor Organization, ORIT, an important vehicle for CIA labor operations in Latin America. On top of all this, Torres indulged at times in Marxist rhetoric, talking of workers' and peasants' power and the like. Act 2 brought on stage one Hugo Banzer, a Bolivian colonel with long and close ties to the American military establishment. He too had attended the Escuela de Galps in Panama. Later, there was further military training at Fort Hood in Texas. Eventually, a posting to Washington as Bolivian military attaché. Along the way, he picked up the Order of Military Merit from the United States government. Banzer was also reported to be one of the beneficiaries of Gulf Oil's largesse when he served in Barrientos's cabinet. In January 1971, Colonel Banzer led a coup attempt which came to nothing except his own exile to Argentina. The CIA in La Paz had known of Banzer's plan at least 2 weeks earlier and had advised Washington of it. Over the next 6 months, as Banzer and his military cohorts diligently plotted their next attempt to oust Torres, Banzer regularly crossed over the Argentine border into Bolivia, where he was in close contact with U.S. Major Robert London, an advisor to the Bolivian Air Force School in Santa Cruz. Act 3, or the coup that succeeded, took place in August, a few days after Torres had announced an agreement with the Soviet Union for a major development of the Bolivian iron industry, a few days before he was to meet with Salvador Allende to re-establish diplomatic relations with Chile. When the plotters were in military control of Santa Cruz, a breakdown in their radio communications network caused a delay in rallying other Bolivian military units to their side. At this moment, Major London stepped in to fill the breach by placing the U.S. Air Force radio system at the rebels' disposal. How important this aid was to the success of the coup, which turned out to be very bloody, or what London's role was otherwise, has not been determined. 1 week later, the San Francisco Chronicle reported, although it has been officially denied, CIA money, training and advice was liberally given to the rebel strategists who masterminded the overthrow of Bolivia's leftist president, Juan José Torres. In the finale, we find that the military political coalition that took power was so far to the right that one of its member parties called itself by the customary fascist designation Falange, and that Banzer immediately announced that his government would maintain very close relations with the United States, efforts to restore ties with Cuba and Chile would be abandoned, the trend toward nationalizations would halt, some already completed nationalizations would be rescinded, the government would welcome private foreign investment, and all schools would be closed for at least 4 months because they were hotbeds of political subversive agitation provoked by anarchists opposed to the new institutional order. Before long, the government ordered the entire Soviet embassy to leave the country, and Banzer eventually raised a foreign loan to pay Gulf Oil greatly increased compensation. At the same time, the time-honored scene known popularly as Reign of Terror was performed. Within the first 2 years of the new regime, more than 2,000 persons were arrested for political reasons without being brought to trial. All the fundamental laws protecting human rights were regularly violated. Torture was commonly used on prisoners during interrogation, beaten, raped and forced to undergo simulated executions, hung for hours with their hands tied behind their backs. By 1975, Catholic religious groups and clergy had taken upon themselves the dangerous burden of speaking out in defense of human rights in Bolivia. The Banzer government responded with a calculated and methodical campaign to divide the church, to isolate its progressive members, harass and censor them, and smear them as communists. Foreign priests and nuns, who made up the bulk of the country's clergy, were especially vulnerable to arrest and deportation. One of them, an American missionary from Iowa, Father Raymond Herman, was found murdered. The CIA, it has been reported, assisted the Bolivian government in this endeavor by providing full information on certain priests, personal data, studies, friends, addresses, writings, contacts abroad, etc. The agency, with its international data network, was particularly valuable concerning the foreign clergy. "I will observe the Constitution," said Banzer, "whenever it does not contradict military decrees." Since the formulation of the current Bolivian government in August 1971, stated a report of the U.S. Comptroller General's Office in 1975, the objective of U.S. military assistance has been to provide stability and security. To assist in the objective, the United States provides material and training to develop adequate counterinsurgent forces. In 1978, Hugo Banzer was overthrown in yet another Bolivian coup. The new Bolivian strongman, former Air Force General Juan Pereda Aspin, announced, as Banzer had announced, that he was saving the nation from international communism. 37. Guatemala 1962 to 1980s. A less publicized, final solution. Indians tell harrowing stories of village raids in which their homes have been burned, men tortured hideously and killed, women raped, and scarce crops destroyed. It is Guatemala's final solution to insurgency. Only mass slaughter of the Indians will prevent them joining a mass uprising. This newspaper item appeared in 1983. Very similar stories have appeared many times in the world press since 1966, for Guatemala's final solution has been going on rather longer than the more publicized one of the Nazis. It would be difficult to exaggerate the misery of the mainly Indian peasants and urban poor of Guatemala, who make up 3/4 of the population of this beautiful land so favored by American tourists. The particulars of their existence derived from the literature of this period sketch a caricature of human life. In a climate where everything grows, very few escape the daily ache of hunger or the progressive malnutrition. Almost half the children die before the age of 5. The leading cause of death in the country is gastroenteritis. Highly toxic pesticides sprayed indiscriminately by airplanes, at times directly onto the heads of peasants, leave a trail of poisoning and death. Public health services in rural areas are virtually non-existent. The same for public education, near total illiteracy. A few hundred families possess almost all the arable land. Thousands of families without land, without work, jammed together in communities of cardboard and tin houses, with no running water or electricity, a sea of mud during the rainy season, sharing their bathing and toilet with the animal kingdom. Men on coffee plantations earning 20 cents or 50 cents a day, living in circumstances closely resembling concentration camps, looked upon by other Guatemalans more as beasts of burden than humans. A large plantation to sell, reads the advertisement, with 200 hectares and 300 Indians. This, then, was what remained of the ancient Mayas, whom the American archaeologist Sylvanus Morley had called the most splendid indigenous people on the planet. The worst was yet to come. We have seen how, in 1954, Guatemala's last reform government, the legally elected regime of Jacobo Arbenz, was overthrown by the United States, and how, in 1960, nationalist elements of the Guatemalan military who were committed to slightly opening the door to change were summarily crushed by the CIA. Before long, the ever-accumulating discontent again issued forth in a desperate lunge for alleviation, this time in the form of a guerrilla movement, only to be thrown back by a Guatemalan-American operation reminiscent of the Spanish conquistadores in its barbarity. In the early years of the 1960s, the guerrilla movement, with several military officers of the abortive 1960 uprising prominent amongst the leadership, was slowly finding its way, organizing peasant support in the countryside, attacking an army outpost to gather arms, staging a kidnapping or bank robbery to raise money, trying to avoid direct armed clashes with the Guatemalan military. Recruitment amongst the peasants was painfully slow and difficult. People so drained by the daily struggle to remain alive have little left from which to draw courage. People so downtrodden scarcely believe they have the right to resist, much less can they entertain thoughts of success. As fervent Catholics, they tend to believe that their misery is a punishment from God for sinning. Some of the guerrilla leaders flirted with Communist Party and Trotskyist ideas and groups, falling prey to the usual factional splits and arguments. Eventually, no ideology or sentiment dominated the movement more than a commitment to the desperately needed program of land reform aborted by the 1954 coup, a simple desire for a more equitable society, and nationalist pride vis-a-vis the United States. New York Times correspondent Alan Howard, after interviewing guerrilla leader Luis Tercios, wrote, "Though he has suddenly found himself in a position of political leadership, Tercios is essentially a soldier fighting for a new code of honor. If he has an alter ego, it would not be Lenin or Mao or even Castro, whose works he has read and admires, but Augusto Sandino, the Nicaraguan general who fought the U.S. Marines sent to Nicaragua during the Coolidge and Hoover administrations." In March 1962, thousands of demonstrators took to the streets in protest against the economic policies, the deep-rooted corruption, and the electoral fraud of the government of General Miguel Ydigoras Fuentes. Initiated by students, the demonstrations soon picked up support from worker and peasant groups. Police and military forces eventually broke the back of the protests, but not before a series of violent confrontations and a general strike had taken place. The American military mission in Guatemala, permanently stationed there, saw and heard in this, as in the burgeoning guerrilla movement, only the omnipresent communist threat. As U.S. military equipment flowed in, American advisors began to prod a less alarmed and less than aggressive Guatemalan army to take appropriate measures. In May, the United States established a base designed specifically for counterinsurgency training. The Pentagon prefers the term counterinsurgency to counter-revolutionary because of the latter's awkward implications. Set up in the northeast province of Izabal, which, together with adjacent Zacapa province, constituted the area of heaviest guerrilla support, the installation was directed by a team of U.S. Special Forces, Green Berets, of Puerto Rican and Mexican descent to make the North American presence less conspicuous. The staff of the base was augmented by 15 Guatemalan officers trained in counterinsurgency at the U.S. School of the Americas at Fort Gulick in the Panama Canal Zone. American counterinsurgency strategy is typically based on a carrot-and-stick philosophy. Accordingly, while the Guatemalan military were being taught techniques of ambush, booby traps, jungle survival, and search-and-destroy warfare, and provided with aircraft and pilot training, a program of civil action was begun in the northeast area. Some wells were built, medicines distributed, school lunches provided, etc., as well as promises of other benefits made, all aimed at stealing a bit of the guerrillas' thunder and reducing the peasants' motivation for furnishing support to them, and, with the added bonus of allowing American personnel to reconnoiter guerrilla territory under a non-military cover. Land reform, overwhelmingly the most pressing need in rural Guatemala, was not on the agenda. As matters were to materialize, the attempt at winning the hearts and minds of the peasants proved to be as futile in Guatemala as it was in Southeast Asia. When all the academic papers on social systems engineering were in, and all the counterinsurgency studies of the RAND Corporation and the other think tanks were said and done, the recourse was to terror, unadulterated, dependable terror. Guerrillas, peasants, students, labor leaders, and professional people were jailed or killed by the hundreds to put a halt, albeit temporarily, to the demands for reform. The worst was yet to come. In March 1963, General Adigueras, who had been elected in 1958 for a 6-year term, was overthrown in a coup by Colonel Enrique Peralta Azurdia. Veteran Latin American correspondent Georgie and Geyer later reported that top sources within the Kennedy administration have revealed the U.S. instigated and supported the 1963 coup. Already in disfavor with Washington due to several incidents, Adigueras apparently sealed his fate by allowing the return to Guatemala of one José Arevalo, who had led a reform government before Arbenz and still had a strong following. Adigueras was planning to step down in 1964, thus leaving the door open to an election and, like the Guatemalan army, Washington, including President Kennedy personally, believed that a free election would reinstate Arevalo to power in a government bent upon the same kind of reforms and independent foreign policy that had led the United States to overthrow Arbenz. Arevalo was the author of a book called The Shark and the Sardines, in which he pictured the U.S. as trying to dominate Latin America. But he had also publicly denounced Castro as a danger to the continent, a menace. The tone of the Peralta administration was characterized by one of its first acts: the murder of 8 political and trade union leaders, accomplished by driving over them with rock-laden trucks. Repressive and brutal as Peralta was, during his 3 years in power, U.S. military advisors felt that the government and the Guatemalan army still did not appreciate sufficiently the threat posed by the guerrillas, still were strangers to the world of unconventional warfare and the systematic methods needed to wipe out the guerrillas once and for all. Despite American urging, the army rarely made forays into the hills. Peralta, moreover, turned out to be somewhat of a nationalist who resented the excessive influence of the United States in Guatemala, particularly in his own sphere, the military. He refused insistent American offers of Green Beret troops trained in guerrilla warfare to fight the rebels, preferring to rely on his own men, and he restricted the number of Guatemalan officers permitted to participate in American training programs abroad. Thus it was that the United States gave its clear and firm backing to a civilian, one Julio Cesar Méndez Montenegro, in the election held in March 1966. Méndez won what passes for an election in Guatemala and granted the Americans the free hand they had been chafing at the bit for. He served another important function for the United States. As a civilian and one with genuine liberal credentials, Méndez could be pointed to by the Johnson administration as a response to human rights critics at home. However, whatever social conscience Julio Cesar Méndez may have harbored deep within, he was largely a captive of the Guatemalan army, and his administration far exceeded Peralta's in its cruelty. Yet the army did not trust this former law school professor. In the rarefied atmosphere of Guatemala, some military men regarded him as a communist. And on at least 2 occasions, the United States had to intervene to stifle a coup attempt against him. Within days after Méndez took office in July, U.S. Colonel John D. Weber, Jr. arrived in Guatemala to take command of the American military mission. Time magazine later described his role. Weber immediately expanded counterinsurgency training within Guatemala's 5,000-man army, brought in U.S. jeeps, trucks, communications equipment, and helicopters to give the army more firepower and mobility, and breathed new life into the Army's Civic Action Program. Towards the end of 1966, the Army was able to launch a major drive against the guerrilla strongholds. To aid in the drive, the Army also hired and armed local bands of civilian collaborators, licensed to kill peasants whom they considered guerrillas or potential guerrillas. There were those who doubted the wisdom of encouraging such measures in violence-prone Guatemala, but Weber was not among them. "That's the way this country is," he said. "The communists are using everything they have, including terror. And it must be met." The last was for home consumption. There was never any comparison between the two sides as to the quantity and cruelty of their terror, as well as in the choice of targets. With rare exceptions, the left attacked only legitimate political and military enemies, clear and culpable symbols of their foe, and they did not torture nor take vengeance against the families of their enemies. Two of the left's victims were John Weber himself and the U.S. naval attaché, assassinated in January 1968. A bulletin later issued by a guerrilla group stated that the assassinations had brought to justice the Yankee officers who were teaching tactics to the Guatemalan army for its war against the people. In the period October 1966 to March 1968, Amnesty International estimated somewhere between 3,000 and 8,000 Guatemalans were killed by the police, the military right-wing death squads, often the police or military in civilian clothes, carrying out atrocities too bloody for the government to claim credit for, and assorted groups of civilian anti-communist vigilantes. By 1972, the number of their victims was estimated at 13,000. For years later, the count exceeded 20,000, murdered or disappeared without a trace. In the Gualan area, it was said no one fished anymore. Too many corpses were caught in the nets, decapitated corpses or castrated or pins stuck in the eyes. A village rounded up, suspected of supplying the guerrillas with men or food or information, all adult males taken away in front of their families, never to be seen again, or everyone massacred, the village bulldozed over to cover the traces. Seldom were the victims actual members of a guerrilla band. One method of torture consisted of putting a hood filled with insecticide over the head of the victim. There was also electric shock. To the genital area is the most effective. In those days, it was administered by using military field telephones hooked up to small generators. The United States supplied the equipment and the instructions for use to several countries, including South Vietnam, where the large-scale counterinsurgency operation was producing new methods and devices for extracting information from uncooperative prisoners. Some of these techniques were finding their way to Latin America. The Green Berets taught their Guatemalan trainees various methods of interrogation, but they were not solely classroom warriors. Their presence in the countryside was reported frequently, accompanying Guatemalan soldiers into battle areas. The line separating the advisory role from the combat role is often a matter of public relations. Thomas and Marjorie Melville, American Catholic missionaries in Guatemala from the mid-1950s until the end of 1967, have written that Colonel Weber made no secret of the fact that it was his idea and at his instigation that the technique of counterterror had been implemented by the Guatemalan army in the Zacapa and Izabal areas. The Melvilles wrote also of Major Bernard Westphal of Iowa City, who perished in September 1967 in the crash of a Guatemalan Air Force jet that he was piloting alone. The official notices stated that the U.S. airman was testing the airplane. That statement may have been true, but it is also true that it was a common and public topic of conversation at Guatemala's La Aurora Air Base that the major often tested Guatemalan aircraft in strafing and bombing runs against guerrilla encampments in the Northeastern Territory. F-51D fighter planes modified by the United States for use against guerrillas in Guatemala. After modification, the planes are capable of patrolling for 5 hours over a limited area, equipped with 6.50 caliber machine guns and wing mountings for bombs, napalm, and 5-inch air-to-ground rockets. The napalm falls on villages, on precious crops, on people. American pilots take off from Panama, deliver loads of napalm on targets suspected of being guerrilla refuges, and return to Panama. The napalm explodes like fireworks and a mass of brilliant red foam spreads over the land, incinerating all that falls in its way. Cedars and pines are burned down to the roots, animals grilled, the earth scorched. The guerrillas will not have this place for a sanctuary any longer, nor will they or anyone else derive food from it. Halfway around the world in Vietnam, there is an instant replay. In Vietnam, they were called free fire zones. In Guatemala, Zonas libres. Large areas of the country have been declared off-limits and then subjected to heavy bombing. Reconnaissance planes using advanced photographic techniques fly over suspected guerrilla country, and jet planes, assigned to specific areas, can be called in within minutes to kill anything that moves on the ground. The military guys who do this are like serial killers. If Jeffrey Dahmer had been in Guatemala, he would be a general by now. In Guatemala City, right-wing terrorists machine-gun people and houses in full light of day journalists, lawyers, students, teachers, trade unionists, members of opposition parties, anyone who helped or expressed sympathy for the rebel cause, anyone with a vaguely leftist political association or a moderate criticism of government policy. Relatives of the victims, guilty of kinship common criminals, eliminated to purify the society, taken from jails and shot. See a communist, kill a communist, the slogan of the new anti-communist organization. An informer with hooded face accompanies the police along a city street or into the countryside, pointing people out, who shall live and who shall die. This one's a son of a bitch. That one? Men found dead with their eyes gouged out, their testicles in their mouth without hands or tongues, women with breasts cut off. There is rarely a witness to a killing, even when people are dragged from their homes at high noon and executed in the street. A relative will choose exile rather than take the matter to the authorities. The government joins the family in mourning the victim. One of the death squads, Mano Blanca, White Hand, sent a death warning to a student leader. Former American Marinol priest Blase Bonpain has written, "I went alone to visit the head of the Mano Blanca and asked him why he was going to kill this lad. At first he denied sending the letter, but after a bit of discussion with him and his first assistant, the assistant said, 'Well, I know he's a communist and so we're going to kill him.' 'How do you know?' I asked. He said, 'I know he's a communist because I heard him say he would give his life for the poor.'" Mano Blanca distributed leaflets in residential areas suggesting that doors of left-wingers be marked with a black cross. In November 1967, when the American ambassador, John Gordon Main, presented the Guatemalan armed forces with new armored vehicles, grenade launchers, training and radio equipment, and several HU-1B jet-powered helicopters, he publicly stated, "These articles, especially the helicopters, are not easy to obtain at this time since they are being utilized by our forces in defense of the cause of liberty in other parts of the world, i.e. Southeast Asia. But liberty must be defended wherever it is threatened, and that liberty is now being threatened in Guatemala." In August 1968, a young French woman, Michelle Kirk, shot herself in Guatemala City as the police came to her room to make inquiries. In her notebook, Michelle had written, "It is hard to find the words to express the state of putrefaction that exists in Guatemala and the permanent terror in which the inhabitants live. Everyday bodies are pulled out of the Motagua River, riddled with bullets and partially eaten by fish. Everyday men are kidnapped right in the street by unidentified people in cars, armed to the teeth, with no intervention by the police patrols. The U.S. Agency for International Development Aid, its Office of Public Safety, OPS, and the Alliance for Progress were all there to lend a helping hand. These organizations with their reassuring names all contributed to a program to greatly expand the size of Guatemala's national police force and develop it into a professionalized body skilled at counteracting urban disorder. Senior police officers and technicians were sent for training at the Inter-American Police Academy in Panama, replaced in 1964 by the International Police Academy in Washington, at a federal school in Los Fresnos, Texas, where they were taught how to construct and use a variety of explosive devices, see Uruguay chapter, and other educational establishments, their instructors often being CIA officers operating under OPS cover. This was also the case with OPS officers stationed in Guatemala to advise local police commands and provide in-country training for rank-and-file policemen. At times, these American officers participated directly in interrogating political prisoners, took part in polygraph operations, and accompanied the police on anti-drug patrols. Additionally, the Guatemala City Police Force was completely supplied with radio patrol cars and a radio communications network, and funds were provided to build a national police academy and pay for salaries, uniforms, weapons, and riot control equipment. The glue which held this package together was the standard OPS classroom tutelage, similar to that given the military, which imparted the insight that communists, primarily of the Cuban variety, were behind all the unrest in Guatemala. The students were further advised to stay out of politics. That is, support whatever pro-US regime happens to be in power. Also standard was the advice to use minimum force and to cultivate good community relations. But the behavior of the police and military students in practice was so far removed from this that continued American involvement with these forces over a period of decades makes this advice appear to be little more than a self-serving statement for the record, the familiar bureaucratic maxim, cover your ass. According to AID, by 1970, over 30,000 Guatemalan police personnel had received OPS training in Guatemala alone, one of the largest OPS programs in Latin America. At one time, many AID field offices were infiltrated from top to bottom with CIA people, disclosed John Gilligan, director of AID during the Carter administration. The idea was to plant operatives in every kind of activity we had overseas, government, volunteer, religious, every kind. By the end of 1968, the counterinsurgency campaign had all but wiped out the guerrilla movement by thwarting the rebels' ability to operate openly and casually in rural areas as they had been accustomed to, and, through sheer terrorization of villagers, isolating the guerrillas from their bases of support in the countryside. It had been an unequal match. By Pentagon standards, it had been a limited war, due to the absence of a large and overt U.S. combat force. At the same time, this had provided the American media and public with the illusion of their country's non-involvement. However, as one observer has noted, in the lexicon of counter-revolutionaries, these wars are limited only in their consequences for the intervening power. For the people and country under assault, they are total. Not until 1976 did another serious guerrilla movement arise, the Guatemalan Army of the Poor (EGP) by name. Meanwhile, others vented their frustration through urban warfare in the face of government violence, which reached a new high during 1970 and 1971 under a state of siege imposed by the president, Colonel Carlos Arana Osorio. Arana, who had been close to the U.S. military since serving as Guatemalan military attaché in Washington, and then as commander of the counterinsurgency operation in Zacapa, where his commitment to his work earned him the title of the Butcher of Zacapa, decreed to himself virtually unlimited power to curb opposition of any stripe. Amnesty International later stated that Guatemalan sources, including the Committee of the Relatives of Disappeared Persons, claimed that over 7,000 persons disappeared or were found dead in these 2 years. Foreign diplomats in Guatemala City, reported Le Monde in 1971, believe that for every political assassination by left-wing revolutionaries, 15 murders are committed by right-wing fanatics. During a curfew so draconian that even ambulances, doctors, and fire engines reportedly were forbidden outside, as American police cars and paddy wagons patrolled the streets day and night, and American helicopters buzzed overhead. The United States saw fit to provide further technical assistance and equipment to initiate a reorganization of Arana's police forces to make them yet more efficient. In response to a question from a congressional investigator in 1971 as to what he conceived his job to be, a member of the U.S. military group MILGP in Guatemala replied instantly that it was to make the Guatemalan armed forces as efficient as possible. The next question as to why this was in the interest of the United States was followed by a long silence while he reflected on a point which had apparently never occurred to him. As for the wretched of Guatemala's earth, in 1976 a major earthquake shook the land, taking over 20,000 lives, largely of the poor whose houses were the first to crumble. The story was reported of the American church relief worker who arrived to help the victims. He was shocked at their appearance and their living conditions. Then he was informed that he was not in the earthquake area, that what he was seeing was normal. The level of pesticide spraying is the highest in the world, reported the New York Times in 1977, and little concern is shown for the people who live near the cotton fields. 30 or 40 people a day are treated for pesticide poisoning in season. Death can come within hours, or a longer-lasting liver malfunction. The amounts of DDT in mother's milk in Guatemala are the highest in the Western world. It's very simple, explained a cotton planter. More insecticide means more cotton. Fewer insects mean higher profits. In an attack, guerrillas destroyed 22 crop duster planes. The planes were quickly replaced thanks to the genius of American industry. And all the pesticide you could ever want, from Monsanto Chemical Company of St. Louis and Guatemala City. During the Carter presidency, in response to human rights abuses in Guatemala and other countries, Several pieces of congressional legislation were passed which attempted to curtail military and economic aid to those nations. In the years preceding, similar prohibitions regarding aid to Guatemala had been enacted into law. The efficacy of these laws can be measured by their number. In any event, the embargoes were never meant to be more than partial, and Guatemala also received weapons and military equipment from Israel, at least part of which was covertly underwritten by Washington. As further camouflage, some of the training of Guatemala's security forces was reportedly maintained by transferring it to clandestine sites in Chile and Argentina. Testimony of an Indian woman. My name is Rigoberta Menchú. I am a representative of the Vicente Menchú, her father revolutionary Christians. On December 9, 1979, my 16-year-old brother Patricino was captured and tortured for several days and then taken with 20 other young men to the square in Chagil. An officer of President Lucas Garcia's army of murderers ordered the prisoners to be paraded in a line. Then he started to insult and threaten the inhabitants of the village, who were forced to come out of their houses to witness the event. I was with my mother and we saw Patricino. He had had his tongue cut out and his toes cut off. The officer Jackal made a speech. Every time he paused, the soldiers beat the Indian prisoners. When he finished his ranting, the bodies of my brother and the other prisoners were swollen, bloody, unrecognizable. It was monstrous, but they were still alive. They were thrown on the ground and drenched with gasoline. The soldiers set fire to the wretched bodies with torches, and the captain laughed like a hyena and forced the inhabitants of Chagil to watch. This was his objective, that they should be terrified and witness the punishment given to the guerrillas. In 1992, Rigoberta Menchú was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Testimony of Fred Sherwood, CIA pilot during the overthrow of the Arbenz government in 1954, who settled in Guatemala and became president of the American Chamber of Commerce. Speaking in Guatemala, September 1980, why should we be worried about the death squads? They're bumping off the commies, our enemies. I give them more power. Hell, I'd get some cartridges if I could, and everyone else would too. Why should we criticize them? The death squad. I'm for it. Shit. There's no question we can't wait till Reagan gets in. We hope Carter falls in the ocean real quick. We all feel that Reagan is our savior. The Movement for National Liberation, MLN, was a prominent political party. It was the principal party in the Arana regime. An excerpt from a radio broadcast in 1980 by the head of the party, Mario Sandoval Alarcón. I admit that the MLN is the party of organized violence. Organized violence is vigor, just as organized color is scenery and organized sound is harmony. There is nothing wrong with organized violence. It is vigor, and the MLN is a vigorous movement. Mario Sandoval Alarcón and former President Arana, the butcher of Zacapa, spent inaugural week mingling with the stars of the Reagan Inner Circle, reported syndicated columnist Jack Anderson. Sandoval, who had worked closely with the CIA in the overthrow of Arbenz, announced that he had met with Reagan defense and foreign policy advisors even before the election. Right-wing Guatemalan leaders were elated by Reagan's victory. They looked forward to a resumption of the hand-in-glove relationship between American and Guatemalan security teams and businessmen, which had existed before Carter took office. Before that could take place, however, the Reagan administration first had to soften the attitude of Congress about this thing called human rights. In March 1981, 2 months after Reagan's inaugural, Secretary of State Alexander Haig told a congressional committee that there was a Soviet hit list for the ultimate takeover of Central America. It was a 4-phased operation, of which the first part had been the seizure of Nicaragua. Next, warned Haig, is El Salvador, to be followed by Honduras and Guatemala. This was the kind of intelligence information which one would expect to derive from a captured secret document or KGB defector. But neither one of these was produced or mentioned, nor did any of the assembled congressmen presume to raise the matter. 2 months later, General Vernon Walters, former deputy director of the CIA, on a visit to Guatemala as Haig's special emissary, was moved to proclaim that the United States hoped to help the Guatemalan government defend peace and liberty. During this period, Guatemalan security forces, official and unofficial, massacred at least 2,000 peasants, accompanied by the usual syndrome of torture, mutilation, and decapitation, destroyed several villages, assassinated 76 officials of the opposition Christian Democratic Party, scores of trade unionists, and at least 6 Catholic priests. August 19, 1981. Unidentified gunmen occupy the town of San Miguel Acatán. Forced the mayor to give them a list of all those who had contributed funds for the building of a school, pick out 15 from the list, including 3 of the mayor's children, make them dig their own graves and shoot them. In December, Ronald Reagan finally spoke out against government repression. He denounced Poland for crushing by brute force the stirrings of liberty. Our government and those of our allies have expressed moral revulsion at the police-state tactics of Poland's oppressors. Using the loopholes in the congressional legislation, both real and loosely interpreted, the Reagan administration, in its first 2 years, chipped away at the spirit of the embargo. $3.1 million of jeeps and trucks, $4 million of helicopter spare parts, $6.3 million of other military supplies. These were amongst the publicly announced aid shipments. What was transpiring covertly can only be guessed at in light of certain disclosures. Jack Anderson revealed in August 1981 that the United States was using Cuban exiles to train security forces in Guatemala. In this operation, Anderson wrote, the CIA had arranged for secret training in the finer points of assassination. The following year, it was reported that the Green Berets had been instructing Guatemalan army officers for over 2 years in the finer points of warfare. And in 1983, we learned that in the previous 2 years Guatemala's Air Force helicopter fleet had somehow increased from 8 to 27, all of them American-made, and that Guatemalan officers were once again being trained at the U.S. School of the Americas in Panama. In March 1982, a coup put General Efren Rios Montt, a born-again Christian, in power. A month later, the Reagan administration announced that it perceived signs of an improvement in the state of human rights in the country and took the occasion to justify a shipment of military aid. On the 1st of July, Rios Montt announced a state of siege. It was to last more than 8 months. In his first 6 months in power, 2,600 Indians and peasants were massacred, while during his 17-month reign, more than 400 villages were brutally wiped off the map. In December 1982, Ronald Reagan, also a Christian, went to see for himself. After meeting with Rios Montt, Reagan, referring to the allegations of extensive human rights abuses, declared that the Guatemalan leader was receiving a bad deal. Statement by the Guatemalan Army of the Poor, made in 1981, by which time the toll of people murdered by the government since 1954 had reached at least the 60,000 mark, and the sons of one-time death squad members were now killing the sons of the Indians killed by their fathers. The Guatemalan Revolution is entering its 3rd decade. Ever since the government of Jacobo Arbenz was overthrown in 1954, the majority of the Guatemalan people have been seeking a way to move the country towards solving the same problems which were present then and have only worsened over time. The counter-revolution, put in motion by the U.S. government and those domestic sectors committed to retaining every single one of their privileges, dispersed and disorganized the popular and democratic forces. However, it did not resolve any of the problems which had first given rise to demands for economic, social, and political change. These demands have been raised again and again in the last quarter century, by any means that seemed appropriate at the time, and have received each time the same repressive response as in 1954. Statement by Father Thomas Melville, 1968. Having come to the conclusion that the actual state of violence, composed of the malnutrition, ignorance, sickness, and hunger of the vast majority of the Guatemalan population, is the direct result of a capitalist system that makes the defenseless Indian compete against the powerful and well-armed landowner, my brother Father Arthur Melville, and I decided not to be silent accomplices of the mass murder that this system generates. We began teaching the Indians that no one will defend their rights if they do not defend themselves. If the government and oligarchy are using arms to maintain them in their position of misery, then they have the obligation to take up arms and defend their God-given right to be men. We were accused of being communists along with the people who listened to us, and were asked to leave the country by our religious superiors and the U.S. Ambassador John Gordon Maine. We did so, but I say here that I am a communist only if Christ was a communist. I did what I did and will continue to do so because of the teachings of Christ and not because of Marx or Lenin. And I say here too that we are many more than the hierarchy and the U.S. government think. When the fight breaks out more in the open, let the world know that we do it not for Russia, not for China, nor any other country, but for Guatemala. Our response to the present situation is not because we have read either Marx or Lenin, but because we have read the New Testament. Postscript, a small sample. 1988. Guatemala continues to suffer the worst record of human rights abuses in Latin America, stated the Council on Hemispheric Affairs in its annual report on human rights in the Western Hemisphere. 1990. Guatemalan soldiers at the army base in Santiago Atitlan opened fire on unarmed townspeople carrying white flags, killing 14 and wounding 24. The people had come with their mayor to speak to the military commander about repeated harassment from the soldiers. 1990. The United States, said to be disillusioned because of persistent corruption in the government of President Vinicio Cerezo Arevalo, is reportedly turning to Guatemala's military to promote economic and political stability, even though the military is blamed for human rights abuses and is believed to be involved in drug trafficking. This was reported in May. In June, a prominent American businessman living in Guatemala, Michael Devine, was kidnapped and nearly beheaded by the Guatemalan military after he apparently stumbled upon the military's drug trafficking and/or other contraband activities. The Bush administration, in a show of public anger of the killing, cut off military aid to Guatemala, but we later learned, secretly allowed the CIA to provide millions of dollars to the military government to make up for the loss. The annual payments of $5 to $7 million apparently continued into the Clinton administration. 1992. In March, Guatemalan guerrilla leader, Efren Bamaca Velasquez, was captured and disappeared. For the next 3 years, his American wife, attorney Jennifer Harberry, waged an impassioned international campaign, including public fasts in Guatemala City, nearly to death, and in Washington, to pressure the Guatemalan and American governments for information about her husband's fate. Both governments insisted that they knew nothing. Finally, in March 1995, Rep. Robert Torricelli of the House Intelligence Committee revealed that Bamaca had been tortured and executed the same year of his capture, and that he, as well as Devine, had been murdered on the orders of Colonel Julio Roberto Alperez, who had been on the CIA payroll for several years. Alperez thus becoming another illustrious graduate of Fort Benning School of the Americas. The facts surrounding these cases were known early on by the CIA and by officials at the State Department and National Security Council at least a few months before the disclosure. Torricelli's announcement prompted several other Americans to come forward with tales of murder, rape, or torture of themselves or a relation at the hands of the Guatemalan military. Sister Diana Ortiz, a nun, related how, in 1989, she was kidnapped, burned with cigarettes, raped repeatedly, and lowered into a pit full of corpses and rats. A fair-skinned man who spoke with an American accent seemed to be in charge, she said.
38 Costa Rica 1970 a 1971.
Trying to topple an ally, Part 2. José Figueres, who headed the Costa Rican government 3 times, was always a rather improbable target of destabilization by the United States. He was a bona fide North Americaphile, fluent in English, educated at MIT, lecturer at Harvard and other American universities, well-connected in U.S. intellectual circles, particularly among Kennedyites, accorded an honorary membership in the Americans for Democratic Action. Figueres was typically referred to as an outstanding friend of the United States, and had long been associated with the CIA in a variety of activities and fronts in Latin America. And if that weren't enough, both of Figueres's wives had been American. Yet, the CIA tried to overthrow him during his term in office in the 1950s and twice tried to assassinate the man, see Costa Rica, mid-1950s chapter, and perhaps tried again to overthrow him in the 1970s. To liberal American political figures, Figueres was the quintessential liberal Democrat, the kind of statesman they liked to think and liked the world to think was the natural partner of U.S. foreign policy rather than the military dictators who somehow keep popping up as allies. To American conservatives, Figueres was of questionable ilk, the type that, if not actually a communist himself, doesn't sufficiently appreciate the nature and degree of the international communist conspiracy and consequently allows communists too much room to maneuver. It was the latter conviction that was stirred up by Figueres soon after becoming president again in May 1970. he began building bridges to the communist bloc, with Costa Rica becoming the first Central American country to establish diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. This diplomatic recognition in no way shakes our loyalty to the United States or to the democratic cause, Figueres cautioned. People everywhere are tired of the Cold War. Russia controls half of Europe, and we want to make the Russians drink coffee, Costa Rica's principal export, instead of tea. In the previous 2 years, the Soviet Union had purchased $10 million worth of coffee from Costa Rica, an economic offensive which reportedly disturbed United States officials. Earl Ted Williamson, officially listed as first secretary of the U.S. Embassy in San Jose, but actually CIA chief of station, was heard to declare at a party that the Figueres government would not last much longer. He spoke openly against the president's bridge-building endeavors. Williamson's comments got back to Costa Rican officials, as did reports of his close ties with Figueres's conservative political opponents, and indiscreet remarks made by his Cuban wife regarding the country's alleged march toward communism. Williamson, who had served in Cuba before the revolution and married the niece of a wealthy sugar baron, was also blamed for the seizure and burning of some Marxist literature coming in through the Costa Rican airport. The blame arose through his involvement in a CIA technical assistance program on security. By autumn, the Costa Rican government felt compelled to make an informal suggestion through the State Department's Costa Rican desk in Washington that Williamson be removed. The request was ignored. Then, on December 17th, a fisherman reported sighting a mysterious ship which had unloaded long wooden boxes on a remote Costa Rican beach. The ship was identified as the Waltham, and the Costa Rican government later received information that the vessel was registered to the commercial section of the State Department. This was never verified. However, the U.S. Commerce Department at that time did own a 455-foot vessel named the Waltham Victory. It was first reported that the boxes contained weapons. Subsequently, a story was circulated that it was contraband whiskey that had been put ashore. The Miami Herald, which had first broken this story, commented that the contraband story presumably was put out to dispel rumors of a coup against the government. Americophile that he was, Figueres was probably anxious to downplay the entire controversy, which must have been acutely embarrassing to him. 3 congressmen of his party, however, unencumbered by such loyalties, released a statement that accused the CIA of being involved in the ship movements and the alleged arms drop. By early January 1971, the Costa Rican government seriously feared an uprising. It again asked the Nixon administration to recall Williamson. Not long before, Williamson had publicly forecast that the Figueres government would not survive another 2 weeks. The Guardia Civil, Costa Rica's only armed force, was alerted, and plans were made to remove Figueres from the capital to a hiding place in the mountains. At Figueres's request, the Panama government covertly delivered over 100 semi-automatic rifles to Costa Rica. During this entire period, the American embassy in San Jose was reported to be deeply divided between liberals and conservatives. Perhaps the most conservative, along with Williamson, was Ambassador Walter Ploeser, a Nixon political appointee with a long history of ultra-anti-communist activity. Ploeser vehemently defended Williamson and was said to have made no effort to curb the CIA officials' public outbursts against Figueres. At the same time, Ploeser fired the director of the U.S. aid program in Costa Rica, Lawrence Harrison, who took a pro-Figueres stand. The 2 men reportedly clashed over priorities, with Ploeser wanting an increase in military assistance, although Costa Rica, ostensibly, had little use for such, and a reduction in American economic aid to the country. Official cables reaching Washington from Ploeser's embassy described the situation in Costa Rica as dangerous. Figueres was accused of abandoning the West and facing east, of having accepted financial assistance from the communists for his campaign, and of permitting communists to infiltrate his government. In February, Williamson was finally recalled by Washington. Costa Rican officials hoped and expected that Ploeser would be replaced as well, as soon as it could be done with the customary diplomatic face-saving. As it was, Ploeser lingered on at his post for a full year before resigning for personal reasons. The announcement of Williamson's departure was perhaps hastened by the fact that a few days earlier the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs had held a briefing to look into the matter. But the congressmen were not about to become the authors of an exposé. After hearing the testimony of two State Department officials, the committee announced that it had all been a big misunderstanding due to personality conflicts within the embassy, which had repercussions outside its walls, and overzealous actions by some U.S. officials who would remain nameless, as would everything else heard at the closed-door briefing. The same day, the Miami Herald stated in an editorial, "What is abundantly clear is the power and influence of the United States Embassy in a small country such as Costa Rica. An embassy that even quietly passes the word that it opposes the government can stimulate opposition and perhaps inspire efforts to overthrow it. Open antipathy almost asks for it." 39. Iraq 1972 to 1975. Covert action should not be confused with missionary work. Into the land of ancient Mesopotamia reached the long arm of the CIA and the Kurdish people of the Zagros and Taurus Mountains, but a few decades removed from the life of nomads, joined the agency's list of clients. In May of 1972, President Richard Nixon and his National Security Affairs advisor, Henry Kissinger, went to the Soviet Union to meet their Russian counterparts. Afterward, Kissinger told a press conference in Moscow that the two nations had agreed to defuse the tensions in the Middle East and to contribute what they can to bringing about a general settlement. Such a settlement would also contribute to a relaxation of the armaments race in that area. Speaking for our side, he added, "I can say we will attempt to implement these principles in the spirit in which they were promulgated." Kissinger and Nixon were moved by the spirit for perhaps 24 hours. On their way home, they stopped in Tehran to visit their friend, the Shah of Iran. It seems that Iran and Iraq were embroiled once again in their perennial feud, a border dispute and the like, and the Shah asked his pal Richard for a little favor. Could he help arm the Kurds in Iraq who were fighting for autonomy? Just generally heat things up so as to sap the Iraqi resources and distract them from Iran? "Anything for a friend and loyal ally," said Richard Milhous, 2 weeks before the Watergate burglary and still on top of the world. The Shah was quite capable of arming the Kurds himself, and in fact was doing so to some extent, but the Kurds didn't trust him. They trusted the United States and wanted to be armed by them. Several years later, the congressional committee known as the Pike Committee, which investigated various CIA operations, put it thusly: the U.S. acted in effect as a guarantor that the Kurds would not be summarily dropped by the Shah. Before long, the CIA was reaching into its warehouses, and a range of Soviet and Chinese small arms and rifles and millions of rounds of ammunition were on their way to the Kurdish rebels, the communist origin of the weapons being a standard means of ensuring the standard, plausible denial. Ultimately, the military aid was to total some $16 million. The Kurds are a distinct ethnic group, Muslim but, unlike most other Iraqis, not Arab. Their people are to be found primarily in Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. For decades, the Iraqi Kurds had been engaged in intermittent warfare against the government in pursuance of a goal of autonomy, a concept not terribly well defined by them, it being clear only that it fell short of being an independent state, perhaps. The political history of the Iraqi Kurds in their recent past was a baffling piece of patchwork. 10 years earlier, they had been in close alliance with the Iraqi Communist Party, such that when the ruling Ba'ath Party began to persecute the communists, they took refuge amongst the Kurds. The Kurdish leader, Mustafa al-Barzani, a man in his 70s, had spent a dozen years in the Soviet Union and spoke Russian. Now, in 1972, the communists were allies of the Ba'aths in an attempt to suppress the imperialist agent Barzani, and Kurdish propaganda emphasized Soviet military support of the Iraqi government, including claims that Russians were flying bombing missions against the Kurds. At the same time, the Kurds painted themselves as social democrats of the European variety, going so far as to apply for membership in the Socialist International. Nonetheless, Barzani stated frequently that he trusted no other major power than the United States and asserted that if his cause were successful, the Kurds were ready to become the 51st state. All this on top of desiring to establish a Muslim society. In October 1973, when the Yom Kippur surprise attack on Israel took place, and Iraq was preoccupied as an ally of Egypt and Syria, the Kurds were willing to launch a major attack at Israel's suggestion that might have been very beneficial to their own cause as well as taking some pressure off Israel by tying down the Iraqi army. But Kissinger refused to let the Kurds move. On October 16, he had the CIA send them a cable which read, We do not consider it advisable for you to undertake the offensive military actions that Israel has suggested to you. The Kurds obeyed. The Pike report regarded this incident as an example of the apparent no-win policy of the United States and Iran. The committee stated, "The progressively deteriorating position of the Kurds reflected the fact that none of the nations who were aiding them seriously desired that they realize their objective of an autonomous state." A CIA memo of March 22, 1974 states Iran's and the United States' position clearly. "We would think that Iran would not look with favor on the establishment of a formalized autonomous government. Iran, like ourselves, has seen benefit in a stalemate situation in which Iraq is intrinsically weakened by the Kurds' refusal to relinquish their semi-autonomy. Neither Iran nor ourselves wish to see the matter resolved one way or the other. This policy," said the report, "was not imparted to our clients, who were encouraged to continue fighting. Even in the context of covert action, ours was a cynical enterprise." The day after the CIA memo referred to above, March 23, 1974, Soviet Defense Minister Andrei Grechko, who had befriended Barzani when the latter lived in the Soviet Union, arrived in Iraq to help the government reach a settlement with the Kurds. On the advice of Iran and the United States, however, Barzani refused to come to any terms. Earlier that month, the Iraqi government had actually passed a law offering a limited amount of autonomy to the Kurds, but they had rejected that as well, whether or not at the request of their allies is not known. The Congressional Committee discovered that the CIA had early information which suggested that the Shah would abandon the Kurds the minute he came to an agreement with Iraq over border disputes. Agency documents characterized the Shah's view of the Kurds as a card to play in this dispute with Iraq, and a CIA memo characterized the Kurds as a uniquely useful tool for weakening Iraq's potential for international adventurism. The last may have been a reference to Iraq signing a pact of friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union in April 1972, under which it received military aid and granted the Soviet Navy certain port privileges. Then, in June, super oil-rich Iraq had nationalized the Western-owned consortium, the Iraq Petroleum Company, 23.75% U.S., a move warmly applauded by the Soviets, after which the two countries proceeded to conclude a trade and economic accord, as it was oil that brought Iran and Iraq together. In 1973, the Shah wanted to strengthen Iran's position with the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and a crucial part of the inducement to Iraq and other Arab neighbors was Iran's willingness to double-cross the troublesome Kurds. None of these countries wanted their own minorities to be getting any ideas from a Kurdish success. It was not until March 1975 that the Shah was ready to make his move. Events moved swiftly then. The Shah met with the vice president of Iraq and, by agreement, the Shah cut off all supplies to the Kurds, including the American part. The next day, the Iraqis unleashed their biggest offensive ever. Several days later, the stunned Kurds sent a desperate message to the CIA. "There is confusion and dismay among our people and forces. Our people's fate in unprecedented danger. Complete destruction hanging over our head. No explanation for all this. We appeal you and USG. United States government intervene according to your promises." The same day, the Kurds appealed to Kissinger as well. "Your Excellency, having always believed in the peaceful solution of disputes, including those between Iran and Iraq, we are pleased to see that their two countries have come to some agreement. However, our hearts bleed to see that an immediate byproduct of their agreement is the destruction of our defenseless people. Our movement and people are being destroyed in an unbelievable way with silence from everyone. We feel, Your Excellency, that the United States has a moral and political responsibility towards our people who have committed themselves to your country's policy." The hapless Kurds received no response to their pleas from either the CIA or Henry Kissinger. By the end of the month, their forces had been decimated. Several hundred Kurdish leaders were executed. In conclusion, the Pike report noted, over 200,000 refugees managed to escape into Iran. Once there, however, neither the United States nor Iran extended adequate humanitarian assistance. In fact, Iran was later to forcibly return over 40,000 of the refugees, and the United States government refused to admit even one refugee into the United States by way of political asylum, even though they qualified for such admittance. When Henry Kissinger was interviewed by the staff of the Pike Committee about the United States' role in this melodrama, he responded with his now famous remark, "Covert action should not be confused with missionary work." 40. Australia 1973 to 1975. Another free election bites the dust. When the leader of a communist country was removed from office by the Politburo, this was confirmation to the Western mind of the totalitarian, or, at best, the arbitrary nature of the communist system. What then are we to make of the fact that in 1975 Edward Gough Whitlam, the legally elected Prime Minister of Australia, was summarily dismissed by a single non-elected individual, one functioning under the title of Governor-General. Whitlam took office in December 1972 as the head of the first Labour Party government in Australia in 23 years. In short order, he set about proving to the opposition parties the correctness of their historical prediction that Labour in power would be irresponsible and dangerous, to whom, of course, had always been the question. The war in Vietnam was an immediate example. Australian military personnel serving there under the command of the United States were called home, conscription was halted, and young men jailed for refusing military service were released. Moreover, the Whitlam government recognized North Vietnam. Several of his ministers publicly denounced American bombing of Hanoi and called for rallies to oppose it, and protesting dock workers felt inspired to impose a temporary boycott on American shipping, although the last was opposed by Whitlam. Condemnation of President Nixon and his administration volunteered by labor ministers was most undiplomatic. Corrupt, maniacs, mass murderers were some of the epithets hurled at Washington. American officials were reported to be shocked and angered. The overseas side of Australian intelligence, ASIS by acronym, it turned out, was working with the CIA in Chile against the Allende government. Whitlam ordered an immediate halt to the operation in early 1973, although at the time of Allende's downfall in September, ASIS was reportedly still working with the agency. The Labour government showed itself less than committed to the game security people play at home as well. Whitlam let it be known immediately that he did not wish to have his staff members undergo the usual security checks because he knew and trusted them. The Australian Security and Intelligence Organization, ASIO, was taken aback by such unorthodoxy and informed its CIA colleagues in Australia. Cables went to Washington. Before long, a political officer at the American Embassy was informing Richard Hall, one of Whitlam's advisors, "Your Prime Minister has just cut off one of his options." Hall took the remark to be a threat to cut off intelligence information. Whether bowing to American/ASIO pressure or not, Whitlam soon afterward agreed to the security checks. The new administration also put an end to the discrimination against immigrants who were being denied naturalization for having opposed the military juntas in places like Greece and Chile. Most exceptional and alarming to the security professionals was the behavior of the Attorney General, who showed up unannounced at ASIO headquarters one day in March 1973 with the police and carted away certain files because he suspected that the intelligence agency was withholding information from him. In all likelihood, ASIO was deliberately keeping certain information from its own government, as does every other intelligence agency in the world. The difference here, once again, was that the Labour government simply refused to accept such a state of affairs as normal. A few years later, after Whitlam's ouster, James Angleton, who had been a high CIA officer in 1973 and directly concerned with intelligence relations with Australia, complained to an Australian television interviewer about the Attorney General barging in, "We were deeply concerned as to the sanctity of this information which could compromise sources and methods and compromise human life. The CIA," he said, "seriously considered breaking intelligence relations with Australia." As a consequence of Whitlam's unconventional way of running a government, the CIA became rather concerned about the security and continued functioning of its many military and intelligence facilities in Australia. By the agency's standards, it was a highly important setup employing thousands of persons, a vital part of the early warning system, a key tracking station in the United States global spy satellite system of extremely sophisticated photography and monitoring of activities within the Soviet Union, a U.S. naval communications station which dealt with nuclear submarines, a huge electronics control center set up by the U.S. National Security Agency, NSA, to intercept messages of voice, telex, etc., coming in and out of Australia and its Pacific region, that is, eavesdropping on everybody and everything. Most of this had been built in the latter part of the 1960s and was run in such secrecy that not even senior members of the Australian Foreign Ministry had been briefed on exactly what went on in those buildings in Australia's wide-open spaces, and the CIA connection was never officially acknowledged. After the Labour Party took power, some of its members voiced strong criticism of the secret facilities. They increasingly demanded an official explanation for their presence and at times even voted for their removal. This was not carried out because the leaders of the Whitlam administration, for all their radical posturing, were not about to leap into political no man's land by cutting off ties to the West. They spoke of neutralism and non-alignment on occasion, but they were willing to settle for independence, which is all the Papandreous wanted before they were ousted in Greece, another site of an American electronic state within a state in which the host intelligence and defense establishments typically demonstrate more loyalty to their American counterparts than to their own government of the day. In 1976, an investigation by the Australian Royal Commission on Intelligence and Security concluded that for many years members of ASIO had been providing the CIA with potentially damaging information about prominent Australian politicians and governmental officials. The information reportedly ranged from accusations of subversive tendencies to details about personal peccadillos. Moreover, it was later learned that in addition to Chile, Australian intelligence had aided U.S. operations in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Indonesia. The Whitlam government displayed its independence where it could. In 1973, Whitlam disclosed the existence of an Australian Defence Signals Directorate unit in Singapore, another Cold War toy of the CIA and ASIO which monitored military and civilian radio traffic in Asia. The DSD is comparable to the American NSA and the British GCHQ. Later, the Australian Prime Minister closed the unit down, although he re-established part of it in Australia. His administration also expressed its disapproval of U.S. plans to build up the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia as another military intelligence nuclear outpost. And in February 1975, the Labour Party conference voted to allow the Provisional Revolutionary Government of Vietnam, the Viet Cong, to set up an office in Australia. This was before the fall of Saigon. By the end of 1974, writes Joan Coxedge, a Labour Party Member of Parliament in the state of Victoria, almost every move by the Whitlam government or by individual Labour parliamentarians, whether it was a departmental decision, a staff appointment, an international cable, a telex, a phone call, or a confidential letter, quickly became the property of the news media. There was an unparalleled campaign of personal vituperation, hinting at incompetence, dissension, corruption, and private scandal within the ranks of the government. Matters reached the spark point in autumn 1975. Whitlam dismissed the heads of both ASIO and ASIS in separate incidents, the latter because his agency had been secretly assisting the CIA in covert activities in nearby East Timor. Then, at the beginning of November, it was revealed in the press that a former CIA officer, Richard Lee Stallings, had been channeling funds to J. Douglas Anthony, leader of the National Country Party, one of the two main opposition parties. It was reported that Stallings was a close friend and former tenant of Anthony's, that the secret facilities in the hinterland were indeed CIA creations, and that Stallings had been the first head of much of the operation. A year earlier, an Australian political journalist, Ray Atchison, had published a book called Looking at the Liberals. The Liberal Party, the other important opposition party, was actually rather conservative, in which he claimed that the CIA had offered the opposition unlimited funds in their unsuccessful attempt to defeat the Labour Party in the May 1974 parliamentary elections. Subsequently, a Sydney newspaper reported that the Liberals had been on the receiving end since the late 1960s, and quoted the remarks of former CIA officer Victor Marchetti, who confirmed that the CIA had funded both of the major opposition parties. Whitlam publicly repeated the charges about Stallings and insisted upon an investigation of the facilities to identify once and for all their true nature and purpose. Whether any of it was part of a weapons system was one question which seriously concerned the administration. At the same time, he demanded a list of all CIA operatives in Australia. The Australian military intelligence complex appears to have been spurred into a flurry of activity. On November 6th, the head of the Defense Department reportedly met with the Governor-General, Sir John Kerr, and afterward declared publicly, "This is the greatest risk to the nation's security there has ever been." On the 8th, Another senior defense official held a meeting with Kerr in which he briefed the Governor-General about allegations from the CIA that Whitlam was jeopardizing the security of the American bases in Australia. The same day, the CIA in Washington informed the ASIO station there that all intelligence links with Australia would be cut off unless a satisfactory explanation was given of Mr. Whitlam's behavior. The agency had already expressed reservations about releasing intelligence information to certain government ministers. If this had been a third world country, the CIA would likely have already sent the government packing. On November 9th, Kerr was received at the Defense Signals Directorate for yet another briefing. The following day, the ASIO station in Washington, at the request of the CIA, sent a telex to its headquarters in Australia in which it stated that CIA cannot see how this dialogue with continued reference to CIA can do other than blow the lid off these installations. In addition to Stallings, the names of his successors, senior CIA officers, and the CIA station chief in Canberra had appeared in the press. Kerr, who was taken with the world of spookery and regularly saw classified material, in all likelihood was aware of the ASIO telex and the CIA ultimatum. On the 11th, he dismissed Whitlam as Prime Minister, dissolved both Houses of Parliament, and appointed Malcolm Fraser, the leader of the Liberal Party, to head an interim government until new elections could be held on December 13th. In the hours between the appointment of Fraser and the dissolution of Parliament, the Labour majority in the House of Representatives pushed through a no-confidence motion against Fraser, an act which obliged the Governor-General to dismiss the Liberal leader in turn. Kerr chose to ignore this maneuver, which was a legalistic one, although his dismissal of Whitlam was no less a legalistic act. On October 15th, the opposition-controlled Senate had refused to vote on a new budget appropriation bill, called Supply in Australia, in order to force the government to dissolve Parliament and hold new elections, hoping thus to regain power. Though the Constitution gave the Senate the technical right to withhold approval of the budget, it was seldom interpreted literally, as it is in the United States. Precedent was of greater importance, and the fact was that in Australia's 75-year history as a federation, the Senate had never exercised this right against the federal government. Only days earlier, 8 leading law professors had publicly declared such action to be constitutionally improper. The opposition tactic was thus at least debatable. When Whitlam refused to dissolve Parliament and tried to govern without the budget, a constitutional and financial crisis steadily built up over the course of several weeks. Then Kerr invoked a power as archaic and as questionable as that employed by the Senate. It was the first time a Governor-General had ever dismissed a federal Prime Minister. It had occurred but once before on a state level. The Melbourne newspaper, The Age, which, said the New York Times, was generally held to be one of the nation's most responsible papers, wrote that Kerr's action was a triumph of narrow legalism over common sense and popular feeling. It added, by bringing down the government because the Senate refused its supply, Sir John Kerr acted at least against the spirit of the Australian Constitution. Since 1901, it has been a firmly held convention that the Senate should not reject budgets. Sir John has created an awesome precedent that a hostile Senate can bring down a government whenever it denies its supply. Kerr breathed life into a constitutional relic, the right of kings and queens to unilaterally appoint governments. The office of Governor-General had traditionally been only that of a figurehead representative of the Queen of England. Kerr's decision, however, appears as a calculated political act. He gave Whitlam no warning or ultimatum before dismissing him, no opportunity to request the dissolution of Parliament, which would have permitted him to remain in office. One must read Kerr's own account of his confrontation with Whitlam to appreciate how he maneuvered the Prime Minister into stalking out of the Governor-General's office without requesting the dissolution. Kerr claims he refrained from issuing Whitlam an ultimatum because he feared that the Prime Minister would leave and then ask the Queen for his removal as Governor-General. But he fails to explain why he didn't give Whitlam an ultimatum that had to be responded to on the spot. Kerr had been appointed, at least in theory, by the Queen. Ironically, she had done so at Whitlam's recommendation, which he had made against the wishes of his party's left wing. Kerr's action added to Whitlam's reputation as a bad judge of character, a man easily taken in. Certainly the warning signs were there, for John Kerr had been intimately involved with CIA fronts for a number of years. In the 1950s, he joined the Australian Association for Cultural Freedom, an organization spawned by the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom, see Western Europe chapter. Kerr became a member of the organization's executive board in 1957 and also wrote for its magazine Quadrant. One article in 1960 was entitled "The Struggle Against Communism in the Trade Unions, a Program and Tactic." As we have seen, the CIA has consistently accorded a high priority to throughout the world. In 1966, Kerr helped to found Law Asia, or Law Asia, an organization of lawyers in the Far East funded by the Asia Foundation. The foundation was one of the most prominent CIA fronts for over a decade, with offices and representatives in all the major capitals of Asia. One of its prime missions, Victor Marchetti has written, was to disseminate throughout Asia a negative vision of mainland China, North Vietnam, and North Korea. Kerr became Laoisia's first president, a position he held until 1970. He describes the organization as a non-communist group of Asian lawyers, which the Asia Foundation supported because the rule of law is a good thing, a strong legal profession is a good thing, and talk between lawyers is a good thing. There was a bit of a celebration in the CIA when Whitlam was dismissed by Kerr, reported Christopher Boyce. Boyce is an American who was working at the time for TRW Systems Incorporated, Los Angeles, in a cryptographic communications center which linked CIA headquarters in Virginia with the agency's satellite surveillance system in Australia. In his position, Boyce was privy to telex communications between the two stations. The CIA, he said, referred to Kerr as "our man." Boyce also revealed that the CIA had infiltrated Australian labor unions, had been manipulating the leadership, and had suppressed their strikes, particularly those involving railroads and airports. The last was reportedly because the strikes were holding up deliveries of equipment to the agency's installations. Some unions as well had been in the forefront of opposition to the installations. As matters turned out, Whitlam lost the new election. One other CIA operation in Australia deserves mention. This is the Nugan Hand Merchant Bank of Sydney, truly a CIA bank. Founded in 1973 by Frank Nugan, an Australian, and Michael Hand, an American formerly with the Green Berets in Vietnam and with the CIA airline Air America. The bank exhibited phenomenal growth over the next few years. It opened branch offices in Saudi Arabia, Hamburg, Malaysia, Thailand, Hong Kong, Singapore, the Philippines, Argentina, Chile, Hawaii, Washington, and Annapolis, Maryland, run by men with backgrounds in the CIA, OSS, Green Berets, and similar specialty areas of banking. Former CIA Director William Colby was one of the bank's attorneys. The Nugan Hand Bank succeeded in expanding the scope of normal banking services. Among the activities it was reportedly involved in were drug trafficking, international arms dealing, links to organized crime, laundering money for President Suharto of Indonesia, unspecified services for President and Mrs. Marcos of the Philippines, assisting the Shah of Iran's family to shift money out of Iran, channeling CIA money into pro-American political parties and operations in Europe, transferring $2.4 million to the Australian Liberal Party through one of the bank's many associated companies, attempting to blackmail an Australian state minister who was investigating organized crime. The CIA opened a Swiss bank account in his name and threatened to leak the information, and a host of other socially useful projects. In addition, several mysterious deaths have been connected to the bank, including that of a ranking CIA officer in Maryland. And on January 27, 1980, Frank Nugan was himself found shot dead in his car. In June, Michael Hand disappeared without a trace. The Nugan Hand Merchant Bank collapsed, $50 million or so in debt. 41. Angola 1975 to 1980s. The Great Powers Poker Game. It is spring 1975. Saigon has just fallen. The last of the Americans are fleeing for their lives. Fallout from Watergate hangs heavy in the air in the United States. The Pike Committee of the House of Representatives is investigating CIA foreign covert activities. On the Senate side, the Church Committee is doing the same. And the Rockefeller Commission has set about investigating the agency's domestic activities. The morning papers bring fresh revelations about CIA and FBI misdeeds. The CIA and its influential supporters warn that the crescendo of disclosures will inhibit the agency from carrying out the functions necessary for national security. At CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, they are busy preparing for their next secret adventure. Angola. To undertake a military operation at such a moment, the reasons, one would imagine, must have been both compelling and urgent. Yet, in the long history of American interventions, it would be difficult to find one more pointless or with less to gain for the United States or the foreign people involved. The origin of our story dates back to the beginning of the 1960s when two political movements in Angola began to oppose by force the Portuguese colonial government. The MPLA, led by Agostinho Neto, and the FNLA, led by Holden Roberto. The latter group was known by other names in its early years, but for simplicity will be referred to here only as FNLA. The United States, not normally in the business of supporting liberation movements, decided that inasmuch as Portugal would probably be unable to hold on to its colony forever, establishing contact with a possible successor regime might prove beneficial. For reasons lost in the mists of history, the United States, or at least someone in the CIA, decided that Roberto was their man, and around 1961 or 62 onto the agency payroll he went. At the same time, and during the ensuing years, Washington provided their NATO ally, the Salazar dictatorship in Lisbon, with the military aid and counterinsurgency training needed to suppress the rebellion. John Markham, an American scholar who walked 800 miles through Angola into the FNLA guerrilla camps in the early 1960s, has written, "By January 1962, outside observers could watch Portuguese planes bomb and strafe African villages, visit the charred remains of towns like Mbanza-Mpangu and Pangala, and copy the data from 750-point napalm bomb casings from which the Portuguese had not removed the labels marked Property U.S. Air Force. The Soviet Union, which had also given some support to Roberto, embraced Neto instead in 1964, arguing that Roberto had helped the discredited Moise Tshombe in the Congo and curtailed his own guerrilla operations in Angola under pressure from Washington. Before long, another movement, UNITA by name, entered the picture and China dealt itself into the great powers poker game, lending support to UNITA and FNLA. Although MPLA may have been somewhat more genuine in its leftist convictions than FNLA or UNITA, there was little to distinguish any of the three groups from each other ideologically. When the press made any distinction amongst them, it was usually to refer to MPLA as Marxist, but this was ill-defined, if defined at all, and simply took on a media life of its own. Each of the groups spoke of socialism and employed Marxist rhetoric when the occasion called for it, and genuflected to other gods when it did not. In the 1960s, each of them was perfectly willing to accept support from any country willing to give it without excessive strings attached. Neto, for example, went to Washington in December 1962 to put his case before the American government and press and to emphasize the fallacy of categorizing the MPLA as communist. During the following 2 years, Roberto appealed for aid to the Soviet Union, Cuba, China, Algeria, and Nasser's Egypt. Later, Jonas Savimbi, the leader of UNITA, approached the same countries, with the exception perhaps of the Soviet Union, as well as North Vietnam, and accepted military training for his men from North Korea. Each group was composed predominantly of members of a particular tribe. Each tried to discourage aid or recognition being given to the others. They each suffered from serious internal splits and spent as much time fighting each other as they did the Portuguese army. The Viet Cong they were not. Author Jonathan Quitney has observed that the three tribal nations had a long history of fighting each other. It was not until the latter part of the 20th century, however, that Dr. Henry Kissinger and other political scientists discovered that the real reason the Mbundu, the Ovimbundu, and the Congo had been fighting off and on for the past 500 years was that the Mbundu were Marxist and the Ovimbundu in Congo were pro-Western. That the CIA's choosing of its ally was largely an arbitrary process is further underlined by a State Department cable to its African embassies in 1963 which stated, "U.S. policy is not, repeat not, to discourage an MPLA move toward West and not to choose between these two movements." Even in 1975, when the head of the CIA, William Colby, was asked by a congressional committee what the differences were between the three contesting factions, he responded, "They are all independents. They are all for Black Africa. They are all for some fuzzy kind of social system, without really much articulation, but some sort of let's not be exploited by the capitalist nations." And when asked why the Chinese were backing the FNLA or UNITA, he stated, "Because the Soviets are backing the MPLA is the simplest answer." "It sounds," said Congressman Aspin, "like that is why we are doing it." "It is," replied Colby. Nonetheless, the committee, in its later report, asserted that in view of Colby's statement, the U.S.'s expressed opposition to the MPLA is puzzling. Finally, it is instructive to note that all three groups were denounced by the Portuguese as communists and terrorists. Before April 1974, when a coup in Portugal ousted the dictatorship, the aid given to the Angolan resistance movements by their various foreign patrons was sporadic and insignificant, essentially a matter of the patrons keeping their hands in the game. The coup, however, raised the stakes, for the new Portuguese government soon declared its willingness to grant independence to its African colonies. In an agreement announced on January 15, 1975, the three movements formed a transitional government with elections to be held in October and formal independence to take place the following month. Since 1969, Roberto had been on a $10,000 a year retainer from the CIA. On January 22, the 40 Committee of the National Security Council in Washington authorized the CIA to pass $300,000 to Roberto and the FNLA for various political action activities, restricted to non-military objectives. Such funds, of course, can always free up other funds for military uses. In March, the FNLA, historically the most warlike of the groups, attacked MPLA headquarters and later gunned down 51 unarmed, young MPLA recruits. These incidents served to spark what was to be a full-scale civil war, with UNITA aligning itself with FNLA against MPLA. The scheduled elections would never take place. Also in March, the first large shipment of arms reportedly arrived from the Soviet Union for the MPLA. The House Investigating Committee subsequently stated that later events have suggested that this infusion of U.S. aid, the $300,000, unprecedented and massive in the underdeveloped colony, may have panicked the Soviets into arming their MPLA clients. The Soviets may have been as much influenced by the fact that China had sent a huge arms package to the FNLA the previous September and had dispatched over 100 military advisors to neighboring Zaire to train Roberto soldiers only a month after the coup in Portugal. The CIA made its first major weapons shipment to the FNLA in July 1975. Thus, like the Russians and the Chinese, the United States was giving aid to one side of the Angolan Civil War on a level far greater than it had ever provided during the struggle against Portuguese colonialism. The United States was directly involved in the Civil War to a marked degree. In addition to training Angolan combat units, U.S. personnel did considerable flying between Zaire and Angola carrying out reconnaissance and supply missions, and the CIA spent over $1 million on an ambitious mercenary program. Several reports appeared in the U.S. press stating that many American mercenaries were fighting in Angola against the MPLA, from scores to 300, and that many others were being recruited and trained in the United States to join them. But John Stockwell, the head of the CIA's Angola Task Force, puts the number of American mercenaries who actually made it to Angola at only 24. However, Holden Roberto was using CIA money, with the agency's tacit approval, to recruit many other mercenaries, over 100 British plus a scattering of French and Portuguese. The CIA was also directly financing the arming of British mercenaries. The mercenaries included amongst their number the well-known Englishman and psychopath George Cullen, who lined up 14 of his fellow soldiers of fortune and shot them all dead because they had mistakenly attacked the wrong side. Subsequently, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger informed the Senate that the CIA is not involved in the recruitment of mercenaries for Angola. There were also well over 100 CIA officers and American military advisors scurrying about Angola, Zaire, Zambia, and South Africa helping to direct the military operations and practicing their propaganda skills. Through recruited journalists representing major news services, the agency was able to generate international coverage for false reports of Soviet advisors in Angola. One CIA story, announced to the press by UNITA, was that 20 Russians and 35 Cubans had been captured. Another fabrication concerned alleged rapes committed by Cuban soldiers in Angola. This was elaborated to include their capture, trial, and execution, complete with photos of the young women killing the Cubans who had raped them. Both stories were reported widely in the American and British press and elsewhere. Some of the major newspapers, such as the New York Times, Washington Post, and The Guardian of London, were careful to point out that the only source of the information was UNITA, and their articles did not attempt to ascribe any special credence to the reports. But this could not, of course, prevent the placing of seeds of belief in the minds of readers already conditioned to believe the worst about communists. The disinformation campaign took place within the United States as well. FNLA delegates came to New York in September to lobby for support at the UN and with the New York press, distributing as they went copies of a white paper on the Angolan conflict prepared at CIA headquarters but made to look like it was produced in Zaire, French and all. John Stockwell described the paper as sometimes false to the point of being ludicrous, and other times simply inaccurate. Afterward, representatives of UNITA went to Washington and presented to members of Congress, the State Department, the White House, and the media verbal reports about the situation in Angola, which were the product of briefings given them by their CIA case officers. In January 1976, William Colby sat before the Senate Investigating Committee and solemnly assured the senators, "We have taken particular caution to ensure that our operations are focused abroad and not at the United States to influence the opinion of the American people about things from the CIA point of view." There was virtually no important aspect of the Angolan intervention which Colby, Kissinger, and other high officials did not misrepresent to Congress and the media. The odds never favored a military victory for the US-backed forces in Angola, particularly in the absence of a relatively large-scale American commitment which, given the political atmosphere, was not in the cards. The MPLA was the most organized and best led of the three factions and early on controlled the capital city of Luanda, which housed almost the entire governmental machinery. Yet, for no reason apparently other than anti-Soviet spite, the United States was unwilling to allow a negotiated settlement. When Savimbi of UNITA sent out feelers to the MPLA in September 1975 to discuss a peaceful solution, he was admonished by the CIA. Similarly, the following month when an MPLA delegation went to Washington to once again express their potential friendliness to the United States, they received a cool reception, being seen only by a low-level State Department official. In November, MPLA representatives came to Washington to plead for the release of two Boeing jet airliners which their government had paid for but which the State Department would not allow to be exported. John Stockwell relates the unusual development that the MPLA men were accompanied by Bob Timmons, who until shortly before had been the head of the CIA station in Luanda, as well as by the president of Boeing. While the two Angolans and the man from Boeing petitioned the State Department, the CIA man made known to agency headquarters that he had come to share the view of the U.S. Consul General in Luanda, that the MPLA was best qualified to run the country, that it was not demonstrably hostile to the United States, and that the United States should make peace with it as quickly as possible. The State Department's response to the MPLA representatives was simple. The price for any American cooperation with the Angolan government was Soviet influence out, U.S. influence in. At one time or another, almost 24 countries, East and West, felt the urge to intervene in the conflict. Principal amongst these were the United States, China, South Africa, and Zaire on the side of FNLA/UNITA, and the Soviet Union, Cuba, the Congo Republic, and Katangi's troops, Zairean rebels, supporting MPLA. The presence of South African forces on their side cost the United States and its Angolan allies dearly in support from other countries, particularly in Africa. Yet, South Africa's participation in the war had been directly solicited by the United States. In sharp contrast to stated American policy, the CIA and the National Security Agency had been collaborating with Pretoria's intelligence service since the 1960s and continued to do so in regard to Angola. One of the principal focuses of the intelligence provided by the U.S. to South Africa was the African National Congress, the leading anti-apartheid organization which had been banned and exiled. In 1962, the South African police arrested ANC leader Nelson Mandela based on information as to his whereabouts and disguise provided them by CIA officer Donald Rickard. Mandela spent almost 28 years in prison. In 1977, the Carter administration banned the sharing of intelligence with South Africa, but this was largely ignored by the American intelligence agencies. 2 years earlier, the CIA had set up a covert mechanism whereby arms were delivered to the South Africans. This practice, in violation of U.S. law, continued until at least 1978, and a portion of the arms were more than likely put to use in Angola. South Africa, in turn, helped to ferry American military aid from Zaire into Angola. In fairness to the CIA, it must be pointed out that its people were not entirely oblivious or insensitive to what South Africa represented. The agency was very careful about letting its black officers into the Angola program. A congressional cutoff of aid to the FNLA/UNITA, enacted in January 1976, hammered a decisive nail into their coffin. Congressmen did not yet know the full truth about the American operation, but enough of the public dumb show had been exposed to make them incensed at how Kissinger, Colby, et al. Had lied to their faces. The consequence was one of the infrequent occasions in modern times that the U.S. Congress has exercised a direct and pivotal influence upon American foreign policy. In the process, it avoided the slippery slope to another Vietnam, on top of which stood Henry Kissinger and the CIA with shoes waxed. By February, the MPLA, with indispensable help from Cuban troops and Soviet military equipment, had all but routed their opponents. The Cuban presence in Angola was primarily a direct response to South African attacks against the MPLA. Wayne Smith, director of the State Department's Office of Cuban Affairs from 1977 to 1979, has written that, in August and October 1975, South African troops invaded Angola with full U.S. knowledge. No Cuban troops were in Angola prior to this intervention. Savimbi at this time again considered reaching an understanding with the MPLA. The response from Washington was, "Keep fighting." Kissinger personally promised UNITA continued support if they maintained their resistance, knowing full well that there was no more support to give. During the 2 weeks that Savimbi waited for his answer, he lost 600 men in a single battlefield. Yet, incredibly, less than 2 months before, the Secretary of State had stated, "We are not opposed to the MPLA as such. We can live with any of the factions in Angola." The man was wholly obsessed with countering Soviet moves anywhere on the planet, significant or trivial, real or imagined, fait accompli or anticipated. He was perhaps particularly driven in this case, for as he later wrote, "Angola represents the first time that the Soviets have moved militarily at long distance to impose a regime of their choice." If this seems far removed from how the academics tell us American foreign policy is made, it's still more plausible than the other explanation commonly advanced for the policy in Angola, viz., it was done to please Sisi Seko Mobutu, the head of Zaire, characterized as America's most important ally/client in Africa, if not in the Third World. Zaire was home to the CIA's largest station in Africa. Mobutu desired an Angolan government he could sway, primarily to prevent Angola being used as a sanctuary by his archfoes, the rebels from Katanga province in Zaire. Accordingly, the Zairean leader committed his U.S.-equipped armed forces into combat in Angola, on the side of the FNLA, for Holden Roberto happened to be a relation of his, although Roberto and the FNLA had little else going for them. As Professor Gerald Bender, a leading American authority on Angola, testified before Congress in 1978, although the United States has supported the FNLA in Angola for 17 years, it is virtually impossible to find an American official, scholar, or journalist who is familiar with that party, who will testify positively about its organization or leadership. After a debate with a senior State Department official at the end of the Angolan Civil War, I asked him why the United States ever bet on the FNLA. He replied, "I'll be damned if I know. I have never seen a single report or memo which suggests that the FNLA has any organization, solid leaders, or an ideology which we could count on. Even foreign leaders who have supported Holden Roberto, such as General Mobutu, agree with that assessment." When asked by a visiting U.S. senator if he thought Roberto would make a good leader for Angola, Mobutu replied, "Hell no." Kissinger himself told the House Investigating Committee that promoting the stability of Mobutu was one of the prime reasons for the American policy in Angola. Yet, even if this were one of Kissinger's rare truthful remarks about the Angola situation, and even if this could be a valid justification for serious intervention in a civil war in a third country, his statement challenges, if it does not defeat comprehension. For in June 1975, a month before the United States shipped its first major arms package to the FNLA, Mobutu had accused the U.S. of plotting his overthrow and assassination, whereupon he expelled the American ambassador, see Zaire. Chapter. The Secretary of State, never at a loss for the glib line custom-made for his immediate audience, also told Israeli officials that failure to stop the Russians in Angola could encourage Arab countries such as Syria to run risks that could lead to a new attack on Israel, backed up by the Russians. The American ambassador to the United Nations, Daniel Moynihan, did not greatly enhance the level of discussion when he declared that if the United States did not step in, the communists would take over Angola and will thereby considerably control the oil shipping lanes from the Persian Gulf to Europe. They will be next to Brazil. They will have a large chunk of Africa, and the world will be different in the aftermath if they succeed. A truly Baroque train of thought, and another example of what Cold War conditioning could do to an otherwise intelligent and educated person. With only a change in place names, similar geopolitical domino theories have been put forth to give a veneer of rationality to so many American interventions. In this case, as in the others where the communists won, nothing of the sort ensued. In all respect to Kissinger, Jonathan Whitney has written, "One really has to question the sanity of someone who looks at an ancient tribal dispute over control of distant coffee fields and sees in it a Soviet threat to the security of the United States. The MPLA in power was restricted by the same domestic and international economic realities which the FNLA or UNITA would have faced. Accordingly, it discouraged union militancy, dealt sternly with strikes, exhorted the workers to produce more, entered into commercial contracts with several multinationals, and did not raise the hammer and sickle over the president's palace. The MPLA urged Gulf Oil Company to continue its exclusive operation in Cabinda province and guaranteed the safety of the American corporation's employees, while the fighting was still heavy. Gulf was completely amenable to this offer, but the CIA and the State Department put pressure on the company to discontinue its royalty payments to the MPLA, thus jeopardizing the entire oil venture in a way that the Marxist government never did. One aspect of this pressure was a threat by Kissinger to open an investigation of international bribery by the company. Gulf compromised by putting its payments into an escrow bank account until the Civil War came to an end of sorts a few months later, at which time payments to the MPLA were resumed. Contrary to accepted Western belief, Cuba did not enter the Angolan War as a Soviet surrogate. John Stockwell has noted that after the war the CIA learned that Cuba had not been ordered into action by the Soviet Union, but that the Cuban leaders felt compelled to intervene for their own ideological reasons. In 1977, the New York magazine Africa Report stated that the Cubans have supported MPLA leader Nito's pragmatic approach toward Western investment and his attempts to maintain a foreign policy of non-alignment. The magazine also reported that on May 27 the Angolan government had announced that, aided by Cuban troops, it had crushed a rebellion by a faction of the MPLA whose leader claimed to have Soviet support. The civil war in Angola did not actually come to an end in 1976 as it appeared to, for the fighting lingered on intermittently, sometimes moderately, sometimes ferociously. In 1984, a confidential memorandum smuggled out of Zaire revealed that the United States and South Africa had met in November 1983 to discuss destabilization of the Angola government. Plans were drawn up to supply more military aid to UNITA, the FNLA was now defunct, and discussions were held on ways to implement a wide range of tactics. Unify the anti-government movements, stir up popular feeling against the government, sabotage factories and transport systems, seize strategic points, disrupt joint Angola-Soviet projects, undermine relations between the government and the Soviet Union and Cuba, bring pressure to bear on Cuba to withdraw its troops, sow divisions in the ranks of the MPLA leadership, infiltrate agents into the Angolan army, and apply pressure to stem the flow of foreign investments into Angola. The United States branded the document a forgery, but UNITA's representative in Washington would neither confirm nor deny that the meeting took place. He stated, however, that UNITA had contacts with U.S. officials at all levels on a regular basis. The aim of the operation, according to the memorandum, was to force part of the Angolan leadership to negotiate with UNITA, precisely what Washington had successfully discouraged years earlier. A month after the reported U.S.-South Africa meeting, the UN Security Council censured South Africa for its military operations in Angola and endorsed Luanda's right to reparations. Only the United States, abstaining, did not support the resolution. In August 1985, after a 3-year battle with Congress, the Reagan administration won a repeal of the 1976 prohibition against U.S. military aid to rebel forces in Angola. Military assistance began to flow to UNITA overtly as well as covertly. In January 1987, Washington announced that it was providing the rebels with Stinger missiles and other anti-aircraft weaponry. 3 months earlier, Jonas Savimbi had spoken before the European Parliament in Strasbourg, France, in an appeal for support. Following his talk, however, a plenary session of the Parliament criticized American support for the guerrilla leader and passed a resolution which described UNITA as a terrorist organization which supports South Africa. Finally, in September 1992, elections were held, but when it became apparent that the MPLA would be the winner in a runoff, in polling which the UN certified to be free and fair, Savimbi refused to accept the result. He ended a year-old ceasefire and launched one of UNITA's largest, most sustained offensives of the war, still being supplied by South Africa, and, in recent years, by American private airlines and relief organizations with interesting histories such as previous contacts to the Nicaraguan Contras. In May 1993, Washington finally recognized the Angolan government. In January, just before the Clinton administration took over, a senior State Department official had declared, "UNITA is exactly like the Khmer Rouge. Elections and negotiations are just one more method of fighting a war. Power is all." By this time, the war had taken more than 300,000 lives, producing widespread hunger and what was said to be the highest amputee rate in the world, caused by the innumerable landmines. The death in combat of Savimbi in February 2002 appeared to offer a ray of hope for the future. 42. Zaire 1975 to 1978. Mobutu and the CIA, a marriage made in heaven. By 1975, President Mobutu Sese Seko, née Joseph Mobutu, the Zairean, née Congo strongman regarded by the CIA as one of its successes in Africa, had ruled over his hapless, impoverished subjects for 10 long years. In the process, with a flair for conspicuous corruption that ranks amongst the best this century has to offer, Mobutu amassed a personal fortune estimated to run into the billions of dollars sitting in the usual Swiss, Paris, and New York banks, while most of the population suffered from severe malnutrition. It can reasonably be said that his corruption was matched only by his cruelty. Mobutu, one observer of Zaire, has written, rules by decree with a grotesque impulsiveness that seems to shock even his former CIA case officers. One recalled that, in June 1971, Mobutu had forcibly enlisted in the armed forces the entire student body of Lovanium University. He was put out by some student demonstrations, remembered the official. Mobutu finally relented, but 10 of the students were sentenced to life imprisonment for crimes of public insult to the chief of state. One intelligence source recalls a fervent Mobutu approach, eventually deflected, that either Zaire with CIA help or the agency alone undertake an invasion against those bastards across the river in the Congo Republic, Brazzaville. "He's a real wild man," said one former official, "and we've had trouble keeping him under rein. This may not have been for lack of trying." In June 1975, Mobutu announced that he had uncovered and suppressed a coup attempt aimed at his physical elimination. He blamed an unnamed, large foreign power and Zairean citizens thirsty for money. Sick. The charges appeared in a government-controlled newspaper in the form of a letter from Mobutu, with an accompanying editorial indicating plainly that the large foreign power was the United States. A few days later, Zairean newspapers asserted that the CIA had organized tribal dissidents and Black Americans for a coup against Mobutu planned for September 30th. It is not clear what relation this allegation had to the earlier one. Mobutu declared that the imperialists were displeased with his breaking off relations with Israel, his nationalization of many foreign-owned businesses, and the sincere and reciprocal friendships which were developing between Zaire and China and North Korea. Several high-ranking Zairean military officers as well as other military men and civilians were arrested, their number reportedly including most of the CIA's indigenous agents in Zaire. The government announced that one of the arrested officers had returned 4 months ago from a U.S. military school. Another had been the Zairean military attaché in Washington until 2 weeks before, and a third had recently returned from studies at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where, as a class assignment, he had prepared a report on how to plan and carry out a coup d'état against the government of Zaire. This last is not as ridiculous as it may sound. Such hypothetical exercises have been reported before by former students at CIA schools, although without the name of a real country being used and under the cover of learning how to suppress a coup attempt, as torture methods were taught in Vietnam under the cover of countermeasures to hostile interrogation. Similarly, as we have seen, for the teaching of bombing techniques and chemical/biological warfare. Eventually, 7 of those arrested were condemned to death for the alleged plot, including some of the CIA's agents. 7 men were acquitted, and 27 others given prison sentences. No Americans were named as conspirators, but the U.S. ambassador, Dean R. Hinton, was ordered to leave the country and Zaire recalled its ambassador from Washington. The State Department denied the allegations and called upon the Zairean government to provide evidence, which the latter failed to do. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger announced that the charges were based on totally wrong information that fell into the hands of Zaire and was probably the result of forgery. It is difficult to evaluate Kissinger's assertion inasmuch as the Zairean government had made no public mention of any documents. Mobutu may indeed have been taken in by forged documents or scoundrel that he may have built a mountain out of a molehill of truth. It was suggested that his action was a pretext to get rid of certain Zairean military officers or that he was looking for a scapegoat for domestic problems. On the other hand, it would not have been the first time that the CIA was involved in a plot to eliminate an ostensible ally of the United States. Trujillo, Figueres, and Diem are cases in point. Mobutu, at this time, for his own reasons was deeply involved in the civil war in Angola on the side of the CIA-supported forces. Zaire was serving as an indispensable rear base and training and supply point, and Zairean troops were engaged in the fighting. The agency may have felt very uneasy that the head of this vital ally in war was a man as erratic, unpredictable, and uncontrollable as Mobutu Sese Seko. "Mobutu is screwing up Zaire pretty good, you know," commented a senior CIA officer upon returning to Washington from a meeting with the Zairean leader shortly after his accusation against the United States. "He simply has no idea of how to run a country." Moreover, although Chinese and North Korean military advisors in Zaire were training forces fighting on the same side as the United States in the Angolan free-for-all, the simple tenet of Cold War life was that an American ally does not do things like invite Chinese and North Korean military advisors to their country. And the Zairean wild man had twice broken relations with the Soviet Union and twice re-established them. There was no telling what whimsy he might pursue next. There is also the matter of the expelled American ambassador. Dean Rush Hinton was no ordinary Foreign Service career diplomat. He had worked closely with the CIA since the 1950s and was no stranger to extra-diplomatic operations. From 1967 to 1969 in Guatemala and the following 2 years in Chile, against Allende, Hinton, under the cover of the Agency for International Development, AID, had played a role in the CIA operations. He then served on a subcommittee of the National Security Council until taking up his post in Zaire in 1974. After the brouhaha about the alleged coup, both the CIA and Mobutu acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, although the agency did make an appeal to the Zairean president for the freedom of their agents sitting on death row, outcome unknown, and did seem to be remarkably submissive to Mobutu's usual obnoxious and impulsive behavior. In October, Mobutu asked the CIA to help him annex Cabinda, a province of Angola that was separated from the rest of Angola by a narrow strip of Zairean territory. Mobutu had coveted the province since coming to power in 1965. His greed for it was heightened a few years later when oil was discovered off the Cabindan coastline. The CIA, although busily involved in the Angolan Civil War at this time, promptly flew in a 1,000-man arms package for use by Zairean troops who marched into Cabinda. Agency officials helped to coordinate this almost casual invasion of a sovereign nation, but the operation proved to be singularly unsuccessful. 6 months later, in April 1976, the CIA gave Mobutu close to $1.4 million to distribute to U.S.-backed Angolan forces, thousands of whom were refugees in Zaire, desperate and hungry. Mobutu simply pocketed the money. The agency had been aware of this possibility when they delivered the money to him, but, in the words of CIA Africa specialist John Stockwell, they rationalized that it would mollify him, bribe him not to retaliate against the CIA. Stockwell added this observation: "It is an interesting paradox that the Securities and Exchange Commission has since 1971 investigated, and the Justice Department has prosecuted several large U.S. corporations for using bribery to facilitate their overseas operations. At the same time, the U.S. government, through the CIA, disburses tens of millions of dollars each year in cash bribes. Bribery is a standard operating technique of the U.S. government via the CIA, but it is a criminal offense for U.S. business. The same can be said of murder. A few months earlier, in January 1976, the Justice Department had concluded that no grounds existed for federal prosecution of CIA officials involved in plots to assassinate several heads of state, including Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. In early March 1977, during a pause in the Angola War, members of the Lunda or Balunda, tribal group of Zaire who had been in exile in Angola and fighting along with their Angolan tribal kin on the side of the MPLA, crossed the border and invaded Zaire in a resumption of their own civil war. The invaders, numbering at least 2,000, were composed largely of former residents of Katanga, now Shaba, province who had fled the Congo during the early 1960s following the failure of their secessionist movement. See Congo chapter. Mobutu urgently requested help from Zaire's traditional arms suppliers, Belgium, France, and the United States, to put down this threat to his control of the mineral-rich Shaba province, which accounted for about 70% of Zaire's foreign exchange. The United States responded immediately with some $2 million of military supplies, reaching $15 million worth within a month, while Belgium and France provided large amounts of arms and ammunition, as well as 14 Mirage jet bombers from the latter. Jimmy Carter had been in office less than 2 months when the Zairean conflict broke out, and he was reluctant to involve his administration deeply in a foreign adventure whose ultimate commitment could not be foreseen. The Angolan involvement had only recently wound down under severe congressional criticism. Compared to this and other American interventions, Carter's action in Zaire constituted a fairly mild response, mild enough to enable Washington to pass off its policy as one of non-intervention and effectively obscure the fact that it was actively taking sides in a civil war. The administration pointed out that its aid was all of a non-lethal type, that is, a military transport plane, spare parts, fuel, communication equipment, parachutes, etc. That the aid represented a drawing of credits already authorized by Congress for Zaire, as if the United States government therefore had no other choice in the matter, and that it had refused a Zairean request for further assistance. President Carter asserted on more than one occasion that the Zaire crisis was an African problem, best solved by Africans, yet he apparently saw no contradiction to this thesis in his own policy, nor did he offer any criticism of France or Belgium or of China, which sent Mobutu a substantial amount of military equipment. Carter denied the suggestion that U.S. aid to Zaire was part of a coordinated venture with France, Belgium, Morocco, Egypt, and the Sudan, and, at the same time, the State Department characterized American policy as a neither help nor hinder position towards Zaire. Yet, only a few days earlier, the United States had given its tacit approval to Morocco's decision to send 1,500 of its American armed troops to aid Mobutu's cause, while confirming that, both by law and bilateral agreement, Morocco would have to obtain Washington's permission in advance if its army used American weapons outside Morocco. Whether the Zairean rebels felt put out by the American non-lethal, non-help nor hinder, non-intervention policy was not reported. In mid-April, Newsday broke a story that the CIA was secretly supporting efforts to recruit several hundred mercenaries in the United States and Great Britain to serve alongside Zaire's notoriously ineffective army. David Bufkin, a 38-year-old Californian who reportedly was an experienced mercenary himself and had recruited other Americans for Angola, said that American soldiers of fortune would leave within a week for Zaire to fight against the rebels. Bufkin had advertised for former military men with combat experience for this particular mission. The New York newspaper stated that the CIA had strong links to Bufkin and had told the Justice Department that it would not cooperate in any investigation of the Californian. It is a criminal offense in the United States to recruit an American citizen for service with foreign armed forces or to enlist for such service. Diplomats in Washington, the New York Times reported, said they understood that President Mobutu Sese Seko had indicated several weeks ago that Zaire might have to recruit mercenaries to repel the invasion. They added that the aid from France, Belgium, Morocco, the United States, and others may have led Mobutu to abandon the idea. Bufkin denied that he was being financed by the CIA. He claimed that his financial aid is coming from Africa, and that's all I can tell you. This, of course, would not rule out the CIA channeling money to Bufkin via Zaire. Several months later, the soldier of fortune revealed that he had worked with the CIA, without specifying when or where, as well as with the Korean CIA, going into some detail about his operations with the latter. What role, if any, was actually played by mercenaries in Zaire has not come to light. The more experienced rebels had the upper hand during the first month of the 80-day war, and the continuance of Mobutu's rule was reported to be uncertain. But the repeated pumping of men and supplies into Zaire by at least 8 Western and African nations proved too much for the Lunda tribesmen. By the end of May, their offensive had been crushed and they were forced to retreat into Angola once again. Although the Lunda were engaged in a struggle for tribal autonomy, of the kind which has erupted in one African country after another following independence, Mobutu knew that it was the Cold War anti-communist card he had to play if he was to provoke greater military support, particularly from the United States. Accordingly, Zaire began to issue regular accusations against Cuba, which had a large military contingent still stationed in Angola. Cuba had trained and armed the rebels it was charged. This was true to some extent, but it had not been done necessarily to invade Zaire. Some quarters of the international left cloaked the Lunda in a revolutionary mantle, but the inspiration for this had more to do with the rebels being opposed by the likes of Mobutu, the United States and France than with any demonstrated revolutionary virtues. On the contrary, they were originally trained by white mercenaries and supported by Belgium and other Western interests in their secession attempt in Katanga. After fleeing to Angola, in return for sanctuary they served with the colonial Portuguese army in its campaign to put down the black nationalist guerrillas of the MPLA. Then, during the ensuing civil war in Angola, they switched over to fighting on the side of the MPLA and the Cubans. Cuba was leading the rebels. Cuban, Russian, and Portuguese troops were fighting with them, insisted the Zairean government. The invasion could not have taken place, and it could not continue, without the material support or acquiescence of the Soviet Union, whether or not Cuban troops are present, announced now former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, in a choice example of near-reflex anti-communism/wishful thinking, without any evidence whatsoever. And so it went. To the credit of the Carter administration, it resisted the temptation to embrace all the unfounded and sometimes silly charges, stating on several occasions that there was no evidence of Cuban involvement, and that the United States did not view the conflict as a confrontation between the Soviet Union and the West. An increasingly petulant Mobutu was finally moved to declare that if the United States had indeed capitulated in the face of communist danger, it should announce this clearly. Why then did the United States intervene at all? The day after the first American shipment of military aid, Washington expressed its concern about the possible loss to American mining interests in Zaire. However, there was not necessarily a logical connection between a Lunda capture of Shaba province, or even toppling Mobutu, and a threat to foreign investment and loans, and the Carter administration offered no elaboration of its statement. No matter who controlled the mines, they would be looking to sell the copper, the cobalt, and the other minerals. In 1960, the secession movement of these same Lunda forces in then called Katanga province had been supported by both Washington and Belgium. Why Belgium now opposed them was not made clear by events, except that the rebel sabotage combined with power failure had halted the mine's water pumps, leading to widespread flooding. And in neighboring Angola, as we have seen, when the Marxist MPLA took over control of oil-rich Cabinda province, it cooperated fully in business as usual with Gulf Oil Company. The Zaire government, on the other hand, in 1974, took over most small businesses and plantations without compensating the owners, and divided the spoils among political leaders loyal to Mobutu, which went well beyond anything the MPLA did. The expressed concern about U.S. investments may have been no more than one type of throwaway remark that has often been put forth by Washington officials to make a particular foreign involvement sound more reasonable to the American public, most ironic in this case in light of traditional Marxist analysis, while giving the administration time to decide what it is they're actually trying to achieve. No further reference to American investments was made. The American intervention in this case seems to have been little more than a highly developed Cold War reflex action triggered by an invasion originating in a country classified as a member of the Soviet camp, and against a country ostensibly in the American or Western camp. Subsequent developments, or lack of them, may have inspired second thoughts in the administration, producing a dilemma which was succinctly summed up by a New York Times editorial observation a month into the war. The instinct for intervention seems great, but the case for it is not at all clear. Earlier, the Washington Post had expressed similar doubts. In an editorial entitled "Why Zaire?", the newspaper stated that it was a highly dubious proposition for the United States to deepen its involvement in the murk of Zaire in the way that it has. President Carter, it added, has not explained the contingencies or stakes which require such an abrupt American response, nor the risks of delay. By his second year in the White House, Jimmy Carter had managed to acquire the unfortunate image of an indecisive man, a president who was yet to demonstrate the proverbial sterling qualities of leadership. His moderate response to the events in Zaire the previous year had contributed to this reputation, particularly amongst the hardline anti-communists in the United States and amongst some of the European and African nations which had come to Mobutu's aid. Thus it was, in the middle of May 1978, when the Lunda again left Angola and invaded their home province in Zaire, that the Carter administration was once again drawn into the conflict, for reasons no more compelling than in the year before. Determination this time, particularly with a meeting in 11 days in Washington of heads of NATO governments, to act decisively, was the way the New York Times paraphrased high administration officials. Within days, the United States had sent several $1 million more of non-lethal military aid to Mobutu, condemned for human rights violations only 3 months earlier by the State Department, under a president who championed human rights, while a fleet of 18 American military transport planes began ferrying Belgian and French troops into Zaire in a rescue mission of white foreigners trapped by the war. In the process of evacuating the foreigners, the French troops took a markedly active part in the war against the rebels, inflicting a serious military setback upon them. Subsequently, the American airlift was extended to delivering Moroccan armed forces into Shaba province, then army units from Senegal and Gabon, and transporting French troops out of the region as they were replaced by African forces. The fighting in Shaba this time was over in less than a month. At its conclusion, the New York Times reported that discussions with officials in recent days have produced no single cohesive explanation for American policy in Zaire. The Times apparently was not placing too much weight upon the explanations already put forth by the administration. There were several of these in addition to the rescue mission and the need to act decisively. The president, for example, had discovered something which, it seems, he had not realized the year before, namely, that aiding Zaire was in the national security interests of the United States. As is customary with such crucial declarations, it was not felt necessary to explain what this actually meant in real-life terms. Administration officials also professed concern for the territorial integrity of all countries in Africa and elsewhere. This marvelous platitude not only managed to do away with the previous 80 years of American foreign policy, including the very recent intervention into Angola, but was irrelevant in the context of a civil war more throwaways. Several African governments which came to the aid of Mobutu during these 2 years likewise expressed regard for the territorial integrity of African states, but what these states found disquieting was that a victory for the Shaba rebels might encourage tribal dissidents within their own vulnerable borders. Another reason offered by the administration was the belief that Cuba and the Soviet Union, and even Angola, were, after all, somehow responsible. Mobutu added Algeria and Libya, but no more evidence to support these charges was forthcoming from any quarter than had been the case the year before, and Carter was obliged to fall back on an accusation of guilt by omission. On May 25, 1978, he declared that Cuba obviously did nothing to hold back the invasion. It then came to light that Castro had informed the U.S. government a week earlier that he had learned of the rebel plans to invade Shaba and had tried unsuccessfully to stop it. Administration officials, clearly embarrassed, had no choice but to reply that they had not believed him. "It is not a half-lie," commented Fidel Castro to charges of Cuban involvement. "It is an absolute, total, complete lie." 2 days later, the president rejoined, Castro could have done much more had he genuinely wanted to stop the invasion. He could have interceded with the Katangis themselves. He could certainly have imposed Cuban troops near the border. In the final scene of this light comedy, Mobutu announced that he was holding Cuban prisoners captured in the fighting, the long-awaited proof of Cuban involvement. But when the American embassy in Zaire checked into the matter, it found nothing to substantiate the claim. "Let's call it charitably a mistake," said one official. 43. Jamaica 1976 to 1980. Kissinger's ultimatum. "I can give you my personal word," said Henry Kissinger to Jamaican Prime Minister Michael Manley, "that there is no attempt now underway involving covert action against the Jamaican government." Manley has written that at this moment, Similar assurances given concerning Chile flashed a little ominously across my mind. Kissinger had given his personal word about American non-intervention to the Chilean ambassador in Washington in 1971 at a time when the U.S. government, and Kissinger in particular, were actively plotting the downfall of the Chilean government. When the ambassador mentioned press references to covert American actions against his country, Kissinger responded, "Absolutely absurd and without foundation." Michael Manley also knew firsthand that American non-intervention in the affairs of Jamaica was not something to be taken for granted. During the 1972 election campaign, the American ambassador in Jamaica, Vincent de Roulet, had promised Manley that the United States would not interfere in the campaign if Manley did not make nationalization of the foreign-owned bauxite industry an election issue. De Roulet feared that if Manley did so, he would oblige the opposition Jamaica Labour Party to vie with Manley's party for popular support on the question. According to de Roulet, Manley agreed and both sides kept their promise. Secretary of State Kissinger had arrived in Jamaica in December 1975 to suggest to Manley that he change his policies or else U.S.-Jamaican relations would be reviewed. Kissinger raised the subject of Jamaica's request for a $100 million trade credit. "He said they were looking at it," wrote Manley later, "and let the comment hang in the room for a moment. I had the feeling he was sending me a message." The Jamaican Prime Minister, a graduate of the London School of Economics and the son of Norman Manley who had led Jamaica to independence from the British in 1962, had incurred Washington's displeasure since taking office in 1972 by behavior such as the following: expressing support for the MPLA regime in Angola, which the United States was attempting to topple at the very moment of the Kissinger-Manley meeting, an issue that was one of the Secretary of State's obsessions and one which he raised during the talk. Establishing diplomatic relations with Cuba and the Soviet Union and maintaining close ties with the Castro government, although no closer, said Manley, than with Mexico and Venezuela, advocating a form of democratic socialism, though maintaining a decidedly mixed economy which featured nothing more radical than could be found in many countries of Western Europe in the areas of health, education, minimum wage, and social services. Manley's party, the People's National Party, whose slogan was "Socialism is Love," belonged to the Socialist International, as have ruling parties in modern times in Austria, Great Britain, West Germany, and Sweden, a prevailing against the transnational aluminum companies, principally American, which operated on the island because it is rich in bauxite, the raw material of aluminum. The Jamaican government had imposed a production levy to obtain a significant, and what was regarded as long overdue, increase in the payments made to it by the companies, and had then persuaded other bauxite-producing countries in the Third World to do the same. The government also intended to buy out 51% of the foreign bauxite mining operations and planned, along with Venezuela and Mexico, to build an international aluminum processing complex outside the multinational system. Manley was pressured by both Washington and the Jamaican left. "Everyone wants me to be either a capitalist or a communist," he said at one point. "Why can't they just let me be? I've always been a democratic socialist, and that's what I want in Jamaica." He viewed the multinational corporations in a similar vein, declaring that they have grown used to two types. One is the mendicant of the neocolonial syndrome. The other is the revolutionary who simply sends in the army to take over the operation. Here they were dealing with neither. This was part of our search for the third path. The Jamaican Prime Minister did not toe the line Kissinger had drawn. 5 days after the Secretary of State had departed, Manley informed him that Jamaica had decided to support the Cuban army presence in Angola because we were satisfied that they were there because of the South African invasion. I never heard another word about the $100 million trade credit. At the time of Kissinger's visit, certain destabilization operations had already gotten off the ground, particularly in the area of propaganda, but it was primarily afterward, beginning in the election year of 1976, that covert actions started to escalate. In January, a few weeks after Kissinger had left, the U.S. Embassy in Kingston was increased by 7. Manley has noted. Yet all aid to Jamaica suddenly slowed to a virtual halt. The pipelines suddenly became clogged. Economic cooperation contracted as the embassy expanded. Investigative reporters Ernest Volkman and John Cummings, writing in Penthouse magazine in 1977 and citing several senior American intelligence sources, stated that the destabilization program drawn up by the CIA station chief in Jamaica, Norman Descato, contained the following elements: covert shipments of arms and other equipment to opposition forces. Politics in Jamaica had long been spiced with strong-arm tactics, but this now intensified in both frequency and deadliness, and in the use of arson, bombing, and assassination. The CIA quickly sought to organize and expand the violence. Shipments of guns and sophisticated communications equipment began to be smuggled into the island. In one shipment alone, which was grabbed by Manly's security forces, there were 500 submachine guns. Some of the CIA's traveling army of Cuban exiles arrived on the scene. One was Luis Posada Carriles, a former officer in Cuban dictator Batista's secret police, now a CIA-trained explosives expert who was implicated in the mid-air bombing of a Cubana Airlines plane in 1976, which killed 73 people. Posada was reportedly spotted at the scene of more than one bombing in Jamaica. The well-publicized violence was a body blow to Jamaica's vital tourist business. The foreign tourists stayed away in droves, forcing many hotels to close their doors and consigning thousands of workers to the ranks of the unemployed. B. Extensive labor unrest. A wave of strikes by transport, electrical, and telephone workers hit the island, reportedly provoked in part by graduates of the American Institute for Free Labor Development, the CIA's principal labor organization in Latin America. C. Economic destabilization. In addition to the U.S. credit squeeze and curtailment of aid, and the damage to tourism, the fragile Jamaican economy suffered from the actions of the aluminum companies, as an act of retaliation for the bauxite production levy, which had become law in May 1974, and with the tacit encouragement of Washington, the companies systematically reduced production, which hurt Jamaica in several ways. In August 1975, the American firm, Revere Copper and Brass Company, closed its aluminum refinery after only 4 years of operation, saying that it was uneconomical. In January 1976, the company announced that it was suing the Jamaican government over the levy. Whether there was any underlying destabilization motive connected to these actions is not known. A cargo of flour, brought to Jamaica on a German ship, the Heidelberg, was discovered to have been contaminated with the poison parathion, an insecticide which had been banned from Jamaica for many years. Much of the flour had already been sold, and about 17 people died from it in December 1975 and January 1976. Later in the year, in October, a large shipment of rice from Costa Rica, on board the ship City of Bochum, arrived to relieve a rice shortage Jamaicans had been suffering through for months. The two incidents are reminiscent of the contaminations of sugar carried out by the CIA against Cuba, QV. D. Covert financial support for the opposition. This was principally the conservative Jamaica Labour Party, JLP. In June 1976, Jamaican security forces announced the uncovering of a plot to overthrow the government involving leading members of the JLP. Another arrested party member was found to be making Molotov cocktails in a mineral bottling plant he owned. No evidence of CIA involvement in the conspiracy has been revealed. E. Mobilization of the middle class into CIA-created anti-government organizations to carry out well-publicized demonstrations. Groups with names such as Silent Majority and Christian Women Agitators for Truth were formed, the latter attacking those who criticized the United States and the CIA. In one instance, the group brought up the example of the famed and revered American doctor Tom Dooley, who had founded 7 hospitals for the poor in Southeast Asia. The Christian women could not have known then that Dr. Dooley had been a witting, active CIA operative in Indochina. There was also an attempt by a newly formed National Council of Women to replay the pots and pans scenario which had worked so well in Chile, but this fizzled out. This featured women, mostly of the upper classes with their maids, banging on pots and pans in a street march to demonstrate the government's inability to provide enough food for their families. F. Infiltration of security services and armed forces to turn them against the government. With liberal bribes, the CIA turned many security personnel into paid informants for the agency. Several soldiers were part of a plot to assassinate Manly in July, one of at least 3 such attempts which the CIA was directly involved in. Another, in September, employed Cuban exiles. The third turned to Jamaican gunmen to do the job. This last was in December, a final act of desperation on election night. All 3 attempts failed, not even a shot was fired, and Manley easily won re-election. During the campaign, CIA officer James Holt was accused of contriving a plot to turn the military against Manley's People's National Party. According to the accusation, a tape of a PNP youth rally was spliced with a message, purporting to be from Fidel Castro, urging young people to rise up in armed struggle against the police and the army. The tape was supposed to fall into the hands of the military and cause dissension. Press attacks against the government were carried out at a level of integrity only slightly above that of Holt's alleged tape. This was particularly the case with the Daily Gleaner, whose campaign was very similar to that of El Mercurio in Chile before the fall of Allende, and it is eminently reasonable to assume that it was similarly financed by the CIA. Both newspapers had close links to the Inter-American Press Association, IAPA, of Miami. The Gleaner's managing director, Oliver Clark, being elected to the association's executive in 1976. The IAPA, though not a formal CIA front, had received funding from the agency and had been a reliable and valuable press asset for it since the 1950s. The Gleaner emphasized the omnipresent Cuban menace and how Manley was a prisoner of Castro and the KGB. One recurrent theme, echoed in the American press, was the presence of Cuban troops in Jamaica, a bald lie and something that would be impossible to conceal on the small island. Propagandists arrived from the United States as well. Evangelists and faith healers came down to set up their tents and preach against communism and the government to the highly religious population, a la the Christian anti-communist crusade in British Guiana during the CIA's campaign against the government of Chetty Juggin, QV. With Henry Kissinger removed from formal power, and with the less interventionist Carter administration taking office in January 1977, American policy toward Jamaica was tempered. The economic pipelines were unclogged to some extent, and the CIA, without the urgency of an upcoming election, diminished its activities. It cannot be said, however, that Washington officialdom had learned to respect Manley's wish to just let me be. Pulitzer Prize winner Les Payne reported in Newsday in February 1980 that the Carter administration remains determined to drive the country's socialist prime minister from office unless he moderates his pro-Cuban policies. In an earlier article, Payne quoted a State Department source. If within a 6-month testing period, Manley shows some signs of moderating his position, then we will take a softer line. If not, then we will continue to pursue a hard line. There was no let-up in the Gleaner's diatribes against Manley and his government. The newspaper reprinted numerous articles from all over the world which bore the standard CIA themes and syntax and undocumented assertions that the agency's press assets are paid for. The Gleaner openly encouraged disaffection and mutiny in the security forces and overthrow of the government. The following, from a column by John Hearn in June 1980, was not very unusual. In many other countries, somebody with a disciplined force of men behind him would have long ago taken the government away from them. In most third world countries, our ministers, ministers of state, party commanders, heads of statutory boards, among others, would now be in forced exile or buried in common graves. Throughout, the Gleaner and other anti-Manley newspapers in Jamaica bemoaned the threat to freedom of the press posed by the government, on the premise, apparently, that this is only what one can expect from a communist government, and continued to print freely what in other countries would lead to arrest for sedition. Manley was defeated for re-election in October 1980, due primarily to a continuing deterioration in the standard of living of the masses of people. While recognizing the importance of this factor, the former prime minister attributed his defeat also to propaganda and finely calculated violence, the latter having persisted throughout his second term, being particularly heavy during the election year when 800 people lost their lives in political violence. Manley wrote that unless there is overwhelming and widely accepted evidence laying the blame for violence at the door of one party, it tends to damage the government in power, since it is the government that people look to for their personal security. He added, the Jamaican establishment had mastered the ways of destabilization. It knew how to use fact and create fiction for maximum effect. We do not know what was the part played by the CIA in the last year. By then it may not have mattered because the Gleaner and the JLP had clearly reached postgraduate level. 44. Seychelles 1979 to 1981. Yet another area of great strategic importance. Mr. Michael Hoare, in 1981, was an elderly accountant leading a relatively sedate life in Durban, South Africa. There was, however, another side to the man that was somewhat different. In this other role, he was Mad Mike Hoare, veteran mercenary. He had fought for the CIA in various trouble spots of the world, including the Congo in the 1960s, and had done the same for the government of South Africa. In 1981, at the age of 62, he led a mercenary invasion of the Seychelles on behalf of both his old employers. The Seychelles is a country made up of a number of small islands in the Indian Ocean, about 800 miles off the coast of Kenya, with a population of some 62,000. The former British Crown colony is also the site of a U.S. Air Force installation, officially described as a satellite tracking station, and part of an area that the United States regards as being of great strategic importance. This should be seen in light of the fact that it would be an arduous task to locate an area of the globe that Washington policymakers, at one time or another, have not regarded as being of great strategic importance. After France Albert René, a socialist, took power in a 1977 coup, he withdrew South African landing rights, and the United States had to use all its formidable powers of economic and political persuasion to retain its base in the country. Moreover, the lease on the installation was to expire in 1990, and Washington, which worries about long-term national security needs as well as current trouble spots, was apprehensive that it might not be renewed. The United States was also worried about what it saw as the growing friendship between the Seychelles and the Soviet Union, a concern seemingly as common in Washington as areas of great strategic importance. René pursued a policy of non-alignment, a concept which did not preclude friendship with either superpower as long as the terms were not unduly exploitative. He was also a strong advocate of turning the Indian Ocean into a nuclear-free zone, without foreign military bases, including, ideally, the one in his own country. The Seychelles president was particularly critical of American efforts to develop the British-owned Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia into a major air and naval base. In 1979, a plot to invade the Seychelles and overthrow René was aborted when it was discovered by his government before the mercenaries were able to leave Durban. An official investigation into the matter by the Seychelles government concluded that the United States and France had been directly involved with the plotters, that the American ambassador in Kenya had been in contact with supporters of James Mancham, the man deposed by René, and that the U.S. charged affair in the Seychelles was the link man in the conspiracy. Several of the 120 Americans employed at the U.S. base were expelled from the country. 2 years later, in November 1981, an invasion force of more than 40 men, pretending to be members of a rugby club, traveled from South Africa to Swaziland, whence they flew to the Seychelles aboard a regular commercial flight of the Royal Swazi Airlines. It appears that the attack was not planned for the arrival but for some time later, after the soldiers of fortune had settled in. But some of the arms hidden in their luggage were discovered upon arrival, and a battle broke out at the airport. The would-be invaders were forced to hijack an Air India plane back to Durban, although 7 of their number were not so lucky, being caught and detained in the Seychelles. But Mad Mike Hoare had survived another close call. A few days after this debacle, the Sunday Tribune, published in Durban, where the invasion plot was reportedly hatched, cited reliable local and foreign sources for the assertion that the CIA had financed the raising and equipping of the invasion force. Despite a terse, one-sentence denial by the U.S. government yesterday, the conservative newspaper declared, separate mercenary sources in South Africa are emphatic that funding for the operation originated with the CIA. At the same time, the Tribune made clear the complicity of its own government, an act for which several South African editors were duly prosecuted by the authorities. In 1982, Hoare and 44 other men went on trial in South Africa for airplane hijacking. 5 weeks earlier, all but 5 of them had been released by the government with a good old boy's wave of the hand, but diplomatic protests from Western nations, including the United States, which pointed out that South Africa had formally associated itself with a 1978 anti-hijacking declaration, led to a reversal of the earlier decision. 23 of the men were South Africans, and most of these, it turned out, were reservists in elite units of the South African Defense Force. The head of the security police said that the men had not been charged at first because they had been misled into thinking they were on an official mission. Who had misled them or why was not reported. The picture which emerged from the trial was that the government, at a minimum, was well aware of the plot and ready to be helpful. Hoare produced an invoice, purportedly from the military, certifying the delivery to his home of weapons and ammunition before the flight to the Seychelles. This apparently was not contested by the prosecution. The government also requested that evidence from some defendants about their involvement in Army activities in 1981 should not be heard because it could prejudice state security. Hoare testified further that he had met someone from the CIA in Pretoria and informed him of the coup plans. The United States was interested, the soldier of fortune said, but he described the CIA man's attitude as extremely timid, and Hoare didn't suggest that the United States had played an active role. Under cross-examination, however, he acknowledged telling his troops that the CIA had approved the plan. Motivation seems not to have been an issue raised at the trial. For the mercenaries, the coup attempt was undertaken presumably for money. Of the two governments involved in the matter, the United States had a much greater interest than South Africa in toppling the Renay government, and had, apparently, tried it before. But it would need the help of South Africa in that part of the world. As we have seen, the U.S. intelligence establishment had been collaborating with Pretoria's intelligence service since the 1960s and continued to do so in the mid-1970s in regard to Angola. Circumstances indicate that this relationship continued, or was renewed, under the Reagan administration, which took office in 1981. It appears that Mad Mike Hoare was made a scapegoat, for he was imprisoned, an action he called a double cross, and which he attributed to the government wanting to appear as an innocent party which defended international justice, and was not released until 1985. Almost all his co-conspirators were released in November 1982, after serving but 4 months in prison. On December 15, 1981, the UN Security Council decided to send a commission to the Seychelles to investigate the invasion. Although the United States voted for the motion, the American ambassador, Jeane Kirkpatrick, suggested that to send the commission was to assume that the Seychelles affair was not purely internal, and was prejudging the situation. Even by the standards of Kirkpatrick's renowned Cold War-impaired logic, this was a remarkable statement, when it is considered that South Africans made up about half the invasion force, with the others emanating from Great Britain, Rhodesia, the US, Germany, Austria, and elsewhere. The number of Seychellois dissidents amongst their number came to 0. It seems that someone was still determined that the Renay government should not remain in power. In December 1983, South Africa announced that it had arrested 5 men for attempting to recruit mercenaries in yet another plot to invade the Seychelles. 45. Grenada 1979 to 1984. Lying, one of the few growth industries in Washington. What can be said about an invasion launched by a nation of 240 million people against one of 110,000? And when the invader is, militarily and economically, the most powerful in the world, and the target of its attack is an underdeveloped island of small villages 1,500 miles away, 133 square miles in size, whose main exports are cocoa, nutmeg, and bananas, the United States government had a lot to say about it. The relation which its pronouncements bore to the truth can be accurately gauged by the fact that 3 days after the invasion, the deputy White House press secretary for Foreign Affairs resigned, citing damage to his personal credibility. One of the fundamental falsehoods concerning the invasion of Tuesday, October 25, 1983, was that the United States had been requested to intervene by an urgent plea on the 21st from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, comprising 6 countries and joined in this instance by Barbados and Jamaica. These countries purportedly feared some form of aggressive act from the new ultra-leftist regime in Grenada, which had deposed socialist leader Maurice Bishop. Bishop had been expelled from the ruling party on October 12, placed under house arrest the next day, and murdered on the 19th. Even if the fears were valid, it would constitute a principle heretofore unknown under international law, namely that State A could ask State B to invade State C in the absence of any aggressive act toward State A by State C. In Washington, State Department lawyers worked overtime, finally settling on sections of an OECS Mutual Assistance Pact, the Charter of the OAS, and the United Nations Charter as legal justifications for the American action. These documents, however, even with the most generous interpretation, provide for nothing of the sort. Moreover, Article 6 of the OECS Pact requires all members to approve decisions of the organization's authority, the heads of government. Grenada, a member, certainly did not approve. It was not even at the meeting, although U.S. officials were present to steer the direction of the discussions. As matters later transpired, Tom Adams, the Prime Minister of Barbados, stated that the United States had approached him on October 15 concerning a military intervention. The State Department declined to comment when asked about Adams' statement. Then, sources close to Jamaican Prime Minister Edward Seaga asserted that the plea by the Caribbean nations was triggered by an offer from the United States. "Issue an appeal and we'll respond," was the message conveyed by Washington. Furthermore, on October 26, the U.S. ambassador to France, Evan Galbraith, stated over French television that the Reagan administration had been planning the invasion for the previous 2 weeks. That is, not only well before the putative request from the Caribbean countries, but, if Galbraith is to be taken literally, even before Bishop was overthrown or before this outcome could have been known with any certainty, unless the CIA had been mixed up in the intra-party feud. Eventually, it was disclosed that at some point before the invasion, the government of Eugenia Charles, the Prime Minister of Dominica, who headed the OECS, had been the recipient of covert CIA money for a secret support operation. At the same time, the United States, as if to cover its bets, endorsed, if not in fact devised, the claim by the OECS that the Governor-General of Grenada, Paul Scoon, had also sent an urgent appeal for military intervention to the organization. Apart from the highly debatable question of whether Scoon, appointed by the British Queen to his largely ceremonial figurehead position, a vestige of the days of the Empire, had the constitutional right to make such a momentous decision on behalf of an independent Grenada, there was the mystery of how and when he had sent his request, or, indeed, whether he had sent it at all. On October 31, the London press reported that British Foreign Secretary Sir Geoffrey Howe was emphatic that there had been no request for intervention from Sir Paul Scoon. Prime Minister Thatcher unequivocally confirmed this. Scoon, said Sir Geoffrey, had been seen by a British diplomat last Monday, the day before the invasion, and had not mentioned any such desire. The same day, another report places it on Sunday, Scoon spoke by phone to the Commonwealth Secretariat in London and to Buckingham Palace, but, again, made no mention of intervention. Interviewed later by the BBC, Scoon himself said that an invasion was the last thing he wanted. In the end, after the invasion was underway, Scoon signed a piece of paper aboard the USS Guam that made the whole operation nice and legal. Another justification advanced by the United States for its action, what President Reagan termed of overriding importance, was the need to evacuate many hundreds of Americans from the island, mainly students at St. George's Medical College who were supposedly in a dangerous position because of the new regime and the chaos surrounding its accession to power. To refute this contention, one does not have to dig for evidence. There is a surfeit lying on the surface, viz. 2 members of the U.S. Embassy in Barbados, Ken Cuz and Linda Flor, reported over the weekend before the invasion that U.S. students in Grenada were, for the most part, unwilling to leave or be evacuated. They were too intent on their studies. Another report in the London press that 3 U.S. diplomats visited Grenada at the same time and appeared to have agreed on orderly departures for any Americans wishing to leave may or may not refer to the same thing. The White House acknowledged that 2 days before the invasion, Grenada had offered the United States an opportunity to evacuate American citizens. But officials said the Reagan administration came to distrust the offer. This was, they said, because the Grenadian government had promised that the airport would be open on Monday for evacuation flights, but it was instead closed. Only later did the White House admit that 4 charter flights had indeed left the airport on Monday. Some of those who left on Monday were American medical students. The chancellor of the medical school, Dr. Charles Modica, who was visiting New York, declared on the day of the invasion that he was in touch with amateur radio operators at the college. "I think the president's information is very wrong," he said, "because some of the Americans started to go out yesterday. The Grenadian government issued instructions that the American students should be treated with utmost consideration by the Army. Vehicles and escorts were provided for them to shuttle between their 2 campuses." The Cuban government released documents which showed that it had notified the United States on October 22 that no American or other foreign citizen was in danger and said it was ready to cooperate in the solution of problems without violence or intervention. It received no reply until after the invasion had begun. On the 23rd, the Cubans sent a message to the Grenadian leaders suggesting that the area around the medical school be demilitarized to avoid providing the United States with an excuse for invasion. the pretext of evacuating its citizens. Asked by journalists if there was any concrete information about threats to Americans in Grenada, the White House spokesman responded, "Nothing that I know of." After subduing the minor resistance of Grenadian soldiers and Cuban construction workers, the U.S. forces discovered several other things to justify their coming. They found, said Ronald Reagan, a complete base of weapons and communication equipment which makes it clear a Cuban occupation of the island had been planned. One warehouse contained weapons and ammunition stacked almost to the ceiling, enough to supply thousands of terrorists. Grenada, the president declared, was a Soviet-Cuban colony being readied as a major military bastion to export terror and undermine democracy. But we got there just in time. Documents discovered by the American military allegedly showed that the Cubans were planning to put their own government in Grenada. Later, CIA Director William Casey was to admit that the documents were not a real find, and there was found what appeared to have been a terrorist training center. Moreover, missile silos were being built in Grenada. There were 1,100 Cubans on the island. It was announced almost all professional soldiers. Soon the number was 1,600. The US/Grenada-Cuba scenario staged in Washington was comparable at the time to the Soviet Union invading Great Britain and then announcing that it had prevented an American takeover, and Marx knows what else, because it had discovered 30,000 US servicemen there, over 100 American military bases, a huge arsenal of nuclear weapons, and enough arms to supply millions of terrorists. The Soviet president could then have declared that, "We got there just in time." Comparable, except that the Soviet discoveries would have been real. The American claims turned out to be as phantom as the other components of the media package, or, at best, highly questionable. A correspondent for The Guardian of London reported that in the warehouse that contained most of the weapons, there were only 5 mortars to be seen, 1 recoilless rifle, 1 Soviet-made quadri-barreled anti-aircraft gun, and 2 Korean vintage British Bren guns on display. The New York Times reported, without further detail, significant stockpiles of Soviet arms but also a number of antiquated guns, including rifles manufactured in the 1870s. Years later, it was revealed that a U.S. intelligence report of October 30th had concluded that the caches of arms and weapons on Grenada were for the army and the militia and were not sufficient or intended to be used in overthrowing the governments in the neighboring islands. More to the point, however, is the fact that the Grenadian government had been threatened with destabilization for over 4 years by the United States. The leaders of the country knew that they had to develop the country's defenses. They were people who had read some recent history. The Cuban government announced that there were 784 of their people in Grenada and specified all their jobs. 636 were construction workers, mostly in their 40s and 50s, an observation made by several American and British journalists. The remainder, which included 44 women, were doctors, dentists, nurses, public health workers, teachers, etc., and 43 military personnel. Thereafter, the United States went by the Cuban figures. The world was asked to believe that there was a major Cuban military presence with imminent control of the country. Yet the Cubans in Grenada were unable even to save Maurice Bishop and his government, which Castro had strongly and warmly supported. The Cuban government had expressed in no uncertain terms its distaste for the Military Revolutionary Council, MRC, which had overthrown Bishop. Before the U.S. invasion, Castro had blamed Bishop's death on grave errors by extremists, and later referred to them as the Pol Pot Group. He had turned down a request from the MRC for more troops when the American action seemed imminent. The MRC was told that its request was impossible and unthinkable after what had happened. The Russians, on the other hand, had indicated their support for the MRC and its coup, although the Soviet interest in Grenada was generally minimal. Cuba was enough of a Caribbean burden and potential spark point for Moscow. The Soviet Union condemned the American invasion, comparing it to a daring cavalry attack of armed-to-the-teeth white settlers on a village of redskins. But this was de rigueur Cold War fare. The lack of real concern on the part of Soviet leaders about the invasion and the fate of Grenada was made evident 6 months later when they announced that the USSR would not take part in the Olympics in Los Angeles. Grenada was not even mentioned amongst their reasons, although the circumstances truly cried out for it. 4 years earlier, the United States had cited the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan as its sole reason for boycotting the Moscow Olympics. Finally, There was the question of why Cuba or the Soviet Union would have needed Grenada as a springboard for their dastardly deeds in Latin America when there was already Cuba itself, militarily and politically more secure and stable than Grenada. After the invasion, after the overthrow of the Grenadian government, after the U.S. forces had killed or wounded hundreds of people, officials of the Reagan administration, reported the New York Times, acknowledged that in their effort to rally public support for the invasion of Grenada, they may have damaged the government's credibility by making sweeping charges about Soviet and Cuban influence on the island without so far providing detailed evidence. The officials simply asked that the public reserve judgment until all the information is in. The New Jewel Movement, NJM, under Maurice Bishop had taken power in March 1979 by ousting, to popular acclaim, Eric Gary, an erratic personality given increasingly to thuggery to maintain his rule. That accomplished Bishop, a London-educated lawyer, had to deal with the exceedingly more formidable task which faces a socialist revolutionary in power, spurring an underdeveloped country to lift itself up by its own bootstraps when it doesn't have any boots. They had to start with the basics: jobs, new schools, teacher training, adult literacy, social services, clean water. The NJM left private business undisturbed, but instituted free health care, free milk for young children, agricultural cooperatives, and the like. Nicholas Brathwaite, the chairman of the U.S.-approved interim government following the invasion, and his colleagues, reported The Guardian, readily praised the NJM for giving Grenadians new awareness, self-confidence, and national pride, and admit it is a hard act to follow. The World Bank gave the Grenadian government good grades also. In 1980, the bank praised the NJM's sound fiscal management, and 2 years later wrote that government objectives are centered on the critical development issues and touch on the country's most promising development areas. The New Jewel Movement did not hold elections. Bishop explained this decision on one occasion in the following way. There are those, some of them are friends, who believe that you cannot have a democracy unless there is a situation where every 5 years, and for 5 seconds in those 5 years, a people are allowed to put an X next to some candidate's name, and for those 5 seconds in those 5 years they become Democrats, and for the remainder of the time, 4 years and 364 days, they return to being non-people without the right to say anything to their government, without any right to be involved in running the country. In lieu of the traditional system, the NJM claimed, democracy in Grenada was manifested through numerous mass organizations and decentralized structures which received and seriously considered input from large numbers of citizens. However well this form of democracy may have worked, or would have if not interrupted, it inevitably produced resentment as well. People were expected to attend meeting after meeting and were subject to various forms of pressure to conform to the exigencies of the revolution. Before long, the leaders of nearby Caribbean states, particularly Tom Adams of Barbados and Eugenia Charles of Dominica, who were prime supporters of the invasion, evidenced hostility towards the Grenadian government. Bishop believed that this derived from fear of their own people's enthusiasm for Grenada's example. An enthusiasm, he said, which was demonstrated at every public appearance by the Grenadian leaders in the region. Charles was regarded by Reagan administration people as passionately pro-American, a Caribbean Jeane Kirkpatrick, who made British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher seem like a kitten. The United States adopted its adversarial position almost immediately. Washington recognized instinctively that the new Grenadian leaders would not fall easily into line in regard to the American obsession with quarantining Cuba. Indeed, Grenada itself might turn out to be that long-dreaded beast, another Cuba. Less than a month after Bishop assumed power, the American ambassador delivered a note to him which read in part, "Although my government recognizes your concern over allegations of a possible counter-coup, it also believes that it would not be in Grenada's best interests to seek assistance from a country such as Cuba to forestall such an attack. We would view with displeasure any tendency on the part of Grenada to develop closer ties with Cuba." The counter-coup the ambassador was referring to was Bishop's fear that Eric Gary, in exile in the United States, would put together a mercenary army to invade the island. The NJM feared a CIA destabilization operation even more, but, in either case, who but a country such as Cuba could they turn to for help? Before the year 1979 was out, Grenada had discovered hidden transmitters in its UN mission, and representatives of the U.S. government were visiting travel agents in the United States. spreading travel scare rumors to discourage tourism to the island's sunny beaches, a most important source of foreign exchange. Over the next 4 years, Washington tried to harass Grenada in some of the other ways in which it was practiced, more so under Ronald Reagan beginning in 1981 than under President Carter. The United States aggressively lobbied the International Monetary Fund and several other international lending organizations in an attempt to block loans to Grenada, although, surprisingly, not with marked success. The IMF, for example, approved a loan to Grenada despite vigorous opposition from the Reagan administration, opposition based ostensibly on economic grounds. In the summer of 1981, the CIA developed plans to cause economic difficulties for Grenada in hopes of undermining the political control of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. The operation reportedly was scrapped because of objections by the Senate Intelligence Committee. One committee member, however, remarked that, if they were going to do something, I'm not sure they would tell us. I think they would wait until it was all over. The main thrust of the American campaign against Grenada was in the form of propaganda, the theme of which was that Grenada was a fully paid-up member of the Soviet Cuban-Nicaraguan terrorist network which held a dagger at America's throat. Associating Grenada thusly could serve to further discourage tourism as well as justify an invasion. The propagation of this general theme was punctuated by specific accusations which were simply fraudulent. One early hoax was that a Soviet submarine base was being constructed on the south coast of the island. This report was given wide currency until 1983 when a correspondent for the Washington Post visited the supposed site and pointed out that no submarine base could possibly be built in an area where the sea was so shallow. In February 1983, an official of the U.S. Defense Department announced, apparently with a straight face, that the Soviet Union had shipped to Grenada assault helicopters, hydrofoil torpedo boats, and supersonic MiG fighters which gave Grenada an air force of 200 modern planes. The whereabouts of this mighty armada have remained a mystery ever since. The charge which received the greatest media play was the canard that the new airport being built in Grenada was intended as a military facility for the Russians and Cubans. Grenada insisted that it was only to encourage tourism, its one growth industry. In March 1983, President Reagan told an American television audience that the airfield would have a 10,000-foot runway, but that Grenada doesn't even have an air force. Who is it intended for? The rapid buildup of Grenada's military potential is unrelated to any conceivable threat. The Soviet-Cuban militarization of Grenada can only be seen as a power projection into the region. The president displayed aerial photos of the construction site. There were regular American spy flights over the island, as if to imply something hidden and furtive in the operation when, in fact, the site was very much open to the public. There is a plethora of evidence that puts Reagan's analysis into question. At least 5 other Caribbean islands, including Barbados, had similar-sized or larger airfields, yet did not possess air forces. The building of the airfield was encouraged by the World Bank, which also discussed with Grenada the erection of new tourist hotels. The excavation work was being done by the Lane Dredging Company of Florida and the communication system installed by Plessy, a British multinational, the Cubans donating labor and machinery. Plessy rejected the U.S. claim. The airport was being built to purely civilian specifications, it said, and listed a number of technical characteristics of a military airport/base which the new airport would not have. Further, the European Common Market had contributed money toward the construction. In our view, the airport is for tourism, said a spokesman. We stand by our commitment. The airport was being funded by about a dozen nations as well, including Canada, Mexico, and Venezuela. The United States had turned down a request for assistance and instead had exerted pressure to deter international financing. After the invasion, the airport was completed by the United States. The decision has been taken to complete it by the military, for the military, said one of the subcontractors. Equipment for that purpose is already being moved on to the site. As far as is known, the United States has not yet used the airport for military purposes. There were also several instances of the Grenadian opposition press featuring entirely unfounded stories of the type mentioned above, as well as fostering harmful local economic rumors. In one case in 1979, a Grenadian newspaper reprinted a story from, of all places, the West German magazine Bund, which reported that large military and missile bases were being built in Grenada, something which would be impossible to hide on the tiny island, but it was a lie made of whole cloth. The reprinting from abroad tactic, as we have seen, is one often employed by the CIA, and to the NJM leaders it was a clear signal that the agency had arrived in town. It led eventually to the government closing down independent newspapers. The country, they felt, was simply too vulnerable, even more so than Chile and Jamaica, where the same CIA tactic had been employed. It was the same with political prisoners, most of them former members of Gary's secret police. The government was afraid to release some of them lest they wind up in a Gary and/or CIA mercenary force or engage in actions like the June 1980 bombing at an outdoor rally, which was apparently designed to remove the entire NJM leadership with one blow, but instead took the lives of 3 young women. As to the invasion itself, 2,000 American Marines and paratroopers the first day, by week's end 7,000 on the island, even more waiting offshore, planes bombing everywhere, destroying all manner of structures, including a mental hospital, machine-gunning positions of the People's Revolutionary Army. The People's Revolutionary Army? Are they on our side or theirs? Asks the young Marine. The home of the Cuban ambassador damaged and looted by American soldiers. On one wall is written AA, symbol of the 82nd Airborne Division. Beside it the message, "Eat shit, commie faggot." Captured Cubans used as hostages, ordered to march in front of American jeeps as they advanced on Cuban positions, a violation of the Geneva Convention. Promises of all kinds were made to Cuban prisoners, said Castro, to get them to go to the United States. None accepted. "I want to fuck communism out of this little island," says a Marine, "and fuck it right back to Moscow." Britain announced that it was sending a destroyer to assist in the rescue, said the American radio station to the Grenadian people the first morning. Not a half-truth, but a complete lie. Grenadians who heard the broadcast said they were a powerful encouragement to accept the occupation. The fighting was over in a week, 135 Americans killed or wounded, 84 Cubans, 400 Grenadians, more or less. The land conquered. There remained the people's hearts and minds. At the outset, the invasion radio station engaged in fiery attacks against Bishop. He had brought Grenada into captivity, said the announcer. But then the Americans evidently learned that this was a tactical error, that Bishop was still enormously popular, because for some time afterward, criticism of his regime was usually made more indirectly and without naming him. Before long, the Psychological Operations Battalion of the U.S. Army was cruising over the island in a helicopter offering the Grenadians, via a loudspeaker, a large serving of anti-Cuban fare. The Cubans had supported those who had killed Bishop, Grenada had been a pawn of Cuba, Castro/communism were still a threat, and so forth. Posters were put up showing alleged captured Cuban weapons with the slogan, "Are these the tools that build airports?" Other posters linked the MRC leaders to Moscow. In March 1984, a visiting London journalist could report, "The island remains visibly under American occupation. Jeeps patrol constantly. Helicopters fly over the beaches. Armed military police watch the villagers and frequent the cafes. CIA men supervise the security at the courthouse. The island's only newspaper pours out weekly vitriol about the years of the revolutionary government. This gruesome period in our history. The pressures in a small community are heavy." And in June we learned that schools called after heroes of the revolution had been given back their old names, though not without pupil protests. And the U.S. Information Service was showing school children a film entitled Grenada, Return to Freedom. The invasion was almost universally condemned in Latin America, only the military dictatorships of Chile, Guatemala, and Uruguay expressing support. The United Nations voted its disapproval overwhelmingly. To this President Reagan responded, 100 nations in the UN have not agreed with us on just about everything that's come before them where we're involved, and it didn't upset my breakfast at all. One of the evils of communist states, we were always told, is that they were oblivious to world opinion. There was, however, the supreme irony that most of the people of Grenada welcomed the invasion. In addition to the conservative minority who knew that the socialist experiment would now be decisively put to rest, there were the greater number who were overjoyed to see the murderers of their beloved Maurice Bishop receive the punishment due them. Despite all the hostility and lies directed at Bishop by Washington for over 4 years, it did not seem to occur to the islanders that the invasion had nothing to do with avenging his death, and that the United States had merely used the event as a convenient pretext for an action it had desired to carry out for a long time. If the average Grenadian seems thus rather ingenuous with a short political memory, we must consider also that the average American lustily cheered the invasion, believed everything which crossed the lips of Ronald Reagan, as if this were the first U.S. intervention in history, and to this day would be hard-pressed to recite a single falsehood associated with the entire affair. The president himself later appeared to have completely repressed the incident. In March 1986, when asked about the possibility of an American invasion of Nicaragua, he replied, "You're looking at an individual that is the last one in the world that would ever want to put American troops into Latin America, because the memory of the great Colossus in the north is so widespread in Latin America. We'd lose all our friends if we did anything of that kind." On the fourth day of the invasion, Reagan made a speech which succeeded in giving jingoism a bad name. The president managed to link the invasion of Grenada with the shooting down of a Korean airliner by the Soviet Union, the killing of U.S. soldiers in Lebanon, and the taking of American hostages in Iran. Clearly, the invasion symbolized an end to the string of humiliations for the United States. Even Vietnam was being avenged. To commemorate the American Renaissance, some 7,000 U.S. servicemen were designated heroes of the Republic and decorated with medals. Many had done no more than sit on ships near the island. America had regained its manhood by stepping on a flea. Postscript. At the end of 1984, former Premier Herbert Blaise was elected Prime Minister, his party capturing 14 of the 15 parliamentary seats. Blaise, who in the wake of the invasion had proclaimed to the United States, "We say thank you from the bottom of our hearts," had been favored by the Reagan administration. The candidate who won the sole opposition seat announced that he would not occupy it because of what he called vote rigging and interference in the election by outside forces. 1 year later, the Washington-based Council on Hemispheric Affairs reported on Grenada as part of its annual survey of human rights abuses. Reliable accounts are circulating of prisoners being beaten, denied medical attention, and confined for long periods without being able to see lawyers. The country's new U.S.-trained police force has acquired a reputation for brutality, arbitrary arrest, and abuse of authority. The report added that an offending all-music radio station had been closed and that U.S.-trained counterinsurgency forces were eroding civil rights. By the late 1980s, the government began confiscating many books arriving from abroad, including Graham Greene's Our Man in Havana and Nelson Mandela Speaks. In April 1989, it issued a list of more than 80 books which were prohibited from being imported. For months later, Prime Minister Blaise suspended Parliament to forestall a threatened no-confidence vote, resulting from what his critics called an increasingly authoritarian style. 46. Morocco 1983. A video nasty. The government of Morocco, in January 1983, had the sad duty to announce the grievous death in a car accident of General Ahmed Dlimi, a confidant of King Hassan for more than 20 years and commander of the Moroccan army's southern forces. When the Le Monde correspondent had the temerity to suggest that Dlimi's death was perhaps not an accident, he was summarily expelled from the country. Then, in March, Ahmed Rami, a Moroccan political scientist living in exile in Sweden, stated unequivocally that Dlimi had been murdered by Hassan and his security men, and that the CIA was deeply implicated. Ahmed Rami had been a lieutenant in the Moroccan army and a leader of Le Mouvement des Officiers Libres, the underground movement of army officers dedicated to overthrowing the king and the monarchy, as well as the king's personal corruption and his crimes against human rights. Rami was living abroad under sentence of death in Morocco for his part in a failed attempt to shoot down a plane carrying Hassan in 1972. The dissident officers supported the establishment of a democratic Islamic Arab Republic of Morocco and a negotiated settlement in the country's ruinous war with the Polisario guerrillas in the Western Sahara, a war in which U.S. military aid and personnel had reportedly enabled Morocco to maintain a deadlock. Ahmed Dlimi, while serving as the king's right-hand man, had been secretly associated with Officiers Libres. When he went abroad, he would meet with Rami, and during 1982 the two men were discussing plans for a coup attempt in July of the following year. "Unknown to us, however," said Rami, "the CIA was investigating him, Dlimi." When the CIA handed over a dossier to King Hassan in January 1983, it contained video film of General Dlimi and I meeting in Stockholm last December. That was enough for Dlimi to be eliminated. Morocco, said the New York Times, had become the United States' closest and most useful ally in the Arab world. Hassan had clearly tied his fortunes to the Reagan administration. In 1981 alone, he was visited by Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and Secretary of State Alexander Haig, as well as the Deputy Director of the CIA, the Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and a host of other high-level Washington officials. The Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security arrived with a team of 23 military advisors and experts. More than 100 Americans were reported to be working with the Moroccan armed forces. In the years previous, Hassan had cooperated extensively with U.S. policies in Africa. In both 1977 and 1978, he sent Moroccan troops to Zaire in support of the American actions there, and since the mid-1970s he had been aiding the UNITA forces in Angola along with the United States and South Africa in their continuing effort to overthrow the MPLA government. At the same time, King Hassan had allowed the CIA to build up its station in Morocco to where it was probably one of the agency's key posts in Africa. In these and other important ways, Hassan had earned the gratitude and protection of the United States. Thus it was that the CIA exposed General Dlimi's double life to the king. Dlimi, moreover, had reportedly advocated that Morocco receive aid from France, the former colonial power, rather than from the United States. The CIA saw this as a threat to the American position in the country and insisted that Hassan get rid of his confidants who favored closer relations with France. At 11 o'clock on the night of January 23, 1983, says Ahmed Rami, Dlimi was called to the palace in Marrakesh. There, 10 security men escorted him to an underground interrogation room. At 1 a.m., 2 American officers arrived with the king and went into the interrogation room for several hours. Dlimi was tortured, and at 5 a.m. he was shot. His body was later placed in his car, which was exploded in a suburb of the city. No one, not even his family, was allowed to see the body. 47. Suriname 1982 to 1984. Once again, the Cuban bogeyman. It was unusual, to be sure, that the director of the CIA would inform Congress in advance of an agency plan to overthrow a foreign government. President Reagan, said William Casey to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees in December 1982, had authorized the CIA to try to topple Suriname ruler Colonel Desi Bouterse. The agency's plan reportedly called for the formation of an exile paramilitary force to invade Suriname because Bouterse, who had taken power in a 1980 military coup, was leading the small South American country into the proverbial and dreaded Cuban orbit. The congressional committee members, while not opposed in principle to the idea of attempting to overthrow a foreign government, did object to the proposal on the grounds that there was no evidence that Cuba was manipulating the government in Suriname or gaining a military foothold in the country. Inasmuch as rational argument of this sort had never made too deep an impression upon the mind of Ronald Reagan or excessively inhibited the CIA, there was no reason to believe that this was the end of the story, or even the beginning. 2 months earlier, in October, the Bouterse regime had threatened to expel 2 U.S. diplomats it accused of encouraging the country's conservative trade unions and of playing a key role in organizing anti-government demonstrations and strikes aimed at bringing the government down. Then, on December 8th, Suriname announced that a coup attempt had been made against the government. A number of alleged plotters were arrested, some of them winding up shot while trying to escape, evidently a euphemism for their execution. Bouterse claimed that the arrested men had been conspiring with the CIA. One of those who lost his life was conservative union leader Cyril Dahl, who had helped organize anti-government demonstrations earlier in the year and who was said to have connections with the CIA through his Motorbond Unions Association with the CIA's ubiquitous American Institute for Free Labor Development, AIFLD. The following month, the 2 U.S. diplomats were actually asked to leave because of their destabilizing activities. In July 1983, the plot thickened. The New York Times reported that an invasion of Suriname scheduled for the first of the month by Florida-based mercenaries was called off after the plans for it were discovered by the Internal Security Agency of the Netherlands, the former colonial power in Suriname when it was known as Dutch Guiana. The invasion force reportedly would have been composed of some 300 men, half of them U.S. and South American nationals, the others Surinamese, who were to be flown from Florida to the Suriname capital of Paramaribo on the northern tip of South America. The invaders were then to be augmented by Surinamese exiles from the Netherlands. It was this latter group which the Dutch had infiltrated to learn of the plans. As had become customary concerning American targets in Latin America, stories about the presence of large numbers of Cuban soldiers in Suriname found their way into international circulation. Like their counterparts in Jamaica and Grenada, these warriors remained mythical figures. In spring 1983, Suriname entered into agreements with the neighboring right-wing government of Brazil, which provided for economic and military aid and military training. By the reasoning of the Reagan administration, Suriname should then have been in the Brazilian orbit. The simple truth was that Suriname, like other developing nations, was willing to accept help from wherever it could get it. And in fact, Brazil, which openly admitted that its purpose was saving Suriname from Cuba, had made the move at Washington's prodding. As matters turned out, in October Bouterse expelled almost all Cuban advisors and embassy personnel, including the ambassador, and suspended all agreements with Havana. The expulsion was announced on the day the United States invaded Grenada and was influenced by Bouterse's belief that Cuba had played a part in the overthrow of Maurice Bishop and that he might suffer a similar fate, if not a similar invasion. This belief about Cuba, as we have seen, bore no relation to the truth and may have been encouraged by the United States. Newsweek magazine later reported that U.S. diplomats in the capital of Paramaribo made sure to keep Bouterse current on evidence that Cuba had aided the Grenadian coup, and the rest was left to his well-prepped paranoia. Desi Bouterse, by all accounts, left much to be desired as a leader and as a person. Long before the events of October, Cuba and Grenada were reported to be privately irritated, even angry, at the harm done to the left's image in the region by what they see as immature revolutionaries leading a premature revolution. Although Bouterse had learned to parrot socialist and anti-imperialist clichés, his principles appeared to lie elsewhere. In the words of one diplomat in Suriname, Bouterse is a chameleon. The first thing for him is his own personal survival. The second thing is his survival as the man in charge. Bouterse was accused at times of claiming plots against him as a pretext to get rid of some of those opposed to his rule. Several other coup attempts were alleged in addition to the one of December 1982 mentioned above. During the period December 1983 to January 1984, Suriname was shaken by thousands of striking workers protesting against tax increases and steep price rises, and calling for the dismissal of Prime Minister Errol Alibux. Serious acts of sabotage to power and water supplies were carried out as well. Bouterse gave in, removing Alibux and canceling the price rises, but he did not accede to the demand that the military hand power back to civilians. Although the scenario was reminiscent of CIA activities in British Guiana, Jamaica, and elsewhere, as well as what the Suriname government had accused the United States of in October 1982, there is no report of the agency's hand in the disturbances of this period. However, in 1985 it was revealed that the National Endowment for Democracy, which is financed by Congress to support foreign organizations sympathetic to U.S. foreign policy objectives, had been funding organizations in Suriname during the 1983-85 period. 48. Libya 1981 to 1989. Ronald Reagan meets his match. The great masses of the people in the very bottom of their hearts tend to be corrupted rather than consciously and purposely evil. Therefore, in view of the primitive simplicity of their minds, they more easily fall a victim to a big lie than to a little one, since they themselves lie in little things, but would be ashamed of lies that were too big.
Adolf Hitler.
Our evidence is direct, it is precise, it is irrefutable, announced the President of the United States. He was explaining that the American bombing attack upon Libya of April 14, 1986 was in retaliation for the Libyan bombing 9 days earlier of a West Berlin nightclub frequented by American servicemen which had killed 2 soldiers and 1 civilian and injured many others. In actuality, the evidence of Libyan culpability in the bombing was never directly or precisely presented to the world, but little notice was taken of that. For over a decade, the American public had been told that Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi was behind one terrorist act after another in every part of the world. A few days before the American attack, President Reagan had referred to him as the mad dog of the Middle East. This was just one more example. It all fit. The bombs dropped on Libya took the lives of a reported 40 to 100 people, all civilians but one, and wounded another 100 or so. The French embassy, located in a residential district, was destroyed. The dead included Gaddafi's young adopted daughter and a teenage girl visiting from London. All of Gaddafi's other 7 children, as well as his wife, were hospitalized, suffering from shock and various injuries. It was not claimed by the United States that any of the people killed or wounded had any connection to the Berlin bombing. Like the Mideast terrorists who threw hand grenades at an LL ticket counter to kill Israelis simply because they were Israelis, and those who planted a bomb on Pan Am Flight 103 in order to kill Americans simply because they were Americans, the bombing of Libya was an attempt to kill Libyans simply because they were Libyans. After the air attack, White House spokesman Larry Speakes announced that it is our hope this action will preempt and discourage Libyan attacks against innocent civilians in the future. The Libyan the United States most wanted to kill, of course, was Gaddafi. The bombing had been an assassination attempt, said a well-informed Air Force intelligence officer, cited by the New York Times. There's no question they were looking for Gaddafi. It was briefed that way. They were going to kill him, which is what you have to do with a mad dog. Subsequently, 2 of Gaddafi's children filed suit in the United States to stop President Reagan from launching more assassination attempts on their family. The suit, which was rejected in court, alleged that Reagan and other top officials, in ordering the raids, had violated an executive order that bars attempted assassinations of foreign government leaders. Another suit filed in Washington was in behalf of 65 people killed or injured by the bombing. Meanwhile, the U.S. Navy was awarding 158 medals to the pilots who dropped 500-pound and 2,000-pound bombs in the dark of night upon sleeping people. The notion of targeting Gaddafi's family originated with the CIA, which claimed that in Bedouin culture Gaddafi would be diminished as a leader if he could not protect his home. If you really get at Gaddafi's house, and by extension his family, you've destroyed an important connection for the people in terms of loyalty. To make sure the Libyan people got the message, the Voice of America repeatedly told them, following the bombing, things like, Colonel Gaddafi is your tragic burden, and that as long you obey his orders you must accept the consequences. The president's claim of irrefutable evidence was based on alleged interceptions of communications between the Libyan capital of Tripoli and the Libyan embassy in East Berlin. Reagan declared that on March 25, Libya had sent orders to the embassy to conduct a terrorist attack against Americans, to cause maximum and indiscriminate casualties. Then the embassy alerted Tripoli on April 4 that the attack would be carried out the next day, that Tripoli will be happy when you see the headlines tomorrow, and that after the bombing the embassy reported that the action had been successful and could not be traced to it. These are, at best, interpretations and paraphrases. The complete, unedited, unexpurgated, literal texts of the relevant communications were not made public. They were intercepted by the National Security Agency and decoded with the help of the German BND, Federal Intelligence Service, which had broken the Libyan code years before. After the decoding was completed, reported Der Spiegel, Germany's leading news magazine, it was still not clear what the wires actually said, there being different versions. Moreover, the NSA and BND came to different conclusions about the meaning of the messages, but these disagreements were quickly pushed aside for political reasons. German security officials, who insisted that Libya should not be the only focus of investigation and who cautioned against a premature accusation, also looked into rival groups of disco competitors and drug dealers. In January 1987, a senior official in Bonn told investigative reporter Seymour Hersh that the German government continued to be very critical and skeptical of the American position linking Libya to the bombing. And at the end of the following year, Germany announced that the investigation was being ended. Some White House officials had immediate doubts that the case against Libya was clear-cut, Hersh reported. What is more, the discotheque was known as a hangout for black soldiers, and the Libyans had never been known to target blacks or other minorities. As in many other instances that we have seen, however, official Washington's official position, repeated often enough, became official truth. 3 years after the incident, Time magazine could state matter-of-factly that Libyan-backed terrorists bombed a disco in West Berlin, thereby provoking the American retaliatory bombing. Much of Washington's secret planning for the Libyan operation took place at the same time as the secret talks and arms dealing with Iran. Thus, the Reagan administration was pursuing the elimination of one Middle East source of terrorism while it was arming another. Moreover, the two missions involved some of the same national security people, notably John Poindexter and Oliver North. Although the Carter administration did not carry out any overt military attacks upon Libya, it was possibly involved in a very serious covert action. On June 27, 1980, an Italian passenger plane was destroyed by a missile over the Mediterranean, taking 81 lives. At the same time, a Libyan plane which may have been carrying Gaddafi was flying in the vicinity. Italian air controllers listed it as a VIP 56 flight, denoting that top officials were aboard. In 1988, Italian state television reported that the plane had been mistakenly shot down by a missile belonging to a NATO country, possibly Italy. A year later, an Italian Defense Ministry report revealed that it was probably a Sidewinder air-to-air missile that was used, a weapon employed by NATO. The Italian press began speculating that a plan to assassinate the Libyan leader had gone awry, and instead the Italian plane had been shot down by a NATO power. At the time of the disaster, Gaddafi had hinted that the United States was responsible. The US and France, Libya's chief foes, issued denials, as well as NATO itself, but the Italian military was taking great pains to conceal information about the case. Nevertheless, an Air Force officer admitted to destroying the radar tape for that evening, and a civilian investigation suggested that many Air Force personnel were persuaded to lie or forget about the incident. Ronald Reagan and his ultra-ideological comrades took office in January 1981, committed to a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. One of the pivotal ways in which they so artfully reached this end was through huge increases in the military budget, i.e., welfare for the rich, for defense industry friends and business associates, past, present, and future. But in order for the military-industrial intelligence complex to sell this to the American public and Congress, there had to be a fresh supply of wars, armed conflict, insurgencies, counterinsurgencies, or rumors and threats of same, and enemies, ideally of the monster type, to be defended against. Gaddafi was a designer monster, a quirky, unpredictable, super-uppity third-world leader, sitting on the world's 9th largest oil reserve. A man with deep-seated pan-Islamic, pan-Arabic, anti-Zionist, and anti-imperialist convictions, who had closed a strategic U.S. airbase in Libya in 1970. An artless braggart mouthing revolutionary rhetoric so juvenile he could serve equally well as bogeyman or buffoon. A man carrying out or supporting enough real terrorist acts so that any exaggeration would be believed. There were elements of a bitter personal feud between the two men. Ronald Reagan, a man who played with airstrikes as if he were directing movie scenes, had chosen to take on a man who, like himself, was a prisoner of ideology and had left his mark on the world media with a trail of dogmatic observations and actions, as well as plain stupid remarks. All of the great prophets of modern times, Gaddafi said, have come from the desert and were uneducated. Muhammad, Jesus, and myself. The Libyan leader, however, did have a social conscience, not a quality known to be part of Ronald Reagan's DNA. You don't see poverty or hunger here. Basic needs are met to a greater degree than in any other Arab country, reported Newsweek in 1981 about Libya. Gaddafi's principal crime in Reagan's eyes was not that he supported terrorist groups, but that he supported the wrong terrorist groups, i.e., Gaddafi was not supporting the same terrorists that Washington was, such as the Nicaraguan Contras, UNITA in Angola, Cuban exiles in Miami, the governments of El Salvador and Guatemala, and the U.S. military in Grenada. The one band of terrorists the two men supported in common was the mujaheddin in Afghanistan. Some of the belligerent American operations against Gaddafi, actual and threatened, and charges of Libyan terrorism, actual and fabricated, were timed to stir up American jingoist juices when Congress was debating the military budget or aid to Reagan's favorite terrorists, whom he called freedom fighters. The April 14, 1986 bombing of Libya, for example, came one day before the House opened a new round of debate on aid to the Contras. Then, speaking on the 15th, Reagan said, "I would remind the House voting this week that this arch-terrorist Gaddafi has sent $400 million, and an arsenal of weapons and advisors into Nicaragua." Very shortly after taking office, Reagan announced the appointment of a special group to study the Libyan problem. The State Department appeared to have two schools of thought: diplomatic pressure on Gaddafi or a more confrontational view. Nobody, one official pointed out, advocates being nice to him. Soon a master plan had been drawn up by the CIA, which Newsweek exposed in August 1981. A large-scale, multi-phase, and costly scheme to overthrow the Libyan regime and obtain what the CIA called Gaddafi's ultimate removal from power. The plan called for a disinformation program designed to embarrass Gaddafi and his government, the creation of a counter-government to challenge his claim to national leadership, and an escalating paramilitary campaign of small-scale guerrilla operations. The escalation was immediate. On August 19th, American planes crossed Gaddafi's line of death, the 120-mile limit claimed by Libya in the Gulf of Sidra, and shot down 2 Libyan jets. The United States, which considered it international waters, as did most of the rest of the world, although this concept is more debatable when applied to aircraft than when applied to ships, purposely chose the area to conduct military exercises. As expected, Libya rose to the bait, at least according to Washington, which claimed that the Libyan planes had fired first. An enraged Gaddafi accused the U.S. of international terrorism and, in a phone call to the leader of Ethiopia, reportedly threatened to assassinate Reagan. An official who served in a national security position under Reagan responded that there was no question that the only thing to do with Gaddafi was kill him. He belonged dead. Soon the U.S. media were reporting a barrage of Gaddafi death threats against the life of Reagan or other senior officials. In October, a story appeared that the American ambassador to Italy was hastily flown out of the country after Italian authorities discovered a Libyan plot to assassinate him. That was aborted when Italian police deported 10 suspected Libyan hitmen. But some American officials in Washington and Rome disputed the story, while another government source confirmed it. A month later, there was a report of an attempt upon the life of an American diplomat in Paris. 7 shots were fired at Christian Chapman, but he escaped unharmed. That same day, Secretary of State Alexander Haig, who referred to Gaddafi as the patron saint of terror, suggested that Libya was behind the attempt, although he admitted that he had no other information directly implicating Libya. But Chapman had recently received some threats, said the French government, some of which had been traced to Tripoli. A New York Times analysis of the incident, however, concluded that something less than an organized assassination attempt might have been involved. In late November, the administration announced that a number of terrorists trained in Libya had entered the United States with plans to assassinate President Reagan or other officials. This prompted a huge nationwide search for the Libyan hit squad and for Americans to whom they might turn for assistance, including the Weather Underground. Then the infamous international terrorist Carlos was brought into the picture, and the administration said that it had received first-hand descriptions from informers of the training and plans of the terrorists. Each day new and ominous details arose in the media, which had already forgotten the exposure in August of the initiation of a government disinformation campaign against Libya. "We have the evidence," Reagan told newsmen, "and Gaddafi knows it." Reporters pressed the White House to make the evidence public, but were refused. Some officials, however, including some senior FBI officials, were said to be skeptical about the reports. Syndicated columnist Jack Anderson then described what a shadowy, unreliable group the suppliers of the hit squad information were, adding that several of them were known to have connections with Israeli intelligence, which would have its own reasons to encourage a U.S.-Libyan rift, there being a deep and mutual animosity between Israel and Gaddafi. In mid-1981, a task force under William Clark, Deputy Secretary of State, had been set up to look into the whole Gaddafi issue. Years later, Seymour Hersh was to report. According to key sources, there was little doubt inside Clark's task force about who was responsible for the spate of anti-Gaddafi leaks: the CIA, with the support of the President, Haig and Clark. This item, the Libyan hit squad, stuck in my craw, one involved official recalls. "We came out with this big terrorist threat to the U.S. government. The whole thing was a complete fabrication." One task force official eventually concluded that CIA Director William Casey was in effect running an operation inside the American government. He was feeding the disinformation into the intelligence system so it would be seen as separate, independent reports and taken seriously by other government agencies. As matters turned out, most of the presumed assassins were Lebanese who had helped Reagan negotiate the release of U.S. hostages in Beirut and who hated Gaddafi. When the story's purpose had been served, it faded away. However much some of Gaddafi's reported threats were disinformation, there were real plans by the West to kill him. A February 1981 French plot, with U.S. cooperation under discussion, had to be cancelled when French President Giscard was unexpectedly defeated at the polls. In 1984, it went further, with the CIA sharing highly sensitive intelligence, including satellite photographs and communications intercepts, with the French Secret Service to aid them in at least two major, but unsuccessful operations to assassinate or overthrow Gaddafi, who was perceived by the French as a threat to what they thought of as their interests in Africa. One of the operations resulted in a pitched battle in Libya between exiles and Gaddafi loyalists. And in 1985, the State Department had to go to great lengths to head off a White House-sponsored plan for a joint U.S.-Egyptian land and air invasion of Libya. Secretary of State George Shultz called the plan crazy, while his department colleagues referred to the freewheeling staff of the National Security Council as those madmen in the White House. At Christmas of that year, after bomb attacks at the Rome and Vienna airports killed about 20 people, including 5 Americans, all the usual suspects were quickly accused, with Iran and the Palestinian splinter group of the nefarious Abu Nidal heading the list. The Reagan administration soon added Gaddafi, announcing that the CIA had found a strong Libyan connection, when all they had was that the Tunisian passports of 3 of the terrorists had purportedly been traced to Libya. Within days, Reagan declared that there was irrefutable evidence of Gaddafi's role in the airport bombings, although he knew that this was not true. At the same time, new economic sanctions against Libya were announced, to get economic sanctions out of the way so the next time we could do more. The next time was in March 1986. U.S. Navy jets again crossed Gaddafi's line of death, daring retaliation. When there wasn't any, they returned the next day and the day after, twice attacking a Libyan anti-aircraft site and destroying 3 or 4 ships. Washington asserted that, on the second day, Libya had first fired several missiles at the American planes. Shortly afterward, one of a group of British electronics engineers working in Libya at the time was interviewed by the Sunday Times of London. The engineer said that he had been watching the radar screens during the 2 days of fighting and saw American warplanes cross not only into the 12 miles of Libyan territorial waters, but over Libyan land as well. I watched the planes fly approximately 8 miles into Libyan airspace, said the engineer. I don't think the Libyans had any choice but to hit back. In my opinion, they were reluctant to do so. Following the first American attack in March on Libya, Gaddafi spoke on the phone with King Fahd of Saudi Arabia, who subsequently told U.S. officials that the Libyan leader appeared deeply affected by the violence unleashed against him. The king described Gaddafi as incomprehensible and disoriented, a description similar to other reports which appeared during the 1980s which spoke of a very depressed Gaddafi who didn't seem to understand what the United States had against him. Before and after the events of March, he made half a dozen attempts through third parties to open a dialogue with Washington, but Reagan administration officials rebuffed them all. The would-be European and Arab mediators, including King Fahd, were firmly told that the United States was not interested either in a direct or indirect dialogue with Gaddafi. That at least was the official policy, the face turned to the public. There were, however, reports that the White House was secretly dealing with the Libyan leader. To what extent is not known. The only certain contact was a November 1985 visit with Gaddafi in Libya by the U.S. ambassador to the Vatican, William Wilson. The meeting was disavowed by official Washington as being unauthorized, and Wilson lost his post after it was disclosed. Meanwhile, and throughout the term of the Reagan administration, the United States was increasing military assistance to Libya's immediate neighbors and conducting military exercises with Egypt designed to provoke Gaddafi, instituting diverse forms of economic sanctions against Libya with varying degrees of ineffectiveness, trying to unify Libyan exile opposition groups and giving them financial support and encouragement. The same to the governments of Egypt and France for various anti-Gaddafi actions, not excluding assassination. It should be noted that France, the United States' chief anti-terrorism partner, in 1985 deliberately sank the Greenpeace ship Rainbow Warrior, killing a Greenpeace photographer. This, with the express approval of French President François Mitterrand. Disinformation was a regular part of the process, using the foreign and American press to publicize fictitious new Libyan terrorist plans and to announce, with each new terrorist act that occurred in the Western world, that Libya may be responsible. To make Gaddafi believe that key trusted aides were disloyal, that the Libyan military was plotting against him, that his Russian military advisors were plotting against him, that his troops were deserting en masse, or that a new U.S. military attack was on the horizon, a process they hoped would push the man into irrational acts. His imminent downfall was predicted as regularly as that of Castro. One operation involved Navy SEAL commandos landing on Libyan beaches and leaving telltale signs of the incursions, such as matchboxes and Israeli cigarette butts, to make the Libyans nervous, ever more paranoid. An August 1986 memo from John Poindexter, the president's national security advisor, which spelled out some of the disinformation program, mentions itself that at the time Gaddafi was quiescent on the terrorist front. Shortly afterward, a key Reagan administration official admitted to American reporters that if pressed for hard evidence of the charges against Libya, they wouldn't have any. It will look like we're crying wolf once again. In response to the Poindexter memo, the exposure of which had caused a mini-scandal, the senior spokesman for the State Department, Bernard Kalb, resigned in protest because he was worried about faith in America, American credibility, and anything which hurts America. The issue spilled over to the British, whose officials described U.S. intelligence analyses about Libya's intentions as wildly inaccurate, which they said were passed to the British in a deliberate effort to deceive. In this same period, in light of new U.S. news reports, engendered by the Poindexter memo, of possible further strikes against Libya in retaliation for terrorist actions allegedly being planned by Gaddafi's regime, Libya's effective prime minister called upon the United States to furnish details on the alleged actions so that Libya could cooperate fully to avert and abort such attacks and apprehend the individuals and put them on trial. He said that his request, sent to Washington through diplomatic channels, had gone unanswered. The next day, Gaddafi, in a speech in Libya, challenged the United States to produce bank statements showing that Libya financed terrorism. "Half the lies they tell about the Irish aren't true," a son of Aaron once observed. The regular employment of disinformation about Gaddafi and Libya by the United States so clouded the historical picture that it is extremely difficult in most cases to separate fact from fiction, to distinguish Libyan moral or token backing or simply promises to a revolutionary movement from major, vital support. The fact that the Reagan administration felt the need to undertake disinformation campaigns against Libya indicates a paucity of smoking guns. On September 1, 1969, Captain Muammar el-Gaddafi had led a group of fellow officers in a bloodless overthrow of the monarchy and established the Libyan Arab Republic. Despite his troublemaking abroad, he initially kept in the good graces of the West, the U.S. thwarting several serious plots against his rule during his first 2 years, because of his fierce anti-communism, which stemmed basically from his taking Marxism's implicit atheism at face value and viewing it as irreconcilably at odds with his Islamic faith. But this did not keep him from trying to institute revolutionary social and economic changes in Libyan society which others called Marxist. This, plus entering into oil development and arms agreements with the Soviet Union, may have spelled the beginning of the end for the West's tolerance of his foreign adventures. During the 1970s and 80s, Gaddafi was accused of using his large oil revenues to support, with funds, arms, training, offices, havens, diplomacy, and/or general subversion, a wide array of radical/insurgent/terrorist organizations, particularly certain Palestinian factions and Muslim dissident and minority movements in various parts of the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, as well as the IRA and Basque and Corsican separatists in Europe. Several groups engaged in struggle against the apartheid regime in South Africa, Noriega in Panama, opposition groups and politicians in Costa Rica, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Dominica, and France's Caribbean colonies of Guadeloupe, French Guiana, and Martinique, the Japanese Red Army, the Italian Red Brigades, Germany's Baader-Meinhof Gang. The list is without end. It was claimed as well that Libya was behind, or at least somehow linked to, the attempt on Pope John Paul's life, the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, mining the Suez Canal, attempting to blow up the U.S. Embassy in Cairo, various plane hijackings, a bomb explosion on an American airliner over Greece, blowing up a synagogue in Istanbul, and seeking to destabilize the governments of Chad, Liberia, the Sudan, and other African countries, and Gaddafi took drugs, was an extreme womanizer, was bisexual, dressed in women's clothing, wore makeup, carried a teddy bear, had epileptic fits. More established is the fact that for several years Gaddafi made use of former CIA staffers, notably Edwin Wilson and Frank Turpel, to supply him with aircraft and pilots, mechanics and Green Beret instructors, all manner of sophisticated weaponry, equipment and explosives, and to help set up paramilitary training camps in Libya. And Amnesty International, in 1987, concluded that Libya had carried out attacks on at least 37 anti-Gaddafi dissidents abroad since 1980, with 25 being killed. In January 1989, the State Department added to Gaddafi's credits by asserting that Libya was funding and training radical individuals and groups whose activities exacerbate local problems in Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, Japan, and New Caledonia. A few months earlier, the CIA had accused Libya of building the largest poison gas plant in the world. In March 1990, a fire broke out at the plant in question and burned it to the ground. President Bush immediately and personally assured the world that the United States absolutely had nothing to do with the fire. A week earlier, the White House spokesman had been asked if the U.S. might take military action to destroy the plant. "We don't rule out anything," was the reply. And in Chicago, members of a street gang were convicted in late 1987 of planning terrorist activities. U.S. prosecutors charged that the gang expected to receive $2.5 million from Libya for assassination attempts on American politicians and for attacks on U.S. aircraft and government facilities. That, in its entirety, is how the Los Angeles Times reported it, and it sounded like the bizarre Libyan strongman was at it again. In actuality, assassination, planned or concrete, was not one of the charges, and no evidence at all was presented at the trial that Libya had anything to do with originating or encouraging these acts, or had paid or promised any money. The El Rukn gang members, a Muslim sect and naive in the extreme, had met with Libyan representatives in New York, Panama, and Libya, and pathetically tried to impress them with their prowess and loyalty to Gaddafi. They had been inspired by Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan purportedly receiving a Libyan promise of $5 million. If El Rukn received a promise of $2.5 million, and we have only their word for it, it would appear that both promises were no more than Gaddafi's revolutionary self-indulgence. The IRA also claimed that they had not received any money from Libya, contrary to Gaddafi's claim. It is perhaps a measure of the hostility toward Libya that had been inculcated in the American people for more than a decade, that the gang members, through government use of a questionable informer and through entrapment, were found guilty by a jury of federal conspiracy charges and sentenced to extraordinarily long sentences. It was reportedly the first time ever that U.S. citizens had been convicted on terrorism charges. It is like a grade B horror movie. A dozen times it rises from the dead and lurches towards the audience. A dozen times it is cut to ribbons, staggering back, collapsing in a heap, and a dozen times it rises again and clomps slowly forward. But it is not the mummy's ghost, and it is not haunting the Upper Nile. It is the notion that the Libyan leader, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, is responsible for every act of terrorism in the entire world, and it haunts the pages of the Western press and the screens of Western television sets. Pan Am Flight 103. On December 21, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 exploded over Lockerbie, Scotland, killing 270 people, more than half of them Americans. 5 months later, the State Department announced that the CIA was confident that the villains who planted the bomb were members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command, PFLPGC, led by Ahmed Jibril, based in Syria, and hired by Iran to avenge the American shooting down of an Iranian airliner. Though little could be done to apprehend Jibril and his cohorts, this remained the U.S. government's official, certain, and oft-repeated judgment, even though Syria and Iran were viewed as the keys to the release of Western hostages held in Lebanon. Then, in 1990, something strange happened. The United States was preparing to go to war against Iraq, when who should pop up as one of its allies, sending troops to Saudi Arabia in the jihad against Saddam Hussein, none other than the terrorist haven land of Syria, and whose cooperation in the war was Washington angling for. The wicked Iran. This would not do. In early October, American officials declared that newly uncovered evidence indicated that Libyan intelligence agents may have assembled and planted the bomb. But this, they were quick to point out, did not clear Iran, Syria, or the PFLPGC of complicity. After the war, little by little, a putative case against Libya was leaked, until November 14, 1991, when 2 Libyan intelligence operatives were indicted in absentia as the perpetrators. The head of the Justice Department's criminal division asserted the same day that there was no evidence to link either Syria or Iran to the bombing, and he brushed aside suggestions that the conclusion had been influenced by the United States' desire for improved relations with Syria. Within the next 20 days, the remaining 4 American hostages held in Lebanon were released along with the most prominent hostage, Britisher Terry Waite. And the evidence against the 2 Libyans? 2 pieces of metal the size of fingernails, allegedly from electronic timing devices. One has to read the detailed account of what the case against Libya rests upon to appreciate its full shakiness. Moreover, in December 1993, a BBC program, Silence over Lockerbie, presented new findings which cast significant doubt about the case against Libya and indicated that Britain and the United States may have fingered Libya to divert suspicion from Syria and Iran. The key new information was that the Swiss manufacturer of the electronic timers changed his previous story, which had named Libya as the only purchaser of such devices. He now remembered that he had sold some of the timers to East Germany as well. There were close links between the East German secret police and the PFLPGC and other Arab terrorist groups. Even more significant, an engineer with the Swiss company declared that he had told the Lockerbie investigators about the East German connection in late 1990, which means that the international investigators knew that their accusation against Libya had a large, if not fatal, hole in it either before the accusation was made public in October or shortly thereafter. No German judge could, with the present evidence, put the 2 suspects into jail, declared Volker Rath, German government prosecutor and specialist in Lockerbie. In 1994. Postscript. In 2003, the Libyan government accepted responsibility for the 1988 bombing, without admitting to an actual role in the event. In the hope of ending US and UN sanctions, Libya agreed to this because in 2001 a Libyan had been found guilty in a trial in The Hague of having planted the bomb. This trial, however, was widely regarded as a farce. The new Gaddafi? It may be that the oft-oppressed Muammar el-Gaddafi finally began to understand, finding his way past the verbiage and the disinformation, what the United States and other governments had against him. In the latter half of 1988, he seemed to grow up, instituting a host of progressive changes into Libyan society, freeing up civil liberties, releasing hundreds of political prisoners, removing restrictions on travel abroad, loosening up the economy. All Libyans are called upon to become bourgeois. At the same time, making peace or improving relations with a number of African neighbors. But as the year 1989 opened and Washington prepared to shift from Ronald Reagan to George Bush, the United States marked the occasion by conducting some more military exercises in Libya's backyard and shooting down 2 more Libyan planes. The State Department then saw fit at this particular time to issue its most detailed account to date of Libyan involvement in international terrorism, an attempt to maintain international pressure on Libya, wrote the Los Angeles Times. Nonetheless, Gaddafi continued to display his new persona. He announced that he had decided to cut off or trim the flow of funds to various foreign groups, and he told several Palestinian groups that they would no longer receive direct funding from his government and would have to close their offices in Libya. He also admitted that Libya had bankrolled terrorist groups, but said that it no longer did so. When we discovered that these groups were causing more harm than benefit to the Arab cause, we halted our aid to them completely and withdrew our support, adding that he did not wish for any confrontation with Washington. The United States was not impressed with any of this. It may have felt that it had nothing to gain by relaxing its crusade against Gaddafi, but it did have an enemy to lose. 49. Nicaragua 1978 to 1990. Destabilization in slow motion. I have the most conclusive evidence that arms and munitions in large quantities have been on several occasions shipped to the revolutionists in Nicaragua. I am sure it is not the desire of the United States to intervene in the internal affairs of Nicaragua or of any other Central American republic. Nevertheless, it must be said that we have a very definite and special interest in the maintenance of order and good government in Nicaragua at the present time. The United States cannot, therefore, fail to view with deep concern any serious threat to stability and constitutional government in Nicaragua tending toward anarchy and jeopardizing American interests, especially if such state of affairs is contributed to or brought about by outside influence or by any foreign power. In this manner did President Calvin Coolidge address the Congress of the United States in 1927. The revolutionaries he was voicing alarm about were those supporters of the Liberal Party, one of whom was Augusto Cesar Sandino, who had taken up arms against the Conservative Party government which they claimed was illegally in office. The foreign power accused of arming the liberals was the Mexican government, which the Coolidge administration viewed as being impregnated with Bolshevist ideas. The American interests thought to be in jeopardy were the usual business investments, flaunted more openly in those days than later. Thus it came to pass that the Marines landed in Nicaragua for the 12th time in less than 3/4 of a century. See Appendix 2. In the 1980s, it was the revolutionary Nicaraguan government of the Sandinistas which alarmed the administration of Ronald Reagan, who described Coolidge as his political patron saint. The foreign power castigated for arming the Sandinistas was the Soviet Union, impregnated with Bolshevist ideas to be sure. The counter-revolutionaries known as the Contras were Washington's Marines. As to American interests, to the rationality of economic imperialism had been added a desire for political hegemony bordering on the pathological. When the American military forces left Nicaragua for the last time in 1933, they left behind a souvenir by which the Nicaraguan people could remember them. The National Guard, placed under the direction of one Anastasio Somoza, just as in 1924 the United States had left Trujillo behind for the people of the Dominican Republic. 3 years later, Somoza took over the presidency and with the indispensable help of the National Guard established a family dynasty which would rule over Nicaragua, much like a private estate, for the next 43 years. While the Guardsmen, consistently maintained by the United States, passed their time on martial law, rape, torture, murder of the opposition and massacres of peasants, as well as less violent pursuits such as robbery, extortion, contraband, running brothels and other government functions, the Somoza clan laid claim to the lion's share of Nicaragua's land and businesses. When Anastasio Somoza II was overthrown by the Sandinistas in July 1979, he fled into exile, leaving behind a country in which 2/3 of the population earned less than $300 a year. Upon his arrival in Miami, Somoza admitted to being worth $100 million. A U.S. intelligence report, however, placed it at $900 million. It was fortunate for the new Nicaraguan leaders that they came to power while Jimmy Carter sat in the White House. It gave them a year and a half of relative breathing space to take the first steps in their planned reconstruction of an impoverished society before the relentless hostility of the Reagan administration descended upon them, which is not to say that Carter welcomed the Sandinista victory. In 1978, with Somoza nearing collapse, Carter authorized covert CIA support for the press and labor unions in Nicaragua in an attempt to create a moderate alternative to the Sandinistas. Towards the same end, American diplomats were conferring with non-leftist Nicaraguan opponents of Somoza. Washington's idea of moderate, according to a group of prominent Nicaraguans who walked out on the discussions, was the inclusion of Somoza's political party in the future government and leaving practically intact the corrupt structure of the Somocista apparatus, including the National Guard, albeit in some reorganized form. Indeed, at this same time, the head of the U.S. Southern Command Latin America, LT, General Dennis McAuliffe, was telling Somoza that, although he had to abdicate, the United States had no intention of permitting a settlement which would lead to the destruction of the National Guard. This was a notion remarkably insensitive to the deep loathing for the Guard felt by the great majority of the Nicaraguan people. The United States, moreover, tried, unsuccessfully, to convince the Organization of American States to send in a peacekeeping force, a body which could only have stood in the way of the insurgents' military progress. And in neighboring Costa Rica, the American ambassador saw fit to complain to the government that Cuba had set up a center to oversee its military support of the Sandinistas, resulting in the Cubans being forced to move their headquarters to their consulate. After the Sandinistas took power, Carter authorized the CIA to provide financial and other support to their opponents. At the same time, Washington pressured the Sandinistas to include certain men in the new government. Although these tactics failed, the Carter administration did not refuse to give aid to Nicaragua. Ronald Reagan was later to point to this and ask, "Can anybody doubt the generosity and good faith of the American people?" What the president failed to explain was, almost all of the aid had gone to non-governmental agencies and to the private sector, including the American Institute for Free Labor Development, the longtime CIA front. In 1981, the U.S. Solicitor General, while arguing before the Supreme Court, inadvertently touched upon the link between the AIFLD and the CIA. When this was picked up by the press, he lamely said that he had been speaking hypothetically. B. The primary and expressed motivation for the aid was to strengthen the hands of the so-called moderate opposition and undercut the influence of socialist countries in Nicaragua. C. All military aid was withheld despite repeated pleas from the Nicaraguan government about its need and right to such help. The defeated National Guardsmen and other supporters of Somoza had not, after all, disappeared. They had regrouped as the Contras and maintained primacy in the leadership of this force from then on. In January 1981, Ronald Reagan took office under a Republican platform which asserted that it deplores the Marxist-Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua. The president moved quickly to cut off virtually all forms of assistance to the Sandinistas, the opening salvos of his war against their revolution. The American whale, yet again, felt threatened by a minnow in the Caribbean. Among the many measures undertaken, Nicaragua was excluded from U.S. government programs which promote American investment and trade. Sugar imports from Nicaragua were slashed by 90%, and, without excessive subtlety but with notable success, Washington pressured the International Monetary Fund (IMF), the Inter-American Development Bank (IDB), the World Bank, and the European Common Market to withhold loans to Nicaragua. The director of the IDB, Mr. Kevin O'Sullivan, later revealed that in 1983 the U.S. had opposed a loan to aid Nicaraguan fishermen on the grounds that the country did not have adequate fuel for their boats. A week later, O'Sullivan pointed out, saboteurs blew up a major Nicaraguan fuel depot in the port of Corinto, an action described by an American intelligence source as totally a CIA operation. Washington did, however, offer $5.1 million in aid to private organizations and to the Roman Catholic Church in Nicaragua. This offer was rejected by the government because, it said, United States congressional hearings revealed that the aid agreements have political motivations, designed to promote resistance and destabilize the revolutionary government. Nicaragua had already arrested members of several of the previous recipient organizations such as the Moravian Church and the Superior Council of Private Enterprise (COSEP) for involvement in armed plots against the government. The Reagan administration was not deterred. Cardinal Miguel Obando and the Catholic Church in Nicaragua received hundreds of thousands of dollars in covert aid from the CIA until 1985, and then, after official U.S. government aid was stopped by congressional oversight committees, from Oliver North's off-the-books operation in the White House basement. One end to which Obando reportedly put the money was religious instruction to thwart the Marxist-Leninist policies of the Sandinistas. As part of a concerted effort to deprive the Nicaraguan economy of oil, several attacks on fuel depots were carried out. Contra/CIA operations emanating in Honduras also blew up oil pipelines, mined the waters of oil unloading ports, and threatened to blow up any approaching oil tankers. At least 7 foreign ships were damaged by the mines, including a Soviet tanker with 5 crewmen reported to be badly injured. Nicaragua's ports were under siege. Mortar shelling from high-speed motor launches, aerial bombing and rocket and machine gun attacks were designed to blockade Nicaragua's exports, as well as to starve the country of imports by frightening away foreign shipping. In October 1983, Esso announced that its tankers would no longer carry crude oil to Nicaragua from Mexico, the country's leading supplier. At this point, Nicaragua had a 10-day supply of oil. Agriculture was another prime target. Raids by Contras caused extensive damage to crops and demolished tobacco drying barns, grain silos, irrigation projects, farmhouses, and machinery. Roads, bridges, and trucks were destroyed to prevent produce from being moved. Numerous state farms and cooperatives were incapacitated and harvesting was prevented. Other farms still intact were abandoned because of the danger.